Chapter 1. The Frustrating Convenience Store. Wow, Uncle Shopkeeper, why are you still lazing about in bed? Why am I sleeping in? If it weren't for your reckless doodling on the Hokage rock a few days ago, would I have stayed up with you until midnight? Do you have any idea how long it takes to recover from a sleepless night? If I don't catch a few extra winks, how can I possibly muster the energy to face the day? With drowsiness clouding his thoughts, Yifeng turned over, pulled the blanket over his head, and had no intention of acknowledging the raucous little imp outside. Seeing that his shouts were ineffective, the person outside resorted to knocking bang-bang on the door, hoping to rouse the slumbering occupant within with the sound. Yet after persistently knocking, the door remained shut for the person outside. Today was a momentous occasion. While tardiness was often permissible, it was not an option today. Thus, the person outside hopefully exclaimed, "Uncle Shopkeeper, today marks the day I officially become a ninja. You simply must come." What? Yifeng's ears buzzed, and he absorbed none of the latter part of the declaration. Once the noise subsided, he slipped back into slumber. Yifeng stretched widely, emitting a sound easily misconstrued. Indeed, waking up naturally is the most delightful. After attending to his morning routine and relieving the accumulated toxins from the night, Yifeng descended to unlock the door and commence a new day of business. Yifeng operated a convenience store, selling ordinary goods. However, its location in the troubled village of Konoha made it anything but typical. He also employed a young lad named Uzumaki Naruto, who had a mustache on his face, as a clerk. For those familiar with manga, the mention of Konoha and Uzumaki Naruto instantly evokes the legendary series Naruto, also known as the tale of Black Absolute Saving Mother. As a semi-enthusiast of manga, Yifeng considered himself half-heartedly involved. He typically indulged in anime rather than the original comics. Anime often featured additional original plots, making it a more gratifying experience, at least in his opinion. Only when he encountered an anime that he particularly adored and found that its plot had not been updated would he contemplate reading the manga. After all, the manga always surfaced first, with the anime following suit. Though Yifeng had heard of Naruto's immense fame, he had never watched it. He disliked the anticipation of new episodes. Even if he did become engrossed, he preferred to wait for a while, indulging in a binge watch to his heart's content. If he hadn't gotten into it, he would simply wait for the series to conclude before watching. Thus, for the countless admirers of Naruto, he remained someone who had only heard of its renown without seeing its visage. Of course, there were occasions when he would forget about a series he had been saving until one day he stumbled upon it and was reminded. Such was the case with Naruto, which he had been saving for later one day. While browsing a forum to discover any anime of interest, he found everyone discussing non-burnable trash. Trash? Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. This was an anime enthusiast forum, where discussions typically revolved around various anime or manga. The atmosphere was pleasant. Even if someone encountered content they disliked, they would merely offer a silent blessing, wishing the viewer enjoyable viewing or something similar. In this day and age, encountering such a harmonious forum was a rarity. Keyboard warriors seemed to have vanished into thin air. Yifeng appreciated the ambience here during his anime droughts. He often frequented this space, consistently discovering titles that piqued his interest. However, a previously harmonious forum erupted in fervor over a single anime, akin to boiling water, as everyone joined in denouncing it. Driven by curiosity, Yifeng clicked on a link within the forum. The link led to a video montage created by a master, showcasing a comparison between two generations of Naruto. At first glance, Yifeng found nothing amiss. It wasn't until the video concluded that he grasped why Naruto was referred to as the second generation. Yet, he remained perplexed. If that were the case, the netizens' reaction shouldn't have been so intense, should it? Generational shifts are commonplace when a new protagonist rises. The old guard inevitably steps back, even if they do not retire. Their influence often wanes. Many anime narratives unfold in this manner, and the production team was merely adhering to tradition. So why did it seem that the online community held such strong negative sentiments toward the new protagonist, refusing to acknowledge this series as a sequel to Naruto? Having never watched Naruto, Yifeng was oblivious to the significance Naruto held in the hearts of countless fans who had grown up alongside him. Without first-hand experience, he recognized his lack of authority in the discussion. Thus, he resolved to explore the now-concluded Naruto, seeking to understand the allure that led many netizens to dismiss its sequel so vehemently. Before he could finish watching, he awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by individuals conversing in Japanese, yet strangely, he understood them. Aware of his previous proficiency in Japanese, which had only allowed him to comprehend simple terms like compression band and inventory transfer, he was astonished. Having only watched anime with translated subtitles, He considered himself a mere half-hearted enthusiast the seasoned fans had long since learned the language and translated for themselves. Moreover, Yi Feng discovered he had become the proprietor of a convenience store, selling commonplace items that bore no significant difference from the numerous convenience stores in his homeland. The sole distinction perhaps lay in the fact that, while typical stores also offered household goods, his establishment solely stocked snacks and beverages, along with the best-selling cigarettes. The convenience store spanned 2 floors, with the first serving as the retail space and the second as living quarters, boasting a generous area of about 100 square meters. The second floor required little elaboration. It featured a 3-bedroom layout with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The first floor, however, was particularly peculiar in its ample space of over 100 square meters. Less than half was dedicated to shelves, leaving the remainder as a leisure area. Was it indeed a leisure area? Yi Feng was uncertain who designs a leisure area of such magnitude. A set of sofas, even if nestled against a wall and curving around, along with a table in front, still occupied over 40 square meters. What purpose did this expanse serve, left vacant? Who was the architect behind this design? The most frustrating part was that Yi Feng realized he could not leave. Each time he ventured beyond the threshold of the convenience store, a distance exceeding 1 meter, he felt an invisible barrier obstructing his path. Simultaneously, a force tugged him backward. The farther he strayed from the entrance, the stronger the pull became. He had even attempted to leap from the second-floor window to gauge the height of the barrier, only to be disappointed when he found himself back inside on the first floor before his feet could even touch the ground. He called out for help, but discovered that those outside could neither see nor hear him, yet he could see and hear them. No matter the variety of methods he attempted, he remained trapped, unable to escape no matter what. He simply could not leave. Bored, he began to wander around the store, starting with the second floor, as he had awakened in a bedroom there. Well, quite conveniently, to ensure that no one was oblivious to the purpose of each room, there were nameplates affixed to the doors, indicating shopkeeper's bedroom, employee's bedroom, bathroom, storage room. The kitchen was open plan, reminiscent of Western styles, shared with the living area. The kitchen was well equipped, containing pots, pans, a range hood, gas stove, refrigerator, oven, and microwave. Essential appliances and utensils typically found in modern households were all accounted for. The living room presented no notable difference. Either it contained a sofa, TV cabinet, coffee table, and all the usual furnishings. The bathroom was similarly well equipped, featuring a shower, toilet, and washing machine. The bedroom was no exception, furnished with a bed, wardrobe, and nightstand. Everywhere appeared quite normal, indistinguishable from a typical modern household. The storage room remained unmentioned because Yi Feng had no idea what it contained. He couldn't even open the door. Having described the second floor, he turned to the first. Most of the first floor had been adequately covered now. He would address the details left unsaid. Upon entering, the entire wall was a glass facade, with the door being a sliding glass door. Aside from the glass door, the remaining panes were specially treated, rendering the interior invisible from the outside, while allowing those within to see outside. Do not inquire how Yi Feng came to know this. He discovered it out of sheer boredom after stepping outside. When he attempted to exit, he circled the convenience store, hoping to find a loophole, only to be disappointed there were none. Upon entering, to the left stood the cash register, merely adorned with a register, while behind it was a cabinet for tobacco and alcohol. To the right was an 8-door refrigerator, no different from typical convenience store fridges, with each door containing 1 to 6 shelves filled with an assortment of beverages. In the center were 4 sets of double-sided shelves, each measuring 1 meter in length and 135 meters in width, accompanied by end caps showcasing various snacks. All were quite commonplace, yet frustratingly, the snacks on the shelves were domestic products, labeled in Chinese. In a setting where Japanese was spoken and bore a semblance to an ancient backdrop, selling contemporary domestic snacks raised questions: would anyone even purchase them, let alone comprehend the product descriptions? Adjacent to the leisure area were 2 doors. One led to the staircase ascending to the second floor, featuring only the staircase, with nothing else beyond the door. The other door concealed the bathroom, which required no elaboration. A toilet for guests and storage for cleaning supplies, such as mops and brooms. This encapsulates the entirety of the convenience store. By the way, there is a television on the second floor, quite large, about 100 inches, simply mounted on the wall. Alas, the tears of Yi Feng flow, for the television is non-functional, rendering it utterly useless. Even the gaming console beside it serves merely as decorative clutter. With a television that won't turn on, the console is even more futile. Trapped within the store all day, unable to step outside and devoid of internet access, the once enjoyable pastime of watching television has become a distant memory. Yi Feng's sole source of entertainment has devolved into perusing the descriptions on snack packaging. Mealtime presents its own challenges. While the kitchen is adequately stocked, The refrigerator stands empty, devoid of even a single vegetable, leaving him unable to prepare a proper meal. Fortunately, the gas stove remains operational, and the faucet provides water. Instant noodles can be found on the first floor, allowing him to boil some and sustain himself, along with bread, which can serve as a makeshift meal, and snacks that he can indulge in at will. What else can he do but eat? Yifeng is uncertain how much time has passed since he found himself in the convenience store, but he has certainly sampled every snack and beverage available. The snacks he has consumed and the drinks he has tried mysteriously replenish themselves each morning upon his awakening. Day in and day out, he eats, and by the end, he has grown weary of it all, nearly reaching the point of nausea. With no alternatives, he is left with sleep unless his hunger becomes unbearable. He truly has no desire to consume anything from the store. The situation is made all the more exasperating by the fact that directly across the street from the store, there exists a ramen shop, for which he can catch the tantalizing aroma of freshly made noodles each time he dines on instant noodles. He finds himself seated at the entrance, inhaling the savory scent while taking bites of his meager meal. It is only upon seeing the ramen shop's proprietor that he realizes he has landed in the world of Naruto. Chapter 2. At last I am free. After several days of observation, he finds nothing remarkable about the ramen shop owner. He appears to be an utterly ordinary businessman. He opens the shop in the morning and closes it at night, living a life of mundane repetition, much like countless other merchants. At times, Yifeng wonders if he is merely too hasty in his observations, or if the owner is simply adept at concealing his true nature. To all appearances, he seems perfectly normal, far removed from the whimsical notion circulated among netizens that the proprietor is a mysterious master, one of the highest martial prowess in this world. The jesting of netizens is not without merit. Whenever calamity strikes the village of Konoha, the owner invariably emerges unscathed while others perish. This has led many to initially speculate whether the proprietor harbors some hidden skill after all. How else could one explain such fortuitous escapes? Yet, as both the manga and anime concluded, the original creator made no revelation regarding the owner's hidden identity. It seems he is simply an ordinary individual with a streak of good luck that helps him evade misfortune time and again. Ultimately, the legends surrounding the ramen shop owner grew more extravagant, and few seemed to care about the creator's true intentions. The consensus was that he was indeed a master, a member of the legendary Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Yifeng, however, is not overly concerned with the owner's identity. He is merely bored, confined within the store, with limited activities to occupy his time. Sitting at the entrance, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, has become one of his few forms of entertainment. In the early days after arriving in this world, the ramen shop remained closed, so Yifeng had no inkling of where he had landed. The pedestrians provided numerous clues, yet his attention was not focused on their words or actions at the time. He spent each day pondering how he might escape. After exhausting all methods, including the daring endeavor of digging a tunnel, and finding no success, he sat outside with a cigarette, feeling despondent, when he was suddenly taken aback to see the ramen shop across the street open for business. Before the shop opened, foot traffic had been sparse, but once it began operating, the street was bustling with patrons. The ramen shop thrived even before opening. Many would gather outside, and once the doors swung open, customers flowed in without pause. The modest size of the establishment meant it could not accommodate too many diners, with many opting to take their meals to go. It was on that fateful day that he found his opportunity to venture out. One evening, feeling another wave of boredom wash over him, having slept until the afternoon and finding himself wide awake at night, decided to sit at the entrance and observe until the ramen shop closed. He waited and waited until the street was deserted, and just as the owner prepared to close up for the night, the ramen shop welcomed its final customer. A young boy with yellow hair and a scruffy beard entered. Naruto Uzumaki, as usual, took a seat and ordered a bowl of his favorite ramen, planning to savor it before heading home. He cherished this place, having grown up under the weight of others' disdain. He found himself friendless and isolated. He could not comprehend the source of their rejection, as they looked upon him with the eyes of a monster, filled with inexplicable hatred. Only in the presence of the shop owner did he experience a fleeting sense of peace. The owner was kind, welcoming everyone with warmth, and here, Naruto felt none of the judgmental gazes he faced outside. Each time he visited, the owner treated him with genuine hospitality. He hesitated to return home, where he would be alone in an empty house. Grappling with the unknown of his parents' identities, he often fantasized that if they were still alive, perhaps he wouldn't be seen as a monster. He refrained from coming during busy hours, fearing he might disrupt the owner's business, though the owner always assured him it was no trouble. Naruto remained hesitant. No matter what, he could cause mischief elsewhere, but he never wanted to do so here. Naruto, what are you thinking about? If you don't eat soon, your noodles will get cold. The owner's voice interrupted his swirling thoughts. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled by his unexpected train of thought. Why was he dwelling on such matters today? Hadn't he grown accustomed to his solitude? Accustomed to living alone, without friends? What was the point of these musings, only to add to his troubles? With a resolute spirit, he reminded himself to remain cheerful and not dwell on these chaotic thoughts. After all, he was destined to become Hokage. With that inner motivation, he declared him digging in and devoured his ramen with fervor. Just as he was relishing his meal, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He felt an intense gaze fixed upon him and his bowl of noodles from behind. Naruto discreetly pulled the bowl closer to himself, shielding it from the unwelcome scrutiny. This ramen is mine, and I won't share it with anyone, he thought defiantly, resolute in his intent not to relinquish the last bowl of ramen from the stall this evening. Perhaps it was due to Naruto's body obstructing the bowl of ramen, but the gaze from behind not only persisted but shifted its focus onto him. Naruto felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny, even slowing down his actions of consuming the ramen. Finally, after finishing the broth, he could no longer contain himself and turned around, irritably exclaiming, "Hey, hasn't anyone ever told you that staring at someone while they eat is quite rude?" Seeing the person behind him glance around, refusing to acknowledge that he had been the one staring, only intensified Naruto's annoyance. After settling the bill, he approached the individual, speaking in an even more irked tone. "Hey, where are you looking? Don't think I'm unaware that it's you. I want to forgive you unless you apologize." "Are you talking about me?" Yifeng asked uncertainly, pointing to himself. "Is there anyone else here besides you? Wait, can you see me?" Yifeng exclaimed, a hint of delight in his voice. After so many days, he had finally encountered someone with whom he could communicate. "What do you mean?" Naruto took a few steps back, a twinge of fear creeping in. Could it be that he had stumbled upon something unclean? Fearing that he might frighten away the person before him, Yifeng calmed himself and spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid, little brother. I was merely joking with you." "All right, I apologize. I'm sorry." Upon hearing the apology, Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was the first time in his life that someone had apologized to him. He had always been the one to offer apologies, which brought him unexpected joy. "Haha, I forgive you. Let us forget about what just happened." "But, uncle, staring at someone while they eat is quite impolite. You shouldn't do that again." "I'm sorry," Yifeng quickly replied, adding an explanation. "I just couldn't help but notice how delicious you looked while eating. It's been days since I've had anything other than instant noodles or snacks, and seeing you enjoy your meal made me a bit envious." With Naruto blocking his view of the ramen bowl, he had only then shifted his gaze to Naruto. He could undoubtedly recognize Naruto's identity. After all, Naruto's characteristics were remarkably distinct, and prior to arriving in this world, he had been engrossed in the anime of Naruto. As the protagonist of the series, how could Yifeng possibly fail to identify the ramen-loving boy? Despite his prior fascination with Naruto, after being trapped for so many days, his foremost desire now was to venture outside and indulge in a hearty meal. Regardless of the significance of a protagonist, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the necessity of sustenance. Moreover, being unable to escape meant that no one could see him, even if he were intrigued. What difference would it make? Yifeng had not anticipated that his gaze would be noticed by another. When Naruto spoke his first words, he initially believed Naruto was addressing someone else. He looked left and right, attempting to locate the person. The surprise arrived so suddenly. Naruto was approaching him directly and engaging him in conversation. Filled with disbelief, Yifeng double-checked to confirm that he had not erred. Upon realizing that someone could indeed see him and converse with him, he was astounded by the reality of the situation. Just as Yifeng was about to express something to encourage Naruto to linger a while longer, his stomach emitted a protest. "Uncle, are you hungry? The ramen at Ichiraku is the most delectable food I have ever tasted. If you go now, you might just catch a serving." Naruto enthusiastically recommended the ramen from Ichiraku. This was Naruto's nature. He reciprocated kindness with even greater warmth. The proprietor's favorable treatment had fostered Naruto's fondness for noodles, particularly the ramen crafted by Ichiraku's owner. Thus, whenever anyone inquired about his favorite dish, he would immediately think of the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku. When he recommended to others, he always favored Ichiraku ramen, thus bringing considerable business to the establishment. Yifeng longed to indulge in it, yet lamented, "I have no money." This wretched convenience store held not a single coin in the cash register. When he arrived, the clerk was fast asleep, clad only in his undergarments. Had he not discovered some clothing in the wardrobe, he would have had no choice but to roam about in his underwear for days. Alas, the garments in the wardrobe belonged solely to him. Furthermore, even if he possessed money, it would be from another realm, another country, and worthless in this world. Naruto was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering someone even poorer than himself in Konoha. Reflecting on the uncle's earlier apology, Naruto resolved, "Uncle, I shall treat you." Though his own funds were limited, the rare kindness from a stranger compelled him to make this decision. Without hesitation, Naruto grasped Yifeng's hand and hurried across to the ramen shop. "Wait, hold on." Yifeng attempted to protest, having concocted excuses about needing to watch the shop and not being able to leave for too long. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Naruto had already pulled him towards the ramen shop across the street. As they drew nearer, Yifeng marveled, "Am I actually outside? I can't believe I'm out." Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. "Uncle, I understand ramen is delicious, but no need to cry." Yifeng, overwhelmed with emotion, found himself crying instead of laughing. As his thoughts turned to his parents, "Just thinking about how they cannot enjoy such delectable ramen makes me sorrowful." He merely uttered an excuse in passing, not anticipating that Naruto would take it to heart. "Next time, you could invite Grandpa and Grandma to join us for a meal. Uncle Ichiraka's shop is open every day. Just a few days ago it was closed, and I missed out on the delectable ramen." At this point, Naruto's mood darkened. For indulging in ramen was a daily necessity for him. As long as he had money, he would frequent the Ichiraka ramen shop without fail. "My parents are in another world." Chapter 3. What should I do? In the literal sense of another world, Yifeng's parents were quite well. Neither deceased nor was he an orphan. Yifeng's life trajectory bore no distinction from that of an ordinary individual. He grew up in a typical household, enjoying a peaceful upbringing and smoothly graduating from university. Yet, before he could secure employment and formally step into society, he found himself here. How did he arrive? Upon awakening, he discovered himself already in this place, knowing nothing else. After arriving, he found himself trapped within the shop, unable to escape. Without a novice guide or even a voice suddenly appearing in his mind, there was nothing at all. He pondered how his sudden disappearance might affect his parents. Suspecting they would likely rejoice, finally free from the disturbances of their two-person world. Yifeng did not believe that his absence would evoke sorrow in his parents. He even harbored doubts that his arrival here was somehow orchestrated by them. Yifeng recalled that when he was very young, his parents had once remarked that upon his university graduation, they would cast him into another world for his training. They also mentioned that this was a family tradition, and that he had a cousin, whom he had never met, who had embarked on his journey before him. At that time, Yifeng had dismissed their words, thinking them nonsensical, as if they were treating him like a mere child, despite being 13 years old. During that period, his parents had been engrossed in novels, and he felt they were too caught up in their fantasies, mistaking themselves for characters within those tales. Thus, the matter passed without further thought, his parents never broaching it again, until now. "Yes, I'm sorry." Naruto, believing his words had struck a chord with Yifeng, evoking memories of his deceased parents, hastily offered his apologies. He comprehends the sentiment. Having never encountered his parents since childhood, he has grown accustomed to concealing his emotions. Yet, upon returning to his solitary abode, he cannot help but envy families where both parents are present. He once fantasized about what a lively scene it would be if both of his parents were present. Yet fantasies remain mere illusions, and what is absent cannot be reclaimed. Lost in thought, Naruto fell into a profound silence. After savoring the last spoonful of soup, Leaf Maple contentedly lit a cigarette, observing Naruto, who seemed to have misunderstood something. He did not intend to clarify. Even if he did, he doubted Naruto would comprehend. Moreover, due to his parents' obsession with novels, he occasionally indulged in reading as well, finding resonance with certain tropes within those stories. Why do the protagonists in such tales, often time travelers, ascend to the role of heroes in their worlds? Is it due to extraordinary talent or exceptional lineage? Some indeed possess such attributes, yet many lack notable gifts or distinguished ancestry. Why then can the latter also emerge as protagonists? It is simply because they conceal their true identity sufficiently. If one were to announce themselves as a time traveler from another world right from the outset, would they survive to the second chapter? The antagonists are not fools. They would eliminate any threats without hesitation, rather than allow them to retaliate. The world of Naruto is perilous. Even Konoha village, the safest haven, is fraught with danger. Numerous innocents have perished in the anime. It is not uncommon for children to find themselves on the battlefield. Upon arriving in this realm, Leaf Maple possessed no skills other than being a novice at a convenience store. He would struggle against mere ordinary individuals, let alone ninjas. He did not believe that revealing his identity would result in no consequences. Perhaps one day, he might awaken to find himself bound to an operating table, with a serpent-tongued figure looming nearby. However, noticing Naruto's despondent demeanor, Leaf Maple sought to repay his earlier kindness with consolation. There is nothing to apologize for. Life and death are inescapable fates for all. Some may die, yet their memory endures in the hearts of others, while some live on without earning recognition, rendering their existence akin to that of the deceased. Wait, that last statement seemed amiss. Upon reflection, it mirrored Naruto's current predicament. Had he inadvertently spoken too freely? Was that a reflection upon himself? Was he not the one seeking validation from others? Naruto lifted his gaze, his cheeks streaked with tears. A look of confusion on his face, as if yearning for an answer from Leaf Maple. Does that mean my existence is a mistake? What nonsense is this? Amidst the swirling smoke, Leaf Maple replied earnestly. Each individual possesses a unique purpose. Every life is an independent entity. You exist for yourself, not for others. It is natural to desire recognition from others, yet to contemplate ending one's life over a lack of it is far from normal. Leaf Maple then shifted the conversation abruptly, asking, "Is there someone you hold dear?" Naruto's gloomy thoughts were abruptly interrupted by this unexpected inquiry, his face flushing like a peeled dragon fruit. He fidgeted. How rude to suddenly ask such a question. Given your reaction, it seems there is indeed someone. Leaf Maple refrained from clarifying, fully aware of Naruto's affections. But consider your earlier demeanor. Which girl would be attracted to such despair? If Hinata were to witness your forlorn state, she might be heartbroken. Yet, he kept this thought to himself. Do you wish to win the heart of your goddess? The devil's whisper echoed in his ears, and without hesitation, Naruto nodded fervently. Yes. Then return with me, and I shall teach you well tonight, Leaf Maple declared, striding into his convenience store without looking back. Moments ago, he had intended to offer Naruto guidance, yet an inexplicable urge compelled him to return to the store, as if it were summoning him back. Leaf Maple could not fathom this premonition, akin to an unexpected visitor. Moreover, he sensed a pull, reminiscent of the force that had drawn him back before he had exited the store. He felt that if he did not return promptly, the force would inexorably yank him back. To avoid revealing his oddities in front of others, Leaf Maple had to shift the conversation. Yet, he was uncertain if he would have the opportunity to venture outside again after Naruto departed. Thus, he decided to take Naruto along to assess the situation. Naruto, undeterred, followed Leaf Maple back to the convenience store after settling his bill, eager to capture the heart of his goddess. As soon as Leaf Maple stepped inside the store, the mysterious pull dissipated and the cash register's screen flickered to life. Intrigued, Leaf Maple approached the register. During his previous confinement, he had explored every nook and cranny, including the cash register, but it had remained unresponsive. Why was it suddenly activating on its own now? Ignoring Naruto's presence behind him, Leaf Maple peered intently at the screen, lost in a trance as new content materialized before his eyes. In summary, the convenience store, a creation of an unknown genius, resembles a rudimentary system, more of a practice endeavor than a fully functional establishment. Its operations are limited. It can only be stationed at a specific location and may relocate only upon meeting certain conditions. It lacks the capability to open branches, as its creator did not endow it with such functions. After its creation, the inventor abandoned it, and it remained unnoticed until the creator stumbled upon it during a cleaning session, contemplating that it might serve others better than himself. Thus, it was released and bound to Yifeng, leading to its current existence. Yifeng's musings are more intricate than the reality. The screen merely displays the convenience store's capabilities, which include mysterious powers that grant the owner invulnerability while inside. No harm may befall the owner from any external source. The store possesses absolute defenses and several other remarkable features. Yifeng soon discovered the reason for his entrapment. As the proprietor of a convenience store imbued with enigmatic powers, he must fulfill certain obligations while enjoying its benefits. Specifically, he must recruit staff to exit the shop. Until he successfully recruits employees, he is unable to leave the vicinity of the store. The criteria for selecting staff are at the owner's discretion. When encountering a suitable candidate, the owner has 1 hour of freedom. A reminder alerts him as time approaches its end. Should he fail to secure a recruit within that hour, he will be forcibly returned to the store. This explains the sensation of being drawn back, a reminder from the convenience store that time is running short. The owner's sole duty is to recruit staff. Beyond this, the operation of the store is entirely at his whim. Furthermore, in the absence of employees, the convenience store becomes unobservable, elucidating why Yifeng could see and hear others while remaining invisible to them. Having identified the reason for his predicament, Yifeng found himself with no other candidates besides the one before him. Glancing at Naruto, he grinned. Young man, do you wish to win the favor of a goddess? Do you long for a life of blissful companionship? The time for action is now. Sign this contract. Naruto, seemingly unfazed, quickly inscribed his name, then eagerly inquired, Uncle, what must I do next? Chapter 4. We are all classmates. First, do this, then that, and finally, complete this step. Do you understand? Yes. Naruto replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. A smile stretching across his face as he envisioned the outcome. With a yawn, Yifeng waved his hand. If you comprehend, then you may return. The hour grows late, and I await your good news tomorrow. I will succeed. I am destined to become Hokage, Naruto proclaimed, bolstering his own confidence as he departed. Good luck. Yifeng muttered dismissively, lacking true understanding of romantic pursuits. Although not entirely oblivious, his knowledge was theoretical, lacking practical experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived in this world without a girlfriend. The advice he planned to impart to Naruto stemmed from online sources, where romantic strategies often resemble mere platitudes. His earlier suggestion to teach Naruto about love was merely a ruse to keep him engaged long enough to return to the store. Following Naruto's signing of the employment contract, Yifeng's life resumed its normalcy. He could finally venture out, albeit rarely. He primarily left only to enjoy meals or to open the shop. What purpose would he have to roam freely? A mere ordinary person wandering in the world of ninjas could easily attract peril, regardless of others' beliefs. Yifeng held steadfast in his conviction. Why did he choose to emerge? He had always possessed a languid disposition, leading a reclusive lifestyle, preferring to remain indoors whenever possible. What prompted his decision to step outside? Previously, his desire to venture out stemmed from his uncertainty about his whereabouts and the fear of being trapped for eternity. There exists a stark contrast between a voluntary recluse and one who is confined against their will. Furthermore, after Naruto signed the contract, his convenience store seemed to have been awakened, granting access to previously unusable items. For instance, the television was now functional, and the gaming console could also be utilized. Strangely enough, what Leaf Maple had assumed to be merely a television turned out to be much more. While it possessed all the typical features of a regular TV, astonishingly, it could also connect to the internet. Leaf Maple was baffled as to what network it was connected, yet it could perform tasks akin to those of a computer, which was utterly absurd. Perhaps it was an all-in-one device? Leaf Maple speculated, noticing the absence of a computer tower. However, as a computer screen, it appeared excessively large, often causing his eyes discomfort while browsing online. Indeed, it was equipped with a wireless keyboard and mouse, conveniently stored in the utility room. Upon opening the door to the utility room, a hidden world revealed itself. Although it appeared modest from the outside, Leaf Maple estimated that it encompassed around 100 square meters, its overall space resembling that of the shop on the first floor, albeit more spacious. The first floor housed several shelves and refrigerators, along with a designated leisure area, while the utility room contained only wall-mounted shelves. 3 sets of shelves occupied 3 walls, leaving the center conspicuously empty. Opposite the door, a peculiar door stood on the wall. Leaf Maple was able to open it. Yet beyond lay nothing but an expanse of white, resembling a misty liquid. He refrained from attempting to traverse through the fog, uncertain of what lay beyond. After enduring considerable hardship, he finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, unwilling to court disaster. How many souls have perished due to their insatiable curiosity? Concerning the enigmatic mist behind the door, the cash register offered no elucidation of its purpose, which led Yifeng to speculate in the previous chapter that this convenience store, akin to a system, was a mere practice endeavor of some divine being. Otherwise, how could the instruction manual be so woefully incomplete? Naruto moved in and took residence in the staff dormitory on the very next day following the signing of his contract. Under Yifeng's guidance, he applied the romantic strategies imparted by Yifeng to pursue his goddess. Initially, all seemed well. Others expressed astonishment at his transformation, and even his goddess, Sakura, exhibited a notable shift in her demeanor towards him. However, the young lad, in his exuberance, became overconfident, revealing his true nature and inciting Sakura's ire. Consequently, he approached Yifeng to voice his grievances, claiming that the methods imparted by Yifeng were utterly ineffective and that he had even been on the receiving end of a beating. Yifeng, denying any culpability, asserted that Naruto was too hasty, advising that matters of the heart must be approached gradually. He then casually mentioned the availability of staff accommodations in the store, inquiring if Naruto desired to relocate. In truth, he uttered this suggestion merely in passing, unaware that Naruto would indeed take him up on it. Yufeng had not anticipated that Naruto's transition into the dormitory would be so seamless. Based on the depictions in anime, Naruto was perpetually under surveillance. Any interaction with him, or any peculiar conduct on his part, would invoke covert investigations from the third Hokage. Such scrutiny persisted until Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy and began undertaking missions, gradually waning until the demise of the third Hokage marked its conclusion. He was reluctant to risk excessive interaction with Naruto, fearing interrogation from the third Hokage's subordinates, a prospect he could scarcely endure. He was aware that even without the application of torture, he might easily divulge everything. This apprehension was one of the reasons he endeavored to limit his outings. Within the confines of the convenience store, he felt a sense of security. In the initial days following Naruto's arrival, he ventured out to share meals yet remained in a state of constant anxiety, dreading the moment when masked individuals might suddenly appear beside him, uttering phrases like, "Come with us, someone wishes to see you." However, as days passed without incident, he noted that the villagers of Konoha, while treating him similarly to Naruto, expressed no suspicion regarding his presence. Even when Naruto moved into his convenience store, the townsfolk reacted with a sense of normalcy. Leaf Maple was perplexed by the familiarity many seemed to exhibit towards him, only later discovering that the convenience store offered new employees a form of introductory benefit, providing them with a reasonable identity. Moreover, during the hour of free activity before signing a suitable employee, outsiders could neither see nor hear him speak. To the outside observer, an unsigned employee did not exhibit any signs of distress or soliloquy, but appeared to be in a state of contemplation. This phenomenon explained why. When Naruto invited Leaf Maple for ramen, the owner of Ichiraka did not acknowledge him. Typically, a newcomer like Leaf Maple would have received a warm introduction to the ramen shop from the owner, given his character. The absence of such an introduction stemmed from the owner's perspective, in which only Naruto existed consuming ramen and lost in thought. Perhaps sensing Naruto's preoccupation, the owner refrained from interrupting him, which is why Leaf Maple never heard the owner engage Naruto in conversation. Now, after several days of trepidation, and upon realizing that nothing was amiss, he had begun to venture out solely for the purpose of sharing meals. He enjoys staying indoors, and he has no need to step outside to purchase anything. For a homebody, having internet access and food allows him to remain cocooned in his sanctuary indefinitely. The meals he consumes are funded by Naruto. Currently, he is devoid of any monetary resources and can only rely on Naruto's finances. When Naruto is absent, he keeps a mental tally of expenses. The convenience store operates continuously, yet it seldom attracts patrons, perhaps due to the late hours at which Yufeng opens. He invariably awakens at his leisure before commencing work, closing up as soon as night falls. His whimsical working hours have adversely affected the store's business. However, Yufeng remains unfazed, as the store does not impose any sales quotas upon him. He opens when he pleases. With Naruto's presence, the store has become slightly livelier in the evenings, as they often stay up late playing video games together. This has resulted in Naruto feeling fatigued the following day, prompting his teacher, Irika, to conduct a home visit. One evening, Yifeng, in a fit of inspiration, remarked to Naruto that the color of Hokage rock was rather monotonous and suggested that adding colors would enhance its visual appeal. Enthusiastically, he engaged Naruto in a discussion about what colors should be added. To be honest, he had indulged in a bit too much alcohol that night and could scarcely recall the specifics of their conversation. He only remembered that Naruto had taken the initiative to put their ideas into practice, while he, as the instigator, assisted Naruto in cleaning until the wee hours. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, shopkeeper. The increasing volume of Naruto's calls buzzed in Yifeng's ears. Pushing away Naruto, who was shouting right beside him, Yifeng rubbed his ears and expressed his displeasure. "I heard you, kid. Why shout so loudly? What do you mean? I've been calling you for ages, and you didn't respond." Naruto retorted, clearly more agitated. "Didn't I tell you this morning? Today is my graduation class division day, and you promised to come to school to see me." "What? Did you say that?" Yifeng asked, perplexed. Did Naruto actually mention it? He vaguely remembered hearing something while half asleep that morning, though he couldn't quite make it out. If he didn't hear it clearly, it was as good as not being said at all, logically sound. Yifeng confidently declared. "What is the big deal if I didn't go?" Having grown accustomed to Yifeng's character, Naruto fell silent and simply thrust his hand forward, signaling his discontent. "Ah. Naruto," Yifeng chuckled sheepishly, "you know our convenience store isn't doing well. I assure you, I will repay you. Just give me a few more days." "Isn't it your fault, shopkeeper?" If you didn't wake up so late every day, the business would have improved long ago. Naruto retracted his outstretched hand, visibly dissatisfied. After indulging in ramen, he had developed a new hobby, sampling the snacks available in the store. Not counting video games, he was specifically referring to food. Speaking of which, he noticed his companions waiting nearby. Ah, it's all your fault, shopkeeper. What does that have to do with me? Yifeng replied, bewildered. As he had done nothing wrong. I forgot. Finally remembering his intent, Naruto clarified that he had brought his friends to the store for lunch. The arrogant fellow was Sasuke. And this lovely, kind, clever, and adorable girl was Sakura. A string of adjectives was selectively ignored by Yifeng. These were phrases he had taught Naruto. If these descriptors were applied to Hinata, he might have believed them, but attributing them to Sakura seemed somewhat misplaced, as he was well aware of her true nature. Sakura felt embarrassed by Naruto's words. She wanted to express her anger but knew she had to maintain her demure image in front of others. Ignoring Naruto, she introduced herself again. Hello, shopkeeper. We are Naruto's classmates. I am Haruno Sakura, and this is Uchiha Sasuke. I see you are gathering to celebrate your class division over lunch. Yifeng mused, stroking his chin while smoking thoughtfully. Did Naruto invite you? He did so of his own accord? Sakura was about to nod when Yifeng, with unwavering conviction, interrupted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This little rascal has told me he has no friends. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, exasperated. Shopkeeper, that is a bit harsh. I do have friends. Sakura is my best friend. And what about the classmate beside you? Humph. Sasuke scoffed, crossing his arms and adopting a demeanor that clearly signaled disinterest. I don't know him. I just came with Sakura. Oh, Sasuke-kun claims he came with me. Haha, that Ino pig has nothing on me. A stick figure danced in Sakura's mind, waving its arms with a declaration of determination. Though internally thrilled, Sakura showed no outward expression of her excitement. The steam rising from her head indicating her unusual state to Yifeng. He kindly reminded her, Sakura Haruno, there is smoke coming from your head. In a state of panic, Sakura looked up, realizing there was nothing amiss, and understood she had been teased. She had long heard Naruto speak of his uncle, the store owner, as a rather eccentric individual. Initially, she found it hard to believe, dismissing Naruto's words as lacking credibility. However, today she discovered that sometimes Naruto's observations were indeed worthy of trust. Uncle store owner, could you not be so peculiar? Naruto sighed, feeling weary. After spending a few days in the company of the store owner, he felt far more mature than him. At least he was aware of what to say and what not to say. Although this awareness was only applicable at times, he believed it inappropriate to tease someone upon their first meeting. How could someone as adorable as Sakura have smoke emanating from her head? It was absurd. Naruto silently lamented. Had he known this would occur, he would not have brought Sakura and Sasuke to the store for a meal. Ahem, just a little joke. Yifeng coughed a few times, feigning seriousness. Since you've come for a meal, how about this? I shall cook for you today at noon. And I assure you will be satisfied. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, he boasted that his culinary skills rivaled those of seasoned chefs. Be it Chinese cuisine or Western fare, he could prepare them all with flair. Unfortunately, such culinary talent was typically wasted on the average diner. Having learned his lesson, Naruto turned pale at the prospect of Yifeng cooking, hastily shaking his head in refusal. No need, Uncle Store Owner. I think we should dine out. He attempted to lead Sakura and Sasuke away, but their bewildered expressions indicated they were unaware of the gravity of the situation. Stop right there. Yifeng's booming voice startled Naruto into a stiffened silence. What does this mean? Are you saying you dislike my cooking? With a sorrowful expression, Naruto struggled to articulate his thoughts. Uncle Store Owner, please spare me. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You won't leave the store until you clarify your intentions. Yifeng was displeased. He had kindly offered to cook for Naruto's classmates, and yet Naruto was the first to express disdain, despite Sakura and Sasuke remaining non-committal. Is my cooking truly that dreadful, causing you such fear? Sakura and Sasuke were intrigued. They had come at Naruto's invitation. Having heard him speak of his current job in a store where he resided, and of his eccentric boss who played video games with him nightly. Additionally, Naruto's recent uncharacteristic behavior had sparked curiosity among their classmates. Ultimately, it was Sakura's kind words that prompted Naruto to reveal the circumstances that led them here. As they sought to witness the source of his transformation, upon observing Yifeng, it became evident that Naruto's description of his uncle's peculiar nature was accurate. However, their curiosity was piqued anew. Why did Naruto appear so frightened at the thought of Yifeng cooking? Indeed, Naruto was terrified. He had always considered himself not picky about food. If it was edible, he would eat it. However, he soon realized how mistaken he had been. He vividly recalled the night after moving in, when Leaf Fong proclaimed the need for a celebration for the store's growth. That night, Leaf Fong prepared a lavish spread, and Naruto, finding the flavors delightful, indulged eagerly. Yet, he soon found himself kneeling before the toilet, his stomach in turmoil, as if a tempest raged within him, causing unbearable pain. He spent the night alternating visits to the restroom, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion, unable to leave the confines of the lavatory. Though the following morning brought relief from his stomach pains, he still felt utterly drained. This harrowing experience lingered in his memory, and now, upon hearing that Leaf Fong would cook again, his legs trembled uncontrollably, as if instinctively urging him to flee. Noticing Naruto's trembling legs, Leaf Fong recalled the reason behind it. He was aware of the issue with his cooking. Curiously, while he himself had no problem with the meals he prepared, they invariably led others to an upset stomach. He initially believed he had traversed into another realm, where the issue would vanish, yet to his surprise, it persisted, albeit with greatly diminished intensity. Prior to his arrival, his culinary creations were notorious for inducing prolonged bouts of diarrhea, often leading to hospitalizations. However, after just one night, Naruto was able to regain his mobility the following day. Although he felt somewhat unwell, he was at least able to walk unaided. This realization prompted a moment of reflection as he marveled at Naruto's resilience. A true testament to the protagonist of the Naruto universe. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Ifong refrained from imposing further. Had it been solely Naruto, he would have insisted on stuffing him with food as retribution for waking him up earlier. However, with Naruto's classmates, Sakura and Sasuke, in attendance, Ifong decided to show some consideration for Naruto while also sparing the innocents from any discomfort. Thus, he altered his plan. Let us have hot pot for lunch, as there were still ingredients available upstairs. This delighted Naruto, who beamed with joy. Hot pot was an experience he cherished, second only to ramen. The best part was that preparing hot pot did not require the store owner's assistance. He could manage it himself. With the convenience store temporarily closed, Ifong led the trio upstairs, directing Naruto on how to proceed. He refrained from intervening in the cooking process, knowing that his involvement would alter the flavor. The preparation of hot pot was straightforward, and Naruto was capable of executing it independently. Ifong had imparted the technique to him. Though he was uncertain if hot pot existed in the Naruto world, it would not be surprising if it did, given the fantastical nature of the anime universe. Perhaps hot pot was already a part of the Naruto world, merely unillustrated? If not, it mattered little. He could consider himself a pioneer in this culinary venture. The base for the hot pot was readily available in the storage room, similar to the snacks on the first floor, and the consumables in the second floor storage would automatically replenish. Items that were not consumables would also restore themselves after being damaged and placed in the storage room. The mechanism behind this phenomenon was unknown to Ifong, and he had little inclination to investigate. He was content with the functionality of the convenience store. As the water heated for the ingredients, Naruto animatedly recounted amusing tales from school, while Sakura occasionally chimed in, and Sasuke remained stoic, silently savoring the vegetables he had added. Their curiosity was satisfied, and Sasuke found no desire to speak. While enjoying the meal, Ifong keenly observed the trio's reactions, finding the dynamics quite entertaining. As Naruto spoke, his gaze would subconsciously drift towards Sakura, who, in turn, would occasionally glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, appearing indifferent, would seemingly nonchalantly cast a glance at Naruto. Each individual was lost in their own thoughts, harboring unspoken concerns. It was likely that Naruto was elated to be assigned to a team with his crush, granting him more opportunities to interact. Coincidentally, Sakura shared similar sentiments, relishing the prospect of being paired with her idol, believing it to be a fortuitous arrangement that might kindle deeper feelings over time. As for Sasuke, he probably grappled with the incongruity of being teamed up with someone perceived as the least competent in their class, or rather, among the entire school. What was the essence of a team in the Naruto universe? It required comrades who spent ample time together, fostering synergy and the trust to rely on one another in the face of adversity. Such camaraderie was cultivated through shared missions and battles, wherein mutual understanding blossomed through the rigors of collaboration. They share a profound trust and honesty with one another. Consequently, the selection of team members is approached with utmost caution. Although the choice of members is not solely in their hands, as it is typically determined by higher authorities. The years spent at the Ninja Academy involve thorough assessments of their personalities and academic performance. The assigned teams have seldom encountered errors. It is precisely for this reason that Sasuke finds himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why those in charge would assign him to a team with a laggard. Does this not hinder his progress? To enhance his abilities, he requires a rival of equal caliber. What purpose does a weakling serve in his journey of improvement? Merely a punching bag? He found it difficult to comprehend, yet the reality was already set in stone. However, he had resolved that when he met with his guiding teacher in the afternoon, he would preemptively explain the situation to avoid any potential objections should he later request a transfer. After observing for a while, Yifeng felt somewhat bored. None of the children around him exhibited the youthful exuberance typical of their age. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. In a world where even children were thrust into battle, their innocence had long been extinguished. This was true for ordinary families, but even more so for those from shinobi clans. Thus, Yifeng's determination to remain indoors solidified. The world outside was perilous, and he felt a greater sense of security within the shop. Feeling idle, and having nearly finished the hot pot, Yifeng initiated a conversation. Naruto, you mentioned earlier that your teacher asked you to wait for him in class this afternoon. Could you tell me your teacher's name? Perhaps I know him. Indeed. He recognized the teacher, though the teacher did not recognize him. Having forgotten that Naruto and his companions were unaware of their mentor's name until the school made an announcement later that afternoon. Chapter 6, Is Everything Really Okay? This meal was the most arduous one Yifeng had ever endured. Naruto, being quite the chatterbox, incessantly babbled, while Sakura, though not overly talkative, inevitably steered the conversation back to Sasuke. Sasuke's demeanor was one of deep contemplation, clearly signaling to others not to intrude, which left Yifeng struggling to find an appropriate topic. However, it was evident that Sasuke enjoyed the hot pot, as he consumed the second most after Naruto. Once the meal concluded, the four settled on the couch to digest. As Yifeng contemplated a brief afternoon nap, with the intention of opening the shop upon waking, Naruto proposed playing video games. Sasuke showed no interest, his thoughts solely fixated on enhancing his abilities. Sakura, on the other hand, was intrigued, particularly due to the large television screen and Naruto's enthusiastic mentions of the game over the past few days. However, she worried that playing games might neglect the presence of her crush, so ultimately, it was Yifeng and Naruto who engaged in the gaming. Naruto, I would create an opportunity for you, but if she isn't interested, that is beyond my concern, Yifeng teased, nudging Naruto's shoulder. Before dinner, while preparing the ingredients, Naruto sought to use the gaming opportunity to connect with his goddess, Sakura, and was even prepared to be late for class, enlisting Yifeng's cooperation. Yifeng agreed, curious to witness the unfolding drama, particularly if Sakura would reprimand Naruto for his tardiness. However, Sakura ended up not playing at all, leaving Naruto's plans thwarted. Wow, how could you say that, shopkeeper? Naruto exclaimed, glancing eagerly at Sakura, only to find her resting her chin on her hand, intently observing Sasuke, oblivious to the chatter around her. Disappointed, Naruto pondered why she did not pay more attention to him, feeling he was no less worthy than the seemingly aloof Sasuke. Nonetheless, Sakura's earnest demeanor was undeniably charming, and he found himself smitten. With his thoughts consumed by Sakura, Naruto's gameplay suffered. He was unaware when his character perished. Ouch, he groaned. Clutching his head, shopkeeper, why did you hit me again? Not satisfied with a single tap, Yifeng playfully struck Naruto's head once more. Marveling at the peculiarities of animated characters, how could a bump appear on top of another? I am merely reminding you that your class is approaching, he said. Upon glancing at the clock on the living room wall, Sasuke stood silently and descended the stairs. Sakura quickly followed suit, turning to Yifeng to express her gratitude. Thank you for the hospitality, shopkeeper, her voice trailing off as she disappeared upstairs, leaving Yifeng unable to catch her final words. Wait for me. With his goddess gone, Naruto lost interest in gaming and hurried after her. Watching Naruto's hurried departure, Yifeng called out, please close the door behind you. Got it, Naruto replied without looking back. The once lively living room fell silent in an instant, and Yifeng resumed playing his solo game, casting aside thoughts of an afternoon nap. One could not engage in gaming with a divided mind, as that would be a profound disrespect to the game and its developers. Shopkeeper, I'm back, Naruto said weakly, dropping bags of ingredients into the kitchen. Since moving into the shop, his meals had vastly improved. Previously, his diet consisted solely of instant noodles and milk, with his culinary skills limited to boiling water. Now, although Yifeng rarely cooked, whenever he did, he ensured Naruto was present to learn. He often quipped that to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. claiming proficiency in cooking was a shortcut to winning the affection of his goddess. Naruto took this to heart, diligently observing Yifeng in the kitchen, daydreaming about a future where Sakura savored his cooking and gradually forgot about Sasuke, becoming devoted to him instead. The mere thought brought a joyous smile to his face. Little did he know that Yifeng was secretly imparting his culinary skills to Naruto, with the intention of freeing himself from kitchen duties in the future. Consequently, Naruto found himself with an additional task after school, visiting the market to procure ingredients for the following day's meals. After an afternoon of gaming, Yifeng grew weary and decided to watch a film to unwind. At that moment, the movie reached its most thrilling juncture, rendering Naruto's greeting futile. Yifeng merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant his eyes firmly glued to the screen, unmoving. Sighing heavily, Naruto sat beside Yifeng, feeling disheartened by his lack of response. He let out another drawn-out sigh, hoping to elicit some reaction. Yet, Yifeng remained indifferent. Cough, 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 Naruto exclaimed. His exaggerated coughing clearly aimed at drawing attention. Finally, he pressed the remote to pause the film, revealing Yifeng's expression of exasperation. What is it that you wish to convey? Can it wait until I've finished watching? Naruto then voiced his concerns about an impending exam, seeking Yifeng's guidance. However, a cloud of worry loomed over him. Do you think I'll graduate smoothly tomorrow? He asked the shopkeeper, recalling the teacher's words from earlier that day. His anxiety intensified. He had barely scraped through previous graduation exams, and now another test loomed ahead. Failure meant he would be sent back to the ninja academy. The thought of returning to the academy filled him with dread, for it would mean a separation from Sakura. Given Sakura's past performance, he had no doubt she would pass. And Sasuke, having graduated at the top of his class, was undoubtedly secure. As for himself, he feared being the weakest link, leading to his own elimination while Sakura and Sasuke moved on. He dared not dwell further on these thoughts, fearing he couldn't bear the weight of such despair. In front of others, Naruto often projected an image of unwavering strength, yet he found himself inexplicably defenseless before the shopkeeper. Perhaps it was because, in moments of distress, the shopkeeper never failed to offer him comforting words, tirelessly soothing his worries. He was perplexed, yet he did not wish to unravel his confusion. However, he knew that each time he conversed with the shopkeeper, an enlightening sensation would envelop him. Residing in the shop brought him a sense of security, prompting Naruto to ponder whether this was indeed the essence of home. Have you met your teacher? Yes. Tell me, what are their physical characteristics? What is their name? Having watched Naruto, Leaf Maple certainly knew who Naruto's mentor was, yet, given his position, he had not to possess such knowledge. Prior to any announcements, only a select few were privy to which teacher would lead which class, hence his inquiry. Oh no, I've directed most of my attention towards Sakura. Naruto suddenly forgot the appearance of his teacher. Straining to recall, he finally remembered some features. White short hair, a mask covering one eye. Is that all? Leaf Maple quipped. Did your teacher not instruct you to remember the characteristics of your adversaries while at school? Otherwise, once on the battlefield, would you be unable to distinguish friend from foe? But teachers are not enemies, Naruto retorted, attempting to defend himself. All right then, Leaf Maple had not anticipated Naruto would provide anything of substance. The features he had mentioned sufficed. Leaf Maple feigned contemplation before speaking. Is your teacher named Kakashi? Hataki Kakashi? Naruto looked astonished. How did you know? I overheard it from a customer. Leaf Maple casually fabricated an excuse. Your teacher is quite renowned in the village, famous throughout the ninja world. Why is he called the copy ninja? Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued. He recalled hearing from a teacher at school that every ninja with a title was a significant figure in the ninja realm. A title also signified strength. It was not self-proclaimed but awarded through collective acknowledgement of one's prowess. The ninja world is vast, with numerous ninjas, yet how many possess titles? A title implies formidable strength. And great strength translates to a rigorous examination tomorrow, which in turn signifies a diminished likelihood of passing, equating to Sakura and Sasuke. Before Leaf Maple could utter a word, Naruto was already alarmed by his own thoughts. He received a light reprimand from Leaf Maple, who continued. The reason he is called the copy ninja is that he possesses a multitude of ninjutsu and can replicate the techniques of his adversaries during combat, hence the moniker. Imagine, during a fight, if someone suddenly employed a technique identical to yours, would you not be caught off guard? Naruto contemplated this scenario, nodding in agreement. In the heat of battle, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. An enemy would not grant you a respite. Seizing the opportunity to strike is the hallmark of a capable ninja. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper's description was indeed hard to articulate. What was termed a fight was, in reality, a battle. I do not mean to imply that your teacher is merely an old coin, While I am not a ninja, I understand that to eliminate a person, one must employ every possible means. Regardless of the technique, any that can vanquish the enemy is a good technique. Your teacher wields a plethora of ninjutsu, and under his tutelage, you will learn a great deal. This bore no relation to the content of your examination tomorrow. It merely serves as mental preparation. As for passing the examination, I possess a method. Would you like to hear it? Naruto nodded fervently, eager to know. Then tonight's dinner is entrusted to you. Leaf Maple reclined on the sofa, waving his hand. Only after a meal can one muster the energy to converse. Naruto's culinary skills were, to put it mildly, adequate. Given the brief time, one could hardly expect him to learn much from Leaf Maple. Fortunately, Leaf Maple was not particular. Once satiated, Leaf Maple lit a post-dinner cigarette and languidly remarked, "To pass the examination, you must do this, understand?" Naruto nodded once more. He had nodded numerous times that night. And were it not for his robust constitution, he would surely awaken with a stiff neck. Is this truly effective? It was not that Naruto doubted Leaf Maple. He merely felt that such a method seemed overly simplistic. "Just follow my instructions. I assure you, you will succeed," Leaf Maple replied confidently. Sometimes the simplest methods are the most effective. Chapter 7. Is there something wrong with your mind? At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Naruto rose from his slumber, shouldered his backpack, and made his way to the training field. His backpack was filled with ninja tools, as per his teacher's instructions. He had even skipped breakfast, not that he often had it anyway. Upon arriving at the training field, he was not alone. Sakura and Sasuke were present, all gathered to await their teacher's assessment. Sasuke remained unchanged, his demeanor cold, inscrutable to others. For today's assessment, he was determined to succeed. He was aware of his own strength and knew the evaluation would not be overly difficult, as it was merely a selection for the lower ranks. Although he was uncertain of the specific details of the assessment, Sasuke retained confidence in passing, assuming it would test each individual's strength. Sakura, however, harbored some apprehension. She recognized that while her performance at the ninja school was decent, her raw strength fell short, and many could easily overpower her in combat. Her concern lay in the possibility of failing the assessment, which would mean parting ways with Sasuke. For her, today was not merely an examination. It was a test of love, a matter concerning her lifelong future, and she was determined to give it her all. As for Naruto, he was seated on the ground, dozing off. He had been engaged in gaming with Leaf Maple until the wee hours of the night. Having finally drifted into slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the agreed-upon assembly time, leaving him rather lethargic. Otherwise, with his typical personality, he would have been teasing Sasuke and fawning over Sakura upon seeing them. He was utterly unconcerned about today's assessment, as his uncle, the shopkeeper, had already imparted to him the secrets of success. As long as he followed the preordained instructions, today's examination posed no challenge for him. However, Naruto had forgotten that the last time he adhered to Leaf Fang's guidance, he ended up receiving a thorough beating. As the sun gradually ascended, the three of them waited from the break of dawn until nearly noon, when Kakashi finally sauntered over with a leisurely stride, raising a hand in greeting. "Good morning, everyone." "Morning?" Naruto sprang to his feet, indignantly pointing at Kakashi. "You're late, sensei. Way too late." Is there an emphasis? It turned out that Naruto was not alone in his ire. Sakura stepped forward to chastise their teacher for his tardiness. Although Sasuke remained silent, his displeasure was evident on his face. Kakashi, in a nonchalant tone, explained, "A black cat crossed my path. It was lost." The expressions on the trio's faces made it clear that none of them believed this excuse. Ahem, Kakashi thought of concocting another excuse, or rather, rephrasing his explanation. He suddenly remembered that he was the teacher. Even if the agreed time was 5 in the morning, what did it matter if he was several hours late? The final say rested with him. He could arrive whenever he pleased, and if he was in a foul mood, he could choose not to come at all. With this in mind, he decided to skip further explanations and begin the assessment. Kakashi retrieved a clock from his backpack, set the time, and outlined the examination's content for the day. The trio's attention swiftly shifted. Compared to the exam, tardiness seemed trivial. "All right, I've set the clock for 12 o'clock, Kakashi said, shaking a bell in his hand. "Your task today is to snatch the bell from me before noon. Those who fail to acquire the bell will miss lunch." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Ignoring Naruto's outburst, Kakashi continued, "Moreover, those who fail will be tied to that log over there, forced to watch me enjoy my bento." Not far away stood 3 wooden posts, which, without a doubt, were the logs Kakashi referred to. Gurgle, gurgle. The simultaneous sounds of growling stomachs echoed, with Sakura awkwardly clutching her abdomen, not wanting her hunger to be audible to the others. The realization dawned on them. This was why they were denied breakfast. Naruto, incredulous, covered his face in disbelief. Sasuke slightly turned, casting a sidelong glance, maintaining his pride even while hungry. However, Sakura curiously inquired, "Why are there only 2 bells?" Due to Kakashi's mask, the trio could not discern his expression, but they could tell from his crescent-shaped eyes that he was quite pleased. Indeed, Kakashi was smiling. "There are only 2, which means at least one of you will be tied to the log due to failure, and that individual will be sent back to the academy. At least one would fail, and potentially all might return. You may use weapons because without the determination to defeat me, snatching the bell will be impossible. But that is too dangerous, sensei." Sakura objected to the idea of using weapons. What if someone gets hurt? This is merely an assessment. It shouldn't escalate to bloodshed, right? Exactly. Naruto nodded in agreement, echoing Sakura's sentiment. He too found the idea troubling, especially since he could hardly dodge even a Chakra racer. The Chakra racer incident occurred the previous afternoon when all the other students were taken away by their instructors, leaving the 3 of them waiting. After a prolonged wait, Naruto placed a Chakra racer on the door, intending to punish their tardy teacher by having it drop on his head when he opened the door. Sakura and Sasuke, having grown impatient, merely advised Naruto against the prank without truly attempting to stop him. As fate would have it, Kakashi entered the room without evasion, and the Chakra racer struck him squarely on the head. What Naruto meant to convey was that if he couldn't dodge something as trivial as a Chakra racer, how could he possibly evade a weapon? In this world, those lacking ability often tend to boast the loudest. Kakashi dismissed the need to explain why he didn't dodge the eraser. With his prowess, any real danger would have been detected long before. Since there was none, he saw no reason to evade. It was merely a prank, a way to gather them here early without breakfast, and he was not so petty as to seek revenge. His confidence in allowing them to wield weapons stemmed from his belief in his own capabilities. These youngsters couldn't possibly harm him. One should not view teaching children to use weapons as a cruel act. In the shinobi world, everything is dictated by strength. Nations have been embroiled in perpetual conflict, and ninjas born in such an environment become desensitized to life and death, valuing only their own interests. The numerous wars in the shinobi world have only led to the semblance of peace we see today. Kakashi, having participated in these conflicts, understood that the current peace is but an illusion, with undercurrents of turmoil never truly subsiding. The absence of conflict is merely due to the aftermath of the last devastating war, which severely weakened many ninja villages, compelling them to recuperate during this rare period of tranquility. Training ninjas is a task undertaken by all villages. By the time Kakashi was their age, he was already on the battlefield. All right, let us not dwell on the stragglers. When I say begin, stragglers? Stragglers? I detest being called a straggler, especially in front of Sakura. Upon hearing Kakashi label him a straggler, Naruto felt a surge of anger. Swiftly, he drew a kunai from the pouch strapped to his leg, performing a few flourishes before charging at Kakashi. In a flash, Kakashi appeared behind Naruto, pressing a hand on his head while gripping Naruto's wrist, pinning the kunai against the back of his skull. No need to rush. I haven't even said start yet. With a simple demonstration of his strength, Kakashi released his grip, causing Naruto to stumble forward, while Sakura and Sasuke instinctively took a couple of steps back. What speed is this? Sakura thought, unable to believe her eyes. Is this a trick? I didn't see anything. Sasuke was equally astonished. Is this the power of Nin? He could not discern Kakashi's movements clearly, and the cold sweat on his face revealed the turmoil within him. However, it seemed you also harbored intentions to take my life. With a soft chuckle, Kakashi's eyes drooped, relishing this feeling. How should I put it? I believe I am beginning to develop a fondness for you all. It is time to commence. Kakashi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. There could be no further delays, or they would miss lunch. Prepare to begin. With Kakashi's signal, several figures vanished in an instant. Naruto's earlier action was not merely a result of being swept away by Kakashi's words. He was not so easily provoked. Although he did care about others referring to him as the underachiever in front of Sakura, his seemingly reckless behavior was actually a simple test, prearranged among the group. None of the 3 had a clear understanding of their teacher Kakashi's strength, although Naruto had received prior intel from Ye-Feng, indicating that his teacher possessed significant power and mastery over many ninjutsu. He was unaware of the specifics of Kakashi's expertise, as Ye-Feng had not disclosed that information. Ninjas are referred to as such because they possess a vital energy known as chakra within them. The greater the chakra, the stronger the individual. Chakra is categorized into various attributes, and depending on these attributes, ninjas excel in different areas. Some are adept in various ninjutsu, others in taijutsu, while some specialize in genjutsu. However, where there are strengths, there are also weaknesses. The three had previously agreed that one among them would probe their teacher's capabilities in hopes of identifying a vulnerability. As fate would have it, Kakashi's remark about being an underachiever provided Naruto with the opportunity, making him the designated tester. Through this probing, they discovered a crucial piece of information. Their teacher's speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that they could hardly perceive his movements. This indicated that a direct confrontation was unfeasible. If they could not even see his actions, how could they possibly engage him head-on? Their only chance lay in stealthy ambushes to secure the bells. Concealing one's presence is fundamental to a ninja's skill set. Observing the three figures that had vanished before him, Kakashi nodded in approval, affirming that they should indeed hide well, for he would seek them out one by one. Before Kakashi could articulate his next thoughts, he was interrupted by a declaration from behind him. Let us engage in a fair contest. Naruto boldly stood behind Kakashi, arms crossed, proclaiming with much bravado. What a complete fool, thought Sasuke, perched on a tree, and Sakura, hidden in the grass, simultaneously. Did we not agree to ambush? Why are you just standing there? It was foolish to remain stationary after your previous charge. Even Kakashi found it difficult to fathom Naruto's thought process, voicing his confusion. Are you perhaps a bit off? It is your taste in hairstyles that is questionable. Naruto retorted sharply. I have a problem? What problem could I possibly have? I believe it is you who has an issue. Who cares about hiding? As long as I can defeat you in a fair fight. Sakura will undoubtedly look at me in a new light. The shopkeeper said that only those with strength can protect girls. They adore those who provide a sense of security. I will claim the bells, mark my words. No one can stop me. I want two. One for myself and one for Sakura. As for Sasuke, he can immediately return to school to study. With such unrealistic fantasies swirling in his mind, Naruto shouted and charged toward Kakashi before him. In the face of Naruto's onslaught, Kakashi remained unflinching, slowly reaching into his waist pouch. Was he about to draw a weapon? Naruto's momentum faltered as he swiftly retreated a couple of paces, watching Kakashi's movements with heightened vigilance. Lesson 1 in Ninja Tactics. Taijutsu. Kakashi stated calmly, allow me to teach you. So taijutsu refers to direct attacks by ninjas? Naruto pondered, furrowing his brow. As he observed Kakashi's hand withdrawing from the pouch, his sense of crisis intensified. Sure enough, he was retrieving a weapon, confirming his suspicion. Naruto refrained from acting impulsively and instead observed Kakashi's motions, intending to strike before Kakashi could fully draw his weapon or adjust his stance. One can discern a person's level of experience with weapons by observing their grip. A skilled practitioner adjusts their hold the moment they grasp a weapon, positioning it for optimal power. In contrast, novices often focus on appearances rather than effectiveness. Some may even injure themselves before they can successfully attack. The speed at which one adjusts their grip can also reveal their proficiency. In a battle, even a moment's delay can prove fatal. It's out. Kakashi's hand has emerged. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Ready to, Why is it a book? What is going on? Hurry up and bring it on. Kakashi flipped to a page he had yet to finish, urging the hesitant Naruto to advance. But, why a book? Naruto stammered, bewildered. As for why I have a book, it is because the content ahead is of great interest to me, Kakashi explained without looking up. He waved his hand dismissively, adding lazily, it's no concern. I can read while dealing with you. No concern? How could it be no concern? What are you doing, looking down on us? This is infuriating. I will make sure to knock you down. Naruto shouted in anger. He flexed his wrist before launching an elbow strike towards Kakashi, who deftly sidestepped the attack. Unrelenting, Naruto declared, damn it, this time it's a roundhouse kick. As he leaped and spun, his left leg swept back, only for Kakashi to evade it by crouching low. Kakashi's movements were swift, and Naruto's reactions were equally sharp. Realizing his technique had failed, he quickly threw a punch upon landing. Where did he go? The Kakashi who had just been crouched down reading suddenly vanished from Naruto's sight. Maintaining his punching stance, Naruto felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. A ninja cannot leave their back exposed, fool. Observing Naruto's unguarded back, Kakashi couldn't resist forming a hand sign, his thumb, index, and middle fingers coming together, while his ring and pinky fingers crossed and tucked away. At that moment, their positions had completely reversed. Kakashi now stood behind Naruto, still in a crouched posture, with the book held securely between his clasped hands. That hand sign, the tiger seal? Sakura, hidden in the bushes, speculated uncertainly, struggling to believe it. Could it be? Against an opponent like Naruto, surely he wouldn't resort to such a technique? Sasuke's brow furrowed. He was intimately familiar with that seal, recognizing it as unmistakably linked to fire release techniques. Given that his own expertise lay in fire release skills, bolstered by his family's extensive ninjutsu records, he was confident in his assessment. Naruto, run, or you might lose your life. Sakura shouted anxiously. Alas, it was too late. Kakashi softly uttered, and before Naruto could comprehend the situation, he loudly proclaimed, Konoha ninja art secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. The odd sound effect that followed was akin to a cork being popped from a bottle. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's face as an overwhelming sense of embarrassment enveloped him. The mortification was indescribable, and he wished nothing more than to vanish instantly. And indeed, he did vanish. With a resounding poof, Naruto's entire form transformed into a cloud of white smoke, swiftly dissipated by the wind. Observing the vanishing Naruto, Kakashi murmured to himself, shadow clone technique. When did he? It was inconceivable that he had overlooked any signs of Naruto's abnormality. This was impossible. With Naruto's prowess in the shadow clone technique, he should have been unable to conceal anything from Kakashi. The shadow clone technique, devised by the second Hokage, was well known to Kakashi as a member of Konoha. This technique created tangible clones using chakra, evenly distributing the caster's chakra among the clones, each possessing independent consciousness and a degree of resilience. When dispelled, the memories and experiences of the clones would return to the original body. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, which merely conjured illusions lacking consciousness and autonomy, shadow clones could engage in combat. The duration of ordinary clones was short-lived, but as long as one had sufficient chakra, shadow clones could persist indefinitely. However, few would employ them in such a manner, as the influx of memories upon dispelling could be overwhelming. For Kakashi, who frequently undertook missions, he had employed the shadow clone technique numerous times, well aware of its advantages and disadvantages. Its strength lay in its ability to scout for traps during perilous missions, while its drawback was the significant chakra consumption. Kakashi found himself envying Naruto. His chakra seemed limitless, allowing for unabashed expenditure. Before him were dozens of figures, each one a Naruto, each a shadow clone. Damn it, I'm even more envious now. This isn't merely a shadow clone, it's the multi-shadow clone technique. An advanced version of the shadow clone technique. He realized this was the forbidden ninjutsu that had dealt with Mizuki. As he watched the multitude of Narutos charge towards him, Kakashi momentarily lost focus. The multi-shadow clone technique, also a creation of the second Hokage, was originally designed for ninjas with ample chakra. However, recognizing that most ninjas lacked the necessary chakra reserves, the technique was simplified into the standard shadow clone technique. The multi-shadow clone technique became a forbidden ninjutsu, documented in the Book of Seals. Techniques inscribed in this book were either immensely powerful or possessed extraordinary abilities, such as resurrection. In short, any technique included in the Book of Seals was deemed forbidden, and the mere existence of one could incite conflict within the ninja world. Thus, the security surrounding the Book of Seals in Konoha was among the strictest, with ordinary individuals having no access or knowledge of it. Naruto's acquisition of the multi-shadow clone technique was rumored to have stemmed from deception by Mizuki, having stolen the Book of Seals to learn it. As for how Naruto managed to pilfer the book from such a tightly guarded place, Kakashi preferred not to ponder. The third Hokage had his reasons. Regardless, with Mizuki now deceased, no one pursued Naruto for the theft, and the matter faded away. It wasn't that the techniques in the Book of Seals were forbidden to learn. With sufficient contributions to the village, the third Hokage would reward one with the techniques inscribed therein, though certain prerequisites existed. Naturally, whether one could master them was another matter entirely. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, Naruto's many shadow clones had already closed in on him, forcing him to contend with a barrage of punches and kicks from all directions, as well as a cacophony of noise. Naruto's mouth was never idle. Even one Naruto could render the taciturn Kakashi overwhelmed, and now, surrounded by countless Narutos chattering away, Kakashi nearly found it unbearable. Shadows flitted about, white smoke erupted intermittently. As one Naruto vanished, more emerged from various corners, clamoring to join the fray. Sasuke and Sakura, hiding nearby, were left stunned. The image of Naruto as the class underdog had solidified in their minds. If he was indeed the underdog, it implied he was weak, a sentiment shared by their peers. including teachers who unanimously regarded Naruto's abilities as inferior. Yet the spectacle before them transformed Sasuke and Sakura's perceptions. They questioned how long they themselves could withstand Kakashi's onslaught were they in his place. Without needing an answer from anyone else. They knew the truth. They likely wouldn't last more than a few exchanges. A flicker of barely perceptible anger flashed in Sasuke's eyes, proud as he was. He could not tolerate a peer possessing greater strength than himself. His aspirations have never been directed towards his peers. For this, he has exerted immense effort, only to be surpassed by someone younger than himself. Just a few days prior, Naruto's prowess was inferior to his own. So how could Naruto have made such remarkable progress in such a brief span? Sasuke found himself perplexed, acutely aware that he must intensify his efforts. Otherwise, with his current strength, how long must he wait to surpass that individual and seek vengeance? Aha! I have seized the bell. I have seized the bell. A figure of Naruto burst forth from the battlefield, jubilantly waving the bell in his hand, dancing with delight. Where? The bell is mine. I must be the first to claim it. Give it to me. I am truly Naruto. Nonsense. I am the real Naruto. All of you in front are imposters. I am the genuine Naruto. Hand over the bell, or I shall disband you. With his proclamation, chaos ensued in the training ground. Chapter 9. What is this situation? A splendid opportunity. Sakura seized the moment and swiftly dashed out from her hiding spot. Naruto had already snatched one bell, and Kakashi still possessed another. Initially, Naruto intended to capture both, but he had not anticipated that his shadow clone would boldly shout after taking one bell. Surprisingly, the other shadow clones abandoned their pursuit of Kakashi and turned their attention to claiming the bells from their own comrades, being of the same origin. Why the haste to harm one another? Naruto, feeling despondent, awkwardly explained, Kakashi-sensei, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Amidst the internal conflict of the many Naruto clones, one clone lagged behind, and by the time he realized the situation, he found himself the sole Naruto remaining near Kakashi. Whether Kakashi believed him was inconsequential. Tightening his grip on his fingers, which began to crack, he squinted and inquired, I would like to ask you, how did it feel to just now beat me? Was it enjoyable? It was indeed enjoyable. Naruto involuntarily nodded, then shook his head. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. I must create some distance. Naruto turned and leapt, but to his astonishment, his body hung suspended in midair. Kakashi had anticipated Naruto's movement and seized his clothing, lifting him off the ground. Why the rush? There is still another bell to discuss. Come, let us find a place to converse. I shall enlighten you about the profound essence of taijutsu. At that moment, Naruto resembled the Monkey King betting against Buddha, for no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi, holding onto the nape of Naruto's garment, surveyed the surroundings, seeking a location far removed from the multitude of Narutos still vying for the bells. Initially, the many Narutos merely declared their claim to the bells verbally. However, the situation escalated into physical confrontations, with the intensity of their skirmishes surpassing even their attempts against Kakashi. At least Kakashi had shown restraint during his engagements, mindful not to inflict heavy injuries upon Naruto's true form. The myriad of shadow clones, however, harbored no such reservations. They could distinguish between their true self and their clones. Consequently, they fought without mercy, dismissing the notion of pain, as they were not truly harmed. Observing this scene from a distance, Sasuke felt a pang of frustration. While shadow clones were indeed useful, the dissolution of the jutsu meant that the memories returned to the original body were undeniably real. The sensations of pain were inescapable. In a brief period, a significant number of shadow clones had been dispelled by Kakashi, and many more had perished in the internal conflict. Merely imagining the influx of memories from so many deaths sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. What a fool. He cannot even control his own shadow clones. Watching Sakura charge forward while Kakashi was distracted by his surroundings, Sasuke frowned. She was being overly impulsive, clearly walking into a trap. Sakura dashed swiftly, nearing Kakashi's rear, the very spot she had chosen to strike. Except for a few unique techniques, regardless of how formidable one's ninjutsu skills may be, the back remains a blind spot. At this moment, Kakashi stood with his back turned to Sakura, and before him hung Naruto, bound by ropes and suspended from a tree. I have already warned you not to turn your back on the enemy. You have not taken my words to heart at all. What were you thinking? Daring to leap and turn your back to the foe? Kakashi was eager to comprehend Naruto's rationale. Why could he so easily forget the very advice given to him moments before? He remained perplexed, having already seized the bell. Why did he not dispel the shadow clone technique and allow his true self to grasp the bell? Had he not proclaimed that whoever could obtain the bell before noon would be deemed victorious, and he would not attempt to reclaim it? You have secured the bell, yet your true self lingers amidst the shadow clones, daring to remain before me? Are you truly so naive as to believe you can best me? Is your true self truly my match? Surely, you underestimate my prowess. There is no need for further questioning. Naruto has his reasons for not dispelling the shadow clone technique. And he has not forgotten Kakashi's words, although, admittedly, he did forget. How infuriating. Despite uttering words of concession, the defiance on Naruto's face remained unmistakable. He felt a twinge of irritation, realizing that he should not have turned to leap just now. Instead, he ought to have jumped directly backward, and not too high, to avoid having his legs seized. Next time, he vowed never to commit such a trivial mistake again. Hey, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Kakashi said, waving his hand in front of Naruto's eyes. Naruto's gaze instinctively followed Kakashi's moving hand, which was holding a book that swayed back and forth. As he drew closer, Naruto suddenly recognized the book in Kakashi's hands, feeling as though he had seen it somewhere before. He pondered carefully and finally exclaimed, "Wow, this book of yours, my uncle. The shopkeeper also has it." Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked Kakashi-sensei what the book contained and why the shopkeeper wouldn't he allow him to read it, insisting that he must wait until he came of age. Kakashi, momentarily at a loss for words, recognized that the book's content was rather explosive and unsuitable for children. The shopkeeper's words rang true. Naruto was still too young for such adult material. However, who was this shopkeeper that Naruto spoke of? Kakashi was aware of Naruto's unique standing within the village and the constant scrutiny of the third Hokage. Despite being the son of his own teacher, Kakashi had not paid much attention to Naruto for various reasons and had never met him directly. Naruto remained unaware of his connection to Kakashi's father. Yet, Kakashi knew that few were addressed so warmly by Naruto, and he was puzzled as to why another unfamiliar person had surfaced during his brief mission. What had transpired with Naruto in his absence? Before he could contemplate further, a series of swishing sounds reached his ears, the unmistakable sound of weapons slicing through the air. Thud. The weapon struck true, but Sasuke found no joy in his success. Something felt amiss. While Sakura contemplated a surprise attack, Sasuke thought her impulsiveness foolish for not recognizing such an obvious trap, yet he too could not resist the temptation of Kakashi's back turned to him. He launched a shuriken and kunai before Sakura could act. As the weapon struck Kakashi, his body involuntarily staggered backward, and just as it was about to hit the ground, a loud puff echoed, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke. Kakashi had transformed into a wooden log. Oh no, it's a substitution technique, Sasuke realized, cursing under his breath. The substitution technique, a ninjutsu that utilized animals or plants for a rapid body swap, deceived the enemy into thinking they had struck their target, allowing for a counterattack. Essentially, this technique was designed to confuse foes, falling under the category of genjutsu. The log served as Kakashi's replacement, and Sasuke's position had been revealed. He had to move quickly. In an instant, Sasuke vanished from sight, leaping through the trees and darting deeper into the forest. The training ground was surrounded by towering trees and dense underbrush, creating a natural sanctuary that obscured prying eyes. The rustling branches startled Sakura, who was still puzzled, revealing the source of the weapons and Sasuke's hidden position. If she could discover it, then Kakashi, with his greater experience, certainly could as well. A figure hastily made its way towards Sasuke's last known direction. Concerned for Sasuke's safety, Sakura followed closely behind, leaving Naruto, who was still dangling from a tree, desperately shaking his body. Everyone is left, and I'm all alone. Hey, you fools, let me down, he shouted, noticing the many Narutos still scrambling for bells. I'm the one designated for this task. No, you're not. I am, came the cheerful retort from another Naruto emerging from behind a tree. With hand seals in motion, he completed the final gesture, and a series of thuds sounded as numerous shadow clones of Naruto erupted into a cloud of white smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The self-proclaimed leader, Naruto, was overwhelmed by the thick smoke, choking as it filled the air. Once the haze cleared, he spotted a bento placed before 3 wooden logs and grinned mischievously. Despite her best efforts, Sakura couldn't keep pace with the two ahead of her and soon lost sight of Sasuke and Kakashi. Where are you, Sasuke? She fretted, growing increasingly anxious. Could he have been caught by the teacher? No, that can't be. Sasuke wouldn't let that happen. Sakura reassured herself, confident that if she was unharmed, then someone as formidable as Sasuke would surely be fine. Unlike Naruto, who was nothing but a fool. Suddenly, Sakura halted in her tracks. Safety. She had not been discovered. Standing on the forest path ahead was Kakashi, who, even amid the chase, had not relinquished his book, continuing to read with rapt attention. Cautiously observing, Sakura became oblivious to what lay behind her, but thankfully, someone was kind enough to alert her. Sakura, behind you. What? Sakura instinctively turned, only to find Kakashi crouched on a branch behind her, a single eye visible beneath his mask, staring intently. A chill ran down her spine, and she screamed. Ah! The sound echoed far and wide. Kakashi's mask wrinkled, suggesting a smile as leaves swirled around him, obscuring his figure. In a daze, Sakura found herself unable to see Kakashi any longer. A gust of wind blew through, scattering the leaves, and Sakura snapped back to reality, bewildered. What was that? Wait. Where's the teacher? What on earth is happening? Sakura clutched her head, overwhelmed and confused. Sakura. The voice was faint, yet she immediately discerned its source. Turning in delight, she exclaimed, Sasuke. However, when she faced him, the image she encountered was not the cool, stoic Sasuke she admired, but one wounded, covered in kunai and shuriken, bloodied and reaching out weakly for her help. Sakura, help me. Ah! Another scream erupted from her lips, and tears streamed down her face. Unable to withstand the shock, she fainted on the spot. Did I perhaps go too far? Kakashi mused to himself as he perched on the tree with his book, observing the unconscious Sakura. Chapter 10. What on earth is happening? He must have noticed by now. A sly smile crept onto Kakashi's lips beneath his mask, as if something intriguing was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Sasuke, leaping through the branches in search of a suitable hiding spot, abruptly halted. Was that voice Sakura's? He turned toward the sound, uncertain. The cry had been haunting, reminiscent of someone who had witnessed something truly terrifying. The bells jingled as Kakashi leisurely leaned against the tree. Flipping the page of his book, Ninja Tactics, the second insight into Genjutsu. I never expected Sakura to fall for it so easily. A sudden stop during high-speed running can easily disrupt one's breath, causing fluctuations and dispersions in chakra energy. The stronger one is, or the more adept they are at manipulating chakra, the less pronounced these fluctuations become. Although Sasuke's strength was commendable for his age, he had yet to master chakra control to that extent. Thus, his abrupt halt had revealed his position to Kakashi, who was now prepared to eliminate Sasuke, his final target. Genjutsu, is it? It is a form of hypnotic illusion. The words of that individual inevitably ensnare one. Regarding the sudden sound that emerged from behind, Sasuke was not caught off guard. He had mentally prepared himself. Based on his earlier observations, he recognized Kakashi's remarkable speed, making it merely a matter of time before he was discovered. However, he believed himself to be different from those others. With confidence in his abilities, he felt he could take a chance, not necessarily to injure Kakashi, but simply to seize the opportunity to acquire the bell. Such words, Sasuke, will only hold meaning once you have secured the bell. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book, paid no heed to Sasuke's declaration. Sasuke turned to face Kakashi directly. His arms hung low, the weapon pouch strapped to his leg within arm's reach, yet he refrained from drawing a weapon immediately. He was waiting, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Despite Kakashi's seemingly relaxed posture, appearing rife with vulnerabilities, it was indeed full of flaws. Were there other ninjas present, Kakashi would never adopt such a stance. Standing thus was akin to inviting his opponent, proclaiming, I am prepared to meet my end. Come forth and slay me. Yet, in the presence of Sasuke, Kakashi found no inclination to engage in defense. His vulnerabilities were apparent, yet in his eyes, Sasuke's flaws were even more pronounced. Casually turning a page of the book in his hand, Kakashi's interest was piqued. Ah, this narrative is indeed thrilling. Secretly acknowledging a favorable opportunity, Sasuke swiftly reached into his weapon pouch, initiating his attack as shuriken flew toward Kakashi from two directions. Although most of his attention remained fixated on the book, a small fraction was devoted to Sasuke, and that was sufficient. He placed the book into his waist pouch. He could engage in combat, but the book must remain unscathed, as he held a deep affection for its contents. Kakashi deftly sidestepped, evading the projectiles that clanged against the tree where he had just stood. Your frontal assault is futile against me, he taunted while dodging. Sasuke smirked, fully aware that a direct confrontation would yield no results. That was not his intention. A kunai was launched, severing the rope concealed among the branches, triggering a trap he had set in advance. Once again, shuriken mixed with kunai hurtled towards the path Kakashi would inevitably take to evade. So, it was a trap. With his retreat cut off, Kakashi remained unperturbed. This was merely a minor skirmish. He had witnessed numerous traps on the battlefield. I shall evade. As he dodged, the trees behind him suffered yet again. If the trees could speak, they would surely unleash a torrent of curses. It's one thing to bounce around on me, and another to fight in my vicinity. I merely wanted to observe the spectacle. Why must I bear the brunt of the chaos? Indeed, look, brother. I too have been struck multiple times. Ah, but brother, I consider myself fortunate. I have escaped unscathed. Yet, do you think they will retrieve their weapons after the brawl? The trees, large and small, could not fathom such matters, for they were not human. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto, seated cross-legged on the floor, suddenly felt a surge of pain, as if his backside had been ignited by rocket fuel. He leapt from the ground with a loud thud, colliding with the ceiling before crashing back down. Kneeling on the floor, one hand clutching his head and the other his behind, he was uncertain which part ached more, or if both were in agony. I warned you to be wary of Kakashi's 1,000 years of pain, said Leaf Maple, exhaling a puff of smoke as he set down his game controller. A hint of schadenfreude in his tone. You see, you were careless. It's essential to know that the 1,000 years of pain is one of the most formidable taijutsu techniques in the ninja world. No hand seals. No chakra. Anyone can perform it, regardless of age or gender. Naruto, too preoccupied with his discomfort, paid no heed to Leaf Maple's taunts. He slowly wriggled his way up. Using the sofa for support, the floor was no longer an option for sitting, as he sought a softer spot to avoid further injury. The flowers in the garden, scorched by the relentless sun, mirrored the wrinkled skin on Naruto's face. Rubbing the spot on his forehead that had been struck, he lamented. Teacher Kakashi should not resort to such lewd tactics. How can you even criticize others? Leaf Maple shot a sideways glance at Naruto, his disdain unmistakable. No one taught you your seduction techniques, and your harem skills are entirely self-taught. As he spoke, a tinge of envy crept into Leaf Maple's voice. The harem technique was indeed coveted. How many men, and not just men, but women as well, would engage in such flirtations? Women could be far more mischievous than men in their pursuits. This was the ultimate dream for countless souls. He is so eager to learn. Once he masters it, he can indulge in his desires. Do not laugh like that. It frightens me. Naruto, with his arms crossed in a vigilant manner, spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Ever since he acquired the technique of the shadow clone jutsu, and, building upon the seductive arts, developed the harem technique, he became rather conceited. After showcasing his newfound skill in front of his uncle, the shopkeeper, Naruto swore he would never perform it again in the presence of that uncle. The shopkeeper's reaction was genuinely terrifying. While others might merely experience a nosebleed, his uncle looked at him as though he wished to devour him. Only when Naruto dispelled the harem technique did the shopkeeper return to his normal self. What are you talking about? My laughter is perfectly natural. Many people laugh like this. Leaf Maple remarked with dissatisfaction. Leaf Maple was aware of Naruto being influenced by Mizuki to steal the Book of Seals, yet he chose not to intervene. Why should he? This was Naruto's opportunity. Mastering the techniques within would prove invaluable in numerous battles to come. He saw no reason to prevent it. Besides, he was merely a humble convenience store owner, and once outside, he was just an ordinary person. What power did he possess to intervene? Furthermore, he was not a ninja. How could he possibly know the secrets of the village? He was utterly oblivious, having retired to bed rather early that night, and regardless of who inquired, his response remained the same. Indeed, there was no indication that he harbored any thoughts of indulging in the art of harem. But what a captivating spectacle the harem genre is. Yet, the surrounding mist was rather bothersome, obscuring the focal point of his interest. It was unclear whether it was merely he, an outsider, who struggled to perceive clearly, or if everyone else shared in this confusion. Judging by the reactions of others depicted in the anime, it seemed he was the only one at a loss. But could he perhaps reach out and touch it? Perhaps he would attempt it next time. Clearing his throat to change the subject, Yifeng asked, "How are things progressing on your end?" Upon searching through the memories relayed by his shadow clone, he discovered Naruto's beaming expression as he exclaimed, "I've already obtained the bell. See? I told you my method would prove effective." Yifeng felt a sense of relief as Naruto became engrossed in his own topic, thankful for his quick thinking. Had Naruto continued to dwell on his earlier thoughts, he might have missed the opportunity to witness the harem art. Little did he know that even if he hadn't changed the subject, the chance to see the harem art in the future was uncertain. For Naruto had already made a firm decision during the last exhibition. It is effective, Naruto conceded, but a shadow of concern crossed his face. What if Kakashi-sensei discovers that I did not attend the training ground? Would that jeopardize my grades? Understanding Naruto's apprehension, Yifeng assured him, "Do not worry. Your grades will not be revoked. Besides, you did attend in spirit. Your shadow clone was there, which counts as your own presence. If Kakashi, as a Jonin, were to notice beforehand, it would be understandable given his prowess. If he fails to notice, he cannot fault you. That would be his oversight. For he never stated that shadow clones could not represent the original. It is crucial to remember that the essence of ninja tactics lies in the principle. Where there is emptiness, there is substance. Where there is substance, there is emptiness. This is the way of the ninja. And what about the first two principles? Did Kakashi not already elucidate those? As Kakashi crouched on the ground, observing Sasuke, who was buried up to his neck, he remarked, "So, how does it feel? Unable to move, I presume?" Sasuke, facing the enemy head-on, appeared to be engaging Kakashi in a fair exchange, while in reality, Kakashi was luring him into a trap. As Sasuke let his guard down, believing he could genuinely contend with Kakashi, the latter executed a technique to bury him, leaving him in his current predicament. However, you have certainly begun to stand out, Kakashi said as he rose, pulling out his book to impart wisdom. Yet, as the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Reflect on where your issues lie. As Kakashi turned to leave, Sasuke cursed under his breath, realizing the vast gap in their abilities. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Sasuke turned to see Sakura standing frozen in a running pose. Her expression was one of disbelief, as she swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. "Sakura," Sasuke called out, hoping she would assist in extricating him from the earth, completely buried except for his head. He was unable to muster the strength to free himself without assistance. "Oh," Sakura screamed in a frenzy, "it's a head." After witnessing Sasuke grievously wounded and on the brink of death, she had struggled to convince herself it was merely an illusion, that he could not possibly be harmed, and that she would certainly find him. Yet, she had found him, his head, and it still spoke. Overwhelmed by the grim reality, Sakura fainted once more. Sasuke, exasperated, recognized the familiar sound of her screams, having heard it twice already. What a ridiculous situation this was. Chapter 11. The entire time offline upon opening her eyes, Sakura found her vision blurred. After several attempts, the scene gradually became clearer, revealing a familiar face. "Sasuke, you're all right. This is wonderful." Unable to contain her joy, she embraced him, a mixture of relief and fear flooding her senses, the tangible warmth confirming his reality, dispelling any notions of illusion. "Hey, stop that. Don't cling to me," Sasuke protested, feeling uncomfortable with such intimacy. He pushed against Sakura's shoulders, attempting to create distance. However, she remained lost in her relief and fear for him, gripping him tightly. Unable to exert his full strength, Sasuke found it futile to push her away. After a struggle, he finally managed to escape her embrace, but precious time had passed. "There is little time left before noon. I must depart." Kakashi had arrived late, leaving them with scant time. His skirmish with Kakashi had yielded no advantages, and he found himself buried in the earth. The mere effort required to extricate himself had consumed valuable minutes, compounding his already limited time. "Sasuke, do you still intend to seize the bell?" Sakura asked, somewhat disheartened. Even she, despite her lack of intelligence, had grasped what had transpired. It was undoubtedly Kakashi's doing, having been caught in a trap before even engaging. She feared the outcome of a direct confrontation. Sakura lacked confidence in her ability to snatch the bell from Kakashi. She was not attempting to dissuade Sasuke from his goal, but merely sought clarification. With only 2 bells available, and Naruto having secured one, she realized her chances were slim. Therefore, she resolved to support her beloved instead. If she could assist even slightly in his endeavor to procure the bell, it would be a splendid outcome. Feeling self-motivated, Sakura was prepared to sacrifice her own chances for Sasuke's success, awaiting his response. "I have already touched it. Next time, I will undoubtedly succeed," Sasuke replied with unwavering confidence. Though he had not claimed the bell in his previous encounter with Kakashi, he had come close, making success seem imminent. Sasuke had devised a strategy for the next attempt to seize the bell. "What? Oh, I see. You're truly remarkable, Sasuke," Sakura exclaimed, her hands clasped in admiration. Yet, despite her praise, a small figure in her mind was lamenting. "Ah, I refuse to part with Sasuke." "I don't want to either," Sakura protested, attempting to hold on a little longer. "Well, since our time is limited, let us not push it this time. We can try harder next time." Sasuke's expression darkened, a glint of menace in his eyes, causing Sakura to feel a twinge of fear. "Oh no, will Sasuke dislike me for saying that?" The atmosphere grew heavy, as Sasuke lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Only I can kill that man." The memories of that fateful night flooded back, and the mere thought of that man's gaze ignited a fierce rage within Sasuke. What? Are you referring to Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Surely, it couldn't be so. It is merely an assessment. Even if I fail this year and must return to school, there will still be opportunities next year. There is no need to escalate matters to the point of violence. Little does she know the events that have transpired with Sasuke. Few in the village are aware, and those who do remain silent. At that moment, I wept. You cried? Sakura found it hard to believe. She could not fathom what Sasuke would look like in tears, given his usual cold and proud demeanor, unyielding in expression regardless of the circumstances. What do you mean by my? Sasuke's disjointed words filled Sakura with concern. She struggled to comprehend what he was trying to convey. I am a vengeful soul. I must surpass that man. The clenched fists of Sasuke revealed the fury within him. He did not expect anyone to understand his inner turmoil. Nor did he wish to hear anyone utter the words give up. Until he personally exacts vengeance upon that man, the fire of retribution within him cannot be extinguished. I have no time to squander here. He was uncertain of that man's true strength. All he knew was that after taking so many lives, he could still depart from Konoha unscathed. Such a feat could not be achieved without surpassing the abilities of the vast majority in the shinobi world. It is worth noting that Konoha is under the guardianship of the legendary third Hokage, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu and as the strongest Hokage. Along with the many ninjas in the village who failed to detain that man, this speaks volumes of his formidable power. He had already mastered all that could be learned at the Ninja Academy. Even if he were to return, there would be nothing new to acquire. Only a waste of his precious time. He is making progress, and he cannot fathom that the man will not improve as well. He lacks both time and strength and must acquire greater power in the shortest possible time. Only then can he be assured of avenging himself against that man. As time passes, the flames of revenge grow ever fiercer, and he fears that one day he may not be able to endure it any longer. Although still perplexed, Sakura suddenly recalled that yesterday, when Kakashi had them introduce themselves, Sasuke had expressed his intent to kill a certain man. At the time, she had dismissed it as a joke, merely a means to intimidate Naruto. However, in hindsight, it was clear that Sasuke was not jesting. He genuinely harbored the desire to eliminate someone. The shrill ringing of the alarm clock reminded Sasuke that the time had come. Damn it, I've wasted too much time talking. Because he had exchanged a few idle words with Sakura, he had missed the opportunity to seize the bell, and he felt quite dissatisfied. As he made his way to the training ground, Sakura trotted behind him, careful not to disturb his foul mood. At the training ground, Naruto was tied to a stump. Although he had managed to procure a bell, which meant he had passed the initial test, his act of pilfering lunch had not sat well with Kakashi. And this was his punishment. Sasuke and Sakura sat on either side of the stump, listening to Kakashi's admonition. I regret to inform you both that the 2 lunches I prepared were pilfered by a certain individual. As for who that certain individual is, I believe it is unnecessary for me to elaborate. The culprit, bound to the stump, trembled in silence. Well, he ate it, so what? It doesn't concern me since I'm not the one going hungry, Kakashi remarked, having already dined before arriving and thus feeling no pangs of hunger. The 2 famished individuals glared at the bound culprit, who chuckled awkwardly, continuing to shiver in fear. Returning to the main topic regarding this exercise. Well, I see that you need not return to the Ninja Academy. Huh? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Yay, I can finally graduate. I'm one step closer to becoming a real ninja and fulfilling my dream of becoming Hokage. Sakura was equally elated but somewhat incredulous, but I was unconscious the entire time. Is that really permissible? Can we pass like this? The simplistic figure joyfully danced about, exclaiming, this is the power of love. Love conquers all. How wonderful. Naruto excitedly chimed in. So that means all 3 of us. Both were exuberant, but Sasuke remained seated in silence, fully aware that matters would not be so straightforward. Indeed. Correct? The 3 of you, came Kakashi's booming voice. None of you should consider yourselves ninjas. A bucket of icy water was poured over the heads of Naruto and Sakura, leaving them utterly chilled. Bound and struggling, Naruto protested. What do you mean? We shouldn't be ninjas. It's impossible. I can't give up on becoming a ninja. How can I ever hope to be Hokage? Yet Kakashi, as their teacher, bore the responsibility of assessing whether they possessed the essential qualities to be ninjas. And his words carried far more weight than those of the 3 who were not yet true ninjas. Naruto panicked. Well, yes, they didn't manage to grab the bell. But does that really warrant telling us to abandon becoming ninjas? If one succeeds, all succeed. If one fails, all fail. Even though Naruto had a bell, Sakura and Sasuke did not. If he became a ninja while leaving them behind at the academy, they wouldn't even have the chance to return. Sasuke seemed indifferent. But what about Sakura? Wouldn't that mean he would lose all opportunity to interact with her? Moreover, Kakashi spoke of the three of them. It seemed that even possessing a bell would be of no consequence. No, none of you are qualified to be ninjas, Kakashi stated mercilessly. Sasuke felt indignant. Being told to give up on becoming a ninja was more painful than death itself. How could he connect with the village's advanced jutsu if he did not become a ninja? Without advanced jutsu, how could his power grow? And without an increase in power, how could he ever seek revenge? He possesses numerous compelling reasons to cling to his identity as a ninja. Now, there are those who dare to claim that he should forfeit this title? Very well, I shall demonstrate to you that I possess the strength to be a ninja. In an instant, Sasuke's body sprang from the ground, swiftly propelling him towards Kakashi. His speed was astonishing, swift enough for Naruto and Sakura to discern his movements. Before their astonished exclamations of Sasuke could fade, he had already fallen. Kakashi was seated atop Sasuke, gripping his wrist firmly, forcing his arm behind his back. One foot pressed down on Sasuke's head, compelling him to press his face against the ground. Just moments ago, Naruto and Sakura had marveled at Sasuke's bravery. Now, they were met with the sight of him sprawled on the ground. The fall was so abrupt that they barely comprehended how it had transpired. Sasuke himself was bewildered, unable to fathom how he had ended up in such a state. This is why I say you are mere children. Kakashi scoffed, increasing the pressure of his foot. Sakura, witnessing this scene, was filled with indignation, her voice rising in protest. Do not place your foot on Sasuke. It was unacceptable. Her idol could not be in such a disheveled state. The tears welling in her eyes were not born of pain or sorrow, but rather a profound sense of humiliation that pricked at Sasuke's proud dignity. A powerful wave of shame surged within him, causing tears to threaten to spill. Huh? Kakashi feigned ignorance, as if he hadn't quite caught Sakura's words, yet his narrowed eyes betrayed that he had. Are you underestimating the ninja? He bellowed, sending a chill down Naruto and Sakura's spines. Before they could respond, Kakashi continued, Do you not grasp the purpose of this division exercise? Eh? What do you mean? Sakura was completely out of the loop, realizing she was missing key elements of the conversation. Chapter 12. Teamwork is essential. In other words, you have failed to comprehend the essence of this test. Essence? Naruto muttered, pondering the meaning behind Kakashi's words. It was more about the content, really. Yifeng opened the window in the living room to dissipate the lingering smell of smoke, a habit of his when smoking indoors. The second floor of the convenience store lacked a balcony, the enclosed balcony being connected to the living room by a transparent sliding door. The balcony was sealed off, with a wall about a meter high below and large windows reaching the ceiling above. The windows had been specially treated, mirroring the glass wall on the first floor, opaque from the outside, yet allowing visibility from within. The balcony windows could be opened for ventilation. Standing by the window, Yifeng could observe the street scene. Directly across was a ramen shop called Ichiraku. Sometimes, when he felt too lazy to descend, he would call out to the owner's daughter, Ayam, to bring him the ramen he had ordered. As noon approached, it was time for a meal. Yifeng ordered 2 bowls of ramen, courtesy of Naruto, and while awaiting their arrival, he stood by the window, smoking and addressing Naruto's confusion. Content. Naruto was perplexed. To him, an assessment was simply an assessment, akin to an exam. One posed the questions, and the other provided the answers. It mattered not how one arrived at the answer, as long as it was correct. The shadow clones in the training ground had not all been dispelled, aside from the one bound and claiming to be in charge. The true representation of Naruto remained concealed, observing the happenings from the shadows. The real shadow clone was discreetly watching the unfolding events, ready to create another clone at the slightest sign of trouble and relay information back to Naruto, who was still at the convenience store. No mistake there, Naruto had not ventured out. Trusting Yifeng's advice, he had sent his shadow clone to the training ground while he remained in the store, waking up normally and indulging in video games. This was the method Yifeng had imparted to Naruto for navigating challenges, having the clone take the lead while he stayed behind. A plan whose ultimate purpose was merely to witness the unfolding spectacle. In light of his own inconvenience in venturing outside, he devised a clever plan to observe Naruto's assessment at the training ground. By employing Naruto's shadow clone technique, he could achieve a semblance of live commentary, albeit with a slight delay that would not hinder his viewing experience. Moreover, being already privy to the outcome, he was solely intrigued by the process itself. Even if Kakashi harbored some dissatisfaction with Naruto's method afterward, he would refrain from vocalizing it. Kakashi had no intention of denying the trio their passage. After all, Naruto was the son of his mentor. Previously, due to various circumstances, he had been unable to interact closely with Naruto, but the situation had changed. Naruto had graduated from the Ninja Academy, thus stepping partially into the realm of ninjas. Kakashi was keenly aware of Naruto's unique status. Entrusting his training to someone else would be unwise. It was far better for him to take on the role himself, ensuring that Naruto would avoid many potential pitfalls under his guidance. As for Sasuke, the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, there were few left in the entire ninja world bearing the Uchiha name. Kakashi had known many from the Uchiha clan in the past. His teammate Obito was one. And the very person Sasuke despised and longed to eliminate was also an Uchiha. Thus, it could be said that Kakashi had profound ties to the Uchiha clan. Given this connection, he was inclined to include Sasuke in his team, for under his supervision, the likelihood of Sasuke encountering trouble in the village would be significantly diminished. Sakura? Not much to discuss there. Including Sakura in the team would serve a balancing function, especially since Naruto and Sasuke had a history of mutual disdain. Much like Kakashi had previously shared with Obito. Overall, it was a dynamic of two well-connected individuals and one mediator. The formation of school teams was meticulously orchestrated by the third Hokage, who had a clear understanding of which individuals could complement one another's abilities, as well as who would assume the role of their guiding instructor. The pairing of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura was destined for Kakashi, as he was the most fitting mentor for them. With a puff of smoke, Li Feng interjected, "Indeed, it is about the content. The answer has already been presented to you. It is merely a matter of whether you can comprehend it, should you fail to grasp it. Even if your teacher prepared 3 bells for you, and each of you managed to seize one, you would still not succeed. That is why I emphasize the importance of content. Securing the bells is crucial. Yet it is even more essential to assess how you engage in the pursuit of these bells. If you conduct yourselves admirably, even if you do not acquire a single bell, your teacher will still allow you to pass. What precisely should we do?" Naruto pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed despite the clarity of the shopkeeper's earlier explanation. "Apologies for the interruption. Your noodles have arrived." As the words were spoken, the aroma of freshly prepared noodles wafted in. Li Feng noted the moment when Naruto deftly paid for the meal, extinguishing his cigarette and tossing the butt out the window, ensuring that no one was below at that moment. "Let us eat first and discuss later. This serves as the measure of your qualifications," he continued. Sakura was visibly displeased. She had been disengaged throughout, often lost in a daze. Not only had she failed to touch a bell, but she had also not even had a chance to spar with Kakashi, being swiftly defeated without any experience to speak of. "Why can't you just state the answer directly? I despise riddles." Seeing no one guess correctly, Kakashi scoffed, "Honestly, is there nothing but fluff in your heads? Do you even comprehend what it means to be in a team of 3? Naruto, growing anxious under the barrage of questions, protested. What does being in a team of 3 matter? Having grown up without friends, he did not expect Kakashi to anticipate his response. "Fools. Do you not understand the essence of teamwork?" "I get it." Sakura interjected. "It means we must collaborate with one another." "Indeed, but recognizing this too late is unfortunate. Had you 3 worked together, you might have secured the bells. However, I already have one," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Silence." Kakashi reprimanded Naruto. "Do you understand the concept of a team?" "Wait a moment," Sakura interjected, sensing something amiss. "Why are there only 2 bells, yet we are required to cooperate? Even if all 3 of us strive to seize the bells, one of us must ultimately concede. This is not teamwork. It appears to incite internal conflict." "That is precisely the intention," Kakashi admitted candidly. "This test is designed to provoke internal strife. It is meant to identify individuals who can prioritize team collaboration over their own interests, regardless of the circumstances. This is the essence of the assessment. But you, Sakura." Upon being called out, she perked up, lifting her gaze. "You exhibit no regard for Naruto before you, your thoughts consumed by Sasuke, who is nowhere to be found." Sakura, taken aback, felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head. "Naruto." He felt a strange jolt, his pupils flickering as he acknowledged, at that moment, his own unease. "You charge in recklessly." This was an undeniable truth. Naruto could not refute it. The shopkeeper had merely instructed him to send clones, leaving the specifics to his discretion as long as his true self remained undiscovered before the completion of the assessment. He was unaware whether Kakashi-sensei had noticed. Yet since Kakashi-sensei did not inquire, Naruto chose to assume that he was oblivious. Indeed, it was he who had first leapt into action. completely forgetting the prior discussion among the few of them regarding a covert ambush. As the pressure above intensified, Sasuke felt his humiliation deepen, gritting his teeth in an effort to suppress any sound. Proud as he was, he could never display a countenance of defeat in front of others. And he would never concede to anyone. He regarded them as mere stumbling blocks in his solitary journey. With the roll call concluded, Kakashi continued, the mission must be accomplished through cooperation among the teams. Certainly, for a ninja, exceptional individual skills are essential, yet teamwork demands even greater emphasis. An individualistic approach that undermines teamwork can place companions in peril, potentially leading to their demise. For instance, words alone would be futile. The confusion evident on Sakura and Naruto's faces indicated that they had not comprehended the gravity of the situation. Sasuke, being trampled upon, could not discern their expressions. Reaching into his pouch, Kakashi swiftly produced a kunai, positioning it against Sasuke's throat. His words rushed forth, Sakura, eliminate Naruto, or Sasuke will perish. In an instant, Sakura panicked, and even more so did Naruto, questioning why his life was at stake. No, my dream of becoming Hokage is yet unfulfilled. I cannot die. Engrossed in the illusion of his shadow clone, he had completely forgotten his true nature. He would not meet his end, but would merely dissipate with a puff of smoke, returning memories to his original self. Just like that, the example was complete. Kakashi retracted the kunai, twirling it on his finger as he mused. What a fright you gave me. Sakura exhaled in relief, her eyes closing in fear, genuinely believing for that fleeting moment that Kakashi might commit an act of violence. She had even begun contemplating where to inflict harm on Naruto, as he was, after all, someone she knew, deserving at least a swift end. The experience of having a companion taken hostage, compelling choices that could lead to another's death, was a lesson Kakashi imparted. The missions you undertake are matters of life and death. Tasks are not trifles, they are not mere games. When executing a mission in a team, every decision made transcends personal concerns and impacts the lives of companions. Acting unilaterally without prior discussion could lead to your own demise, as well as that of your comrades. Observe this, Kakashi announced, rising and walking towards a nearby stone monument, etched with numerous names, those of ninjas revered as heroes within the village. Heroes? Naruto perked up at the mention of the term. What defines a hero? A hero is one who gains the recognition of the people. To have one's name inscribed here signifies acknowledgement from the villagers. Naruto's excitement surged. Had he not always yearned for this? This is simply magnificent. I have now resolved to etch my name upon it. He shouted the words hero with fervor. Yet he remained oblivious to the deeper significance of the term. To the ordinary, death is merely death, devoid of value or meaning. Only those who sacrifice themselves for others may be deemed heroes. Though death is not a certainty, it is often an outcome. The title of hero is not a burden everyone can bear. Those who live while shouldering this name may find it a constraining weight. Chapter 13. Let me have your lunch. Becoming a hero is no simple task. Once one achieves the status of hero in life, one must perpetually monitor their actions and words. Should one act contrary to the ideals of heroism, public opinion may turn viciously against them. Public sentiment can elevate you to great heights or plunge you into the abyss. A flicker of derision crossed Kakashi's eyes as he recalled his father, once hailed as a hero in the village. Yet, for some, a fallen hero is the true emblem of heroism. Only in death does one cease to pose a threat to another's standing. After your demise, they will not hesitate to use you as a cautionary tale, exploiting your posthumous value to fulfill their ambitions. Is it not tragic? Such is the reality. At least it is better than dying in an obscure corner, forgotten by all. Gazing upon the names inscribed on the monument, Kakashi felt a tumult of emotions. Among them were his relatives and mentors, childhood friends, classmates from different teams, comrades with whom he had fought, and even those he had never met, whose names were unknown to him. They all perished without exception. Some were renowned during their lifetimes, known by all, while others remained obscure, with few remembering them after death, leaving only their names etched upon this monument. Isn't it laughable? This is the reality. No matter how grand your achievements were in life, or how many people cherished your name, death renders all equal. Those who live may remember you, may sing your praises, may chronicle your deeds for generations to come. But how long will that memory endure? In the end, will they still recall your true visage? Is it not pitiful? The harsh truth is that death merely leads to a grave, where one lies beneath the earth, accompanied by worms. Your name may be inscribed on a stone, But as the days and seasons change, the throngs who come to pay their respects will dwindle, until eventually, no one remains to honor you. Naruto's aspirations are naive and beautiful, yet not every name is destined to be engraved upon such a monument. Even heroes differ from one another. Kakashi elucidated that it is not a matter of disparaging Naruto, but rather that he is not yet worthy. Sighing, Naruto, intrigued, pressed further, inquiring what kind of hero he referred to. Kakashi's thoughts drifted, as familiar names on the stone conjured vivid memories in his mind. Beautiful, yet haunting recollections that weighed heavily upon his heart each time he revisited them. "Come on, speak up," urged Naruto, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his inquiries, his face adorned with a smile. With a deep sigh, Kakashi returned to the present. His gaze fixed on the monument as he spoke without turning. "They are the heroes who died in the line of duty." "Died in the line of duty?" Naruto paused, curiosity evident in his voice, encountering yet another unfamiliar term. Sakura, nearby, clarified, "It means they died while carrying out their missions." Understanding dawned on Naruto, who, realizing his earlier misstep, cast aside his usual playful demeanor. "This is a memorial stone. My friend's name is inscribed upon it." The mere thought of his dear friend caused a pang of pain in Kakashi's masked left eye, a lingering reminder left behind by his companion. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Naruto, wishing to speak, found himself at a loss for words, feeling that anything he might say would be ill-timed. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who shattered the silence. "Listen closely. This is your final opportunity. This afternoon will bring an even more brutal bell-grabbing challenge." Kakashi turned to face the trio, each displaying varying postures, and declared, "Those who wish to challenge must find their own lunch." However, his tone shifted to seriousness. "Naruto is not allowed to eat." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. Having barely filled his stomach with the 2 bento boxes, and now he longed for more to eat at noon. Would he truly have to endure hunger once more? "This is the punishment for breaking the rules and hoarding food," Kakashi threatened, narrowing his eyes as he approached the trio. "If anyone allows him to eat, that individual will immediately be deemed unfit. Here, I am the rule." The 3 nodded vigorously in understanding. "All right then," Kakashi waved his hand. "I will go have something to eat myself. You all stay here and do not wander off. I will return shortly." "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," since Naruto finished the bento, "how can we eat while waiting for you to come back?" Sakura quickly interjected as she watched Kakashi prepare to leave. "I already told you to find your own way. Do you think your enemies will serve you meals during missions?" Kakashi retorted with a scoff, his figure vanishing from the training ground in an instant. In that moment, the trio forgot that Kakashi had previously mentioned he had already eaten. Looking around, Naruto realized that Kakashi had indeed vanished. He quietly called out to Sakura and Sasuke, "Sakura. Sasuke, come here. I have something to tell you." Sakura hesitated, unsure of Naruto's intentions, and complained, "It's all your fault. Now we have to starve." Sasuke remained motionless, merely lifting his gaze to glance at Naruto, his expression clearly conveying, "Speak if you have something to say." He wouldn't budge. "Oh no," Naruto exclaimed. "I have food in my bag. The shop owner prepared lunch for me and told me to bring some for you too. Hurry and eat before Kakashi-sensei returns." The 3 backpacks were piled together, and Naruto felt fortunate that Kakashi hadn't rummaged through their bags to inspect their belongings, allowing him to avoid a predicament. As for why he would eat others' food despite having provisions of his own, Naruto insisted it was not his intention. It was his shadow clone's independent decision, unrelated to him. This particular shadow clone was the one that had accompanied him that morning, awakened by his preset alarm, and dispatched while he went to the bathroom. There exists a certain connection between the original and the shadow clones. Through this connection, the original may not know exactly what the clone is doing, but it can sense the clone's location. The shadow clone, in turn, can perceive the original state. Of course, this connection can be turned off. Otherwise, constant sensing would lead to chakra exhaustion, which is a significant drain. However, Naruto, being extraordinarily endowed with chakra, has never faced a shortage. For him, minor expenditures are hardly worth noting. After sending the clone out and using the restroom, it returned to sleep, resulting in the clone becoming quite fatigued. Upon awakening, Naruto was extremely hungry, and the clone shared that same hunger. When faced with 2 bento boxes, the shadow clone indulged in both. After finishing, it was caught, recalling too late that the bentos were reserved for those who successfully seized the bells. Although it possessed 1 bell, its gluttony led it to consume the second. Fortunately, it had kept a secret about the food in Naruto's own bag. This turned out to be quite useful. Sakura gleefully retrieved 3 bento boxes from Naruto's bag, eagerly handing one to Sasuke, taking one for herself, and placing the last one in front of Naruto. Grateful to have received food from Naruto, Sakura softened her attitude toward him. She thought to loosen Naruto's bindings while Kakashi was absent, not necessarily to free him completely, but to allow him the use of his hands to eat. Yet, she did not anticipate Naruto's firm refusal. What if Kakashi-sensei marked the ropes? If he returns and inspects them, noticing the marks are misaligned, wouldn't he that implicate you? Sasuke regarded Naruto with newfound respect, even questioning whether Naruto had been replaced. For this level of intelligence was uncharacteristic of him. What kind of look is that? Naruto retorted proudly, I learned this from television. While it is true that Yifeng often invited Naruto to play games and watch movies together, he once told Naruto that such situations might serve as tests set by elders to evaluate one's composure. He cautioned against underestimating the discernment of the elders, advising Naruto to remain steadfast and not to attempt to deceive them with clever tricks. The notion of freeing oneself from restraints only to rebind oneself in a fleeting moment of opportunity, believing that others would be oblivious to the ruse, was profoundly flawed. The varying tightness of the bindings and the duration of being restrained would inevitably leave marks, prompting questions about the authenticity of one's claims. Yifeng pressed Naruto to demonstrate how he could bind himself, a challenge that rendered Naruto speechless. As they delved into this topic, Yifeng inquired how Naruto would respond if faced with a similar predicament. Naruto found himself at a loss, resigning to the thought that it would be better to remain bound than to concoct an elaborate lie. He reasoned that as long as the elders did not intend to cause genuine harm, they would not let their younger counterparts suffer unduly. Their discussion meandered on for quite some time. Nonetheless, the reality was that while death was not a concern, hunger certainly was. Given Naruto's voracious appetite, 2 bento boxes would scarcely suffice. If you're hungry, just eat, Sasuke remarked coolly, to which Naruto grimaced. I can't. The remaining bento is for Kakashi-sensei as an apology. Whether he eats it or not is his affair. I must show my sincerity, as the shopkeeper advised. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued. I just forgot, Naruto replied, to which Sasuke retorted with a dismissive insult. Just as Naruto was about to retaliate, Sasuke raised his own bento, offering the remainder. Here. Take this. I can't eat all of it. Sakura was momentarily lost in admiration, exclaiming, Sasuke, you're so considerate. Truly worthy of my affection. Naruto, too, felt a flicker of gratitude. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely concerned you won't have enough strength for our afternoon bell-snatching exercise. If you lag behind, it would be quite a headache for me, Sasuke replied, his pride evident as he turned away, yet still held the bento aloft. Then, have mine as well. Sakura chimed in, contributing her own bento. You two will be the main force in the afternoon. I'll assist from the sidelines. Chapter 14. All past the assessment, Sakura possessed a clear understanding of her limitations. She recognized that her strength was insufficient, and forcing herself into the fray would only hinder her teammates. Thus, she resolved to act as a support, ensuring that Kakashi would be mindful in his approach. Thank you, Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Don't mention it. Just eat, Sakura responded, maintaining her genteel demeanor with a warm smile. Under ordinary circumstances, Naruto would have eagerly devoured the bento and flaunted it before Sasuke. However, in that moment, he found no desire to boast. He was troubled by the thought that if he consumed Sakura's lunch and consequently left her unsatisfied, it might result in her failure to qualify during the bell-ringing contest in the afternoon, which would fill him with remorse. Observing that Naruto had no intention of eating his bento, Sasuke retracted his outstretched hand. His earlier gesture had been genuine, yet he was also quite famished. When one is exceedingly hungry, their abilities in all aspects tend to diminish. He yearned to satiate his hunger, eager to regain his combat prowess swiftly. If Naruto chose not to eat, he would no longer hold back. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura were still engaged in polite exchanges, despite their own hunger. Sakura, seemingly indifferent, declared, I am on a diet. Perhaps realizing the inadequacy of that excuse, she quickly added, I usually eat very little. I've already had my fill, so you needn't concern yourself. This justification fell short, as the bento box remained mostly untouched. Yet Naruto attempted to flex his wrist. The ropes binding him were tightly secured. Although his hands could still move, he found it impossible to feed himself in this predicament. Surprisingly, being restrained had its advantages. Naruto felt a flicker of joy, for it meant someone would have to feed him. To his understanding of Sasuke, the latter parting with his bento would be the greatest concession. Expecting Sasuke to feed him was utterly implausible. Thus, the only option left was Sakura. Oh, how delightful. This scene elicited envy from the shadow clone lurking in the shadows, who longed to be fed by his goddess, Sakura. Had he not been reminded of his mission, he would have jumped out to trade places with the bound clone. What did it mean? Was he expected to feed himself? No, no. Sakura quickly shook her head. Her first time must be reserved for Sasuke. Come on. This is no time to dawdle, Sasuke urged, concerned about the unpredictable return of their adversary. What a splendid assist. Naruto silently commended Sasuke, realizing only now that this seemingly arrogant fellow possessed an unexpectedly endearing side. Reluctantly, Sakura, flustered, said, "Just this once, you heard that, right?" "I am well aware," Naruto replied, his mouth agape, suppressing an overly broad smile as he assured her, "Where there is one occurrence, there often follows another." This notion, imparted by the shopkeeper, had taken root in Naruto's mind. What delightful fare would he have Sakura feed him next? He began to envision future moments where Sakura would serve him. With a soft ah, he opened his mouth, accepting the rice ball that Sakura offered. It tasted exceptionally sweet today. Was it a reflection of his culinary prowess? No. It was the flavor of love. Observing Naruto's blissful expression, Sakura rolled her eyes, feeling aggrieved that her first experience had been so easily relinquished. "Oh dear, Sasuke. I am truly sorry, but you must understand, the situation was exceptional. You lot, dissipate like smoke in the wind." Kakashi's figure emerged from the fading mist, his wide eyes betraying his fury. With a tone laced with accusation, he demanded, "How dare you defy my rules? Are you prepared for the consequences?" Before any could respond, Kakashi's hand formed the final seal. Dark clouds gathered above, accompanied by thunder and lightning, shaking the earth beneath them. "Do you have anything to say?" Sakura crouched in fear, covering her head and trembling, while Sasuke glared with a mix of rage and resentment. Naruto stuttered, because. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, impatience evident in his voice. "I asked you to speak, not because I genuinely wish to hear you, but since you seem to have something to say. I shall listen, though I urge you to be swift, for I must resolve this." This predicament stemmed from his own actions. Had he not pilfered the bento, he would not be bound to this stump, nor would Sakura be forced to feed him. There were too many if-onlys. Now was not the time for regret. He needed a remedy. However, the more anxious he became, the less clarity he found. Yet, one truth lingered. If Kakashi completed the seal, the punishment awaiting the trio would be severe, and Sakura would undoubtedly be deemed unqualified due to his actions. Being marked as unqualified would strip Sakura of her chance to seize the bell, forcing her to return to the academy, a crushing blow that could invite ridicule from others. Naruto understood well the sting of such scorn. In that moment, he contemplated numerous thoughts. Because, it's what the teacher said. So these guys, speak quickly. Speak quickly. You're usually so articulate. Why are you at a loss for words now? Regret washed over him. It was all his fault. Why had he so greedily consumed another's meal when he had plenty of his own? Think, there must be a way. I must say something. We're a team of 3. Sasuke asserted defensively. Yes, indeed. A sudden surge of courage filled Sakura as she stood, declaring loudly, "We are united as one." "Exactly, that's it," Naruto exclaimed, struggling against his restraints. "Are we truly united?" Kakashi, maintaining his expressionless demeanor, advanced toward the trio, his serious countenance instilling a palpable sense of dread. They could almost hear their own heartbeats echoing in the silence. Just as they braced themselves for Kakashi's verdict, the skies cleared. Qualified. What? Naruto could scarcely believe his ears. Had he misheard? Had he truly heard the word qualified? No, he had not erred. Kakashi reiterated, "Qualified. You have all passed." Sakura, still in disbelief, pressed for clarification. "Qualified? Why? You are the first group to qualify under my guidance," Kakashi explained, a smile gracing his features. The previous candidates were merely obedient fools. A ninja must discern layered strategies. In this world, those who violate the rules are scum, but those who fail to value their comrades are the lowest of the low. The weight of anxiety lifted as they gazed at Kakashi, who stood bathed in sunlight, radiating an aura of coolness. Sasuke sat on the ground, his expression obscured by his hair, concealing the slight upward curve of his lips. The exercise concluded. All were deemed qualified. From tomorrow, Team 7 would embark on missions. Kakashi's raised thumb signified his approval of their efforts. Hooray! Before Sakura could express her thoughts, another voice burst forth, faster than hers. Who? Kakashi's gaze sharpened, instantly locking onto the source of the sound. How is this possible? Kakashi was taken aback, astonished that someone had approached him so stealthily without his notice. Kakashi-sensei. It's me. The responsible Naruto clone emerged, no longer needing to hide. A branch fell from the tree, transforming into a puff of white smoke before settling. As the mist cleared, the clone bounced forward, greeting the group. Hello, everyone. I am Shadow Clone number 1, representing the many clones to participate in this assessment. Before he took the initiative to emerge, he had already reported to the original body. Naruto's original self was still reveling in the joy of passing the assessment and permitted him to make his own decisions. This had been agreed upon beforehand. Once the assessment concluded, Shadow Clone number 1 would have the autonomy to engage in whatever pursuits he desired. Thus, as soon as the assessment ended, Shadow Clone number 1 eagerly made his appearance. It was his first time out, and he wished to spend some time with Sakura. He yearned to savor the flavor of a Chakra ramen, to stroll through the streets, to indulge in play, and to experience a multitude of things. Do shadow clones still have numbers? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. This truly altered her worldview. The numerous shadow clones of Naruto had already left her astounded, and the fact that she had fought against her own shadow clone was beyond her comprehension. Now, another shadow clone claimed to be a representative? Impossible. I am number 1. I am the representative, protested the bound shadow clone loudly. Did we not agree that I was number 1? Did we not agree that I was the representative? Why is there suddenly another one I knew nothing about? How irritating. With a snap of his fingers, the bound shadow clone dissipated into a swirl of white smoke. Shadow clone number 1 sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize for the disturbance. The original's temperament is quite poor, and it seems many of his shadow clones share his personality traits. Let us set that aside. Kakashi squinted and inquired. You claim to be participating in the assessment on behalf of the original, which implies that your original self did not attend. My original forbade me from mentioning his absence to you all, and the store owner also advised against it. It was his idea. Oops. I seem to have let that slip. Shadow clone number 1 quickly covered his mouth and glanced around, whispering, please do not reveal that I said anything, or I may not get another chance to appear next time. Rest assured, I shall remain silent. Kakashi chuckled. Very well, I feel at ease now. Shadow clone no. 1 sighed. By the way, does anyone want this bento on the ground? You can have it. I've already eaten. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm not interested. Sakura opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a cough from Sasuke. A cold smirk crept onto Sasuke's face. How foolish. Once you dissipate, your original will naturally deduce that you were the one who leaked the information. There is no need for us to say anything. By the way, Kakashi casually asked, is Naruto at home now? Yes, he is enjoying his bento, replied Shadow Clone number 1 without lifting his head. The store owner is at home too. Ah, splendid. Let us go, Kakashi beckoned, signaling everyone to follow. Sasuke and Sakura hastily grabbed their backpacks and trailed behind Kakashi. Wait for me. Shadow Clone number 1, holding the bento and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, hurried to catch up. Chapter 15. Long time no see on familiar streets, amidst familiar faces, Shadow Clone no. 1 parted ways with the group at the convenience store and headed across the street to a Chakra ramen for a meal. What a peculiar name, a convenience store. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle. During their walk, he had inquired about Shadow Clone number 1's current situation, learning that Naruto's original was now employed at a convenience store. When he asked for the store's name, Shadow Clone number 1 had simply responded with a convenience store. Kakashi initially thought the original had a poor memory, and that the Shadow Clone shared this flaw. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the store was indeed named a convenience store, proudly displayed on its sign. The convenience store remained open for business. After all, it was not a day of inclement weather. Following his meal with Naruto and learning that Naruto had successfully passed the assessment, Leaf Maple, for once, refrained from gaming in the afternoon and instead opened the store downstairs. He planned to celebrate later that evening, but for now, he sat behind the cash register, maneuvering the mouse as he scrolled through the newly appeared messages. This marked the second time the convenience store had prompted him. The first was when Naruto signed his employee contract. This time, Leaf Maple was baffled as the store chimed unexpectedly in his mind after he finished his ramen. In Naruto's bemused gaze, Leaf Maple searched the second floor, but could not locate the source of the sound. It wasn't until he descended to the first floor that the beeping intensified, resembling an amplified speaker. And as he approached the cash register, the beeping grew louder. Finally, he realized it was the register notifying him of a new message. The moment Leaf Maple clicked on the flashing software on the register, the beeping ceased entirely. Welcome to a convenience store, the speaker announced as Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura stepped inside. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Take whatever you desire and bring it to the counter to check out, Leaf Maple called out, discernibly detecting multiple footsteps. You can take whatever you want. Today it's on me as a celebration for the establishment of our Team 7, a young male voice proclaimed, exuding a relaxed and generous tone. Thank you, Sensei, responded two youthful voices, one belonging to a boy and the other to a girl. The girl spoke politely, while the boy's tone was less than agreeable. This was unacceptable. How could he speak to a teacher that way? However, it was not his concern, as the teacher did not seem to mind. Ah, splendid. The first wave of afternoon customers comprises 3 individuals. This bodes well for a fruitful day ahead, Leaf Maple thought, his heart sinking as the voices sounded familiar. Lifting his head, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Sasuke and Sakura? What brings you here without Naruto? Did you not mention you had an exam today?" Store owner, you let the cat out of the bag. Sakura began to explain about Shadow Clone No. 1 revealing Naruto's absence from the training grounds, but fell silent at Sasuke's cough. Is little Sasuke unwell? Leaf Maple inquired, concerned. This will not do. I have cold medicine here. Would you like to take a couple to alleviate your symptoms? No need. I'm fine, Sasuke replied curtly, disregarding Leaf Maple's concern. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit, nor did he truly require any medicine. This store owner is Kakashi. I am somewhat familiar with the village. I often visit Ichiraku Ramen, but I recall there used to be a weapon shop across from the ramen shop. How has it transformed into a convenience store? Kakashi did not dive straight into the topic, but instead posed a roundabout question. Previously, Leaf Maple would have struggled to respond. But now he was aware of the new information. Oh, the previous owner had to leave due to personal matters, as he needed to care for his wife who was about to give birth. Consequently, he sold the shop at a bargain price to me. What a pity. Their weapons were of commendable quality. Kakashi lamented. Indeed, the previous owner of this establishment possessed keen insight, recognizing the thriving business of Ichiraku Ramen, frequented predominantly by ninjas. He chose to open a weapon shop directly across from it. Many ninjas, after savoring their ramen, would often peruse the shop, while those specifically seeking weaponry would, upon exiting, indulge in a bowl of ramen at the neighboring eatery before departing. The clientele here, as well as that of the ramen shop across the street, shares a significant overlap, mutually benefiting one another. Additionally, the proprietor of the weapon shop offers quality merchandise at reasonable prices, earning the admiration of the ninjas and thereby amassing a loyal customer base. When Yifeng first opened his doors, many former patrons sought him out. However, at that time, Yifeng was unaware of the previous owner's dealings and hastily concocted excuses to send them away. Recent revelations shed light on the circumstances preceding Yifeng's arrival, confirming the authenticity of the weapon shop and its operations. Yet, the individual who signed the shop's purchase contract was not truly Yifeng, despite bearing his likeness. This was a mere figment of imagination, a fabricated persona conjured by the convenience store. This illusory character purportedly lived in the village, having grown up there without ever venturing beyond its borders or experiencing anything extraordinary. He was simply an ordinary individual, leading an unremarkable life until Yifeng's advent. According to the displayed information, this fictitious entity never genuinely existed. Rather, it was a false memory implanted in the minds of those associated with him. Those familiar with him would not find any discrepancies in this memory, as they genuinely believed in the existence of Yifeng. Conversely, for those unaware, the convenience store made no effort to enlighten them. Ignorance was, perhaps, a blessing, simplifying matters. Though the memories are fabricated, the objects encountered during his formative years used paper, waste, purchase receipts, and residences are undeniably real. With the inheritance from his parents and the proceeds from selling a house, he managed to purchase the shop outright rather than leasing it. This acquisition contributed to his perceived poverty. Those who know him are aware that he has never held a job, relying solely on his inheritance, commonly referred to as living off one's parents. As a result, he previously had no friends. Any acquaintances he once had severed ties, fearing that his laziness would one day lead him to seek financial assistance from them. To loan money to such a slothful individual would be tantamount to throwing it away. Yifeng vehemently asserts that these are fabricated memories orchestrated by the convenience store. He does not consider himself lazy but merely enjoys a more reclusive lifestyle. He had not yet finished reading the new information, scrolling further down the page, but time was of the essence as Kakashi stood before him. Notably, the content indicated that this fictitious character also bore the name Yifeng and was of the Senju clan. Kakashi merely expressed his thoughts, noting that he procured his weapons from acquaintances and had indeed visited the previous weapon shop, albeit only once or twice. He did not truly wish to know the whereabouts of his predecessor. It was merely a polite exchange. It was time to get straight to the point. Shopkeeper, Naruto should have returned by now, correct? He was the fastest to leave, saying he wanted to be the first to inform you of his passing the assessment. Is that so? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yifeng's forehead as he spoke, a hint of guilt evident in his voice. But I genuinely haven't seen him. Could it be that you're mistaken? Did Naruto perhaps say he would tell me first when in fact he went elsewhere? Do you have any idea where Naruto might have gone? Today marks the establishment of our 7th squad. We ought to celebrate. What does it matter if one person is absent? Don't you think, shopkeeper? I'm not sure where Naruto has gone. I am not well acquainted with him. We have only just met a few days ago, so I am unaware of his usual haunts. Despite speaking the truth, Yifeng felt increasingly overheated. Sweat pouring uncontrollably from his brow. Is the shopkeeper feeling warm? Naturally prone to perspiration. Is Naruto truly absent? I haven't seen him. I'm not lying. I am but an ordinary individual. How could I dare deceive a noble ninja such as yourself? Very well, Kakashi said, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Please inform Naruto when he returns that we will be waiting for him at our usual spot at 5 this afternoon. Absolutely, Yifeng responded eagerly. Let us hurry along. I no longer wish to offer Naruto any suggestions. It's quite frightening that a teacher has come to my home. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, just as a voice from the staircase sent his heart racing once more. Shopkeeper, have you finished tidying up? Would you care to join us for some games? That was Naruto's voice. Kakashi halted his exit, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yifeng in silence. It was peculiar, despite Kakashi's mask. Yifeng could somehow perceive his expression. Ha! Ha! Yifeng forced a laugh, glancing at the 3 others who remained impassive. He then checked his watch. Oh dear. It's getting late. I must head out to buy groceries. Kakashi-sensei, if you could kindly step aside, I need to pass. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shopkeeper, I have a few questions for you as well. Why don't we head upstairs and discuss things with Naruto? Kakashi placed a hand on Yifeng's shoulder, his tone as frigid as ice, causing Yifeng to shudder involuntarily. Though he was safe within the confines of the shop, he was merely playing the role of an ordinary person without ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, lacking chakra. Yifeng dared not shake off the hand resting on his shoulder. Besides, Kakashi would certainly overpower him outside. With Kakashi's strength, dealing with an ordinary person would be a matter of whim. What a troublesome convenience store. What good is protection within the store if one lacks the means to defend oneself outside? It seemed he was indeed the plaything of some deity's apprentice. How unfortunate. He hoped Kakashi would go easy on him. Shopkeeper, do you want to join in or not? If you aren't playing, I'll just finish the game myself. Long time no see, Naruto. Kakashi grinned, raising his hand in greeting to Naruto, who peered down from the 2nd floor. How about we discuss this upstairs? It would be inappropriate for outsiders to overhear. Yifeng intervened, gesturing for Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke to ascend to the 2nd floor. With the convenience store still closed, Yifeng locked the door behind them. If this were an ordinary convenience store, given Yifeng's erratic work schedule, it would likely have failed within a week. Unless one was a wealthy heir, opening a convenience store merely for amusement, indifferent to financial matters. The 4 settled onto the sofas in the 2nd floor lounge. And without needing to be prompted, Naruto took the initiative to serve tea to the group. The more attentive he became, the more his abnormality was accentuated. One must understand. Given Naruto's character, when has he ever shown such hospitality towards guests? There's no need to fuss. I simply wish to discuss a matter with you. So please take a seat. You could have mentioned that sooner. The tea is already brewed. As he silently criticized Kakashi, Yifeng settled on the sofa. Leaning slightly as he gazed out at the balcony, seemingly captivated by the scenery beyond the window. Naruto sat on a low stool, facing Kakashi, separated by a tea table. Sakura and Sasuke flanked Kakashi on either side, resembling 2 formidable guardians. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to an interrogation of a criminal. The reason I sought you out is to discuss tonight's dinner gathering. Once Naruto was seated, Kakashi began, marking the celebration of our Team 7's formation, as well as my inaugural venture as a guiding teacher. As you know, my previous students did not pass my assessments, and you are the first group I shall officially mentor. Since this is my maiden experience as a teacher, there will undoubtedly be areas where I lack understanding. Feel free to voice any shortcomings you perceive in my approach, although I may not necessarily amend my ways upon hearing your feedback. Failing to speak up would be an entirely different matter. How refreshingly honest. Yifeng, completely absorbed in the gossip, silently applauded Kakashi. Look at how you frightened your students. With your words, even if they had grievances, they would hesitate to voice them. Who knows if you might bear a grudge and retaliate in secrecy. However, That is a concern for another day. Today marks merely our second meeting, and we are still strangers to one another. After a brief pause, Kakashi lifted his teacup and took a sip. Sakura and Sasuke, seated beside him, did not observe any movement from Kakashi to remove his mask. They merely noted the diminishing level of tea in his cup. Naruto, seated on the low stool with his hands resting on his legs, bowed his head in a manner suggestive of guilt. Leaf Feng glanced at Naruto, only to quickly avert his gaze. You ought to lift your head. Your posture blatantly suggests you harbor some secret guilt. Desiring to remind Naruto to sit properly, Leaf Feng hesitated, fearing that should he speak, Kakashi's attention would shift to him. Better to let bygones be bygones. I must look after myself. Clearing his throat, Kakashi continued, So, have we met before, Naruto? No, we haven't. Naruto replied after a moment of contemplation, realizing that Kakashi did not feature in his memories and shaking his head. Since we have not crossed paths, there can be no past grievances. Do you harbor any dissatisfaction with me as your instructor? Or do you doubt my abilities to guide you? Absolutely not. Naruto quickly shook his head. As a high-ranking shinobi, Kakashi ranks among the elite, with few in the shinobi world capable of surpassing him in combat prowess. Even an elite ninja would find it challenging to contend with Kakashi. Leaf Feng had informed Naruto of Kakashi's strength, albeit cautiously. For the intricacies of the shinobi world were profound, and he feared overwhelming Naruto with too much information. Leaf Feng had merely conveyed that Kakashi was formidable, and he had not misled Naruto. In terms of overt combat capabilities, few could match Kakashi in his prime, especially within the confines of Konoha. Moreover, Kakashi's relationship with Naruto and Sasuke runs deeper. Entrusting their training to Kakashi reassured the third Hokage. After all, Naruto harbors a forbidden power within him. A force that could be likened to a nuclear weapon in the shinobi realm, yet even more terrifying. This power is not entirely stable, posing a risk of potential leakage. Hence, Kakashi's involvement becomes crucial, as his unique eyes are particularly suited to manage this force. While he may not exert complete control, he can at least contain it. Kakashi's eyes are derived from the Uchiha clan, and as a member of that lineage, Sasuke possesses similar abilities. However, Sasuke has yet to unlock the full potential of his eyes to the extent of controlling such a formidable force. With such exceptional individuals, the third Hokage could oversee them while they remained in the village, but now that they are both shinobi, tasked with missions outside the village, the third grows wary of their safety without supervision. Kakashi stands out as the most fitting guardian for both, without question. Naruto may not grasp the underlying reasons, yet he is acutely aware of Kakashi's formidable strength, and indeed, anyone of such caliber is deserving of being his mentor. He harbored no grievances against Kakashi. Thus he found himself perplexed by Kakashi's inquiry. He was unaware, yet Yi Feng was acutely conscious of the situation. The eavesdropping Yi Feng felt restless, torn between fleeing and the nagging sensation that Kakashi would apprehend him at any moment. This was fortunate, as it indicated that the predicament was not of his making. Since it was not his fault, Naruto, pray tell, whose fault is it? What? Naruto, bewildered, realized that Kakashi had been meandering without addressing the core issue, causing him to forget the initial purpose of Kakashi's visit. Initially, upon encountering Kakashi, he feared that the matter of dispatching his shadow clones to the training ground had been uncovered and that Kakashi had come to reprimand him, which had caused him considerable anxiety. He had barely dared to settle into his seat, keeping his hands close, anticipating an impending strike from Kakashi, ready to flee and deploy his shadow clones to obscure Kakashi's line of sight. Yet, Kakashi had never broached that subject, allowing Naruto to relax. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had been awaiting this very moment. With his arm outstretched, Kakashi seized Naruto by the collar and yanked him forward, much to Naruto's bewilderment. Fortunately, as he grasped Naruto, he was standing, sparing the coffee table from any mishap. Like a game of whack-a-mole, Kakashi began to rain blows upon Naruto's head, delivering punches amidst Naruto's cries of distress. So this is how you wish to play, is it? Ah, shadow clones, is it? You think you are the only one capable of such tricks? Help me, Uncle Shopkeeper. Still daring to call for help? Ah, I was wrong. Wrong about what? It was all the Uncle Shopkeeper's idea. Unable to withstand the pressure, Naruto sold Yi Feng out. Upon feeling Kakashi's gaze shift towards him, Yi Feng froze, swiftly retrieving a book from beneath the sofa cushion, holding it aloft with both hands. I was wrong, I apologize. This is my token of contrition, the limited edition of Intimate Paradise, complete with the author's signature. I haven't even opened it yet. See, the packaging is still intact. Seeing Yifeng's earnest demeanor, Kakashi chose to overlook the part where Yifeng had advised Naruto. Knowing full well that his interest lay not in the limited edition but in the principles instilled in him by the will of fire. Clearing his throat. Disregarding Sakura's disdainful gaze, Kakashi placed the book into his satchel and pointed at Naruto. You will cover the expenses for tonight's gathering. What? What do you mean? Careful, or I shall revoke your evaluation scores. Oh, understood. Despite the pangs of concern for his wallet, Naruto acquiesced, recognizing that Kakashi held sway over his assessment. Though Kakashi had declared that they were all qualified, he still needed to report to the Hokage for formal confirmation. Only upon receiving this affirmation could they embark on missions under Kakashi's guidance. Until Kakashi reported to the Hokage, Naruto remained acutely aware of the risk of losing his standing at any moment. He frequently entered and exited the Hokage building, often facing reprimands from the Hokage. Yet he did not leave empty-handed. Pulling out his wallet, Naruto intended to check how much money he had left, as the amount would determine the quality of the dinner that evening. The cry he let out was more pitiful than when Kakashi had beaten him. Where's my money? Where's my money? His wallet was almost barren, containing only a few coins that mockingly echoed the emptiness within. The shopkeeper, Uncle Leaf, was met with Naruto's furious shout. Where's my money? While fearful of Kakashi, he showed no such apprehension towards Naruto. Puffing on a cigarette and casually reclining, he feigned ignorance. How would I know where your money is? Perhaps you spend it all yourself? Impossible. Naruto retorted defiantly, I know exactly where every single coin goes. Did you lose it? Leaf suggested magnanimously. Shall I help you look for it? I don't care. Just give me my money back. His instinct told him that the disappearance of his funds was undoubtedly linked to Uncle Leaf, prompting Naruto to demand his money with certainty. Leaf? But Leaf is even poorer than Naruto. The ramen he ordered was on Naruto's tab. I have no money. Where did it all go? Naruto was determined to uncover the truth, otherwise. He felt he would not sleep a wink that night. I bought a book. Where is it? I gave it to your teacher. Kakashi, who had been observing, was taken aback that the situation had turned on him. What book indeed? Yet, it was utterly impossible to demand he relinquish it. I have matters to attend to. I must leave, or your assessment scores will be nullified. The pressure from Kakashi was something Naruto dared not gamble with. Despite knowing Kakashi was lying, what if there was even a slight chance it were true? Watching helplessly as his money transformed into a book and flew from his grasp, Naruto felt an ache in his heart that made it hard to breathe. Sakura and Sasuke followed Kakashi's lead, having come merely to observe. They departed without casting a glance in Naruto's direction. The living room was soon left with only Leaf and Naruto. Their eyes met, and Naruto rolled up his sleeves while Leaf extinguished his cigarette. The tension between them sparked like a flame as the three emerged from the convenience store. The commotion from the second floor and the clattering of objects grew louder, and their smiles broadened, erupting into laughter. From the balcony on the second floor, observing the retreating figures, Leaf and Naruto set down their tools, bowl and spoon, both exhaling in relief. Uncle Shopkeeper, your method truly works, Naruto expressed in admiration. Leaf, unreserved, accepted the compliment. Indeed, rather than waiting for him to discover the truth, it is better to stage a performance. Regardless of whether he believes it, after this, he will no longer trouble you over it. Everything that transpired since Kakashi entered had been rehearsed in advance by Leaf and Naruto. The voluntary reveal of Shadow Clone No. One was also orchestrated by Leaf. Otherwise, Naruto would not have merely endured a beating. As one must know, a ninja must see through schemes within schemes. As Kakashi himself said, laughing, Leaf felt fortunate to have evaded a calamity. Haha. Naruto also reveled in his successful ruse, declaring it the most triumphant of his pranks. By the way, Uncle Shopkeeper, may I have my money now? You can't be serious? Indeed. Oh, I'll fight you for it. Chapter 17. The unknown call outside. The money was truly gone, and Leaf had not anticipated that a book could be so costly. He had intended to pocket the leftover funds after the purchase, yet he ended up with nothing. The farce turned into a genuine scuffle in the convenience store. Naruto was no match for Leaf. Naturally, Leaf would not exploit the store's resources to overpower Naruto, nor would Naruto resort to ninja techniques to contend with an ordinary person. Their altercation resembled a tussle between ruffians. One punch for you, one punch for me, a tug on the hair, a twist of the fingers. With the dinner funds depleted, dining out was out of the question. Naruto found himself without enough money even for a bowl of ramen. Nevertheless, a celebration was still in order. As the sun dipped low and the moon prepared to rise, Kakashi and the others convened at the convenience store entrance, where their dinner venue was decided. What gathering could surpass the grandeur of a home feast? The trio at the entrance shared a sense of inevitability. Naruto, sporting a head full of bumps, and Leaf, with dark circles under his eyes, stood at the door to welcome them. Their comical appearances elicited laughter from Sakura, while Sasuke's lips twitched. Caught between laughter and maintaining his aloof facade, Leaf boisterously called, "Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside," resembling a doorman at a bathhouse. Once upstairs in the living room, the table was laden with food, and the dual pot on the induction cooker bubbled with boiling water. Hot pot, after all, is the most accommodating of culinary styles. Allowing for any ingredient to be dipped in, whatever one wished to eat was fair game. Leaf was uncertain whether Kakashi drank, but he had prepared beverages. The three miners each had their own juice, and the television played a popular film from the Naruto series. Despite Leaf's confusion over how the television could access films from this world, it managed to do so. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the group, sated and merry, engaged in conversation, their youthful chatter brimming with aspirations for the life of a ninja. Kakashi refrained from interrupting their delightful exchange, choosing instead to quietly read the next chapters of his book. Leaf, wishing to contribute to the dialogue but unable to find an opening, opted to smoke and listen to the conversation. Most of the dialogue revolved around Naruto, with Sakura chiming in occasionally, nearly always in relation to Sasuke. As ever, Sasuke's thoughts were consumed by revenge against that man. Revenge, revenge, you never cease to speak of it. Who is this enemy of yours? Let me assist you. Naruto expressed his frustration at Sasuke's negativity. Sasuke perpetually hung on the notion of vengeance, yet despite having repeated it countless times, Naruto had never heard the name of that man from Sasuke's lips. I need no help. That man must be killed by my own hands. The mere mention of that man set Sasuke's emotions ablaze, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Leaf, intrigued, posed a question. What if someone were to kill that man before you could exact your revenge? Impossible. Sasuke seemed unwavering in his belief in that man's strength, convinced that no one could vanquish him. If Yifeng's provocative question ignited a spark. Even Kakashi couldn't help but cast a peculiar glance at Yifeng. Kakashi was well aware of the man that Sasuke referred to. Many ninjas in the village knew his identity as well. However, the third Hokage had imposed a confidentiality order. Anyone privy to this matter would refrain from discussing it, especially not with Sasuke, the sole survivor. In truth, it was not just the villagers who were in the dark. That man was very much alive, and ninjas outside the village had some understanding of his story. After all, the events surrounding him had been quite sensational back in the day. Though many details had been concealed by the third Hokage, Kakashi did not know the specifics, but he sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Until he grasped the underlying causes, he would withhold his opinions. Sasuke slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging from his neck in a fit of rage. There are no ifs. Whoever dares to kill that man, I will kill them. Hypothetically, Yifeng interjected with an inscrutable expression. What if that man were to commit suicide? As if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, Sasuke's anger evaporated, replaced by derision. Him? Commit suicide? If he truly wanted to die, he would have done so that night. Enough, Kakashi interjected, interrupting Yifeng's attempt to further question. Today marks the founding of our Team 7. We shouldn't delve into such heavy topics. Since we have time, let us discuss the preparations for tomorrow's mission. Preparations for tomorrow's mission? Sakura raised her hand. Teacher, have you already accepted the task? Yes, Kakashi nodded. This afternoon, when I reported your achievements to Lord Hokage, I also accepted the mission for tomorrow. What is tomorrow's mission? Naruto exclaimed with excitement, eager to take a step closer to his goal. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi smacked his palm against his forehead. I forgot. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground surprised Yifeng, who couldn't help but marvel at the whimsical style of the anime world. The postures of the falling figures were utterly bizarre. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were all seated again, as if they had never moved. Ah, this is our first mission. How could you forget? Naruto complained. Sakura, equally concerned, added, wait. Are we going to face punishment? Punishment? Kakashi queried, puzzled. Exactly, Sakura stammered. If you forget the mission, won't we be unable to go tomorrow? Even if someone else takes our place, it would still count as our failure, and we might lose money. Lose money? Naruto reacted sharply at the mention of money. He was sensitive about the topic, particularly around a certain oblivious individual smoking nearby. What are you looking at? Yifeng shrugged nonchalantly. It's your money that will be deducted, not mine. Naruto glared at him. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. I don't care. If there are deductions, you'll pay for them, or don't expect me to treat you in the future. What? Yifeng exclaimed, alarmed. Without Naruto's generosity, how could he enjoy ramen in the future? Kakashi, isn't the Hokage building still open? Yifeng asked. As a Jonin, you should be faster than these kids. Why not hurry back before Lord Hokage finishes for the day? It's too late. Kakashi shook his head after glancing outside. Lord Hokage leaves at 7. It's already 8. That's it, my ramen. Yifeng slumped on the sofa, as if his bones had melted. Naruto's face also paled. He was broke and was counting on the payment from tomorrow's mission. Now, not only was the reward lost, but he also feared incurring additional costs. Sakura and Sasuke's expressions darkened, not out of concern for the potential loss of money. Sakura's family, while not affluent, could manage a small compensation. As for Sasuke, even though the Uchiha clan had perished, their wealth remained. He could easily live off the inheritance for several lifetimes. Their disappointment stemmed from the fact that their first task had been declared a failure before it even began. Why should I run back again? Could there be a twist? Yifeng perked up, sitting upright, while the other three gazed at Kakashi with anticipation. I forgot because I didn't memorize it, Kakashi said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of paper. The details of the mission are written here. I only need to glance at it. Why bother memorizing? Upon witnessing the reactions of his companions, Kakashi wore a mischievous smile. Kakashi-sensei, you're so wicked. Sakura playfully chided. Sakura's tone sent shivers down Yifeng's spine. Yet he felt relieved. His ramen was safe. Would you like me to read it aloud? Kakashi inquired, holding the mission sheet. Before the trio could respond, Yifeng interjected, No. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no interest in your ninja missions. Perhaps you could read it when you gather tomorrow. Or I could step away until you finish. There's no need to step away. We'll discuss it when we assemble tomorrow, Kakashi replied, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. You should all rest well to face tomorrow's task with full vigor. Understood. The three chorused. All right. Then it's dismissed. We'll meet in front of the Hokage building at 7 tomorrow morning. After placing the unfinished ingredients into the refrigerator and leaving the pot for another meal, the group rose to depart. Yifeng and Naruto escorted the others to the door, locking it behind them as they prepared for rest. Both were mindful of their respective missions for the next day. Naruto was about to embark on his ninja career, while Yifeng needed to open his shop. Neither planned to stay up late. There's no choice. It's all about the lack of funds. Naruto lamented. Without a mission, there was no payment, and without payment, there was no food. He couldn't even afford to treat Yifeng. As for Yifeng, he worried that once Naruto embarked on his mission, he might not return in time. In the early stages, it was manageable. Missions were either within or near the village, allowing a return by nightfall. But what about later? If Naruto ventured far from the village and couldn't make it back, would Yifeng have to starve? Indulging in the offerings of the convenience store was a choice leaf maple made reluctantly. Despite having his fill, he resolved never to touch any of the store's edibles again. With the exception of drinks and alcohol, Leaf Maple had hoped that when Naruto ventured out, he would set aside a sum for his sustenance. However, Naruto refused, arguing that while traveling, every meal and drink incurred costs, and he himself was uncertain if his resources would suffice. This reasoning was sound, prompting Leaf Maple to commence saving his own funds, starting with repaying Uncle Yao the debt he owed. The ingredients for tonight's hot pot were also borrowed from Uncle Yao by Naruto. That night, as Naruto lay in bed, rest eluded him. On one hand, he was exhilarated by the task awaiting him the next day, and on the other, he felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something important. Was it because Kakashi-sensei had not clarified the task's particulars? No, he shook his head. The details could be conveyed prior to the commencement of the mission. What could it be? Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. Open the door. I am still outside. Hurry, open the door. The shadow clone, anxious, yelled at the dimmed lights. Despite his desperate cries and rapping on the door until his hands ached and his voice grew hoarse, the upstairs lights remained unlit. Instead, the lights from the adjacent house flickered on. Chapter 18. Two foolish individuals. The next morning, after consuming the leftover hot pot ingredients from the previous day, Naruto called Leaf Maple to awaken him. Typically, Naruto abstained from breakfast, but today was different. They had a mission ahead, the specifics of which were still unknown, and he was uncertain if he would return by noon. Now nearly penniless, he feared he might not last until evening without a hearty meal. Thus, he intentionally waited until he had finished eating before rousing Leaf Maple. Leaf Maple, indifferent to the matter, was not particularly concerned about skipping breakfast. Given his sedentary lifestyle, he could easily forego meals, even lunch, if not for the necessity of opening the store. After tidying up Naruto's remnants, he stifled a yawn and sat behind the cash register, awaiting customers. "Good morning, shopkeeper." A weary voice rang in Leaf Maple's ear as a familiar figure brushed past him, heading upstairs. "Morning." Leaf Maple replied groggily, but then suddenly snapped to attention. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be on a mission today? Why are you back?" Without waiting for a response, Leaf Maple earnestly advised, "This won't do, Naruto. You merely took advantage of a loophole to pass the assessment. You cannot approach an official mission in the same manner. Your teacher, Kakashi, is not easily deceived. If your shadow clone is dispelled and something goes awry during the mission, the loss of your ninja status would be the least of your worries." "The loss of my ninja status is not a concern?" The figure paused, bewildered. What could be more pressing than that? "The critical issue is the potential monetary penalty. We cannot afford the compensation for a failed mission." "Well, that is indeed more pressing at the moment," the figure nodded. "But shopkeeper, what do you mean?" Glancing at the watch on his wrist, Leaf Maple realized time was of the essence. They were nearing the agreed meeting time. Panic surged through him as he leaped from his chair. "Come on. We still have a bit of time. We should hurry. I'll take you to apologize to Kakashi. Honestly, how can someone so grown up lack any sense of time? Late for your first mission. What will become of you?" "No, shopkeeper." The shadow clone struggled to free himself from Leaf Maple's grip. He had hardly slept the previous night and was now at his most fatigued. Seeing the convenience store open, he rushed over, hoping to catch up on much-needed rest. Yet now Leaf Maple was insisting he join a mission? Absolutely not. He was determined to resist. Moreover, he was not Naruto. Well, that was not entirely accurate. He was Naruto, but not quite in the conventional sense. "Shopkeeper, I am clone number 1. You are clone number 1. Leaf Maple halted his steps, eyeing the figure he held with skepticism. Visually indistinguishable, one cannot discern it with the naked eye. However, he had other means to confirm. Leaning in, he called softly, "Kurama, dear fox, little fox?" No response. It seemed indeed that he was clone number 1. Under normal circumstances, invoking Kurama would have summoned the beast forth to scratch him. The shadow clone could not house Kurama. There was only one, sealed within Naruto. Presently, Naruto remained oblivious to Kurama's existence and lacked the ability to harness the fox's power. Thus, the clone exuded no trace of Kurama's essence. Consequently, the individual before him spoke the truth. He was indeed clone number 1. Che. Leaf Maple delivered a light punch to clone number 1, expressing his dissatisfaction. "You should have mentioned it sooner." Squatting on the ground, clone number 1 looked slightly aggrieved. He intended to mention it, but time had simply slipped away. Realizing that Naruto had already gone to assemble, Leaf Maple felt a wave of relief wash over him. He returned to his chair, lit a cigarette, and teasingly inquired, "So, where were you last night? Did you visit some young lady?" At this question, clone number 1 felt even more wronged. He hadn't gone anywhere. He had merely wandered near the convenience store. After finishing a delightful bowl of ramen, he found himself with ample free time and decided to wander around the village. He returned briefly to collect a task, only to swiftly venture out again. Informing Kakashi and the others that they would gather for dinner at the convenience store, he soon became lost in the vibrant life of Konoha. Though the village seemed unremarkable to him, devoid of attractions, to the locals, Konoha was a bustling hub within the entire ninja world. The shadow clones shared memories with the original, and what Naruto experienced was likewise perceived by the clones in a semblance of shared experience. To capture the attention of those around him, Naruto leaped and played pranks throughout the village, exploring nearly every corner. The shadow clone was aware of this, possessing the same memories. Yet, perceiving through memory and witnessing with one's own eyes are two distinct experiences. The first shadow clone yearned for first-hand encounters, and, before he knew it, found himself wandering until nightfall. He returned rather early, according to the habitual routines of Yifone and Naruto at that hour. They would still be engrossed in their gaming, and shadow clone number 1 never anticipated that he would be unable to enter. Yet, as fate would have it, Yifone and Naruto had gone to bed early the night before. Observing the aggrieved expression on shadow clone number 1's face, Yifone understood. He refrained from asking the simplistic question of why he didn't knock on the door, for he was well aware of the impeccable soundproofing of the house. Once the windows were shut, the outside world became utterly silent. Ironically, Yifeng had a habit of not leaving the windows open while sleeping. Naruto, too, was in a deep slumber. Unless one shouted right by his ear, he would remain blissfully unaware throughout the night. However, this did not justify Shadow Clone No. One's predicament of wandering the streets, for he had a place to go. Yifeng regarded him with a look of incredulity, asking, before Naruto moved in, "Were you also homeless?" "Of course not," Shadow Clone Number 1 replied without a moment's hesitation. The original lived in his own home. Suddenly, he was struck with realization. He had forgotten that Naruto also had his own house. Before moving in with Yifeng, Naruto had always resided in his own home, and even after moving in, he would occasionally return to tidy up. Naruto's house was akin to his own, so how could he claim to be homeless? Shadow Clone Number 1 felt utterly foolish, especially under Yifeng's piercing gaze, which cut deeply into his heart. In a flash, he vanished from Yifeng's sight, overwhelmed by shame, and dashed into Naruto's bedroom, covering his head with a blanket. From beneath the blanket, soft sobs could be heard, accompanied by 2 large footprints on the blanket, evidence of his hasty retreat to find a secluded place to hide, for he hadn't even removed his shoes before jumping onto the bed. Sighing, Yifeng felt a pang of concern for Shadow Clone Number 1's lack of intelligence. Time passed slowly, with a few customers coming in to make purchases. Yet Yifeng felt disheartened. In his boredom, he had already watched several films using the cash register and had now taken to playing games. This newfound functionality was something he had discovered through trial and error. Previously, he would watch films and play games on the television in the second floor. Now, due to the necessity of attending to customers, he could not remain on the second floor for long. Thus, he began to click away on the cash register, inadvertently accessing another system akin to a computer. He soon realized that the cash register had 2 systems. One was the standard cash register system, equipped with the requisite functionalities and software that notified him of new messages. The other was the computer system, capable of downloading any software and possessing all the functions typical of a regular computer. Although he had not seen the main unit, the cash register resembled an all-in-one device, albeit with an additional cash drawer beneath it. The configuration was so advanced that no matter what game Yifeng played, even at the highest graphic settings, it ran smoothly without a hitch, much like the television on the second floor. The computer system on the cash register could only access content from the world Yifeng had previously inhabited, unlike in his home country, where internet access was restricted and browsing foreign websites required circumventing barriers, a hassle that deterred many users from exploring the internet beyond domestic confines. Here he found a different experience altogether. Here, there are no restrictions. Accessing the internet is akin to what one experiences in their own country. Everything that the locals can search for and enjoy, Yifeng can similarly attain. In essence, it is a delightful experience. Particularly, the websites of certain countries where life is quite pleasant captivate Yifeng's attention the most. The films he had just watched were all from this country. Fortunately, the display on the cash register was visible only to Yifeng. Others could see only the usual cashier interface. As for sound, there was none. Yifeng was wearing headphones, a truly considerate design. Watching the game made Yifeng furious, and he desperately needed to play a few rounds to cool off. Ultimately, after losing billions of joy beans, his heart was far from calm. "You garbage. Do you even know how to play? We're on the same team. Why are you always targeting my cards?" The teammate in the game retorted, "The landlord is my girlfriend. Do you have a problem with that?" "Excuse me, carry on." Yifeng hastily exited, reporting the player with a swift click. A cold smirk played on his lips. "You're cheating and asking if I have a problem? I have a huge problem. If you're not cheating, how on earth did you two get matched together? Damn it, my joy beans." Unbeknownst to him, the players on the other end were equally bewildered. Who is this lunatic? How did he get into our private room? Surprises came in waves. Upon discovering that the cash register could connect to the internet, Yifeng also realized that it could link up for gaming. Through this connection, he could engage in heated exchanges, not just quarrels, with netizens from his previous world. This revelation briefly ignited the thought of reaching out to his parents through these online acquaintances, though he ultimately set that idea aside. He now finds himself in the world of Naruto. The means by which he arrived remains a mystery, and the path back is even more elusive. Even reaching out to his parents through online acquaintances proves futile, only serving to heighten their anxiety. Moreover, he genuinely suspects that his arrival in this realm is intricately linked to his parents. His conversations with online friends are but fleeting interludes. Yifei tirelessly engages in a game of landowner, vowing to reclaim every bean he has lost. He resolutely refuses to step away until he has regained his losses, foregoing even lunch, not due to a lack of funds, but from sheer determination. "I'm back." A familiar voice calls out. It is Naruto. Without lifting his head, Yifeng responds with a nonchalant him. After an entire afternoon of intense gaming, not only has he failed to recover his joyful beans, but he has also incurred further losses amounting to billions. He can no longer afford to lose. His joyful beans are entirely depleted. Currently, he has shifted to another game, an auto chess variant, which provides a sense of security. After all, losing here merely means stagnating in rank. Naruto, unfazed by Yifeng's demeanor, knows this is how he behaves while gaming, and he has grown accustomed to it. He ascends to the second floor, his body caked in mud, desperately in need of a shower and a change of clothes. Did I forget to tell Naruto something? Yifeng ponders, scratching his head while observing Naruto's retreating figure. Oh no, my blanket, my sheets. Naruto's furious shout startles Yifeng, causing him to inadvertently click and select another hero from the store. Oh no, my 3-star hero. I worked so hard to gather enough for that. Chapter 19. Task Level Classification, Another Failure. Yifeng has spent nearly an entire day gaming without a single victory. His luck seems utterly abysmal. His best performance was in his final match, where just one more hero purchase would have granted him the coveted 3-star combination, allowing for a potential comeback. However, a momentary lapse caused him to misclick, halting his progress at a disheartening 4th place. In a fit of rage, he storms into the chaos of the second floor. Every time Naruto employs his shadow clone technique, regardless of the number created, if there is no enemy engagement, it is inevitable that a scuffle will break out among themselves. Reason holds no sway in these altercations. Even in the absence of justification, conflict will ensue, and this time, Naruto's rationale is more than ample. He cherishes his living environment. At home, he may be a bit careless, leaving instant noodle boxes uncleaned until he departs, casually taking them with him. However, after moving into Yifeng's convenience store, he has become considerably more diligent. Each time before he steps out, he meticulously tidies his bed, ensuring that no trash remains in his room for the next day. Even Yifeng must change his shoes before entering his bedroom. Now, to his utter fury, someone has intruded into his sanctuary without permission, not only sleeping in his bed but also leaving footprints behind. Who is it? You say the one sleeping in his bed is his shadow clone, which is, in fact, himself? He is not up to the task either. Awakened abruptly by Naruto, the shadow clone, acutely aware of his shortcomings, launched a preemptive strike, landing a punch squarely on Naruto's eye socket. Naruto, quick to retaliate, delivered a blow to the ribcage of shadow clone number 1. Thus ensued a chaotic exchange of fists and feet within the confines of Naruto's bedroom. When Yifeng joined the fray, it transformed into a 3-way melee. After a cacophony of sounds, Yifeng emerged victorious, having sustained the least damage, and declared a ceasefire. Exhausted, Naruto lacked even the strength to descend the stairs for a bowl of ramen, which Yifeng kindly brought to him. In the days that followed, Naruto diligently undertook missions, while Yifeng energetically opened the shop each day. Shadow Clone number 1 remained active, occasionally assisting Yifeng in the store, though more often he wandered about the village, returning only at meal times. The convenience store's business was neither thriving nor faltering. It generated just enough income to cover their daily meals. The third Hokage's financial support for Naruto ceased on the day he officially became a ninja and began accepting missions. The earnings from Naruto's novice tasks sufficed only for his personal expenses. Fortunately, his current expenditures were modest, as he primarily undertook missions within the village or its vicinity, where the need for money was limited. Yet, he grew weary of this monotonous existence, which starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of what it meant to be a ninja. The ninja of his imagination undertook missions that involved not merely escorting, but also ambush assassinations or other formidable challenges. He felt that the current task was beneath his identity and capabilities. After all, he was a ninja. How could he spend his days either tilling the fields for the villagers or searching for lost cats and dogs? Such trivial tasks could be accomplished by anyone. Why should it be him, a ninja, who undertakes them? At this rate, how long would it take for him to accumulate the merits necessary to ascend to the position of Hokage? When would he finally earn the recognition of the people? Would it be only after he became Hokage that the villagers would whisper and point at him, transforming their perception? Look, there goes our esteemed Hokage. Indeed. He had heard that the art of finding cats and dogs was his specialty. I could do that too. No. The thought of such a possibility made Naruto shake his head vigorously. It was truly terrifying. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi chided, giving Naruto a light slap on the head. The Hokage is currently announcing our next mission. You need to focus. Class 7 had just completed a task of locating a cat and was now engaged in a report on their findings. The cat's owner had not yet departed and was, quite unabashedly indulging in a frenzied display of affection towards her feline companion. The owner, who appeared to weigh around 200 pounds, was not merely cradling but rather constricting the cat's abdomen with her arms, pressing her face against the cat's in a playful manner. Ignoring the cat's continuous struggles, perhaps out of fear that her beloved pet might venture out again, she held on with an iron grip, causing the poor creature considerable discomfort. The more the cat squirmed, the tighter the owner clutched, creating a perfect cycle of entrapment. Suddenly, a whimsical thought crossed the mind of the little character drawn by Sakura, who mused, "No wonder that cat desires to escape. I would too." Meanwhile, in Kakashi's team, the next mission was presented. Dressed in the Hokage robe and with a pipe in hand, the third Hokage examined the task list and began to read aloud. Assist Lord Jiraiya with his household children. Or perhaps run errands to the neighboring village and aid in harvesting sweet potatoes. Stop! Naruto interjected urgently, crossing his arms and firmly refusing. I don't want to undertake such trivial tasks. I wish to engage in more formidable missions. Please assign me something else. Seemingly, this was a reasonable request, as Sasuke concurred with Naruto's sentiment, expressing his own reluctance to partake in tasks devoid of challenge, which anyone could accomplish. His time is limited, and he is reluctant to squander it on what he perceives as a futile endeavor. Such tasks offer no enhancement to his abilities, although he trusts in the man's prowess. Yi Feng's words have nonetheless influenced him, causing him to occasionally ponder the possibility, what if that man were to be slain by another before he could carry out the act himself? This is a conclusion he cannot fathom. As the saying goes, experience is gained through practice. Only in the crucible of real combat can his strength truly be augmented. He requires more formidable challenges, engaging with opponents of greater prowess. What a bothersome individual. Only Sakura finds satisfaction in such tasks, as they entail no confrontations with adversaries and pose no real danger. At most, it may be a bit tiresome, yet for ninjas, this fatigue pales in comparison to their routine training, and there is monetary compensation involved. What's not to relish? Furthermore, there is a more significant reason. Sakura cast a furtive glance at Sasuke, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. I suspected he was about to resort to some tricks, Kakashi mused with a hint of exasperation. After spending several days with Naruto, he had gleaned a general understanding of his character, although Naruto frequently associated with Yifeng, influenced by him. The change in Naruto was rather limited due to the brevity of time. Overall, Naruto's demeanor remained largely unchanged since Yifeng's arrival. He remained boisterous and forthright, speaking his mind without hesitation. On the surface, this was the case, though at times he would indulge in minor mischief, a behavior to which Kakashi had grown accustomed. He knew that given Naruto's temperament, he would soon find such monotonous tasks unbearable after only a few attempts. He himself had harbored similar thoughts when he undertook such assignments in the past. You bunch of fools, merely novices, Iruka exclaimed, rising from his seat beside the third Hokage, unreservedly chastising them. It is a well-established fact that everyone begins by accumulating experience through simple tasks. Iruka's words held considerable merit. However, Sasuke and Sakura found themselves unjustly affected by the situation, remaining silent amidst the discourse. Naruto, as was his wont, could hardly heed Iruka's advice and often engaged in retorts, a habit he had cultivated over time. During their years at the Ninja Academy, Iruka had been their class instructor, and through their interactions over the years, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Amongst his peers at school, Naruto was the one who frequently sparred verbally with Iruka. Despite holding great respect for him, recognizing Iruka as one of the few who did not view him through a lens of prejudice, this did not prevent Naruto from often driving Iruka to the brink of exasperation. The playful banter between them had become a daily occurrence. Regardless of what Iruka said, Naruto instinctively felt compelled to retort. Just as Iruka finished speaking, Naruto interjected, But, the tasks we had recently were exceedingly mundane. You articulate your points well, yet I refuse to heed them. I yearn for more challenging assignments." With a resounding thud, Kakashi delivered a punch to Naruto's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Enough already, you fool. Who dares to reject the tasks assigned by the Hokage? Well, there are some, like Danzo, and indeed, Danzo again. Danzo, a classmate and old friend of the third Hokage, could directly decline certain tasks he found unwelcome, given their decades-long camaraderie. Although there was some discord between them now for minor matters, if the third were to speak, Danzo would not refuse. However, such privileges were not afforded to Naruto. Despite being raised under the third's watchful eye and the latter's leniency towards Naruto's mischievous antics. The third would not impose harsh penalties for Naruto's mistakes. Aside from his exchanges with Irika, Naruto often found himself challenging the third as well, frequently visiting him for casual conversations. But those days were behind him. Naruto had matured, become a ninja, and was expected to cultivate independence. The third would no longer indulge him as he once did. After taking a puff from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke, the third Hokage spoke gravely. Naruto, it seems I must elucidate the true significance of our missions. Ouch, that hurts, Naruto exclaimed, sitting on the ground while clutching his head. Upon hearing the third's serious tone, Naruto's expression shifted to one of earnestness. He understood that when the third spoke in such a manner, it was time to be serious. For the consequences of his mischief would be far more painful than Kakashi's punch. The third continued, while the others listened attentively, refraining from interruption. You see, our village has numerous tasks each day that require our assistance, ranging from childcare to assassination. The request list contains a myriad of assignments. These tasks are categorized into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D, according to their difficulty. The villagers are generally classified by their abilities, beginning with the Hokage, followed by Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin. We higher-ranking ninjas assign tasks based on capability. A-level tasks are designated for Jonin, while B and C-level tasks are for Chunin. And the simpler C and D-level tasks correspond to Jinin. And what about the Hokage? Naruto asked, realizing the foolishness of his question almost immediately. The Hokage must remain in the village, unable to leave at will, thus exempt from taking on tasks. The third, having grown accustomed to Naruto's navet, chose not to respond but continued, as long as we successfully complete the missions, the clients will reward us accordingly. Almost as if to validate his words, a nearby woman, still holding her cat, presented several bills to the staff at the mission reception desk. The mission reception was conveniently located nearby, and the group witnessed this exchange. Though Jinin could undertake C-level missions, given their recent promotion, they lacked experience and were limited to D-level tasks at most. The third's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing. He was earnestly explaining the hierarchy of missions in the ranks of ninjas, while Kakashi and his companions formed a circle, engrossed in a discussion about what to have for lunch. The previous day's meal was pork bone ramen, and today, miso would suffice. Sitting on the ground, Naruto, who could hardly focus for more than 3 seconds, enthusiastically chimed in. Kakashi and the others, standing nearby, listened intently. It was utterly intolerable. The third Hokage bellowed, "Listen, I truly apologize." Kakashi quickly responded. Naruto, having been facing away from the third, clearly had not heard his lecture. Chapter 20. The Distribution of Power in the Ninja Village. Naruto nonchalantly remarked, "The old man always lectures me, but I've grown up. I'm not just the mischievous little brat he thinks I am." This statement lacked credibility. Even Kakashi, who had spent a month with him, found it hard to believe. And he was already bracing himself for a thorough reprimand. Meanwhile, Naruto crossed his arms in dissatisfaction, turning his back again. However, someone believed him. Iriko wore a smile, appearing quite gratified. The third also chuckled softly, observing Naruto's back and realizing that the once mischievous little rascal might genuinely have matured. Perhaps it was time to let go. Is that so? I understand now. What? The few individuals awaiting reprimand raised their heads in disbelief. Since you say so, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. The third declared leisurely, propping himself on the desk. You are to protect a certain individual. Really? Naruto exclaimed, turning his head in surprise. Who is it? Is it the Lady of the Lords? Or perhaps, the princess? There's no need to rush. I will introduce you shortly, the third assured, gesturing for them to remain calm. He then called out, "Please come in." The group awaiting their mission instinctively turned toward the door, and with the sound of it creaking open, a voice drifted in. Why are there only these little brats? A man entered, holding a bottle of alcohol, with a bundle slung over his shoulder, a towel draped around his neck, dressed like a farmer. The group scrutinized the uncle at the door, reeking of liquor and swaying unsteadily, raising doubts about his sobriety. Surely, he hadn't stumbled in here while intoxicated to issue a mission? After gulping down a few swigs, the uncle wiped the droplets from his beard and slurred. Especially that little one, looking utterly foolish. Are you really a ninja? Ha. Who are you talking about? Naruto, hands on his hips and still confused, swayed his head, reveling in the mischief, while Sasuke and Sakura silently stepped closer to him. What? Naruto was taken aback, realizing he was indeed the smallest one there. Kakashi swiftly grabbed Naruto by the collar, lifting him up as he struggled and shouted, I'll kill you. Why would you want to harm the uncle we are supposed to protect? Kakashi retorted, adding, idiot. Ignoring Naruto's menacing glare, the uncle stated his purpose. I am the renowned bridge builder, Dazna. During my time here to complete the bridge, you must protect me diligently. With the door wide open, Naruto dashed out first, arms outstretched, exuberantly proclaiming, let us go, let us go. What are you so excited about? Sakura, lagging behind, remarked dryly. We just left the village gate. Why the thrill? Naruto, gazing around, felt an insatiable curiosity about everything outside. Because I've never left the village before. Naruto's unique status meant that until he possessed the capability to protect himself, the third Hokage would not allow him to leave. Although Naruto had inquired about the reasons for his confinement, the third had always deflected him with excuses. This was one of the reasons Naruto was so adamant about undertaking more formidable missions, as only by accepting such tasks could he legitimately step beyond the village's confines. The exhilaration of stepping outside for the first time overwhelmed Naruto. Even the mere act of crossing the village threshold filled him with delight. The outside world was an entirely unfamiliar realm to him, brimming with intrigue. Dazna, witnessing Naruto's naive exuberance, expressed his discontent. Hey, is it truly wise to send such a child? Kakashi offered an awkward smile. With me, a jonin, accompanying you, there is no need for concern. Will those little brats really be all right? The uncle's skeptical tone echoed, igniting Naruto's indignation. This was the most dismal employer he had encountered. He felt a strong urge to teach him a lesson. Hey, old man, don't underestimate ninjas. I am quite formidable. Naruto declared confidently, pointing at Dazna. I will become Hokage one day, a super elite ninja, remember that. Gulp. Another swig of alcohol went down Dazna's throat as he barely glanced at Naruto. His dismissive comment striking a nerve. Hokage? Isn't that the mightiest ninja in your village? I hardly think a fellow like you could ever attain that. Shut up, shut up. Naruto's forehead throbbed with rage, his frustration boiling over. I am prepared to do whatever it takes, and once I become Hokage, even you will have to acknowledge me. I won't acknowledge you, little brat, Dazna scoffed. Even if you become Hokage, I'll kill you. Naruto fumed, attempting to charge at him, but Kakashi swiftly restrained him. Didn't I tell you to stop, you fool? Frustrated, Naruto struggled against Kakashi's grip, pleading, no, at least let me punch him once. With no other choice, Kakashi used physical means to convince Naruto to calm down. Dejected, Naruto walked ahead, while the other four formed a line behind him. From a professional perspective, the method of protecting their employer was fraught with flaws, especially with the employer positioned at the edge. If an assailant truly sought to harm him, the others would scarcely have time to respond. Kakashi, seasoned and astute, recognized the issue and silently positioned himself beside Dazna. He did not articulate the meaning of the problem, although he was the leader of the team and responsible for guiding the students. His pedagogical approach favored allowing students to discover issues on their own. Regardless of how eloquently others might speak, nothing could compare to the profundity of personal experience. The atmosphere within the team grew somewhat somber. Naruto, having just endured a beating, was reluctant to engage in conversation, while Sasuke, by nature, was not particularly loquacious. Kakashi was still awaiting his students, sensing something amiss. Sakura felt that this stagnant situation could not persist, especially with a lengthy journey still ahead. Moreover, she harbored doubts regarding the task at hand. Dazna had merely stated that they were to protect him without disclosing the reason for such protection. Building a bridge? While this was indeed a noble endeavor that would facilitate travel for many, one would expect that a man like Dazna, engaged in such a commendable act, would be cherished by all. Why then, was there talk of wanting to kill him, if no one sought his demise? Why had he traveled all the way to Konoha to specifically issue a mission to safeguard him until the bridge was completed? These were the perplexing questions that troubled Sakura's mind. Mr. Dazna, Sakura decided to engage him in conversation, hoping to extract some useful information. Although it was customary for those accepting missions to refrain from asking excessive questions, a ninja's professional code of ethics, she felt compelled to inquire. If one perceived an issue with a task, they could simply decline to accept it. To later retract their acceptance would tarnish their reputation. Furthermore, the village or location where the mission was accepted would bear its own responsibilities. Conversely, if an employer were to suddenly retract a mission after someone had accepted it, or if unforeseen circumstances arose, they too would be liable for appropriate penalties or other consequences. What is the matter? Dazna inquired as he continued on his way. Mr. Dazna, your country is the land of waves, correct? What of it? Dazna was puzzled by Sakura's question, as he had already provided basic information when the mission was issued. The individuals accepting the task should have been aware of this. Kakashi-sensei, does that country have ninjas? Sakura asked, seeking further clarification. This was another point of confusion for her. A country ought to possess its own ninjas, as they would be the ones to issue missions. After all, ninjas must earn a livelihood, and without engaging in agriculture or labor, they primarily depended on missions issued by others for their sustenance. If there were ninjas, Dasna could have simply issued the mission within his own country. Why travel all the way to their land of fire, specifically to Konoha? Was it possible that the land of waves lacked ninjas? Kakashi confirmed her suspicions. No, there are no ninjas in the land of waves. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke turn their heads in curiosity, Kakashi elaborated. While the cultures and customs of various nations differ, most do have ninja villages and ninjas. The existence of ninja villages can be considered a form of military strength for a nation, allowing for diplomatic relations with other countries. That said, ninja villages are not governed by the state. They maintain an equal standing with the nations, and in smaller island nations like the Land of Waves, there is often no need for a ninja village. Even in countries with ninja villages, especially the 5 great nations of fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth, they boast vast territories and formidable national strength, known collectively as the 5 great shinobi countries. The fire country has Konoha, the water country has Kirigakure, the lightning country has Kumogakure, the wind country has Sunagakure, and the earth country has Awagakure. Only the leaders of these villages can be referred to as Kage. The Hokage, Mizukage, Reikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage are thus known as the 5 Kage, standing above the ninjas of the world. Wow, the Hokage is truly remarkable, Sakura exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, a simplistic figure in her mind emerged, crossing its arms in skepticism. Is that frail old man really so impressive? It seems a bit dubious. Recalling the incident when the 3rd Hokage had nosebleed and collapsed after witnessing her seductive technique, Naruto shook his head, finding it hard to believe. The youthful Naruto, unaware of the potency of his seductive technique, was oblivious to the fact that no normal man could resist such a jutsu. Hey, noticing Naruto's distracted demeanor, Kakashi called out, "Were you just doubting the Hokage?" Naruto quickly shook his head, denying it, while a sheepish Sakura mirrored his action. Never mind, rest assured, Kakashi reassured them. C-rank missions absolutely do not involve confrontations between ninjas. While others might be unaware of the 3rd Hokage's true strength, Kakashi was well aware, as the 3rd was his teacher's teacher's teacher. His words were merely intended to reassure a few individuals. Based on his past experiences, a C-rank mission, particularly one undertaken by a lower-ranked ninja, was unlikely to encounter ninja from other nations. He mistakenly believed that a few of them were concerned about this matter. It is understandable. After all, they are novices lacking practical experience, and a degree of apprehension is only natural. Sakura, seizing the moment, remarked, "Oh, in that case, there is no need to worry about encountering foreign ninjas." Naturally, haha. Dazuna lowered his head and laughed heartily. Chapter 21. The trouble caused by money. Uha sat languidly in the chair behind the cash register, while Leaf Maple stifled a great yawn, appearing somewhat listless. Accustomed to sleepless nights, despite his recent efforts to adjust his routine, the initial days were manageable. He went to bed early and rose early. However, it wasn't long before his late-night habits resurfaced. He simply felt that not engaging in some activity at night would be a missed opportunity. This mirrors the mentality of many office workers. Busy during the day with their jobs, they find no time for personal endeavors. After work, they indulge in their phones, play games, watch movies, often busier than during their working hours. They will not succumb to slumber until they are utterly exhausted, and even when they wake the next day, devoid of energy, they still persist in this routine. Yawning is contagious. As he yawned, the individual beside him, designated as 1, followed suit. 1 had not ventured out today. Instead, he dutifully accompanied Leaf Maple in managing the store. It was not for lack of desire to enjoy himself, but rather due to a lack of funds. In his earlier days of solitary living, Naruto had no source of income, relying entirely on the 3rd Hokage's support. Yet, Naruto was rather frugal with his expenditures. His meals consisted mainly of instant noodles or milk, with the occasional treat being a bowl of ramen. He also refrained from purchasing new clothes, making do with several sets of orange and blue attire that he had worn for years. Consequently, he had managed to save a portion of the funds the 3rd had provided, which he intended to use to purchase weapons upon graduating from school and becoming a ninja. He held this sum of money in high regard and dared not reveal its existence to Yifone, fearing that upon discovering it, Yifeng would revert to a life of idleness, despite possessing a shop where he could engage in small business ventures. The notion of a lack of customers was merely an illusion. Naruto had discerned the truth. It was not that there were no patrons, but rather that the establishment remained shuttered all day. It was a wonder that any customers would appear at all. Given the foot traffic on this street and the throngs at the Ichiraku ramen shop, as long as the doors were open, business would flourish, and curious customers would inevitably venture in. Whether they made a purchase was secondary. The mere presence of visitors was what mattered. The crux of the matter was simple. Open the doors, open the doors. What significance was there in keeping them closed? From the exterior, the shop appeared quite charming, and the interior decor was commendable, appealing to the aesthetic sensibilities of the majority. However, the inventory was somewhat sparse. Additional shelving units were warranted, as the expansive leisure area at the back was a gross underutilization of space. This sentiment was echoed by Uncle Ichiraku during one of Naruto's ramen meals, a notion Naruto wholeheartedly endorsed. Yet, Yifeng found himself in a quandary. He too perceived the empty leisure area as a waste and had contemplated procuring goods from outside to sell in the shop. However, whenever he entertained the thought of bringing in merchandise purchased from elsewhere, he found it impossible to carry the items inside. Even if he succeeded, they would mysteriously vanish from the shelves. After incurring losses equivalent to several days of revenue, Yifeng abandoned the idea of sourcing goods externally. He had also attempted to have Naruto bring items into the store, but to no avail. They would vanish as soon as they were placed on the shelves. This led Naruto to misunderstand the situation, believing that Yifeng disapproved of items purchased from other stores and was secretly discarding them when he wasn't looking. How could Yifeng explain this? He couldn't simply state that it was unrelated to him, that the convenience store itself was consuming the items. Yifeng had no intention of revealing the store's mysteries to anyone. Discovering them was something they must explore on their own. It was futile to hide such wonders. The store was there, and its enchantments would inevitably attract attention. For instance, when pain attacked and devastated Konoha, its indestructible nature would be exposed before all. Unless, of course, the convenience store sprouted legs and made a hasty exit prior to that event, only to return afterward. The convenience store strictly prohibited any external items from being brought inside for sale. Even if Yifeng did not price the items or place them on the shelves but merely left them on the floor, customers could not take them out without a transaction at the register. Any money collected would vanish the moment Yifeng touched it. Outsiders were equally barred. Do not ask how Yifeng knew this, for he would never disclose that he had instructed Naruto to collect money. Only for both of them to leave without entering the store, spending the money outside, and then facing Yifeng's wrath when he noticed a discrepancy in the day's earnings. In summary, Yifeng had exhausted every method to no avail. The convenience store only sold its own goods. Returning to the main point, these matters had no relation to the money Naruto had hidden away. He feared that if Yifeng discovered its existence, he would lose it. And if he did not spend it, he worried that Yifeng would cease operations. Consequently, Naruto had specifically hidden this money in the place he once called home. Initially, Yifeng was unaware of this money's existence, but by the time he learned of it, it had already been squandered by the first shadow clone. The first shadow clone had never been dismissed by Naruto. Perhaps it was related to the fight they had that night, after which the clone ceased to appear before him. When Naruto was in the store, the first clone would not manifest, but when Naruto was absent, it would return to eat and take advantage. The clone did not reside in the store, but rather at Naruto's home, which had remained vacant since Naruto moved out. Do not forget that before the shadow clone was created, it shared memories with the original. In essence, prior to its separation, there existed only the original. Thus, when they split, the concepts of the original and shadow clone emerged. Therefore, while Yifeng was unaware, the first clone was informed during Naruto's missions. When he had no time to check on his home, the first clone took the money and spent it extravagantly. And then, nothing remained. The money was entirely depleted. Curiously, Naruto's shadow clones were distinct from others. Typically, other shadow clones mirrored the personality of the original. However, Naruto's clones, particularly the multiple shadow clones, were each peculiar in their own right, identical in appearance yet diverse in temperament. Before witnessing Naruto's numerous shadow clones, one might find it hard to imagine the scene of battling oneself. Naruto was frugal with money, while the first clone was the complete opposite, spending lavishly. The sum simply could not sustain his extravagant lifestyle for long. Initially, Yifeng had been puzzled by the first clone's behavior in the days leading up to Naruto's missions. It rarely returned, only to show up at mealtimes. Now, he understood, it had money at first, but eventually ran out. What is your intent now? Yifeng asked, lighting a cigarette to stimulate his thoughts as he observed the first clone, which was uncharacteristically close to him. Nothing much, the clone replied evasively, reluctant to speak the truth. And stubbornly added, I just didn't feel like going out today. I thought I might keep you company to spare you from boredom. Is that so? Yifeng chose not to confront the clone's hidden motives. He was free to spend his time as he wished, and he doubted the clone had the patience to endure. From the moment the clone entered, Yifeng sensed something was amiss. Its hesitance and reluctance to speak were evident, clearly indicating that it sought his assistance. Yet, since the clone remained silent, Yifeng did not press the matter, testing who would outlast the other. Yifeng ceased speaking, engrossed in a game on the register, only diverting his gaze when a customer entered. The first clone fidgeted restlessly, its repeated attempts to articulate its thoughts finally culminating in an outburst. Don't poke me with your fingers. That's the privilege of young girls. It swatted the clone's hand away from his waist, shaking off the ash from his cigarette while regarding the first clone with a bemused expression. What's the matter? Can't hold back any longer? Just say what you need. You know I'm always willing to help. It's precisely because I know your character that I hesitate to speak. The first clone thought to itself. Yet, silence was not an option. Before speaking, the clone stepped back a few paces, contemplating, before retreating even further until one foot crossed the threshold of the door. Yifeng, could you possibly give me the earnings from this period? Absolutely not. Yifeng's response was immediate and resolute. The clone's face fell. It had anticipated this outcome. If you don't help me, I'm finished. You're finished? You're merely a shadow clone. What does that even mean? Yifeng replied, exasperated. The clone was well aware that as a shadow clone, it could only be dispersed or willingly dissipated by the original. There was no notion of being finished. However, it pleaded, but I want to live a little longer. Even if I am dissolved, there might be another chance for me to emerge. But if you don't help me now, I may never have that opportunity again, and you will never see me again. Is it really that dire? Yifeng inquired, intrigued. Aren't the shadow clones of your original and the multiple shadow clones randomly generated? It sounds as if you're suggesting something fixed. It's not entirely fixed, the first clone explained from the doorway. We decide who emerges through rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to come out, or if your punch is strong enough, that works too. Are you trying to fool me? Yifeng scoffed. Do you think I'll buy that? Believe it? The clone ventured cautiously, sensing Yifeng's skepticism. It quickly amended. You don't believe? Regardless of your belief. That is the reality. The first clone shrugged, resigned. Outsiders would find it challenging to comprehend the existence of shadow clones, especially given Naruto's unique situation, where each clone exhibited distinct personalities. Even they struggled to articulate it, yet they undeniably existed. The first clone was certain of its own existence. But without the summoning of the original, Naruto, it could not emerge. Did Yifeng understand? Perhaps he did. He recalled a television series he had watched, Doom Patrol, in which there existed a character named Jane, embodying a similar essence. Jane was a dissociative identity disorder sufferer, and within her mind lay an alternate realm where her myriad personalities resided. Whenever Jane faced peril, one of her personalities would be chosen to emerge and rescue her via the subway. Although this mode of transportation might consume time, to an outsider, Jane's personality switch appeared instantaneous. Yifeng was also aware of another individual akin to Jane, Professor X's son, whom he referred to as Legion. Despite the differences between their situations and Naruto's shadow clones, Yifeng found it fitting to draw parallels, thus enabling a deeper understanding of the matters at hand as articulated by Individual 1. Regardless of the veracity of your claims, what purpose do you have for borrowing money? In the past, it was he who sought financial assistance from Naruto, yet this marked the first occasion that Naruto, Individual 1, approached him for a loan. Yifeng felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the motives behind Individual 1's request. Thus, Individual 1, in a flurry of words, divulged the reasons for his borrowing. If I do not repay this sum before my original self returns, I fear I shall be cast into the depths of disgrace, never to emerge again. How outrageous! Yifeng retorted vehemently. Shopkeeper, you cannot assert such a thing. You have spent this money as well. Are you daring to claim that it was not I who paid for your ramen the other day? Growing increasingly emboldened, Individual 1 reconsidered, retracting his foot from the threshold. He realized that the matter of the money could not rest solely upon his shoulders. The other party who benefited must also bear some responsibility. If the original self discovers that you spent his money in his absence and deny it, we ought to devise a plan. Chapter 22. The Cowardly Useless One Ichu. As Naruto journeyed onward, he suddenly sneezed, instinctively rubbing his nose. This triggered a cascade of sneezes, akin to disturbing a nest of hornets. Achoo! Achoo! What is it? Little one, if you are unwell, you may return now. After all, we are not far from your village, Dasna remarked, feigning concern. Naruto, finally exhibiting some cleverness, discerned the underlying implications in Dasna's words and retorted indignantly, "Stop spouting nonsense, old man. I am not feigning illness." "Is that so?" Dasna clearly expressed his disbelief. Throughout their journey, their banter had devolved into a series of veiled jabs, and while others initially attempted to mediate, they had since ceased to intervene. Futile. Even if their reconciliation momentarily paused their skirmishes, it would not be long before they quarreled over trivial matters once more. Kakashi found himself perplexed as to why two individuals meeting for the first time could harbor such mutual disdain. Ironically, it was always Naruto who, after losing an argument, felt humiliated and was eager to resort to physical confrontation. The dense foliage enveloped the narrow paths of the forest, a network crafted by unseen hands. Certainly not by their kind of ninja. When the ninjas traverse their path, they perpetually leap from tree to tree. To touch the ground signifies a failure to master their craft. Should one observe closely, it becomes apparent that in areas frequently traversed by ninjas, certain trees bear the scars of their passage, with branches stripped bare. Undeniably, some ninjas possess an extraordinary prowess, their every movement imbued with a cataclysmic force. They are the finest contractors. With a mere gesture, a broad and straight path emerges through the jungle. Yet, it is evident that such powerful beings would not engage in road construction without purpose. The trails within the jungle are predominantly forged by the passage of common folk over time. After all, in this world, ninjas abound, yet commoners vastly outnumber them. The latter are the true architects of the world's gradual prosperity. Commoners serve as the foundation of the pyramid, while ninjas represent its apex. How many ninjas are adept at agriculture? Even when ninjas undertake farming tasks, they do so under the guidance of employers, for without such oversight, they would be oblivious to the yield of the seeds they sow. Without the trade and exchange of the commoners, they might not even afford a meal. The very materials for their weapons are also extracted by the hands of commoners. If one were to argue that their contribution lies in protecting the common folk, perhaps there is some truth to that. However, let us not forget that the vast majority of wars are instigated by them. The plight of commoners residing in ninja villages is somewhat mitigated, for at least the ninjas there adhere to certain rules and do not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. In nations devoid of ninja villages, the commoners suffer greatly. The rogue ninjas, unbound by any code of conduct, show no mercy to those they deem unworthy. Displeasing them may very well lead to one's demise. It is not to say that all ninjas are malevolent. There are indeed virtuous ones among them. Similarly, not every commoner possesses a benevolent heart. Those who wield power can commit atrocities surpassing those of ninjas. This is the essence of our world. There exists no absolute notion of good or evil, and discernment rests upon the perspective of those in power. Even in a unified world, even if the rulers are revered as deities, such deities are not omnipotent. There will always be corners overlooked. If a unified world is thus, one can only imagine the chaos in the ever-fractured realm of ninjas. As Kakashi journeys onward, he diverts his attention through contemplation. Rather than engage in the quarrel between the two, he prefers to seek a moment of peace through thought. Kakashi reflects on the first Hokage, whose ideals were noble. He quelled the chaos of his time, brought an end to the warring states period, and established the system of one nation, one village. He distributed the tailed beasts among various nations to maintain a balance of power. While he was alive, his overwhelming strength could suppress the restlessness of certain individuals. However, in his absence, the ambitions of some could no longer be contained, leading to the outbreak of war. The Third Great Ninja War saw an increasing number of ninjas from various countries participating, resulting in unprecedented devastation. These recent conflicts were far more brutal than the previous warring states period. During that era, chaos reigned, with families, villages, and nations engaged in relentless combat, each seeking opportunities to strike first, for if one did not attack, one would surely be attacked. In contrast, the establishment of ninja villages transformed the once disorganized ninjas into cohesive groups centered around these villages. Although family structures persisted, they now operated in concert, forming systematic and purposeful units, becoming the hallmark of modern ninja forces. The emergence of complex ninjutsu on the battlefield was a direct consequence of this evolution. As Kakashi strolled along a forest path, he couldn't help but muse whether the road beneath his feet was a remnant of a past battle. The peculiar puddle in the middle of the path struck him as odd. Casting a subtle glance at the water, he remained silent, trailing behind the others. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. A figure emerged from the water, first revealing its head, then its neck, and finally its entire body. Gazing at Kakashi, who was at the rear, the figure broke into a cruel smile. With a flick of its arm, a spiked chain was launched from a specialized weapon affixed to its arm, and another figure leapt from a tree, synchronizing with its movement. The spiked chain ensnared Kakashi tightly, rendering him immobile. A gentle tug tightened the chain further, and Kakashi's body was gruesomely reduced to a mass of flesh that splattered onto the ground. If Leaf Maple were present, he would surely exclaim about the unscientific nature of it all, questioning the whereabouts of Kakashi's bones. The individuals ahead were paralyzed with fear at the commotion behind them. Sakura, pale with fright, stumbled back a few steps. Naruto, incredulous, shouted, "Kei Kakashi-sensei." A gust of wind swept by, and two figures appeared behind him, as if from nowhere. A muffled voice whispered ominously in his ear, the second one. Naruto, frozen in terror, could only watch helplessly as the chain advanced toward him. If ensnared, he feared he might meet a fate akin to that of Kakashi. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted swiftly. With a leap, he threw two shurikens that pierced the chain's circular links, pinning it to a tree. The ends of the chain were attached to the specialized weapons of the two assailants, effectively trapping them. As Sasuke descended, he delivered a swift kick to each of them before they could react. They triggered mechanisms on their arms to release the chains, which were now useless, anchored to the tree and incapable of being removed. With one assault thwarted, the two quickly shifted their focus. Their true target was not Naruto and his companions, but rather Dazna. Eliminating Naruto's group was merely a means to facilitate their own objectives. With the two attackers now upon him, Dazna found himself vulnerable, devoid of protection. I must defend. I must defend. In her panic, Sakura finally remembered her mission, brandishing her kunai as she stood in front of Dazna. Get back, uncle, she urged nervously, facing the oncoming adversaries. Yet, Dazna, an ordinary man, was already in a state of panic, unable to comprehend Sakura's words. Alone, Sakura could not suffice. Sasuke thought with a frown. He was acutely aware of Sakura's capabilities, fully cognizant that she was no match for the adversary. After striving to extricate himself from another foe entangled with him, he had no time for contemplation. Sasuke unleashed his utmost speed, positioning himself protectively in front of Sakura. The specialized weapon on the enemy's arm was not only capable of deploying chains, but also integrated with a glove adorned with iron claws. At that moment, the claws loomed larger and larger in Sasuke's eyes. He beheld the ferocious gaze of his adversary, coupled with the exhilaration of imminent victory. The enemy had not anticipated that their actions would transpire so effortlessly. The instructor of the three young ones was swiftly subdued. Among the remaining trio, one lay prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear, while a girl feigned bravery, despite being the very one who had initially screamed. Another young one startled them momentarily. Yet that was the extent of his contribution, as he stood foolishly before him, neither dodging nor retreating, arms wide open. Is he a fool? The enemy cruelly thought. Since you wish to die so much, I shall oblige. Just as his claws were about to graze Sasuke, an arm constricted around his neck, halting his advance. The grip was so tight that he found it difficult to breathe, and then his vision faded into darkness. Hey, came a mocking greeting. As Kakashi tightened his hold on one enemy's throat, leaving the foe motionless, unaware if he was unconscious or dead. Kakashi-sensei, you're still alive. Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi, bemused, thought to himself that as a genin, it was unlikely for him to perish so easily. Why steal my thunder? Sasuke thought, irked that his moment of glory had been overshadowed. Another Kakashi-sensei has appeared? Naruto pondered, confused about what had just transpired. Turning to where Kakashi had been in peril, he was taken aback by the splintered wood scattered across the ground. Did Kakashi-sensei use the substitution technique? Naruto realized. I'm sorry I couldn't come to your aid sooner. Which led to your injury, Kakashi said apologetically. Phew, it seemed they were saved. Tazuna, regaining his composure, sighed in relief. Injury? Naruto was still contemplating Kakashi's claim of being hurt when Kakashi, now with two captured enemies in tow, approached Sakura and Sasuke. You both performed admirably. Unlike some who stood idly by, Kakashi remarked. Who is he talking about? Is it me? The realization dawned on him. I did nothing at all, yet Sasuke, despite this being his first real battle, showed no fear at all. He remained composed, his attire unblemished, even protecting me. Naruto's expression turned to one of defeat. He felt ashamed for being utterly useless in the recent skirmish, outshined even by Sakura. This was hard for him to accept, especially since he often boasted about his bravery. "Hey, Naruto," Sasuke called out, and when Naruto turned to him, Sasuke feigned concern. "You're not hurt, are you? Coward." "What?" Naruto's face contorted as if he had just swallowed a live fly. Being mocked by his rival was unbearable. He immediately shouted Sasuke's name, ready to charge forward. "Naruto." Kakashi's voice boomed even louder. "This is not the time for play. These foes have poison on their claws, and you must expel it quickly." "What?" Naruto finally noticed several scratches on the back of his hand, blood still trickling, yet he felt no pain. Most poisons induce numbness, preventing the victim from sensing any injury. By the time the numbing effect wore off, it could be too late. "Quickly, we must cut open the wounds to let the poison blood out. Don't move. The toxin will spread," Kakashi warned, still clutching two enemies under his arms. "By the way, Mr. Tazuna," he suddenly said, startling Tazuna, who anxiously replied, What is it?" "There are some inquiries I wish to make," Kakashi said with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 23. Reckless Rapid Actions Before Attending to Naruto's Injuries. The two enemies bound to the tree had regained consciousness. They stood in a line while Naruto remained on guard, eager to redeem himself after missing his earlier opportunity. Kakashi stood in the center, with Tazuna to his right. After the recent ambush, Kakashi was determined not to let Tazuna out of his sight, ensuring better protection in close proximity. He felt uneasy leaving Tazuna's safety entirely to Naruto and the others, who were still unaccustomed to such sudden situations. They must be Nin from the Mist Village, Kakashi speculated, though not with absolute certainty. While each ninja village has its unique characteristics and techniques, distinguishing them by their headbands is a common method. Each village's headband differs. For example, the Konoha headband displays a spiral pattern with a protruding tip, engraved on a thin metal plate with straps on either side for wearing on the forehead or arm, wherever one prefers. However, most opt to wear it on the forehead for practicality in battle, allowing allies to easily identify one another. Kakashi recognized the two enemies' headbands marked with wave patterns, leading him to infer their origin. Yet, the simplicity of headband creation left him uncertain if they were indeed Mist Village ninjas, as it was possible they were rogue ninjas attempting to mislead. Typically, organized ninjas would not resort to such tactics, as those on assassination missions need to be identifiable by their headbands to establish their reputation. "Why are you able to discern our movements?" One of the bound enemies wondered aloud, believing he had hidden well. He was shocked to discover that Kakashi seemed to have anticipated their actions. Kakashi, seemingly unfazed, answered, "It hasn't rained in days, and on a clear day like today, the ground would be dry, wouldn't it? Why would you let children do the fighting?" Tazuna, perplexed, could not understand why Kakashi, having detected the enemy's presence, did not engage himself but instead sent the inexperienced youngsters into battle. As an outsider, he observed with keen clarity that had it not been for Kakashi's timely intervention, he might not have been standing here alive. Being an ordinary person, he perhaps lacked an understanding of the ninja world, where mercy is not granted simply due to one's youth, provided one is a ninja. Kakashi, at the age of Naruto and his companions, had already seen the battlefield, where those even younger than him had also fought. Dazna had encountered ninjas. Yet he remained oblivious to the intricacies of their world, for he was not one of them. Kakashi had no intention of elucidating this to Dazna, even if he spoke. Dazna would not comprehend. Moreover, another reason lay behind his reluctance to engage. If I so desire, I could eliminate these two in an instant, Kakashi thought. His gaze sharp as a blade, directed towards Dazna as he inquired, who exactly is the enemy's target? His heart already held the answer, he merely sought confirmation. What does it mean? Tazuna feigned confusion, seemingly unaware of why Kakashi would utter such a thing. Kakashi bluntly stated, in other words, the one being targeted is either you or someone among our ninja ranks. Previously, we were oblivious to the fact that you were being pursued by a ninja. Your request was solely to ensure your protection from gangs or thieves, armed groups that might attack. Now, this has escalated to a task above B rank. You only claimed responsibility for your protection until the bridge was completed. If the enemy is indeed a ninja, we would unhesitatingly classify this as a high-value B rank mission. You seem to harbor some unspoken burdens, yet a deceptive request can be quite troublesome for us. What we must do now lies beyond the scope of our mission. This task is premature for us. We should discontinue it, Sakura advised, noting that to drain Naruto's wound and release the toxic blood would require anesthesia. necessitating a return to the village for medical assistance. Kakashi glanced at the wound on Naruto's hand, which had swollen and was still bleeding. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Naruto turned to him as well. Kakashi averted his eyes, no longer looking at Naruto, yet his words weighed heavily on Naruto, amplifying his sense of burden. Assisting Naruto with his injury while simultaneously returning to the village seemed inevitable. Had he become a burden once more? No, that was unacceptable. Naruto's expression twisted in rage. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he drew a kunai and jabbed it into the back of his injured hand. Why was it so different? Why was he always lagging behind? How infuriating. Naruto felt a surge of resentment. In school, he had been labeled the underachiever. After finally graduating to become a ninja, he refused to remain a failure. If his injury hindered him, if he feared he could not withstand the pain without anesthesia to drain the blood, he would take matters into his own hands. It was merely bloodletting. He could do it without anesthesia. In any case, he would not return to the village. He would not be a liability. He would continue the mission. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked anxiously, concerned that Naruto might worsen his injury through improper treatment. Bloodletting was not as simple as making a random incision. Should he misjudge the location, he could die from excessive blood loss even if the poison did not kill him. Yet, in his fervor, Naruto paid no heed to such considerations, declaring to his companions, I must become stronger than before. Continuously completing missions and training in ninjutsu every day alone. Li Feng, who was not present, wished to clarify that he had never witnessed Naruto engage in such intensive training since moving into his convenience store. As for whether he had done so previously, Li Feng claimed ignorance. I no longer wish to wait for others to come and save me. Li Feng added from his absence, if you have the ability, you can add that I do not need the tailed beasts, especially that particular fox. I will not be discouraged, nor will I shy away. I refuse to be outdone by Sasuke, swearing on the pain in my left hand. Sasuke, caught in the crossfire, remarked that Naruto was never his target to surpass. At least not at this moment. I will use this ninja shuriken to protect the old man, he stated, chuckling softly as he felt moved by his own resolve. Feigning strength, the mission continues. Although he spoke with great bravado, Kakashi felt compelled to remind him, Naruto, it's commendable to release the toxic blood at the right moment. But if you bleed excessively, you may die from blood loss. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, the birds in the forest seemingly mocking Naruto's folly. The expression on Naruto's face was quite remarkable. Moments ago, he had been resolute, yet upon hearing Kakashi's words, he instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping down his brow. Kakashi, ever considerate, squatted beside him and whispered in his ear, if you don't stop the bleeding quickly, it could become very dangerous. Panic set in. Naruto was utterly frantic. Flailing his arms, no, that won't do. I can't die over something so trivial. Show me your hand. After witnessing the commotion, Kakashi knew he could not let Naruto bleed to death. He needed to examine the injury on Naruto's hand to determine the next course of action. Please, don't. Help me. Naruto extended his hand towards Kakashi, pleading for assistance. Sakura, rolling her eyes, retorted, Naruto, you really seem to have a penchant for self-harm. This is utterly reckless. Observing the wound on Naruto's hand, Kakashi's expression grew serious. He noted that Naruto's injury was rapidly healing, visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Such remarkable recovery abilities were rare in the ninja world. Only a select few possessed them, either through immense strength or unique physical traits. The latter, without matching abilities, often faced dire consequences. Am I all right? Naruto asked nervously, Teacher, why do you look so serious? Don't worry, you're fine. Kakashi replied in a relaxed tone. Even though Naruto's injury was nearing recovery, Kakashi still retrieved medical bandages, methodically wrapping them around Naruto's hand. He was not prepared to let others know about Naruto's uniqueness, for it would invite calamity upon him. Yet, he could not help but ponder, is this the power of the Nine Tails? Uncle Shopkeeper, what is our revenue so far? Kid, allow me to correct you sternly. This is my shop, and the revenue is none of your business. How can it not be my business? If the real body finds out about you. Yi Feng interrupted the incessant chatter of number one, having heard that statement multiple times, which had begun to annoy him. If you utter that phrase again in my presence, I shall disregard it. At worst, I shall wait for Naruto to return and take a beating from him. Besides, he might not even be able to defeat me. Choosing to ignore the latter part of his statement, number one did not believe that a ninja's real body could be bested by an ordinary person. Previously, it had all been mere trifles without seriousness. Though he thought this, number one would not voice it directly, for he desired to maintain a good rapport with the only person capable of aiding him. Seeing that number one had finally quieted down, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. At last, he was undisturbed while gaming. As dusk descended and the sun yielded to the moon, he opened the cash box and casually pulled out a handful of bills. Yifeng, struggling to keep his eyes open, waved the money in front of the rejuvenated number one, who widened his eyes in surprise. Is it time for dinner? Indeed. It is time for dinner. Ichiraka ramen, let us go. It's on me, Yifeng declared generously. Is this a ghost? Number one questioned incredulously. In all his time here, this was the first instance he had witnessed Yifeng treat someone. This unusual behavior made him anxious. He reached out to touch Yifeng's forehead, puzzled. Are you running a fever? Chapter 24. How I came here running a fever. What nonsense. This is a reward for your hard work, Yifeng said, swatting away the hand on his forehead. You've been so diligent today. Keep it up tomorrow. Today, indeed. Number one had been tirelessly promoting the shop's snacks, standing at the door and shouting to attract passing customers. He had also set his sights on Ichiraku Ramen, facilitating a business deal between Yifeng and the owner. Ichiraku Ramen served only noodles, without beverages. Yifeng had that covered. He would supply drinks at no upfront cost, collecting payment only after the owner sold them, allowing the pricing to be determined by Ichiraku's proprietor. Unsold items could be returned to Yifeng's shop. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ichiraku's owner bore no extra risks, selling a bottle meant earning profit, while Yifeng faced virtually no risk and gained a consistent customer base. Moreover, this transaction opened a new wholesale function for the convenience store. Previously, the shop only sold loose items. After securing Ichiraku's order, he could now sell items by the case. It was that he couldn't sell by the case before, but he had yet to locate where the bulk items were stored, as the shop lacked a warehouse. The storage room on the second floor was spacious. Yet it was apparent that aside from shelves and miscellaneous items, there was a door of unknown purpose, and nothing else was present, no bulk items to be found. The shop's goods appeared to have been arranged by an invisible stock clerk, for Yifeng had not even seen a cardboard box, let alone exchanged one for money. Now, however, the cash register boasted a product catalog. Any item available in the store could be found in it. Yifeng could place orders based on customer demands, bulk for those needing it, or loose items for others. Once ordered, the items would materialize in the second-floor storage room. However, there was a downside. With the introduction of the wholesale function, the invisible stock clerk had truly vanished, meaning the items on the shelves now required manual restocking, either by Yifeng or his employees. Moving items down from the second floor was effortless. After all, this was the world of ninjas, where sealing scrolls existed. Why bother with manual labor? Simply stuff items into a sealing scroll and retrieve them at the destination, requiring little physical effort, just a slight adjustment when taking them out. In comparison to having a stable customer base, this minor inconvenience was negligible. Furthermore, when placing orders through the cash register, Yifeng did not need to spend his own money. All sales were pure profit, with no cost incurred on his part. He owed a special thanks to a certain deity. What a splendid creation for practice. With these profits, Yifeng could indulge in his passions, such as placing orders and placing more orders. The cash register and television were both connected to the internet, enabling him to search them all, and with them all, he could place orders. Although he could only search for items from his previous world, that was more than sufficient for his needs. Yifeng tested the waters. Items purchased from the mall indeed arrived promptly, appearing instantaneously in the second-floor storage room. As for pricing, it remained equivalent. For instance, an item valued at 3,000 to 4,000 in his previous world held the same value here. He was uncertain whether the price differentials between the two worlds resulted in any losses. It was of no concern to him, as he bore no losses himself. He had not purchased large items, as he could not afford them yet. He merely acquired a mobile phone and utilized the convenience store's magical functions to modify it. This function had existed before, but Yifeng was unaware, having never purchased anything online prior due to financial constraints. Hence, he did not know the convenience store could facilitate such modifications. Any item he purchased from another world could be modified for use in this realm. For example, his phone lacked internet capabilities. After modification, he could access the internet anywhere in this world. However, there were limitations. It could not make calls, nor could it log into chat applications, nor comment on videos or websites. While one could view and like, commenting was off limits. Gaming, listening to music, and watching movies required logins, but the convenience store created a virtual account for Yifeng, allowing him to log in seamlessly. Memberships were unaffected. As long as he had the funds, deductions would be made directly from the cash register's cash box. What more could he desire? Yifeng was thoroughly satisfied. Why do many people wish to avoid ancient times when they traverse worlds? Isn't it precisely because of this? Having grown accustomed to the conveniences of modern society, the thought of thrusting them into a world devoid of the internet would be akin to a death sentence, leaving them in utter distress. This predicament is a result of number one's efforts. Had it not been for his diligence, he would remain oblivious to the myriad magical functions of the convenience store. There are no user manuals for such establishments. He only receives reminders after events transpire. Were he to rely solely on his own exploration, he might never uncover the secrets hidden within. Thus, in a rare display of gratitude for number one's contributions, Yifeng generously treated him to a meal. However, having spent a considerable sum on a new phone, Yifeng could only afford ramen. He was still contemplating how to explain the phone purchase, having promised number one to contribute the recent earnings. With such a significant reduction, treating someone to a meal felt like a trap. After all, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. During the meal, number one felt a sense of suspicion, sensing something was amiss without being able to pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. Even before he drifted into slumber that night, he pondered whether Yifeng was entangled in some complication. Conversely, Yifeng savored his meal contentedly, later browsing videos on his newly acquired phone before succumbing to fatigue and reluctance to set it aside. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, wake up, wake up. How did you end up here? Yifeng, still groggy, turned over. Huh? Why does the bed feel so uncomfortable today? Why am I feeling a bit chilly? Did I kick off the blanket? That seemed unlikely, as he was certain he did not have a habit of doing so. As he lay in a deep sleep, a chill traversed his body, prompting him to instinctively search for the blanket he might have displaced. He found it, still warm to the touch. Evidently, he had indeed kicked it aside. And not long ago, as the blanket retained its warmth, he pulled it over himself, sighing in relief as warmth enveloped him, though his head felt somewhat uneasy. Where has my pillow gone? Kakashi, with a furrowed brow, had just regained consciousness after sustaining severe injuries in a skirmish with an adversary. To his surprise, a crowd had gathered around him upon waking. Sakura and Sasuke were not unexpected, nor was the presence of the Dasna family. But the appearance of a convenience store owner in this context seemed rather peculiar. When did you arrive? And why are you stealing the blanket from an injured person? Finally realizing the oddity of the situation, Yifeng awoke fully, startled by the multitude of eyes fixed upon him, with Naruto's face almost directly in front of his. What on earth is happening? He blurted out. I could ask you the same. What brings you here? Naruto, relieved to see Yifeng awake after calling out to him for some time, felt a sense of ease wash over him. Had Yifeng not turned over and continued to sleep soundly, he might have feared the worst. He truly feared that Yifeng might encounter some unforeseen mishap. During his days residing in the convenience store, he felt that those were the happiest moments of his life. The playful banter and quarrels with Yifeng bestowed upon Naruto a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. Although the store owner, his uncle, was somewhat eccentric and showed no deference to a child like him, he likewise perceived not a hint of unusual scrutiny in the eyes of his uncle. He gazes upon himself as he does upon others, with the exception of beautiful women. He regarded himself as an equal, a friend with whom he could converse normally. Even though the shopkeeper occasionally spoke to him in a tone befitting an elder, often playfully striking his head and persistently coaxing him to employ his charm, while continually spending his money. Wait, it seems that I am the one at a disadvantage here. How did I end up here? Yifeng pondered, perplexed. What does it mean? How did I come here? I was comfortably asleep in my own room, surveying his surroundings and disregarding the people present. He noted the wooden structure of the room and its pronounced Japanese aesthetic. This was certainly not my home. Yifeng was startled into an upright position, ignoring Naruto, who was clutching his forehead in pain, and exclaimed in a state of panic, "What is going on? How did I get here? Where's this place?" The shopkeeper, scrutinizing Yifeng with a penetrating gaze, perceived the genuine fear etched upon his face, and explained, "This is Uncle Dazuna's house. We are on a mission." Uncle Dazuna? A mission? The land of waves? Yifeng's voice escalated higher, culminating in an almost desperate shout, "Momochi Zabuza? You know Momochi Zabuza?" Kakashi's voice was icy. This mission was already laden with uncertainties and numerous incongruities. The emergence of Momochi Zabuza had further heightened its stakes. Now, an individual who should not be present had appeared, prompting Kakashi to suspect that someone had been investigating them, and the person before him might very well be an imposter. Were it not for his grievous injury and recent awakening from unconsciousness, he would have already taken action. I know. Yi Feng's expression turned grim, as if mourning a great loss. Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielded the weapon known as the decapitation blade. Nicknamed the Demon, a rogue ninja from the land of water's Kirigakure, adept in water-style jutsu and assassination techniques. Having slain a jonin, his prowess was undoubtedly that of an elite jonin. Kakashi furrowed his brow. This information was practically common knowledge. Anyone familiar with Momochi Zabuza would not find these details unfamiliar. However, the crucial point was that while ninjas might be aware, why did Yi Feng, an ordinary person, possess such knowledge? Where did he acquire this information? From an anime. Little did Yi Feng realize that his words had aroused Kakashi's suspicion. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of survival. He, an ordinary individual, if not a distinguished elite jonin, must at least be a skilled jonin, right? As an ordinary individual facing a formidable jonin, would it not spell certain doom? This is not within the confines of his convenience store. No, I must take my leave. Observing Kakashi's injured state, it is evident he has encountered Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza must still be recuperating, and if I do not depart now, when shall I? With determination, Leaf Maple threw off the covers and prepared to leave. He was grateful that he had fallen asleep after a long session on his mobile phone yesterday, rather than succumbing to slumber after a bath. Otherwise, accustomed to sleeping in nothing but his undergarments, he would now find himself in a rather exposed state. Ultimately, however, Leaf Maple did not manage to leave. He was unaware of the way. With a furrowed brow, he sat in silence on the floor, while Kakashi remained in bed nursing his wounds. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also present. In that moment, the room was left with only them, as the Dasna family, perceptive to the need for privacy, had discreetly exited, perhaps sensing that their presence was unwelcome for the discussion at hand. Chapter 25, Summons in a Dream After a Prolonged Silence. It was Leaf Maple who broke the quietude. I believe I have come to understand how I arrived here. He endeavored to recollect, remembering that while he was soundly asleep in his bedroom, an unexpected voice had manifested in his mind. This voice informed him that Naruto was summoning him, inquiring whether he wished to respond. Lost in slumber, Yi Feng presumed he was merely dreaming and remained silent. He was not in the habit of speaking in his sleep. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Who foolishly claimed that Naruto called for him? Naruto was currently on a mission. How could he possibly return so swiftly? Before his departure, Naruto had returned to the shop to tidy up and bid farewell, explicitly reminding him to remember to open for business each day. Yet, the voice disregarded his thoughts, persistently echoing in his mind like a loudspeaker, asking if he wished to respond. Frustrated by the incessant noise, Yi Feng retorted, Respond? Respond? He.S. not even here. What am I supposed to respond to? If you can teleport me to his side, then perhaps. Following that, the voice vanished, allowing Yi Feng to drift back into slumber. And soon thereafter, the previous scene unfolded. Are you saying that Naruto summoned you? Kakashi's gaze shifted back and forth between Yi Feng and Naruto. It was not that he doubted the claim. Rather, he had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Kakashi had earned his renown over the years, having witnessed and heard of many peculiar occurrences, yet this notion was entirely novel. When did humans acquire the ability to summon one another? Wasn't summoning limited to summoning beasts? Summoning beasts required a prior contract and specific hand seals, leaving Kakashi at a loss for words to describe the situation. What do you think? You summoned me. What assistance can I offer you? Yi Feng expressed his dismay, gazing at Naruto with exasperation. I can't even defeat you. Outside, he truly was no match for Naruto, who had undergone professional training. I didn't do anything, Naruto replied, equally perplexed. At that moment, I was thinking about how Kakashi-sensei was injured, and I had no idea when he would wake up. I thought that if there were a professional present, he could recover more swiftly. I considered everyone I knew, wishing they were here. Then why think of them? Why me? Do you even know what happened to number one? Oh no, he almost let it slip. Yi Feng feigned nonchalance. It's nothing. Please, continue. Nothing. Nothing? Yes. Naruto responded, a hint of grievance in his tone, swearing he had truly done nothing. He merely thought about it. His acquaintances were few. Aside from his classmates, he only knew a handful of adults. Besides Kakashi, there was Irika-sensei, the third Hokage, Uncle Ichiraku, and Yi Feng. He could only mutter about a few individuals. As for how Yi Feng arrived, he genuinely remained oblivious. Well, let us discuss this matter later. Upon hearing Naruto claim it was for his sake, Kakashi felt a swell of emotion, though he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor. Now, let us address your safety concerns. You should remain by our side for the next few days and refrain from venturing anywhere. Once my injuries have healed, We shall return together. Yifeng nodded repeatedly, as this suited him perfectly. He certainly had no desire to be with the Dasna family. Should they encounter an enemy attack, it would spell doom for everyone. Being with Kakashi and the others offered him reassurance, at least until they faced their own troubles. Given his relationship with Naruto and the Nine Tails, if anything were to befall him, the ensuing wrath from both man and beast would render them unmatched in the current ninja world. Nine Tails, will you protect me? He attempted to establish a connection, and upon success, the only response from the Nine Tails was a dismissive grunt. Their amicable rapport had begun when Naruto had feasted on the food Yifeng prepared, only to suffer from a bout of stomach distress afterward. Yifeng had not anticipated that his culinary skills would wield such power. It not only affected Naruto but also the Nine Tails, who was sealed within him. As an energy being, the Nine Tails did not require human sustenance to survive and had never consumed it, unlike Naruto, who found himself imprisoned in the restroom. Yet, despite its lack of need for excretion, the pain in its belly was intolerable, prompting it to pound against the ceiling gate in a fit of frustration. After a sporadic slumber of over a decade, the Nine Tails awakened, this time roused by discomfort. While in the convenience store, Yifeng found himself impervious to any harm from others, and he could perceive the number of individuals entering the store. As the proprietor of a convenience store, it was entirely reasonable to be acutely aware of the customer flow. The establishment was equipped with surveillance cameras, and the cash register and second-floor television displayed the monitoring footage. Aside from the restroom, bedroom, and second-floor storage room, every corner was under constant surveillance. Additionally, a covert system resided within his mind, allowing him to detect any conscious presence, visible or otherwise. Naturally, the Nine Tails could not evade Yifeng's awareness, especially since Yifeng was already cognizant of its existence. The Nine Tails continued to bang against the ceiling gate, a sound inaudible to Naruto but crystal clear to Yifeng, who, exasperated, mentally admonished, "Cease your banging, or I shall skin you alive to fashion a plush coat." The Nine Tails, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, and thus began their quarrel. Living in an era of information overload, Yifeng had heard every conceivable insult, rendering the Nine Tails incapable of matching his wit. Infuriated, it vowed, "Once I am free, I shall ensure your demise." Then, it emerged, bypassing the ceiling gate and exiting from Naruto's body into the convenience store. Elated by its newfound freedom after years of confinement, it momentarily disregarded the fact that its intended target stood before it and attempted to rush out. However, much like Yifeng had once been trapped in the store, the Nine Tails found itself unable to escape, despite trying various methods. Moreover, it could only emerge when Naruto was present. If Naruto left, it would automatically return to his body. Within the store, it was no match for Yifeng, who easily subdued it. The Nine Tails preferred to avoid confronting Naruto and would only emerge after he had fallen asleep. At times, when Naruto slept early and Yifeng stayed up late, the Nine Tails would sneak out to lounge on the sofa, watching Yifeng play video games, as it had little else to occupy its time. Can you imagine the Nine Tails clutching a soda and munching on chips? Yifeng had witnessed this during their shared moments watching a game. The Nine Tails was not incapable of consuming human food. It simply had no desire to do so previously. Through these interactions, they forged a profound friendship, or so Yifeng believed. Additionally, Kakashi, after arranging matters for Yifeng, solemnly stated, "You all must train diligently over the next few days. As for Zabuza, he may still be alive." What? Two faces registered varying degrees of terror as they processed this shocking revelation. What does that mean? Naruto inquired anxiously. Sakura hastily followed up, "Kakashi-sensei, you confirmed that he was dead, did you not?" "Indeed, I did confirm it, but I fear it may merely be a state of feigned death." Kakashi expressed skepticism regarding Zabuza's demise, feeling uneasy due to the multitude of coincidences surrounding the situation. He articulated his conjecture. The weapon employed by the pursuing ninja, known as the Flying Needle, possesses a remarkably low lethality unless it strikes a vital point, and is originally a tool used in acupuncture treatments. The pursuers, being well-versed in human anatomy, could easily induce a state of apparent death. Firstly, he specifically brought back the substantially heavier corpse of Zabuza. Secondly, he wielded the minimally lethal Flying Needle as his weapon. From these two observations, it is evident that the young man's intention was not to kill Zabuza, but rather to save him. Perhaps Kakashi-sensei was overthinking? Sakura remarked awkwardly, having experienced Zabuza's prowess firsthand. It was exceedingly difficult to defeat him in a direct confrontation. If they were to face a surprise attack without Kakashi acting as their primary defense, the three of them would be powerless to resist. No, it is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. This is an unyielding principle of a ninja. Kakashi had mentally steeled himself for the possibility that Zabuza might still be alive. And even if Zabuza were truly dead, they could not afford to let their guard down until the mission was concluded and they returned to Konoha. The greatest troubles had yet to be resolved. It is always wise to maintain a contingency plan. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Naruto inquired. Having scuttled over to Yeffen's side without noticing. You should help us brainstorm ideas. What can I contribute? I am entirely unaware of what transpired. Yeffen replied helplessly. Knowing the truth but feigning ignorance. Well, Naruto began to explain their situation, but Yeffen interrupted. No, I am not a ninja. I am merely an ordinary person. If I become privy to the details of your mission, I would be subjected to scrutiny upon my return. The interrogation methods of the Umbu are beyond my endurance. If you don't speak, and I don't speak, who would ever know? They would. Yeffen gestured for Naruto to look up, where two pairs of half-lidded eyes were observing them. Naruto, shopkeeper, what are you two up to? Sakura expressed her displeasure. While they were strategizing, the two were engaged in hushed whispers. The shopkeeper was inconsequential. It mattered not if he was aware of the plan. However, Naruto, as a ninja, had a role to play in the strategy, and his lack of attentiveness was troubling. Nothing much, Yeffen replied. Naruto wanted me to assist you in brainstorming, but I told him I lacked the capability, and he didn't believe me. Naruto opened his mouth to retort but was restrained by a tug on his sleeve from Yeffen, causing him to swallow his words. Noticing their subtle exchange, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. If the shopkeeper has any suggestions, he is welcome to share. I have no suggestions, Yeffen insisted earnestly, but Kakashi remained skeptical. Sensing that Yeffen was not an ordinary individual. Seeing the disbelief written across Kakashi's face, Yeffen conceded. All right. Before I offer any suggestions, I need to understand what has transpired to avoid any discrepancies. Feigning ignorance, Yeffen listened once more to Naruto's account of the events. In their 7th class, the team was assigned a task that they initially believed to be of C rank. However, they soon encountered a sudden ninja assassination, resulting in Naruto sustaining injuries. According to regulations, the C rank mission was escalated to a B rank task. Upon nearing their destination, the Land of Waves, the client finally revealed the true nature of the mission. A super-rich tycoon named Gato had set his sights on the nation where the client resided. Gato had made his fortune through maritime transport in the Land of Waves. Being an island nation surrounded by water represented a crucial economic lifeline. By seizing control of maritime transportation, Gato aimed to firmly grasp the economic fate of the Land of Waves, with the client serving as an obstacle to his ambitions. The client, Dasna, was the most distinguished bridge engineer in the Land of Waves. To alleviate the poverty of his country, Dasna aspired to construct a bridge that would connect his homeland to the outside world. Naturally, the people of the Land of Waves supported such an endeavor. However, Gato, being wealthy and powerful, employed numerous thugs to overtly and covertly obstruct the completion of the bridge, which had already been under construction before his arrival. Chapter 26. The full map canon. You claim he deceived you, and while I may not fully comprehend the rules of your ninja world, according to the regulations of the village, in cases where an employer deliberately conceals the difficulty of a mission, you are entitled to terminate the task, correct? When watching the anime, Li Feng found it difficult to grasp this plot point. Naruto and his companions, while perhaps fueled by youthful passion and ignorance, could be excused. However, Kakashi, a seasoned veteran who had participated in the Ninja World War, should have been aware of the risks involved in recklessly undertaking a mission without thoroughly investigating its complexities. As he himself stated, a ninja is a veritable treasure trove, with each ninja harboring the secrets of their respective villages, the nature of their chakra, the composition of the secret medicines they have utilized, and various other mysteries. The mountain clan of Konoha can even employ ninjutsu to read the memories of others. Among their number, Sakura could be set aside, as her knowledge is limited. But what of Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, whose secrets are not substantial? The loss of Kakashi's Sharingan or Naruto's Nine Tails would inflict a severe blow upon Konoha, potentially even leading to the story's calamitous conclusion. Of course, while they may be unaware of their own significance, that does not excuse their recklessness. Oh, Naruto, what am I to say to you? Li Feng felt a sense of frustration akin to the disappointment of a mentor watching a wayward pupil. How many times have I advised you against playing the hero? In situations like this, you should have returned to the village. Even if your intentions were noble, did you not first consider your own strength before attempting to assist others? Now look at the result. You were ambushed upon arrival. Were it not for your teacher's skills, I might very well be donning morning attire for you now. But fret not. Given our acquaintance, I shall ensure your funeral is conducted with great pomp. However, as you are aware, my finances are lacking. Might you have other savings to spare? Perhaps you could entrust them to me, just in case misfortune befalls you, leaving no one to attend to your final affairs. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, I hear you are also a solitary figure. How about investing your money with me? Do not be misled by my shop's current lackluster business. It possesses tremendous growth potential. This investment is stable, and once you retire, you will have funds to enjoy. Will you not? Sasuke, you need not. Don't dismiss my offer so quickly. Think it over. Sakura, I will refrain from taking any. My funds are provided by my parents. As Leaf Fang's gaze shifted toward her, Sakura hastily waved her hands in refusal. She was perplexed as to how the conversation had veered into this territory when they were discussing strategies to defend against enemy attacks. Naruto's frustration was palpable as he exclaimed, "Shopkeeper." His drawn-out tone was a testament to his irritation. "I was merely jesting. Why so serious?" Leaf Fang responded with an expression that conveyed his disbelief at Naruto's lack of humor. Returning to the subject at hand, you were ambushed immediately upon landing. And there was an individual wearing a mask who intercepted you? Yes, the assailant was a pursuing ninja from the Mist Village. To ensure Leaf Fang understood what a pursuing ninja entailed, Kakashi provided an explanation. These are specialized assassins tasked with pursuing defectors from their home villages, such as Zabuza, who have turned against their own for various reasons. To prevent rogue ninjas from disclosing village secrets, the pursuers eliminate them and dispose of their bodies on the spot. However, that particular pursuer did not destroy the body. Instead, they took Zabuza's remains with them. If the intent was to prove they had killed Zabuza, merely taking his head would suffice. The body could have been destroyed in your presence, yet they did not do so, Leaf Fang added. Indeed. Kakashi nodded affirmatively. It is no wonder you harbor suspicions that Zabuza may still be alive. In fact, it is highly likely he is recuperating somewhere, waiting to return and cause you trouble once he is healed. Furthermore, this initial attack may have merely been a test from Zabuza. If he could eliminate you, all the better. If not, he would create an opportunity for his companion to observe you. That companion is likely the one who took his remains, the so-called pursuer from the Mist Village. Otherwise, his timely arrival would be inexplicable. It appears that the pursuer's identity was fabricated by his companions, intended to mislead you. Based on your descriptions, his sudden appearance caught you off guard, making it impossible for you to ascertain whether he was truly a pursuer. Currently, the 5 great ninja villages are in a state of relative peace, and without solid evidence. You would refrain from taking action against him to avoid international disputes. This is troublesome. Leaf Fang sighed. You are in the open while they lurk in the shadows, fully aware of your capabilities, yet you remain oblivious to the secrets of Zabuza's other companion. Should they strike again, the danger you face will escalate, and you could very well face total annihilation. Therefore, shopkeeper, you must devise a plan, Naruto urged, adding, and it's not just you, it's us. And you are here too. Upon hearing this, Leaf Fang's temper flared. It is precisely because of you that I am here. Had it not been for you, I would be comfortably asleep at home, not entangled in this life-or-death predicament, and you are excited? While urgency coursed through him, Naruto could not help but feel a twinge of exhilaration. They had finally cornered Zabuza. Whether they killed him or captured him to bring back to the village, it would be an accomplishment of their own. The thought of another intercepting their hard-won victory left him feeling irked. After all their efforts and injuries, would they end up with nothing? Upon hearing that Zabuza was still alive, Naruto saw a glimmer of hope for redemption. Look, we have captured a rogue ninja. A Jonin at that, possessing formidable strength. With such an achievement, Naruto was convinced they would soon be assigned even more challenging missions, bringing him one step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Observing the excited quiver of Naruto's body and the smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Leaf Maple understood his thoughts. That tremble was one of exhilaration. With a forceful punch to Naruto's head, Leaf Maple questioned him irritably. Is this truly your dream of becoming Hokage? Are you willing to disregard the safety of your friends, your classmates, and even your teachers for the sake of that position? I didn't. Naruto's face paled under Leaf Maple's scrutiny, his excitement waning. Then why are you so ecstatic? Hearing that the enemy is still alive seems to bring you joy, does it not? Before we set out, how did I instruct you? Interrupting Naruto's attempt to speak, Leaf Maple's tone turned severe. Did I not advise you to think twice before acting? Did I not tell you to ask questions if you did not understand? Or to observe more if you were too scared to inquire? Yes. Naruto lowered his head, his nose twitching. Do not cry. Hold it back. Naruto's sobbing ceased abruptly. You have completely ignored my words, treating them as mere whispers in the wind. Do you believe this mission is a child's play? Is it akin to the mock battles you engage in at the Ninja Academy? When you sense something amiss during the mission, you should have heeded Kakashi's advice and returned to the village. Did you think returning was merely for treating your wounds? It was to summon reinforcements. The bandaging was merely incidental. Your obstinacy has placed your teammates in a perilous situation. If nothing had gone wrong, it would be acceptable, but if something had happened, how would you explain it to Sakura's family? Spare me the nonsense about being prepared for death since the day you became a ninja. There is a stark difference between dying and merely facing death. In your situation, knowingly walking into danger is foolish. Dying without even the chance for a memorial is worse, as you would only serve as a cautionary tale for others. Enough? I shall say no more. You wouldn't remember even if I elaborated. If you truly have the heart for it, contemplate your actions in solitude. As he spoke, Leaf Maple waved his hand dismissively. Having resolved his issues with Naruto, Leaf Maple shifted his gaze to Sasuke and Sakura. You two should join him in reflection. Aren't you both clever? While Naruto may be dull, how can you two not grasp these principles? When you sense something amiss, the logical course is to retreat, not to recklessly charge forward. Especially you. With that proud demeanor, while Naruto is ecstatic, you share in his excitement, do you not? You believe that having faced Zabuza without injury means he is not a threat. Next time, if you had two competent teammates instead of those hindering you, you could handle Zabuza without Kakashi's assistance, correct? What are you staring at? I'm speaking to you. Turn your head away. Naruto grumbled, obediently turning his head. Two of those hindering him were indeed Naruto, and the other was himself, Sasuke thought, lowering his head in shame. Still unconvinced? Sasuke remained defiant, though he did not deny Leaf Maple's assertions. Had it not been for Kakashi bearing the brunt of the damage for you, had Zabuza not been focused elsewhere, you would have already perished. Kakashi is formidable. Is he not? Zabuza, who can match Kakashi, is no less impressive. Just as your teacher can swiftly dispatch two Nin who ambush you. The man you wish to kill could easily eliminate both Kakashi and Zabuza in an instant. If you struggle against Zabuza, how do you expect to defeat that man? Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage at the mention of that man. The murderous intent surged forth as he fixed a deadly glare on Leaf Maple, enunciating each word. Do you know that man? Unfazed by Sasuke's murderous gaze, Leaf Maple replied nonchalantly, Ah, indeed. Many ninjas in the village are acquainted with him. He was once renowned, recognized as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Would you like me to reveal his name for your confirmation? Do not utter that man's name. Sasuke hissed through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his neck from fury. Would you like to learn more about that man? His abilities? Where he currently resides? This sounded eerily familiar to Naruto, who was facing the wall. He couldn't help but turn his head. As expected, was the next step not to sign something? Actions speak louder than words. Sign here. Before he could finish, Sasuke's name was already inscribed on the paper that Leaf Maple had produced from who knows where. How familiar this was. He had signed something similar without fully understanding it. Go, join Naruto in reflection. Consider your own missteps. If you refuse, I shall withhold information about that man. Pointing at Naruto's corner, Leaf Maple directed Sasuke. Such an embarrassing act was something Sasuke would never have done in the past. But now, watching the additional victim by his side, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. And you too, Sakura. While it may be forgivable for two boys to be reckless, as a girl, how could you behave like them? With Naruto's eager disposition, you simply need to speak, and he will obediently follow you back, will he not? Sakura's face flushed crimson at the remark, though she did not comprehend the term eager dog. Chapter 27. Hidden benefits. Do you wish to win the favor of your idol? To soar through the skies together in blissful harmony? To create a joyful and fulfilling family with your beloved? Actions speak louder than words. Sign here. No. A loud shout halted Sakura's hand mid-signature. Leaf Maple appeared displeased. Whether one signs or not is their decision. Why are you so anxious? Naruto, who had interrupted Sakura, wore a look of grievance. I arrived first. The storekeeper promised me. This is not contradictory. Sakura pursuing her idol is a different matter from your pursuit of your crush. Naruto stuttered, unsure how to respond under Sakura's murderous glare. Ultimately, he could not prevent Sakura. She resolutely signed her name, unable to resist the allure of building a family with her idol. Now, let's set aside your matters. You cannot expect me to speak openly before so many witnesses. Can you? Pointing, before Leaf Maple could utter a word, Sakura walked over, adding herself to the wall of reflection, her face flushed with embarrassment. Sakura dared not meet Sasuke's gaze, her long hair concealing her face and blocking Naruto's view of her. What means will you employ to persuade me? Kakashi observed Leaf Maple with a bemused expression, noting that all three of his students had signed. While he was uncertain of Leaf Maple's intentions, a sense of unease nagged at him. Names were not to be signed casually, especially for ninjas. What if it were some sort of contract? They, as ninjas, summon their spirit beasts by first inscribing their names on a scroll. Even for ordinary individuals, signing one's name is not a trivial matter, particularly on documents such as contracts. No matter how meticulously one examines the text, if one is not the drafter of the contract, the risk of falling into a trap remains. Genuine contracts are somewhat manageable. However, the consequences of engaging with dubious agreements are well understood by many. It is not that he wishes to prevent the three from signing. As for Naruto, he is beyond restraint, having evidently already inscribed his name. When he attempts to dissuade Sasuke and Sakura from signing, an invisible force constrains him, rendering him incapable of speech or movement, to the extent that he cannot even blink. Persuading you is simplicity itself, Leaf Maple smiled, for Kakashi's vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. Obito. Leaf Maple uttered a name that Kakashi holds dear. Obito was my comrade. This is known by many in the village. He has passed away. Are you attempting to provoke me by uttering this name? Concealed beneath the covers, his hand had quietly retrieved a kunai, and he was prepared for confrontation. Confident in his abilities. Even in his injured state, he felt more than capable of handling an ordinary person. Despite his awareness of Leaf Maple's extraordinary nature, he sensed no chakra emanating from him. While there are indeed masters capable of concealing their power from him, he found it hard to believe that this seemingly inconspicuous individual could possess such prowess. He, of course, could not perceive it, for Yi Feng was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any chakra. Just moments ago, Yi Feng was contemplating how to concoct an excuse to deceive the group. In the absence of Nine Tails and with Kakashi unaware that his Sharingan was the Manjiki variant, defeating the formidable duo of Zabuza and Haku would prove to be an arduous task. Although in the anime they emerged victorious, such triumph came only after considerable struggle. Anime is but a portrayal, while reality stands distinct. For Yi Feng, the world of Hokage was an authentic realm. He was uncertain whether his arrival would influence the impending confrontation, nor did he know if the Nine Tails could emerge in time. Seeking assistance from the Nine Tails was merely a reflexive response. He truly wished to refrain from taking action unless absolutely necessary. With the myriad of wondrous capabilities the convenience store possessed, it was implausible that it lacked precautions for the safety of its proprietor. Within the store, Yi Feng was virtually invincible. No one could inflict harm upon him unless he chose to allow it. Outside the store, although he himself lacked power, he could harness the strength of the employees. Otherwise, why would the convenience store permit Yi Feng to casually seek a signature from anyone on the street? There were standards for whom he could sign. However, the specifics of these standards remained unclear to Yi Feng. From the information displayed on the cash register, it appeared that in each world, Yi Feng could sign 5 employees. The first employee would be chosen by the convenience store, while the remaining 4 were entirely at Yi Feng's discretion. Of course, the decision to sign the first employee also depended on Yi Feng's willingness. He could decline, but doing so would confine him within the store. If he wished to exit, he must seize the opportunity to sign the employee selected by the convenience store. Once signed, Yi Feng could draw upon the strength of the employees, whether in totality or partially. To illustrate, take Naruto as an example. Naruto's mother hailed from the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their innate vitality and substantial chakra reserves. Although Naruto did not inherit the clan's signature red hair, he successfully inherited their life force and chakra. Previously, when Naruto was injured, Kakashi mistakenly attributed it to the Nine Tails' abilities, unaware that it stemmed from Naruto's own power. Without the assistance of the Nine Tails, Naruto's chakra had already surpassed that of the majority in the ninja world. His chakra can be entirely borrowed by Yi Feng for his own use, which constitutes a partial borrowing. The Nine Tails sealed within Naruto, in a certain sense, is one with him. Should you fate desire, he too could harness the power of the Nine Tails, representing a complete borrowing. If Yi Feng wished, he could now possess a strength nearly comparable to Naruto's later abilities. The reason it is described as nearly is due to the fact that there are certain techniques Naruto has yet to master, which Yi Feng cannot borrow. Yi Feng is limited to borrowing the current capabilities of others, including their knowledge, for knowledge is indeed power. The borrowed strength can be compounded. Yi Feng can amalgamate the chakra of Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi onto himself. Alternatively, he could combine the chakra of Naruto, the Nine Tails, and Kakashi, along with Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan, without the need for Sakura and Sasuke, whose powers can be deemed negligible. With this configuration, in the absence of 6 PAS-level combatants, how many could truly rival him? Furthermore, this borrowing is not merely a simple act. Once he borrows power, the original wielder does not suffer a loss of strength. This borrowing resembles a fusion of borrowing and replication, as it encompasses both aspects. The borrowed power is not permanent. While he remains idle, the strength will not dissipate. But once he engages in combat, the amount of power he utilizes will proportionately diminish. The dissipated strength cannot be replenished until Yifeng returns the borrowed power. He cannot recuperate his chakra through meditation or rest, unlike other ninjas. It is noteworthy that only energy, that is, chakra, is lost. Borrowed knowledge remains intact until Yifeng returns it. Borrowing can be partial or complete, while returning must be total. It cannot be given back piece by piece, nor one by one. The critical and somewhat awkward point is that Yifeng lacks practical combat experience. The knowledge he borrows consists solely of techniques. He may know how to execute a technique, such as Kakashi's Chidori. He can perform it as many times as his chakra permits. However, he remains oblivious to the underlying principles of Chidori, including the pathways through which chakra must flow and the reasons behind its specific form. These remain entirely unknown to him. He can only rely on exclamations, and he is unable to procure any weapons, be they shurikens, kunai, throwing stars, or even bludgeons, swords, spears, and armor. Such items meant for wielding or donning are beyond Yifeng's reach. He could only borrow what the employees themselves possessed. This was the source of Yifeng's confidence, as well as the benefits conferred upon him by the convenience store. The troublesome convenience store had caused Yifeng to live in fear for so long, making him anxious that if his secret were to be discovered, he would face dire consequences upon stepping outside. Thus, he often chose to remain indoors, though he naturally tended to be somewhat reclusive. Had it not been for Naruto's departure, leaving Yifeng with little to occupy his time, he might never have stumbled upon the small, obscure notification hidden amongst the messages on the cash register software. Alas, it serves as a reminder that one must always scrutinize details closely. Had it been handwritten, a magnifying glass would have been required. As for Naruto's ability to summon him, that was something Yifeng had not anticipated. To date, this was the only hidden information he had uncovered regarding the cash register. It seemed he would need to investigate further once he returned. With this thought in mind, Yifeng conveyed a significant piece of news to Kakashi. Obito was still alive. He spoke in a nonchalant manner, yet it struck Kakashi like a bolt from the blue. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Witnessed what? Witnessed his demise? Did you see his corpse? The barrage of questions left Kakashi speechless. He had not seen Obito take his last breath, nor had he discovered Obito's body. However, Obito's body had been half crushed by a massive boulder, a fatal injury, and subsequently, he had been buried under rubble due to enemy ninjutsu. Under such circumstances, well, if you didn't see it, don't speak so definitively. Your Sharingan is not as simple as you think. It is not merely a gift he bestowed upon you. Not merely a gift? Caressing his left eye, Kakashi wore an ambiguous expression. Do you wish to know how Obito survived? Do you wish to know how he has fared over the years? Do you wish to know where he is now? The heart races, but can you let me finish speaking? Can you allow me to complete my thoughts? This has happened multiple times. Everyone is so impatient. Gathering the contracts that Kakashi and Sasuke had signed, Leaf Maple silently chanted in his heart. And the documents suddenly vanished without a trace. All right, the contracts are in duplicate, and both are now in my possession. Remember to retrieve your respective copies from my shop when you return. Signing the employment contracts was most convenient, excluding the first one due to time constraints, as they needed to return to the shop for the documents. The rest, regardless of Leaf Maple's presence in the shop, could manifest in his hands at will. Once signed, they would automatically revert to his bedroom cabinet. You all come here as well. Let us discuss how to deal with Zabuza. Calling out to those facing the wall, Leaf Maple conveyed the upcoming arrangements. Your teacher cannot engage for the time being. During these few days of his recovery, you must diligently train. And the matter of Zabuza will be entrusted to you. What? Wait a moment. No matter how hard we train, there are limits. The opponent is a ninja who has forced Kakashi-sensei, who possesses the Sharingan, into a tough battle. Sakura appeared somewhat bewildered. What kind of absurd arrangement is this? With just the few of them, they were hardly Zabuza's match, especially considering Zabuza had an unknown companion of considerable strength. Despite the overwhelming desire to learn about Obito, Kakashi, injured as he was, preferred to overcome the immediate challenge before him. Leaf Maple's plan aligned with his own thoughts. Addressing Sakura's lack of confidence, Kakashi reassured her, "Sakura, think about who rescued us from dire straits. You are all growing rapidly, especially Naruto. Your growth has been the most remarkable." In the confrontation with Zabuza, although he was the main force, without Naruto and the others' assistance, Kakashi would struggle to defeat Zabuza, which could lead to mutual destruction. In light of Kakashi's praise, Naruto became excited again. "You really understand, Kakashi-sensei. Leave it to me. I will definitely defeat Zabuza." Chapter 28. Tree Climbing for Basic Training. Confidence is commendable, but excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Leaf Maple lit a cigarette, speaking with subtle implication. Like a bucket of cold water poured over him, Naruto's expression stiffened. "Shopkeeper, could you perhaps have a bit more faith in me?" "I was referring to you." Leaf Maple feigned ignorance. "I merely spoke out of sentiment." The matter of training was not urgent. Kakashi had just awakened from his coma, adapting to his injured body. Relying solely on the three of them to figure out training methods would be insufficient. They still required Kakashi's guidance. Ninjas have existed in the shinobi world for many years and have established systematic training methods. Each clan has its own, as does each village. And many methods have been passed down. Although training methods differ, they share significant similarities. As the saying goes, a tall building cannot rise without a solid foundation. Without a sturdy base, a structure cannot stand. The same applies to ninjas. Without a solid foundation, even the greatest talent is of no use, unless one possesses exceptional lineage. It merely means one starts at a higher point than others. Without hard work, they too can be surpassed. Naruto and his companions had already learned how to lay a foundation in school, and there was little Kakashi could teach them. He could only share his experience on how to fortify that foundation further. After lunch, Kakashi, leaning on crutches, led Naruto and the others to a forest, with Leaf Maple following closely behind. He comes seeking to learn from others. Although the convenience store provides him with support, ensuring his safety while traversing the outside world, the assistance from outsiders remains just that, external. Such borrowed strength is never truly his own, and who knows when the convenience store might find Yifeng, the current proprietor, too indolent and decide to replace him with a more industrious individual, thereby retracting the privileges granted to him. Would Yifeng not find himself in dire straits? It would be far better to seize this opportunity to explore whether he can cultivate his own abilities. Previously, in his village, he lacked the chance, but now, the opportunity has indeed presented itself. Kakashi, meanwhile, is indifferent to whether Yifeng follows him or not, as he currently has a need for Yifeng's assistance. In his quest to uncover information about Obito, Kakashi can only turn a blind eye to certain matters. Is it not the case that Yifeng is merely reflecting Kakashi's own behavior? After all, hasn't Kakashi always had a tendency to turn a blind eye? He couldn't believe that the covered Sharingan was usually open. Wouldn't it be unsettling? Before delving into training, let me reiterate the basics regarding the abilities of ninjas and chakra. Why are we still discussing this? Sasuke remarked with an impassive expression. Having heard these fundamental concepts numerous times in ninja school, he was thoroughly familiar with them. Of course, I know this. Naruto seized the opportunity to showcase his knowledge. Eager to interject, "It's chakra, right?" With his overly confident demeanor, one might mistakenly assume he was correct. "Idiot, it's chakra." Kakashi was utterly speechless. How did he even graduate from ninja school with such a level of understanding? Never mind, I want to waste my breath. Let Sakura take over. Sakura was certainly not just a pretty face. If Sasuke held the highest overall grades in ninja school, then Sakura excelled in theoretical knowledge, a fact that even Sasuke had to concede. With no trace of modesty, Sakura stepped forward. "Listen closely, Naruto. I'll keep it brief since it's quite a hassle. Since everyone has learned the basics, I won't go into too much detail." She summarized, chakra is the energy used by ninjas when performing ninjutsu, derived from physical energy extracted from various cells in the body, and mental energy accumulated through countless training or experiences. In essence, ninjutsu involves extracting these two forms of energy from within the body, which is the essence of cultivating chakra. Chakra is activated through the hand signs. Kakashi acknowledged Sakura's explanation, exclaiming, Irika-sensei truly produces exceptional students." Sakura smiled shyly, delighted to impress her crush. "What on earth? That was too convoluted. I didn't understand a word." Yifeng, who was eavesdropping, gave Naruto a thumbs up. He too was perplexed, grasping only that chakra is composed of physical and mental energy. However, he struggled with several questions. How is physical energy extracted from cells? What is mental energy? How do these combine? Furthermore, why must one perform hand signs to release chakra? Couldn't one simply rely on bodily memory? Naruto continued to babble, his mind unable to grasp such complex issues. As Naruto stated, the few of them had begun to utilize chakra. Sasuke was reluctant to dwell on such rudimentary matters. He found it a waste of time and preferred to learn more ninjutsu to enhance his abilities. No, you all are not yet capable of wielding chakra flexibly, Kakashi disagreed. Which was precisely what he intended to teach Naruto and the others. What? Naruto felt both incredulous and confused. Listen, just as Sakura mentioned. Cultivating chakra involves extracting and blending physical and mental energy within the body, Kakashi continued, not wanting to engage in further debate with Naruto, as he was about to elaborate. The next step involves drawing the necessary energy for the desired ninjutsu, as the balance of power will vary. You all are not yet able to use chakra efficiently. Regardless of how much chakra you cultivate, if you cannot maintain balance, the effectiveness of your ninjutsu may be halved or might not activate at all. Unwarranted energy expenditure can also lead to weaknesses, such as an inability to sustain prolonged combat. Reflecting on his past struggles with the shadow clone technique, Naruto pondered. So what should I do? Although he could now skillfully execute the technique, he remained unclear on how he had learned it, having stumbled upon it haphazardly. One must internalize the sensation of maintaining balance through rigorous physical practice. Li Feng understood this concept. Practice makes perfect, leading to muscle memory, which allows one to instinctively maintain balance during combat without overthinking, thus avoiding interruptions when switching techniques. This is indeed a grueling training method. It requires relentless practice. Akin to how a child learns to walk. No one is born knowing how to walk. It is through repeated falls during infancy that one learns. So what should we do? Sakura inquired, somewhat bewildered. She understood the principle, but how could they practice to master balance? Kakashi's method was straightforward. Climb trees. Climb trees? Naruto and Sakura chorused, perplexed. They couldn't grasp the connection between tree climbing and mastering balance. Wasn't it something one could achieve with just hands? As they traversed their path, the ninjas typically leaped from tree to tree. Is there really a need to learn tree climbing? Isn't it merely a matter of jumping? Indeed, it is tree climbing. Observing the increasingly perplexed expressions of his students, Kakashi explained, it is not a simple ascent. Rather, it involves climbing without the use of hands. Nor is it merely about jumping up. Then how is it done? Sakura inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Very well, watch closely. As a dedicated instructor, Kakashi, despite his injuries and reliance on a cane, was resolute in demonstrating the technique for his students. He formed the necessary hand seals and, with the cane in hand, approached a tree. To the astonishment of his students, Kakashi gradually ascended the trunk, standing upright as he climbed, his body forming a vertical line with the ground. Walking along the branch, Kakashi moved with the ease of someone traversing solid ground. To their further amazement, he not only climbed but also inverted himself, hanging upside down from a branch. Yes, this is the sensation. Kakashi felt invigorated. His demeanor belied his injuries. It is worth noting that some individuals, upon losing a mere bit of skin, rushed to the hospital in a panic, fearing that the wound might heal before they arrive. Yet here was Kakashi, casually perched on a branch, conducting an impromptu lesson. Concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet enabled him to adhere to the tree trunk with adept chakra manipulation. This feat was achievable. Wait a moment, Sakura asked curiously, how does this make us stronger? Now, here lies the crux of the matter. Can't we discuss this after you come down? Li Feng, observing from the ground, felt a twinge of fear. Kakashi, renowned for his prowess, was already injured. And should he lose control, the prospect of him plummeting from the branch was too harrowing to contemplate. The imagery was too vivid. Li Feng couldn't bear to imagine the outcome. Surely, by the next day, rumors would spread throughout the ninja world, proclaiming that the esteemed ninja Kakashi had met his demise by falling from a tree. What conspiracy could be hidden within such a tragic tale? Would Obito, upon hearing the news, erupt in rage, exclaiming fool while fervently declaring his desire to create a world with Kakashi? The thought alone was amusing. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable chill creeping over him. Shaking his head, he attributed it to his injuries and the height at which he stood, feeling the wind's caress. He resolved to descend swiftly, but the explanation was not yet complete. Accelerating his speech, Kakashi continued, the objective of this training is to teach you to harness your chakra precisely at the necessary points, using only the requisite amount. Do not underestimate the difficulty. Even for seasoned ninjas, this task can prove challenging. The amount of chakra required for climbing is quite delicate, particularly at the soles of the feet. which is reputed to be the most difficult area for chakra concentration. Mastery of this control implies that any ninjutsu can be learned. Fearing he might mislead his students, Kakashi added, theoretically, it is as such. However, theory and practice are distinct. Learning to manipulate chakra with precision merely reduces the difficulty of mastering other ninjutsu. Whether you succeed ultimately depends on your own intellect and the sufficiency of your chakra reserves. After this clarification, Kakashi continued, the second goal is to maintain the chakra you have cultivated. Ninjas typically train their chakra during combat, where controlling and sustaining it becomes even more daunting. This is indeed true, Li Feng mused as an observer. Your chakra capacity is finite. It will not surge unexpectedly during battle. Thus, the ability to stabilize and judiciously reduce chakra expenditure in combat becomes a significant skill. One cannot simply unleash a powerful technique right away. What if it fails to strike the enemy? Should you exhaust your chakra after a grand technique while your opponent still has theirs, what will you do then? Await rescue? Can you truly rely on timely aid? Therefore, in battle, it is vital not to fixate solely on offensive moves. One must learn to plan ahead, ensuring sufficient chakra before executing a powerful technique. Of course, if you possess absolute confidence that your technique will hit and decisively defeat the enemy, or if your chakra is abundant enough to unleash techniques freely, then let my words be forgotten. Chapter 29. Truth or deception regardless of how much I say here. Mastering it immediately is improbable. Thus, you must ingrain it within your bodies. With a swift motion, Kakashi threw 3 shuriken before Naruto and his companions. Now, using your own strength, mark the highest point you can reach with the shuriken, and subsequently strive to ascend even higher and mark it again. Initially, you won't ascend as effortlessly as walking. Thus, begin with a running start to gradually acclimate yourself. Do you understand? This training is a mere trifle for me. Naruto declared confidently as he grasped the shuriken, for I am the one who grows the fastest. That single compliment has not escaped Naruto's memory. Enough with the chatter. Swiftly choose a tree and begin your practice, Kakashi instructed as he descended. The trio each selected a tree and commenced their training. Is your head not feeling lightheaded? What? I asked if your head feels lightheaded, Li Feng repeated, having observed Kakashi hanging for quite some time. No. Fine. Li Feng had no choice but to attribute it to the marvels of ninjutsu. Tell me, Li Feng nudged Kakashi's shoulder and glanced at Naruto and his friends, who were engrossed in their climbing practices, none paying attention to them. What did Sakura mean earlier? What do you mean? Kakashi redirected his gaze from the students to Li Feng, speculating, you don't intend to extract chakra, do you? Before Li Feng could respond, Kakashi interjected in a threatening tone. I care not what schemes you devise. If you dare to bring harm to the village, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Kakashi is acutely aware that Yu Feng is no ordinary individual, setting aside other considerations. The secrets Yu Feng speaks of, whether pertaining to Sasuke's adversaries or his comrades, are not knowledge that an average person could possess, contrary to Yi Feng's own assertions. Naruto's circumstances are somewhat public within the village. The villagers are aware that a fox demon is sealed within him and have long regarded him as a monster. This perception is largely due to the tragic events during which many villagers lost their loved ones to the chaos wrought by the fox demon. However, only those who participated in that fateful battle or the village's higher echelons comprehend the true nature of that conflict. The seal within Naruto conceals the Nine Tails. And for the village, and indeed for the entire ninja world, its emergence would spell calamity. The Nine Tails, possessing immense power, could unleash devastation beyond control, in Kakashi's understanding. Those capable of subduing the frenzied beast are either deceased or advanced in age. Even the elderly third Hokage's ability to tame the Nine Tails remains uncertain. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there are those who seek peace, while others yearn for war, and some ambitious individuals aim to incite chaos within the ninja world for personal gain. They remain indifferent to the emergence of the Nine Tails and the potential havoc it may wreak. For the ambitious, the death of many is inconsequential as long as they achieve their objectives. And what about you? Are you one who yearns for peace, or do you embrace chaos? Kakashi's tone was calm, but a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As for me, Leaf Maple shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I desire neither. I am merely an ordinary person wishing to live my life in tranquility. This is the truth. Having stumbled into this world, I inadvertently became a pawn in the hands of a certain deity. I have not harbored ambitions of world domination. I simply wish to reside in my little corner of existence until the end of my days, or perhaps return to my former world in a haze of confusion. Those who dwell in the confines of their homes may well be the most fervent lovers of peace. As long as they have food, drink, and the internet to indulge in games, they can remain comfortably ensconced within their abodes. However, this idyllic scenario hinges on societal stability. When faced with famine or turmoil, how can they possibly stay home and await death by starvation? Thus, they are the ones who most fervently wish for a tranquil society. Leaf Maple, as one among them, harbored the same sentiments. Regrettably, the world has changed. Kakashi, when do you believe the shinobi world will truly find peace? Kakashi shook his head, uncertain of the answer. Leaf Maple took a quiet drag from his cigarette and mused. Is the world vast? No, it is rather small. Yet, observe the multitude of nations, shinobi, and common folk that inhabit it. A powerful shinobi, with but a thought, can perceive the entirety of the world and all that transpires within it. Do not rush to refute me. Your ignorance does not negate the existence of such truths. They can go wherever they please. It is merely a matter of intention. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Are there more than one? Even those who have not attained such heights can traverse distances far more swiftly than ordinary folk. While it may take months for a common person to journey, they could accomplish the same in mere days. This vast disparity breeds discontent among some. Those high above ponder. Why should I be on equal footing with the commoners? My power renders me superior. They ought to serve me. In contrast, commoners wonder, when will I have enough to eat and where? Commoners are perhaps the most submissive of all. Their aspirations are simple, to live a better life as long as their basic needs are met. Throughout history, which wars were instigated by the common people? How could those who struggled to fill their bellies conceive of warfare? What would they wield? A kitchen knife? A hoe for tilling the fields? Unless pushed to the brink of unbearable oppression, how could they ever entertain thoughts of conflict? In such a world where power and might are concentrated in the hands of a few, especially when those in power show little mercy, how can common folk survive? I harbor no desires for power or gain. I merely wish to possess the strength for self-preservation. If I truly sought power, the position of Hokage would already be mine. Why do you say that? Kakashi's frown deepened. Leaf Maple's words bore a semblance of truth. Perhaps they were somewhat extreme. While there are indeed benevolent shinobi, it is undeniable that many do not regard ordinary people as equals. What perplexes him is Leaf Maple's confidence in his potential to become Hokage. Is the position so easily attained? Not to mention the lineage passed down through generations, one must also contribute significantly to the village. Without such contributions, even the mightiest cannot ascend to the role of Hokage. I am of the Senju clan. My name is Senju Leaf Maple. Given the Senju clan's contributions to the village, I trust the implications of my potential to become Hokage need not be elaborated. Though Senju Leaf Maple is a fictional character created for convenience, this does not hinder me from invoking his name as a Fade. Otherwise, why would the third Hokage have entrusted Naruto to my care? Now that Kakashi has broached the subject of Naruto, Leaf Maple need not conceal the truth any longer. The significance of the Nine Tails within Naruto to the village is something you understand better than I. Though I am not a shinobi, my surname carries weight, and there are many things I cannot remain oblivious to. Currently, the village's elite combatants have either perished or departed. The Nine Tails within Naruto stands as one of the few remaining forces of strength for the village. While the Nine Tails may not be particularly obedient, the presence of Naruto signifies a deterrent to external threats. With you watching from the outside and me from within, the third Hokage's trust is well placed. Leaf Maple posed many questions, leaving Kakashi momentarily bewildered. One point eluded him. If you are indeed of the Senju clan, why have I not heard of you before? Can you guarantee that you know every member of the Senju clan? Even I do not recognize them all. The reason you have not heard of me is that I previously chose to remain uninvolved in village affairs. Not only did I refrain from involvement in the past, but I shall continue to do so in the future. Why? Kakashi was taken aback. The Senju clan is one of the founding families of Konoha. The first and second Hokage hail from their ranks, bestowing them with considerable prestige within the village. This is why he does not doubt Leaf Maple's potential to ascend to the Hokage's position. I am simply disinterested. Leaf Maple would not articulate this bluntly, as it is the truth. However, such a statement would likely be met with disbelief. He could only draw upon the circumstances presented in the anime. Combining them with his own conjectures, consider it a family principle. Since the establishment of the village by the first Hokage, the internal power struggles have never ceased. There has always been an irreconcilable conflict with the Uchiha clan, and hidden ambitions to seize the title of Hokage have simmered beneath the surface. The darker elements of this tale unfolded later. While the first and second Hokage were alive, they managed to suppress certain tensions. The Uchiha clan, despite their discontent, dared not express it overtly. Once they passed, the situation spiraled out of control. Over the decades, conflicts have become increasingly pronounced. The defection of the legendary three, the death of the fourth Hokage, and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan represent grave events, while smaller incidents have proliferated. An invisible hand manipulates the strings behind the scenes. Konoha is no longer the Konoha it once was. In the early days, the village was populated by numerous formidable warriors, exuding dominance over the shinobi world. Now, alas, Konoha has decayed from its very roots. Are you suggesting that the mastermind operates from the shadows? Kakashi pondered this. The roots? The creation of the Roots organization indeed raises questions. Every ninja village possesses a team for handling unsavory matters, known as the Umbu. The pursuit of the rogue ninja, Zabuza, was executed by the Umbu. The Umbu operates directly under the command of the village leader. However, it is curious that Konoha has two factions dealing with such matters, the Umbu and the Roots. The operations of the Roots are shrouded in secrecy. Many within the village are unaware of their existence. Those in the Roots heed only the orders of their leader, who is Danzo Shimura, and not the Hokage. Ah, this is your assertion, not mine. Yi Feng neither denied nor affirmed it, but continued, stating that the reason it is referred to as a family tradition is due to the gradual dissolution of the Senju clan when the village was established. Some individuals continued to serve as ninjas, contributing to the village, while others chose to live incognito, embracing a life of simplicity. This was also the command of the second Hokage, who understood that as long as the ninja world remained fragmented, conflict would persist. The current peace does not guarantee future tranquility. Rather than face the complete extinction of the clan, it is preferable to fragment, preserving at least a trace of their lineage. His foresight was profound. The two ninja world wars eradicated those Senju members who persisted in their roles as ninjas. Have you heard of any Senju clansmen during the Third Ninja World War? Those who remained in Konoha abandoned the surname Senju. Over the decades, as the elder generation perished, the younger generation became increasingly oblivious to this history. So why are you now voluntarily sharing this with me? Kakashi furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed by Yi Feng's intentions. I do not wish to die, nor do I desire the demise of those I hold dear. He possesses the strength for self-preservation. At worst, he could take refuge in a convenience store. But what about the people he knows? Should he bring them into the store as well? Yi Feng can endure, but they may not be able to. Ultimately, Yi Feng hails from another world. He is neither cold-blooded nor heartless, nor is he a paragon of virtue. His sole desire is to protect those he holds dear. Beyond that, to be frank, he is indifferent. He finds it difficult to feel sympathy for those he does not know. Kakashi, chaos is on the horizon, and this time, it is not merely a trifling disturbance. Chapter 30. Chakra and betting. Let us make an exchange. You teach me how to extract chakra, and I shall divulge some intelligence regarding the impending chaos. This is Yi Feng's true intention. All his previous words were merely to divert Kakashi's attention, preventing him from fixating on his own identity. Yi Feng has now made it abundantly clear to Kakashi that he belongs to the Senju clan. Anyone could betray the village, except for him. Not for any other reason, but simply because he bears the Senju name. Kakashi acquiesced as he found himself without alternative options, whether concerning Obito or the chaos. Both were matters of great concern to him. While he might profess that the turmoil does not affect him, he is well aware of the adage that under a fallen nest, there are no intact eggs. As a member of the village and one of its elite warriors, he too would inevitably be swept into the impending turmoil. According to Kakashi, in order to extract chakra, one must possess a catalyst within their body. Without a catalyst, one cannot extract chakra or become a ninja. This catalyst can be innate or inherited from one's parents. If your parents are ninjas, their offspring are likely to be ninjas as well. The innate refers to the abilities present at birth, independent of parental lineage. The latter is rare, if it exists. It is often due to an ancestor who is a ninja. Kakashi does not believe that Yi Feng lacks a catalyst. The power derived from bloodlines endows members of the Senju clan with an inherent abundance of chakra. Even if Yi Feng has never extracted chakra before, once he begins, he will catch up to those ninjas who have been extracting chakra since childhood. In this world, which places great emphasis on bloodlines, possessing a noble lineage grants one the freedom to act as they please. Little did he know that Yi Feng was merely an impostor. The existence of Senju Yi Feng was questionable, as he only lived within the memories of the people. It was Yi Feng who truly existed in the eyes of the world. He could never reveal his true identity to Kakashi. He thought to himself, let us give it a try. If it can be distilled, then so be it. If not, then it's no matter. As for the future, it could wait. Chakra is composed of physical energy and mental energy, the latter of which can be augmented through meditation and the accumulation of experience. A concept easily grasped even by ordinary individuals. When one is fatigued and mentally drained, the brain signals the need for rest and sleep. This energy that governs a person's mental state is known as mental energy. Physical energy, on the other hand, must be extracted from the cells of the body. The human body contains approximately 130 trillion cells, which can be simply understood as influencing one's physical condition, whether it be strength or endurance. Mental energy governs the psyche. While physical energy dictates the constitution of the body, the combination of these two gives rise to chakra. Mental energy requires no extraction, for it is inherent in every individual. A lack thereof would suggest one is either deceased or, akin to characters in films, a living corpse devoid of intellect. Physical energy is also universal. Without it, one would not possess a body, reminiscent of characters like Dr. Manhattan or Lucy from the movies. The challenge lies in how to extract the energy from the cellular structure, which is what Kakashi referred to as the catalyst. The role of the catalyst is to spontaneously draw upon cellular energy. The beginning is always the hardest. If one can perceive the catalyst, then one can naturally learn to extract energy from the cells. As for how to perceive the catalyst, it depends on the individual. If you can sense it, it exists. If not, it does not. Such enigmatic notions left Yifeng utterly perplexed. He attempted to sit cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. Attuning himself to any abnormalities within his body, slowly, ever so slowly. Listening to the snores that drifted into his ears, Kakashi was somewhat at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with someone who could fall asleep during the process of sensing a conduit. Initially, he had intended to remind Yifeng that if he struggled to sense the conduit, Kakashi could offer assistance. There existed an alternative method to perceive the conduit, finding a ninja possessing chakra and channeling one's own chakra into that individual to aid in the perception of the conduit. Each person's chakra attributes are distinct. Even among ninjas of the same attribute type, individual variations lead to overall differences. When a foreign power invades one's body, it elicits an instinctive counteraction, akin to a person suffering from a cold, who, even without medication or injections, may recover if their physical constitution is robust. The cells within the body will actively combat the invading virus, expelling it, which explains why some individuals experience involuntary nasal discharge during a cold. This can be interpreted as the body's detoxification process. In the moment of the conduit's counteraction, one can sense the body's discord. The area experiencing the most vigorous counteraction indicates the conduit's location. The conduit remains merely a conduit when one harnesses the cellular energy through the conduit. It does not vanish. Instead, it willingly assumes the role of a bridge to facilitate the fusion with spiritual energy, thereby enabling mastery over chakra extraction. Kakashi had yet to elaborate on this latter method when Yifeng, impatient, began to experiment on his own. In mere minutes, Kakashi observed Yifeng transition from meditating on the ground to lying down in slumber. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions were practicing tree climbing, leaving Kakashi momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seizing the opportunity, he too engaged in meditation. Although chakra restoration can occur through rest without the necessity of sleep, as long as chakra is not utilized, it will replenish on its own. This method is rather sluggish. Through meditation, the pace of chakra recovery can be significantly accelerated. He remains unaware of when Zabuza will strike again, seizing the opportunity while Zabuza has yet to arrive. It is imperative to swiftly restore his own strength. Chakra not only facilitates the release of ninjutsu but also aids in the healing of injuries. The greater the amount of chakra, the more rapid the recovery. At this moment, what Kakashi lacks most is time. Shopkeeper, it's time to leave. Honestly, we are in the midst of training. How can you possibly be sleeping here? Naruto exclaimed, shaking Yifeng's body, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. He was still contemplating how to impress the uncle who owned the shop, lest he be perceived by Yifeng as merely a young lad with a penchant for gaming. When Yifeng uttered these words, he failed to consider that it was always he who dragged Naruto into play. The one time Naruto had taken the initiative to suggest gaming was merely to curry favor with Sakura. As Yifeng yawned and slowly opened his eyes, he wondered if it was time for a meal. Yes, Naruto replied, somewhat irritable, it is time to eat. The day had darkened, and the group concluded their afternoon training, hurrying back to the temporary residence at the home of Dasna. After a silent dinner, they retired for the night. The following morning, they returned to the woods, with the same beleaguered trees. The trunks were etched with numerous scratches, with Naruto's tree bearing the most, followed by Sasuke, and Sakura having the least. It seemed Sakura's performance was the most commendable. It was likely she would master the tree climbing exercise that morning. As for the two of you, TSK. Yifeng shook his head, refraining from further commentary, yet the final two tisks betrayed his disdain. Do refrain from your sarcastic remarks, shopkeeper uncle. Maintaining a certain level of chakra is quite challenging. Too much results in a rebound, while too little fails to adhere, Naruto grumbled. His dissatisfaction was not with losing to Sakura, but rather with Sasuke, whose progress was far superior to his own. Observing the increasingly higher scratches, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to Sakura's level. In the matter of chasing after Sakura, Naruto was determined not to be outpaced by Sasuke. Despite Sasuke harboring no particular thoughts about Sakura, his focus remained on becoming stronger to avenge his family. At this moment, Sasuke cast a glance at Yifeng. This man possessed information about that individual. What? Are you not convinced? Yifeng misunderstood, thinking Sasuke's gaze conveyed a challenge of if you think you can, go ahead. If not, spare us your chatter. Is climbing trees truly that difficult? Do you believe that even an ordinary person's performance can surpass yours? Not only did Sasuke disbelieve this, but even Kakashi scoffed at Yifeng's assertion of being an ordinary person. He is well aware that Yifeng has already begun to refine his chakra. During their tree climbing practice yesterday afternoon, Kakashi, who was meditating near Yifeng, distinctly sensed a vast reservoir of chakra accumulating around him after he fell asleep. The magnitude of this chakra surpassed even that of Kakashi, an elite jonin, leaving him in awe of the Senju clan's legacy. It was remarkable that Yifeng, in his initial attempt to harness chakra, could gather so much. This accumulation of power could not be concealed, and Naruto and the others were also cognizant of it. Thus, when Yifeng claimed to be an ordinary person, the incredulous looks exchanged among them were unmistakable. With a mysterious air, Yifeng produced a cigarette and remarked, "What can I possibly say to you all?" As for the nature of the chakra gathering within him, Yifeng was somewhat uncertain. He simply felt a warm sensation enveloping his body upon awakening. He lay on the ground for an entire afternoon without a hint of chill or the slightest indication of a cold. A typical person would surely feel discomfort after lying outdoors for such an extended period, even on a sunlit beach, but Yifeng felt perfectly normal, save for the unexpected energy known as chakra within him. Ninjas are still human, merely possessing greater strength. Some are dubbed the god of ninjas, others are referred to as masters of ninjutsu. Some are called demigods, and others are known as copy ninjas. What are you bringing me into this for? Kakashi thought, bemused. I do not consider myself comparable to the aforementioned figures. With so many ninjas bearing titles, why could he not refer to himself as an ordinary person? Naruto, remember my words, ninjas are still human. Even when you ascend to the position of Hokage, bear in mind that you serve not the ninjas but the common folk. Your existence is to ensure their safety and to enable them to lead fulfilling lives. Do not be swayed by flattery from certain individuals and presume yourself to be powerful enough to distance yourself from the commoners. Such actions will only lead to superficial admiration while they criticize you behind your back, far more than you currently perceive. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. If you can connect with the people, even if you are not Hokage, they will recognize you. Do you understand? Yes, Naruto exclaimed, invigorated by Yifeng's words of wisdom. With great power comes great responsibility. Such a profound truth resonated even with Kakashi, who was hearing it for the first time. Truly, the awareness of the Senju clan is exceptional. Cough, cough, listen up. Shall we make a wager? Yifeng said with a smile, drawing the attention of several. Let us bet that I, a novice, will surpass your achievements. The loser must treat everyone to a feast of grilled meat upon our return to the village. I have no money, Uncle Shopkeeper, Naruto protested first, recalling that he had always covered the costs when dining out with Yifeng. Yifeng's financial situation was well known to him. He could hardly afford to treat anyone. You need not worry about the bill. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Since your departure from the village, the shop's business has improved, and I can certainly afford a meal. Kakashi, would you like to join? Kakashi shook his head, sensing a potential trick. As your teacher, you ought to set an example for your students. Yifeng replied, somewhat displeased. You must understand that benefits motivate action. If you only require your students to practice without showing them any advantages, how can you expect them to be motivated? What is this twisted logic? What benefits are you seeking? Practicing is intended to help them master the nuanced differentiation of chakra, and to understand how to wield strength effectively in various circumstances. Once they grasp this, they will naturally comprehend how to allocate chakra during combat to enhance their endurance. Isn't that a benefit in itself? If you crave grilled meat, I'll treat you another time, Kakashi sighed, feeling a pang of nostalgia for his old friend, Guy, whose presence did not weigh so heavily on him. That once he do, I never accept handouts, Yifeng firmly declined. I'll take your bet, Sasuke declared coldly, skeptical that a novice could outperform him. Excellent. You are straightforward, Yifeng remarked, casting a glance at Kakashi as if to say, look, even a child is more forthright than you. Why are you hesitating? Approaching a nearby tree, Yifeng looked at Sasuke and assured him, rest assured, should you win, I will divulge an additional piece of information regarding the advancement of your Sharingan. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. I'm in. He also wished to learn about the advancements of the Sharingan. Leaf Maple cast a meaningful glance at Kakashi and said, I'll let you in on it. Is there anyone else interested in joining? I know someone's favorite food. Me. Sakura exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing everyone else joining in, Naruto felt a twinge of social anxiety. He quickly raised his hand, saying, count me in as well. All right, now that everyone has joined, watch closely, for I shall perform for you. Mimicking Kakashi's stance, Leaf Maple ascended the tree, step by step, climbing higher and higher, ultimately executing a perfect hanging maneuver. Just like Kakashi, you all have lost. Leaf Maple's face radiated with excitement. Before attempting to climb the tree, he never truly believed he could achieve it. As he mentioned, he was a novice. Since awakening to his chakra the previous day, he had yet to truly experiment with it. It was all a gamble after all. Winning or losing mattered little to him. He was eager to indulge in barbecue, having come to Konoha for quite some time without savoring it yet. Previously, he lacked sufficient funds, but now that he was financially equipped, he was determined to treat himself. However, dining alone lacked appeal. Barbecue was best enjoyed in the company of friends, sharing laughter and drinks together. That was the true essence of the experience. How did you accomplish that? Kakashi queried, somewhat incredulous. I simply walked up, step by step. He felt the pressure build in his head from being upside down and shifted his position, perching on a branch as he addressed Kakashi's inquiry. No, that's not what I meant to ask. Kakashi pressed on. What, then, were you inquiring about? Leaf Maple, puzzled, recalled their earlier agreement. Only upon winning would he divulge additional information. Now that they had lost, the information was naturally off the table. You aren't trying to back out, are you? I'll treat you to barbecue when we return, Kakashi retorted. It wasn't merely about the cost of a meal. I wanted to know how you managed to do it without hand signs. Realizing this, Naruto and a few others snapped to attention, suddenly understanding why something felt amiss. They had not witnessed Leaf Maple performing the hand signs at all. Before they ascended the tree, each of them had performed hand seals, including Kakashi. Prior to addressing this query, allow me to pose a question to you. Why do we perform hand seals? Who informed you that releasing ninjutsu necessitates hand seals? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, as this was a question he had never contemplated. Not only was he unaware of the rationale behind the hand seals, but until yesterday, he had even misremembered the name of Chakra. Sakura and Sasuke were also deep in thought. It appeared that everyone, whether through their own understanding or the teachings in school, had been led to believe that ninjas must perform hand seals to utilize ninjutsu. Without them, the release of ninjutsu was deemed impossible. However, Kakashi, with his wealth of experience, provided clarity. The purpose of performing hand seals before unleashing ninjutsu is to refine chakra, drawing it forth from within to achieve the desired effect of releasing ninjutsu. Thus, the essence of performing hand seals lies not in the act itself, but in the significance of the process. It is a self-reminder that one is about to release ninjutsu, essentially urging the chakra to obediently emerge, correct? Leaf Feng stroked his chin and inquired. Although Leaf Feng's interpretation was somewhat skewed, the essence was indeed as he described. To which Kakashi nodded in agreement. That is approximately correct. Allow me to elaborate further. Let us examine whether my assertions hold true, Leaf Feng analyzed. First and foremost, before utilizing ninjutsu, one must possess chakra as the raw material, which is divided into physical energy and mental energy. Prior to releasing ninjutsu, based on the type and scale of the jutsu, the two energies are mixed in varying proportions to produce chakra that aligns with the requirements for the release of ninjutsu. Although this blending occurs swiftly within the body, the ninja must also utilize hand seals to guide their body in executing these steps. Each gesture corresponds to a specific step within the body, and prior to launching ninjutsu, All hand seal gestures serve a singular purpose, to externalize chakra. Simultaneously, each set of gestures corresponds to a specific ninjutsu, and the hand seals serve as a reminder that one intends to release this particular ninjutsu, rather than another. Am I mistaken in this assertion? That is indeed correct, Kakashi conceded, acknowledging that hand seals facilitate the extraction of energy from within while simultaneously serving as a reminder to focus on the release of that specific ninjutsu. Since none of you can test this, let us return to the initial question. Why do we perform hand seals? Who told you that releasing ninjutsu must include hand seals? You need not respond. I shall provide the answer on your behalf. Firstly, no one explicitly informed you that releasing ninjutsu requires hand seals. You have grown accustomed to this practice from a young age, having observed ninjas performing it, and thus you naturally believe that you must do the same. However, this is not the case. Extracting chakra does not inherently necessitate hand seals. Through sheer willpower, one can achieve the same effect of extracting chakra. The effectiveness of hand seals is minimal, which explains why some ninjas require a myriad of intricate gestures to release ninjutsu, while others can achieve the same with merely a few simple gestures. Take, for instance, the second Hokage. His hand seals were not overly complex. Furthermore, consider the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whose hand seals were even fewer. Essentially, he could manifest whatever he envisioned with just a clasp of his hands. Yet, despite these statements, it sounds rather peculiar. Does it not? What does it mean to say one can manifest their desires with just a clasp of their hands? Additionally, let us consider the tailed beasts. Kakashi, when have you ever heard of tailed beasts requiring hand seals to unleash ninjutsu? They lack hands entirely. How could they perform hand seals? Kakashi shook his head, uncertain of the answer. What are tailed beasts? Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued. Kakashi's expression shifted. This was not something he could disclose, as Naruto remained unaware that a tailed beast resided within him. He desperately signaled to Yifeng, hoping that he would refrain from disclosing the matter. Yifeng, disinterested in enlightening Naruto, thought to himself that even if Kakashi did not signal him, he would remain silent, for Naruto would eventually come to understand it in due time. He found no need to reiterate the explanation. Let us set that aside and return to the main topic. From the preceding discussion, we can draw a conclusion. As long as one can remember the flow of chakra within the body during the release of ninjutsu, as well as the harmonious ratio of physical and mental energy, the act of forming hand seals becomes inconsequential. This is precisely why I can perform techniques without hand seals while achieving the same results as you. I have committed it to memory, and if you do the same, you too will be capable. However, I must caution you beforehand. My ability to remember stems from my extensive experience, which is unrelated to whether I possessed chakra in the past. In this final point, Yifeng acknowledged his dishonesty. His experience was hardly as profound as he claimed. If questioned about other knowledge, he understood far less than Naruto, who at least had received formal education. He acquired a portion of his knowledge through anime, complemented by the martial arts films he had previously encountered in another world. This amalgamation led him to formulate his own hypotheses. The application of internal energy in martial arts cinema bears a striking resemblance to the utilization of chakra, does it not? When have you ever witnessed a character in a martial arts film, adept in internal energy, pausing to perform an elaborate finger gesture before striking? Typically, they strike a pose, unleash a battle cry, and engage directly in combat. Admittedly, there are those who indulge in gestures, yet if not for cinematic flair, who would engage in combat with superfluous hand movements? The world of Naruto was once a figment of imagination, but upon his arrival, it transformed into a tangible reality. Those who wish to gesture may do as they please. As for him, Yifeng, he would not partake in such theatrics. Hand seals. What need have I for hand seals? If you cannot assure me that your speed surpasses mine, refrain from performing seals in my presence. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not deliver a couple of strikes while you are preoccupied with your incantations, merely to humble you. That concludes my discourse. You may continue your practice. Yifeng leapt down from the tree, reminding them not to forget about the promised treat. Naruto and the others, disheartened, continued their arduous task of tree climbing. Each of them had devoted years to honing their ninja skills, only to find themselves surpassed by a newcomer. The blow to their pride was palpable. Yifeng's words resonated within them. The notion of casting jutsu without hand seals opened a new avenue of possibilities. However, they also recognized the vast distance that lay between them and that portal, for they were still far from mastering even a few jutsu. What they must focus on now is not the means to release ninjutsu without forming seals, but rather to diligently practice their techniques. Only by mastering the manipulation of chakra with utmost precision will they dare to take a step towards greater heights. Presently, they are immersed in learning how to wield chakra with accuracy. Ah, are you pondering as well? Observing Kakashi lost in thought, Li Feng gently patted his shoulder and cheerfully exclaimed, "Keep it up. I believe in your potential. By the way, would you like to see my latest idea?" "What?" Kakashi was bewildered by Li Feng's ability to execute chakra manipulation so intricately from the start. Why had he not attempted to refine his chakra before? In the past, it was a matter of choice. Now, it is necessity. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. How could Li Feng discern his thoughts? Could it be akin to the secret arts of the Yamashiro clan? "I did not employ any secret techniques on you, nor do I possess such abilities," Li Feng replied, slightly exasperated. "Do not presume that wearing a mask conceals your thoughts from others. Your eyes betray you. Haven't you heard the saying that the eyes are the windows to the soul? One can often discern a person's thoughts simply by gazing into their eyes. Moreover, a person's facial expressions can reveal even more accurately what they are contemplating, as emotions are most readily displayed upon one's countenance. What new idea do you have?" Kakashi hastily redirected the conversation, feeling awkward at being so thoroughly seen through. "Look at my feet. I have no peculiar habits, so please refrain from regarding me with such a gaze." Chapter 32. New Ideas and Spectacles Feet? What is there to admire about feet? The shoes you wear are all from the Dezuna family. Suddenly, Kakashi's gaze sharpened. "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Li Feng replied with a grin. "This is my newly conceived technique, the levitation technique." Upon closer inspection, Li Feng's feet were not touching the ground, but hovered about a foot above it. Do not underestimate that foot. It is an accomplishment that many ninjas cannot achieve, at least Kakashi knew he could not. "How did you do that?" Kakashi inquired, curiosity piqued. Since meeting Li Feng, he had been showered with surprises. Having recently learned that his friend was alive, now Li Feng had demonstrated levitation before him. Could this ability lead to even further feats, such as flight? Throughout history, countless individuals have dreamt of sprouting wings and soaring freely like birds in the sky. Yet, after so many years, how many have managed to achieve this? Although the wonders of chakra have enabled ordinary people to accomplish seemingly impossible feats, Kakashi had yet to hear of any ninja capable of flight. Even the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, fought grounded, adhering to the earth during battles. Yet today, someone stood before him, defying gravity, especially considering this person had no chakra just yesterday. It's quite simple, really. It's akin to the principle of tree climbing that you taught me. When climbing, chakra is concentrated at the soles of the feet, creating suction that adheres to the trunk. Levitation involves forming a tangible mass of chakra beneath one's feet, akin to an invisible barrier that allows one to rise above the ground. What do you think? Quite straightforward, I assenti it. Straightforward, my foot. Everyone understands the principle. The challenge lies in manifesting chakra externally. Observing Kakashi's bemused expression, Li Feng shrugged in resignation. That is precisely how I did it, and I succeeded. What was my secret? It was sheer willpower. This notion of willpower is indeed an enigmatic one, much like Li Feng's own ignorance regarding the origins of the chakra within him. As he too remained oblivious to the mechanics behind his levitation, he contemplated in this manner, and subsequently, he accomplished it. To be frank, was it truly difficult? Yi Feng did not perceive it as particularly challenging. He pondered the actions of the ninjas in Naruto, realizing that releasing ninjutsu essentially involved externalizing chakra and hurling it like an energy sphere. Wasn't this the very essence of externalization and materialization? If one could project it outward, why not retain it? After all, if one could expel flames from their mouth, why not manifest a barrier beneath their feet? Were you wondering how to separate chakra from within and materialize it? Kakashi nodded. Indeed, that was his line of thought. Suddenly, a cigarette appeared in Zifu's hands, and as he lit it, Yefeng began his lecture. "Kakashi, have you spent so much time with Naruto that you've caught his peculiarities?" What an odd assertion. What peculiarities did Naruto possess? Had he been influenced? Kakashi pondered this for a moment and concluded he had not. Noticing Kakashi's confusion, Yefeng bluntly stated, "Think about how you release ninjutsu. How do you do it? You externalize chakra, and then..." Kakashi froze, realization dawning upon him. "Do you see? It's akin to releasing ninjutsu. The difference lies in the emphasis on release for ninjutsu and retained for the levitation technique. By retaining chakra beneath your feet, or indeed anywhere else, you can achieve levitation. Retaining it elsewhere can form a shield to safeguard you. As he spoke, a surge of blue chakra emanated from Yefeng's hand, gradually extending outward until it formed a blue blade, about a meter in length, enveloping his palm. A chakra blade. Isn't it splendid? Although my mastery of chakra is still nascent, rendering the blade somewhat fragile and impractical for combat. To utilize the chakra blade effectively in battle, I must refine my chakra further, compressing its density repeatedly. Kakashi, however, found himself lost in thought, replaying Yefeng's earlier words. Nurturing takes time. My control is insufficient. Kakashi felt disheartened. Here he was, a seasoned ninja, having graduated at 5, promoted at 6, becoming a jonin at 12, participating in wars and missions, and having gained renown for nearly 2 decades, yet he found himself outshone by someone who had barely trained for a day. And this person was dissatisfied with their own chakra mastery. Listen, is this even reasonable? Kakashi mused. If this is what inadequacy looks like for you, then where does that leave me? He left in dismay, raising a hand to halt Yefeng, who attempted to follow. Kakashi, with a stoic expression, said, "Do not follow me. I seek solitude." Seeing Kakashi's mood soured, Yefeng refrained from teasing him about solitude. He feared that such jesting might provoke Kakashi further. Kakashi did not stray far, merely keeping a distance of about 10 meters from Yefeng, all while observing Naruto and his companions practice, ensuring Yefeng did not have a chance to converse with them. Yefeng's insights were rather profound. Even Kakashi, a jonin, could grasp only fragments of them. For Naruto and his fellow novices, comprehending Yefeng's advanced techniques would surely be daunting. Young fledglings must first learn to walk before they can fly. Naruto and his peers struggled even with chakra control. Attempting to master Yefeng's sophisticated maneuvers would only hinder their progress. Thus, Yefeng found himself at a loose end, engaging Kakashi in casual conversation to pass the time. He had initially come to learn. Yet his innate talent led him to inadvertently refine his chakra and develop intricate techniques. Having consumed a considerable amount of entertainment, films, series, web novels, and anime, Yefeng had absorbed many analyses of protagonists honing their skills. So, he thought, why not try? What if he succeeded? There was nothing to lose in the attempt. And indeed, he succeeded. He had employed the levitation technique. Yet, levitation merely allowed one to hover. He yearned to test whether he could fly, a technique he dubbed air dance. With the theory in mind, as discussed in Dragon Ball, only practice remained. However, he felt confident and thought to have Kakashi oversee him while also teaching Kakashi in the process. But perhaps it was best to refrain. Kakashi had already been considerably disheartened. Further discouragement might lead to more serious repercussions. His smoke supply dwindled, and his phone had run out of battery. These were the only 2 items he had brought when summoned by Naruto. The phone had been low on charge, as he had been using it until fatigue overcame him, and he had not had an opportunity to recharge it before falling into slumber. When he awoke, he found himself in a different world. As Yefeng contemplated how to kill time, a call from Sakura snapped him back to reality. Hey, I did it. Sakura perched on a tree branch, greeting Naruto and Sasuke below. Sakura is so impressive, truly deserving of my admiration. Naruto, with a head full of bumps, stood below offering his congratulations, though he felt an inexplicable twinge of displeasure. TCH. Sasuke scoffed, equally unimpressed. Sakura, unable to hear from her distance atop the tree, was oblivious to Sasuke's disdain. However, Yefeng, having approached Naruto and Sasuke, caught Sasuke's cold grunt. With a sly grin, Yefeng leaned in and whispered, "What color pants is Sakura wearing?" "What?" Startled by the sudden voice, both boys instinctively looked up. "Perfect." Yefeng called up to Sakura. "Sakura, your skirt is flying up. And these 2 are peeking." As he spoke, his eyes were shut tight. Sakura, hearing Yefeng's shout, instinctively looked down, only to lock eyes with Naruto and Sasuke, who had both looked up. "Ah!" Sakura gasped, hastily covering her high-slit dress, forgetting that she wore knee-length shorts beneath. There was no wardrobe malfunction to worry about. Yefeng imagined he could hear a kettle boiling, steam rising dramatically from Naruto and Sasuke's heads, both flushed with embarrassment. He waved a hand through the steam, exclaiming, "Ah! Truly, this is a sight to behold. One cannot help but marvel at the absurdity of anime characters." Sakura, feeling shy and wishing to avoid the awkward situation, contemplated jumping down from the branch to find a hiding spot, but Yefeng stopped her. "Don't jump. Your clothes will flutter, and that would be even worse." The sounds of boiling grew louder, and if he didn't remove the kettle, it would soon run dry. Naruto wore a grin, seemingly lost in thought, while Sasuke kept his head down, too embarrassed to glance upward. The usually stoic boy's composure had been shattered by Yefeng's words. Regrettably, Yefeng's phone was dead, otherwise he would have documented Sasuke's current expression. What are you two thinking? Kakashi called out from the shade of a tree, addressing the two lost in thought. If you don't pick up the pace, you won't succeed in your training before nightfall. Ah, young one, this is not the time for romance. I recall my youth, when I was of your age. Have you not considered emulating Sakura? It is not merely her understanding of chakra that is commendable. Her control and endurance are equally formidable. In this light, it appears that Sakura is the one closest to becoming Hokage, unlike certain others. The Uchiha clan, surprisingly, does not possess the prowess one might expect. With words laced with sarcasm, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, each seeing the flickering flames of determination reflected in the other's eyes. Sakura has already departed. Her tree-climbing training is complete. Fearing that Leaf Fong might cause trouble, Kakashi has sent him away to join Sakura on the bridge, ensuring the safety of Tazuna. This leaves Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke behind. Will they be all right, uncle? Sakura asked with concern, aware of the animosity between Sasuke and Naruto. Their encounters often devolve into mutual taunts, with Naruto frequently instigating. Having regained her composure after a moment of shyness, Sakura realized she had been teased and felt no anger. It was the first time she had witnessed Sasuke's bashfulness, a sight she found utterly adorable, while Naruto was conveniently overlooked. Do not worry, with Kakashi present. A fight between them is unlikely, Li Feng remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, with your absence, their motivation will only intensify. Your achievements far surpass theirs, and they cannot help but feel the pressure to measure up to you. Now that you have left, they may exhale in relief yet strive even harder in their practice, hoping to surprise you upon your next encounter. Li Feng's words only deepened Sakura's concern. Sasuke doesn't he dislike me, does he? How could he? Li Feng reassured her. Consider this. Previously, your theoretical knowledge was superior, and while Sasuke fell short, he did not regard you as a threat. Do you know why? Sakura shook her head, wishing she had known earlier to pursue him more aggressively. Though she had made some advances, Sasuke often disregarded her efforts. It is because Sasuke believes that theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to actual combat prowess. You are aware of his nature. He only acknowledges those whose strength exceeds his own. Practicing tree climbing is, in essence, a means to enhance your combat capability. Now, as you tread the path of strength, gaining ground ahead of him, he will surely regard you with greater esteem. Consequently, your status in his eyes will rise. Engaging in a romantic relationship with a figure as formidable as Sasuke is no easy feat. He harbors many unspoken thoughts, leaving little room for anything else until those matters are resolved. You should count yourself fortunate that you are the sole girl in his vicinity. You are indeed in a prime position, having ample opportunities to draw near to him during missions. The more you occupy his thoughts, the closer you come to your shared future. Keep striving, young lady. I believe in you. Oh, but I am still quite young. Discussing marriage is premature, Sakura replied bashfully. Though in her heart, the little figure danced with joy. You articulate your thoughts so beautifully. You understand me so well. I will certainly do my utmost. It may be early, but you can at least establish a connection, Li Feng teased. Just imagine, once you've defined your relationship, you can engage in more intimate gestures, shopping, dating, holding hands, perhaps. Picture this. As you walk arm in arm with Sasuke, you encounter an old classmate. In the past, you might have feared that classmate would steal your Sasuke away. Now, however, you can stride confidently past her, not even glancing her way. If the moment calls for it, you can greet her with a nonchalant, "Oh, where are you off to?" "Me? I'm out shopping with my boyfriend." Imagining such a scenario made Sakura chuckle with delight. As Tazuna passed by with a steel beam, he noticed the two whispering and was about to greet them when Sakura's infectious laughter startled him. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and continued on his way. However, Sakura, do not celebrate too soon. What is the matter? She asked, startled by Li Feng's heavy sigh. As the saying goes, the world is full of distractions. Back in school, your attire was rather modest, but now that you've graduated and can explore freely, be wary. The girls outside are not as innocent as those in school. Thus, you must prepare yourself. You should learn to present yourself well and not allow those flashy distractions to steal your beloved away. Whoever dares to try will face my wrath. The little figure in her mind brandished imaginary swords, roaring with confidence. Tell me what I should do, Sakura demanded, her resolve unwavering. You should do this and that. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Sakura nodded vigorously. As dusk approached, Tezuno walked the streets with a bag slung over his shoulder, flanked by Sakura and Leaf Foam. Who ensured his safety? I say, Uncle, where are you headed? Sakura inquired, glancing around anxiously, fearful that Zabuza might emerge from the shadows. The bustling streets were prime territory for an ambush. It was no wonder Sakura felt apprehensive. Without Kakashi's presence, she was uncertain of Leaf Fang's true capabilities. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, she felt ill-equipped to manage the situation. Meanwhile, Leaf Fang calmly admired the scenery, though he too wished to return to Konoha soon. Yet, being unfamiliar with the route, he recognized that urgency would yield no benefit. It was better to take this opportunity to relax. After all, it was a rare outing. Was it not? The Land of Waves, as an island nation, boasted infrastructure that was both adequate and lacking. One could see overhead wires stretching across rooftops, while drainage ditches lined the streets. A few households displayed electric lights at their doorsteps. It is indeed peculiar. While electricity has been harnessed, along with modern conveniences such as televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, and microwaves, the travelers still rely solely on their own 2 feet or horse-drawn carts. Even the waterways are navigated by motorized vessels. Yet on land, there is an utter absence of electric-powered transportation, not even a battery-operated vehicle in sight. Why is this so? Is it that the invention has yet to be conceived, or is it that someone wishes to suppress its emergence? This presents a business opportunity, yet Leaf Foam, in his laziness, had little inclination to pursue it. My daughter has instructed me to procure some ingredients for dinner on my way home. Dazna's mood was rather dismal. This afternoon, he had once again lost a valuable assistant. The construction of a bridge was a shared aspiration of every citizen of the Land of Waves. Before Kato's arrival, the people were filled with zeal. Those with wealth contributed funds, while those without offered their labor, all striving for a brighter future. Despite being an island nation, the Land of Waves was not far from the mainland. On clear days, one could easily see the opposite shore. Yet, this short distance had become the root of their poverty. There had been dreams of building a grand bridge to connect both sides and improve the nation's impoverished image. However, they were either lacking funds or manpower. It seemed impossible to gather both at once. Finally, with the arrival of Dazna, they had the necessary skills, individuals, and even managed to scrape together some money. The bridge construction commenced. The structure grew longer, drawing nearer to the opposite bank, and hope beckoned them. Yet, at this critical juncture, Kato appeared with his thugs, employing threats and bribes, leading to a gradual decline in participation for the bridge project. Fear enveloped the populace. Those who defied Kato met grim fates, plunging everyone into despair. In terms of wealth, they collectively possessed far less than Kato, and as unarmed civilians, they stood no chance against his henchmen. Thus, they succumbed. There was little choice left. Kato had seized control of the Land of Waves commerce, and without his command, no one dared venture out. Doing so was tantamount to signing their own death sentence. He dictated the economy, and anyone wishing to trade had to use his ships, paying exorbitant fees. Refused to pay? Then you wouldn't be able to leave. After all expenses, there was no profit to be made, leading to a gradual cessation of commerce. People resorted to living off their dwindling resources, awaiting their demise in the Land of Waves. As Dazna walked through the streets, he was met with the sight of beggars scattered about, a diverse crowd bearing sunken faces and vacant stares, many with signs pleading for work. This was not how things should be. Their nation should not be in such a state. Even in hardship, there had once been hope for the future. What had changed? When had the people succumbed to such despair? Kato. Yes, it was Kato. Since his arrival, their country had descended into this lifeless state, oppressed with no end in sight. As Dazna wandered the streets, his resolve to confront Kato intensified. He was willing to sacrifice everything to set his nation back on the right path. He felt a surge of anger at the thought of how this once vibrant land had been reduced to its current condition, and he yearned for the beautiful scenery to be matched by joyful smiles. The sight of the townsfolk's despair filled him with rage, and he silently vowed to bring Kato to justice. Yefeng, who had been silently brooding, suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. There is hope. Dazna, preoccupied with his thoughts, barely registered the words. I said there is hope. Yefeng reiterated, drawing Dazna's attention to a child joyfully sharing candy with friends. Look at the children. They are so happy. Don't you want to witness more of that? Dazna, filled with yearning, replied, Of course, I want to. Then focus on building your bridge. Leave the rest to us. Yefeng declared with a smirk. As long as Kato dares to show his face, he is finished. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not stop me. At the dinner table, Dasna sat at the head, feeling a flicker of joy as he surveyed the people gathered around. Yefeng was not particularly hungry, having only finished one bowl before setting it aside, while Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be in a fierce eating competition, shoveling food into their mouths. Another bowl, they chorused, leaving Sakura in stunned silence. She had never witnessed Sasuke in such a ravenous state, as if he were a starving ghost. Just then, a spark of electricity seemed to crackle between the two. Yefeng, amused, lit a cigarette, and to his surprise, it caught fire. The bizarre effect of the moment caused both Naruto and Sasuke to turn away in disgust, promptly expelling their meals. Sakura, her forehead marked with an irate symbol, slammed her hands on the table and shouted, "How can you eat after throwing up?" "I must eat," Sasuke stubbornly insisted, wiping his mouth clean. Naruto echoed his resolve. "Even if it means enduring this, I must eat. I need to grow stronger." Yefeng, bewildered by Naruto's logic, playfully slapped their heads and quipped, "Well then, if you insist on eating, you can finish what you just expelled." With a firm slap, two resounding strikes landed on the heads of the duo. "You waste food, without a care. Have you eaten your fill, just to laze around? If you have nothing better to do, let us practice." Another two slaps followed. "While others are dining, you two are here retching. Isn't that repulsive? Clean up the mess each of you made, or else you shall not rest tonight." Chapter 34. Those best left unmentioned. Upon hearing the demand to clean up the others' vomit, their faces paled, and though they contemplated rebellion, they were swiftly quelled by Yefeng. "Naruto, if you dare to refuse, forget about me returning your money." Naruto succumbed, for that was indeed his Achilles heel. He was awaiting the return of his funds from Yefeng to purchase weapons. "Sasuke, I am indifferent. But do not expect to obtain any information regarding your nemesis from me. Trust me, no one else knows as much as I do." Sasuke, too, complied, taking a broom and mop to tidy up. Noticing Kakashi's peculiar gaze directed at him, Yefeng furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing much," Kakashi replied, retracting his gaze. "I simply find it surprising to see them so obedient for the first time." Reflecting on his past missions with Naruto and Sasuke in the village, Kakashi felt a twinge of nostalgia. One was impulsive, perpetually confused, while the other preferred solitary endeavors, believing he could handle tasks alone without assistance. Indeed, the novice tasks in the village were simplistic, either finding cats or dogs, or aiding in farming, tasks that could be accomplished solo. However, this was not conducive to fostering teamwork, which was essential for familiarizing oneself with each other's abilities during missions for better coordination. If everything were to be handled individually, what purpose did a team serve? In his efforts to encourage collaboration between the two, Kakashi had devised numerous strategies, yet to little avail. Whenever the two became overly excited, they disregarded his counsel. Little did he know, a mere word from Yefeng could render them so compliant. Kakashi pondered whether he should borrow some money from Naruto, withholding repayment. Having already secured one, would the other still be a bother? He was aware of several details regarding Sasuke's adversaries, which were virtually common knowledge in the village. Though he might not possess as much information as Yefeng, it could still serve as a form of leverage. Sakura was the most earnest of the trio. Having gained Sasuke's cooperation, she would undoubtedly listen. Perhaps if I can manage Sakura, I could also win over Naruto, considering his affection for her. This presents yet another avenue. The expressions on Kakashi's face shifted, leaving Yefeng bewildered. Even through the mask, he could sense the change. After dinner, Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, was clearing the table while Yefeng and the others sat around drinking tea. Tazuna's grandson, Inari, unusually quiet, observed the adults conversing. Sakura stood in the living room digesting her meal. At that moment, a family photograph on the wall caught her attention. The picture included the entire Tazuna family, yet a torn corner obscured the image of a man. Why hang a damaged photo here? Sakura wondered, noticing Inari's gaze fixated on it during dinner. The torn area seemed as if someone had intentionally ripped away a member of the photograph. "That is my husband," Tsunami said with a heavy tone while washing the dishes. He was once called a hero in the city. Tazuna's mood also darkened, to shield his grandson Inari from distress. The missing figure had always been a topic they preferred to avoid. Yet, some matters must eventually be confronted. Inari stood up and exited the room, unwilling to hear the tale of that man once more, despite the fact that the man was his own father. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his father. Tsunade hastily opened the door and rushed out, her heart heavy with concern for her son Inari. Before leaving, she lamented, "Father, Did we not agree to refrain from mentioning that person in front of Inari? Truly, it is frustrating. The atmosphere in the living room felt stifling. Sakura realized she had misspoken and wished to make amends, yet was at a loss for words. Was there something more beneath the surface? Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, reluctant to unearth old wounds, yet aware that during a mission, any concealment could lead to failure. Initially, Dasna had withheld a considerable amount of information from them, and only upon arriving in the Land of Waves did they grasp the full scope of their task. Had he not succumbed to a moment of compassion, Kakashi would have categorically refused such a mission in the past. Dasna, fearing misunderstandings, decided to unveil the truth, for Kakashi and his companions were now his last hope. Inari, it turned out, had a stepfather with whom he shared a profound bond, akin to that of biological father and son. Inari had once been a joyful child. But as tears began to fall, each droplet striking the table, his tightly clenched fists betrayed an anger he could not suppress. However, Inari had changed since the incident involving his father. The people of the island, along with that event, had irrevocably stripped him of his courage, a transformation that had commenced on that fateful day. What had transpired during that incident? Kakashi felt no sorrow. He had encountered many similar tales and witnessed numerous tragedies. His sole desire was to ascertain the facts and determine whether they would impact their mission. To elucidate that incident, one must first consider the man revered as a hero in this land. Removing his glasses, Dasna wiped away his tears and continued. It was approximately 3 years ago when Inari encountered that man. Lacking a father, Inari was often bullied by other children, and he had no friends except for a little dog named Pochi, who was his dearest companion. One day, a group of unruly children sought to snatch away his friend. No matter how he struggled or cried out, his arms were firmly restrained, rendering him helpless as he could only watch. A slightly older boy, the leader of the troublemakers, seized Pochi and taunted Inari, declaring he would rename the dog, proclaiming that once renamed, Pochi would no longer belong to him. Young Inari, unable to comprehend, genuinely believed that once his companion was renamed, he would indeed cease to be his own. He argued loudly. The ringleader of the miscreant children clutched the notion of "not mine, and you shall not possess it," and in a fit of rage, he hurled the puppy into the water. Although dogs are capable swimmers, the puppy was still young, and the river's current was swift. It floundered in the water, perilously close to sinking. Inari, unable to swim, could only stand on the small bridge in a state of distress. Seizing the moment of Inari's distraction, the ringleader kicked him into the water, intending for him to rescue the puppy while relishing the spectacle. However, when Inari fell into the water, crying out for help, the ringleader panicked. He realized that Inari could not swim. His intention had merely been to witness a farce, not to endanger Inari's life. He became flustered, anxiously shaking his little companion's body, urging him to jump in and save the drowning individual. However, the little companion was reluctant. At that moment, the puppy that had fallen into the water was not sinking. Instead, it instinctively began to paddle, managing to swim back to shore. The sight of the escaping puppy captivated the attention of a few mischievous children, who abandoned the still calling for help Inari to chase after the puppy. Unable to swim, Inari gradually sank beneath the surface. Yet, fate had other plans for him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the presence of Kaisha, who was tending to a fire to roast fish. Kaisha, a fisherman from abroad who had come to the island in pursuit of his dreams, had rescued Inari. From that moment on, Inari grew close to Kaisha. After sipping the now lukewarm tea, Dasna continued. Perhaps it was because Inari had lost his father before he could even form memories that he clung to Kaisha like a shadow, resembling a genuine father-son relationship. Subsequently, Kaisha became a part of their family, as well as an indispensable figure in the town. The island was beset by a deluge, with floodwaters breaching the dam, threatening to submerge the downstream areas. To halt the flooding, repairs to the dam were necessary to redirect the water, but such a task was far from simple. The rushing waters presented a formidable barrier, instilling fear in everyone who hesitated to venture into the perilous waters to undertake the repairs. The dam, in truth, was merely a collection of wooden beams bound together. The floodwaters had broken through the middle of the wooden structure. If they could reconnect the breached section of the wooden wall to the portion anchored to the shore, the repairs would suffice to block the flood and redirect its course. In that critical moment, Kaisha stepped forward. Without hesitation, he plunged into the turbulent waters, the rope tied around him ensuring that he would rise and fall with the currents, yet not be swept away. Kaisha repaired the dam, and in his bravery, he became a hero to all. For Inari, Kaisha was a figure of pride, someone he could look up to as a father. It was during this time that Gato set his sights on the nation. The heroic Kaisha became a thorn in Gato's side, a target for his ambitions. In plain view of all, Kaisha met his demise, and the townspeople's courage to resist evaporated. From that day forward, Inari never smiled again, harboring animosity towards those who displayed heroism. This was because his heroic father had once told him that he would protect his country and safeguard Inari with his own hands. To Inari, his father had broken that promise. It was no wonder that whenever Inari expressed his desire to become a hero who would save the nation, he would berate himself for such foolish aspirations. It dawned on him. He was reminded of his father. Among those present, perhaps no one felt the weight of this more than Naruto, who had never met his own father and had scarcely heard anything about him. He had also been bullied by others since childhood, ridiculed as a wild child. Had it not been for the guidance of the 3 generations of elders and the mentorship of Irika Sensei, he could hardly fathom what he might have become, Naruto thought with a touch of self-mockery. The memories of the past were tucked away in the depths of his heart. He had learned to mask his true self so that others could not perceive his anomalies. Yet, upon hearing about Inari, Naruto could not help but be moved. He ardently yearned to find Inari and proclaim loudly to him, "Since your father once instructed you to safeguard your nation and protect every cherished individual with your own hands, you must strive to fulfill this duty." Your father accomplished this in his lifetime. He instilled courage in the people, safeguarding your family and protecting you. Now, it is your turn. Your father has departed, and as his legacy bearer, should you not endeavor to complete the tasks he left undone? Would not the spirit of your father, watching over you from beyond, feel sorrow at your current state? He thought this way and planned to do so. He intended to find Inari and thoroughly explain to him that heroes do exist. However, as soon as he stood up, Naruto collapsed to the ground. "What are you doing?" "Naruto?" Sakura frowned at Naruto's disheveled state. "If you're training, you should stop for today. Overexerting chakra could be fatal." Kakashi was not exaggerating. Chakra is a combination of mental and physical energy. If overused, both aspects could collapse, resulting in total failure of the person, essentially, death. Despite his aching body, Naruto stubbornly gritted his teeth and stood up, his legs trembling, yet his face radiated determination as he declared, "I want to prove it to him." "Prove what?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "Look at you. What do you think you can prove?" "I want to show him that there are still heroes in this world." Haha. "Your laughter is quite unpleasant," Leaf Fong interjected derisively. "With your condition, you've been practicing tree climbing for 2 days and still haven't succeeded. And you think you can prove something? Prove that heroes exist? Are you a hero? Everyone, look. Naruto is a hero. He asked the hero who hasn't managed to climb a tree for days." With a dismissive tone, Leaf Fong continued, "If you're a hero, what does that make Sakura, the hero among heroes? And what about me, who was faster than Sakura, the king of heroes?" Chapter 35, No Shame for Money. Naruto's expression fell once again. This was a constant pattern. Whenever he felt excited, someone would always bring him down. Reading the look in Naruto's eyes, Leaf Fong retorted, "Yes, I intend to bring you down. Otherwise, you might think you can soar to the heavens. Where do you want to go?" Leaf Fong scoffed. "Are you looking to comfort Inari? His mother is already providing comfort. What would your presence mean? Or are you planning to practice your tree climbing skills in the woods? Knowing that Zabuza is still alive and could appear at any moment, do you think going out alone shows you value your life? Or do you expect us to come rescue you?" "I didn't think that far. I just want to practice and improve before Zabuza arrives," Naruto thought, feeling somewhat wronged. "Go ahead. I want to stop you." "Really?" Naruto's spirits lifted. Sakura's accomplishments surpassed his, which annoyed him. Sasuke's achievements surpassed his even more, frustrating him further. Especially since they all started from the same point. Sakura had already graduated, while Sasuke had not. Although Sasuke's performance had always been better, Naruto believed that hard work could bridge the gap, and with more practice, he would soon surpass them. "Really, go ahead. Then I'm off." Naruto dared not look back, fearing Leaf Fong would change his mind. He flung open the door and rushed out. "Hooray, I'm out." One foot was already outside the threshold. "If you perish, I want to have to repay my debts." The other foot paused, and the one about to step outside retracted. Without a word, Naruto closed the door, returned to his seat, and bowed his head, lost in thought. "Why aren't you leaving? Go on. No one is stopping you. If anyone dares to stop you, I'll be furious." "You're doing this again, Uncle Shopkeeper," Naruto said, exasperated. "This is the umpteenth time. You always bring up money. If you keep this up, I will have to repay you when I return. What if you don't repay? Li Feng replied with a smug expression, as if to say, what can you do about it? If I don't repay, I'll. Li Feng feigned concern and asked, what's wrong? How is your aunt? Ah, you're driving me insane, Naruto yelled, frustrated. When it came to illogical arguments, he never gained the upper hand against Li Feng. I'll quit. Yes, I'm serious, Naruto declared fiercely. I'll stop working in your shop and move out. Really? Li Feng feigned excitement, cautiously asking, does that mean once you move out, we'll be completely unrelated? Yes, we'll settle our accounts. I want to owe you anything anymore. Consider it my rent. Fine. I agree. After we return, we'll handle the paperwork, and then the matter of number one will no longer concern me. Li Feng wore a look of triumph. Number one. Upon hearing this, Naruto's excitement faded, and he trembled as he asked, what about number one? That again was used quite well. Who are you? You're already drawing a line so swiftly? Naruto was stunned, then irritated. I haven't resigned yet. Oh, cough cough. I must have misheard. Li Feng coughed twice, pretending he wasn't the one speaking earlier. Number one. I don't know. Isn't number one your shadow clone? Why are you asking me? Shopkeeper, you're sweating. Sakura kindly reminded him. It's just the heat, just the heat. Li Feng quickly wiped the sweat from his brow. Stop changing the subject, Naruto, unusually astute, insisted. What is going on with number one? I don't know. Li Feng shook his head, stubbornly maintaining his ignorance. You truly don't know? Naruto threatened. If you don't tell me, I'll dismiss number one and find out for myself. You can't. Li Feng clutched Naruto's leg, pleading. You can't dismiss number one. What will happen to the shop's business? You summoned me here. If the shop is unattended and things get stolen, you'll be responsible. This is truly embarrassing. Kakashi covered his forehead and then his remaining eye. Really, for an adult, showing such a demeanor is hardly mature. Sasuke watched with great interest, finding Li Feng's predicament quite satisfying, having been threatened by him for days. Naruto didn't expect Li Feng to resort to such antics. Let go. Naruto tugged at his leg, but Li Feng held on too tightly. I want tea. Li Feng shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Unless you promise me not to dismiss number one. Let go. My pants are falling down. All right, I promise. Naruto reluctantly agreed, realizing that if he didn't his pants would indeed fall. Upon hearing the promise, Li Feng casually sat up, his expression normal, showing no signs of having just acted so childishly. You see. Number one is, well, he stammered, struggling to find an excuse. He needed to come up with something. At least until Naruto returned to the village. He couldn't let him find out the truth. It was a minor issue if the shop was unattended. The convenience store would automatically close if neither the owner nor the staff was present. Although number one was a shadow clone, his original self was a shop assistant, making him a half-employee. If the owner was absent and without permission, the staff could not be absent either. The store would retrieve the staff, forcing them to work according to the set schedule. He had previously communicated with the convenience store, stating that if he and Naruto were absent, and only Naruto's shadow clone was present, it should oversee the shop. Initially, this was merely a precaution. However, it was unforeseen that Naruto would perform a long-range summoning, thus making the clone useful after all. Consequently, Ifong harbored no concerns regarding the store's business, but rather worried that Naruto might dismiss the clone, potentially exposing the incident of the clone pilfering Naruto's money. If the clone left without a trace, it would ultimately be Yifeng who faced the repercussions. No, it was essential to share both fortune and misfortune. As his mind raced, he noticed Naruto's growing impatience. Clapping his hands, Yifeng exclaimed, I've got it. No, wait. I've thought of something. Yes, the clone has moved in. The more he spoke, the more he felt this excuse was brilliant. With a feigned air of indignation, he continued, the clone moved into your bedroom on the very day you left. I advised him that you dislike others entering your personal space, yet he paid no heed, insisting that the shadow clone is the same as the original, and vice versa, claiming we are all one family. He even struck me. Look, the swelling on my arm has yet to dissipate. Yifeng rolled up his sleeve, presenting the injury to Naruto for inspection. A distinctly red mark was evident on his arm. Kakashi, rendered speechless, recognized that from his angle. It was clear the injury was self-inflicted. How outrageous. He dared to strike you? Naruto rose from his seat in a fit of fury, declaring, just wait until I return. I'll make him pay. He also had the audacity to sleep in my bed. Clearly, the lesson from our last encounter was insufficient. Yifeng nodded, feigning a sense of grievance. I only had his best interests at heart, yet he shows no gratitude. Sakura shivered, rubbing her arms. She felt a wave of revulsion from Yi Feng's overly affectionate tone. She began to doubt whether the methods Yi Feng had shared would be effective. Why was he acting so effeminately? Settle this. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow at Kakashi, thinking that even if Kakashi discerned the truth behind his injury, would it matter? He could simply withhold crucial information regarding Obito. The threat in his gaze was unmistakable, and Kakashi understood, extinguishing his intent to warn Naruto. Thus, this minor farce came to an end. Naruto chose not to venture outside. While it was true that in the anime, he had secretly snuck out to practice tree climbing and met Haku, as Yi Feng mentioned, one could never predict when Zabuza might appear. Being alone was perilous. As night fell, and everyone retired for the evening, Yi Feng found himself restless, tossing and turning. His movements disturbed Kakashi, preventing him from finding rest as well. Though the room at the Dazna residence was not particularly spacious, it could comfortably accommodate several individuals. To care for the injured Kakashi, Yi Feng squeezed into the same room with him, while Naruto, Sasuke, and Dazna shared another, and Sakura roomed with Tsunami and Inari, the latter serving as additional protection. What's the matter? Kakashi queried helplessly, yearning for rest. He wished to sleep. While Chakra could mend physical injuries, it could not alleviate mental fatigue. Nothing much, Yi Feng replied. Pulling out his last cigarette, he hesitated to light it, instead savoring its scent at the tip of his nose before putting it away. I was just pondering whether, had the first Hokage been resolute enough to unify the ninja world alongside Uchiha Madara, events such as these might have been averted. Kakashi, intrigued, responded. Aren't you well versed in many matters? You should have come to terms with this by now. As you said, until the world is unified, chaos will persist. Everyone harbors their own thoughts, different factions, and conflicting interests, always driving some with ulterior motives. Indeed, Yi Feng smiled faintly, understanding the logic. Yet witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat disheartened. According to Dazna's accounts, the people of the Land of Waves ought to have lived in happiness. Yet due to one individual, someone who was not even a ninja, they had fallen into such despair, which was truly unjust. Kakashi, tell me. If one day someone emerged in the ninja world, intent on unifying it, what would you do? Is this what you meant by the impending chaos? Kakashi replied solemnly. If such a person indeed exists, I would undoubtedly intervene. Even if it meant your demise? Even if it meant my demise? Even if that individual were once your comrade? Kakashi hesitated, finally murmuring, are you referring to Obito? Yes and no. Yi Feng was uncertain of how the anime concluded, as he had not finished watching before arriving. But rumors circulating online had revealed some connections to Obito. Is there truly no way to salvage the situation? Kakashi lamented, unwilling to see his companion meet such a fate. Why did he become such a lost cause? Because of you, because Rin died at your hands. You must understand the significance Rin held for Obito. Yet Kakashi wished to contest this notion but was interrupted by Yi Feng. The reason for Rin's death is irrelevant. Please don't take offense, I do not know her personally, making it difficult for me to empathize with her demise. What I wish to convey is that you were the one who took her life. Obito witnessed it. Thus, he believes that you are responsible for Rin's death. Is Obito also present? Kakashi exclaimed, agitated. Why doesn't he come to see me? I can explain everything. That would be futile. It pertains to the eyes he bestowed upon you. The secret to the evolution of the Sharingan lies therein. What is the truth? Kakashi pressed. But no matter how many questions he posed, Yi Feng could not provide an answer, for he had already succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. He had succumbed to slumber. While Kakashi found himself unable to doze off, tormented by the revelations imparted to him by Yao Feng. The following morning marked the third day since Team 7 had arrived at the home of Dazna, and likewise, the third day of Yao Feng's presence. A group of weary souls sat listlessly around the breakfast table. Aside from Yao Feng, none had enjoyed a restful night. Chapter 36. Incomprehensible Matters Since Kato's Arrival. The Dazna family had not known a moment of peaceful slumber. As the head of the household, Dazna was not fearful of death itself. Rather, he was haunted by the dread of departing this world without witnessing the completion of the Great Bridge. Without beholding the islanders reclaiming their lost courage, Dazna felt a profound sense of discontent. Inari, each time he recalled the image of his father's death before his very eyes, would awaken abruptly from his troubled dreams. Tsunami, plagued by concern for both her son and father, was tormented by the specter of having already lost two husbands. Unwilling to endure the loss of her son and father as well. At times, Tsunami pondered whether her fate was cursed. How else could she explain the demise of two spouses? She had extinguished any desire for remarriage, having been but a daughter-in-law. Dasna had always treated her with kindness, akin to that of a biological daughter, both before and after the passing of her first husband. She feared she might not witness Inari grow up to lead a fulfilling life, marry, and have children, and she worried she might not be able to provide Dasna with the care he deserved in his twilight years. Naruto, known for his typically sound sleep, found himself restless the previous night, not solely due to Yaofeng's refusal to allow him to practice outdoors, but also because he could not shake off the unsettling implications of Yaofeng's remarks regarding number 1. He found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed, which in turn disturbed Sasuke's rest, despite Sasuke's already poor quality of sleep. The flames of vengeance had yet to be extinguished, and thus Sasuke endured another day of torment. He opened and closed his eyes, consumed by thoughts of his fallen kin and parents, as well as the man who had taken their lives. Only through training and the enhancement of his strength could he momentarily forget these haunting memories. Sakura, oh Sakura, was no exception. In her room, 2 individuals were frequently jolted awake by nightmares in the dead of night. Those who have experienced such terrors understand that upon awakening from a nightmare, one often involuntarily gasps. In such an atmosphere, how could Sakura possibly find a peaceful slumber? Kakashi? His mind was preoccupied with how to explain Rin's situation to Obito when they met. Even though Yaofeng stated that Obito was beyond saving, Kakashi was unwilling to give up. He sought to salvage his comrade. The latter was not anxious. His impatience would yield no results. To rescue Obito, he needed to comprehend what had transpired within him, whether through personal investigation or information gathered from Yaofeng. He could not attempt to save his friend without clarity on the matter. Naruto yawned widely. It is often said that yawning is contagious, and indeed, Naruto's yawn acted as a signal, prompting the others at the dining table to follow suit. 7 yawns, neither more nor less. Yaofeng refrained, as he was not tired. After breakfast, assisting Tsunade in tidying up, the group split into 2 factions. Naruto and Sasuke continued practicing tree climbing under Kakashi's guidance, until they mastered the technique. Kakashi was unwilling to teach them anything else. One should not bite off more than one can chew. Yaofeng and Sakura were tasked with escorting Dasna to the bridge construction site, to mitigate risks and prevent anyone from straying alone, at Yaofeng's insistence. Tsunade and Inari accompanied them to the bridge. Do not fault Yaofeng for his caution. Countless cinematic experiences had taught him that those who wander alone often fall prey to malevolent forces or meet their demise prematurely. Knowing that Gato viewed Dasna as a thorn in his side, with 2 assassination attempts already attempted and suspecting even more undisclosed plots, Dasna was fortunate to have reached Konoha and requested Team 7's assistance, rendering Gato powerless against him. Unable to confront Dasna directly, Gato might still leverage Tsunade and Inari to coerce him. Would Dasna remain steadfast in his bridge-building endeavor under such duress? It was uncertain. However, Yaofeng was determined to prevent such a scenario. If something could be avoided, why not preemptively do so? It was unclear whether Gato was deterred by Dasna's personal protection or if he was waiting for Zabuza's injuries to heal. But in the following days, tranquility reigned, and Gato did not send anyone to cause trouble. These days were among the most arduous for Yaofeng. His phone was dead, leaving him without internet access. Dasna's home had electricity, yet he had forgotten his charger. In a moment of desperation, he considered asking Kakashi if his lightning chakra could recharge his phone. Had he not retained a modicum of rationality, reminding himself of the phone's worth, having cost several days' earnings, he might have pursued this idea further. With only 1 cigarette remaining, Yaofeng refrained from smoking it. Instead, he took it out to savor its aroma, a small indulgence. Although cigarettes were available in the world of Hokage, one must consider the practicality of smoking when the island's inhabitants could barely afford meals. The supply of cigarettes had long since been depleted. Yaofeng found himself unable to procure any. This predicament intensified his desire to eliminate Gato. Because of this insignificant scoundrel, he was deprived of his cigarettes. Just wait, Gato, for I shall find a way to end you. In his foul mood, Yaofeng viewed everything through a negative lens, rebuffing Kakashi's attempts to gather information from him. One cannot allow oneself to suffer alone, can one? Naruto and Sasuke were having a rough time. Their tree climbing practice had persisted for several days. Although they made daily progress, with scratch marks on the tree ascending higher each day, Yaofeng remained indifferent. Knowing that these two had yet to master their skills, each evening during dinner, he would mock them, frequently mentioning Sakura's name, which adversely affected Naruto's infatuation with her. Sasuke, Already irritated by Sakura's persistent presence at school, which he perceived as a distraction from his training, found his annoyance compounded by Yefeng's comparisons. Had it not been for Sakura's discreet sharing of tree-climbing techniques with Naruto, and Sasuke's subsequent inquiry that led him to learn from Naruto, the prospects of Sakura and Sasuke's relationship might have reached an abrupt conclusion. Naruto and Haku met once again. For several nights, Naruto refrained from venturing out. Yet he could not quell the restlessness within him. He had not forgotten his mission to prove to Inari that heroes still existed in this world. The fact that Sasuke's performance consistently surpassed his own only heightened his urgency. He pondered that since he could not sleep at night, it would be better to practice climbing trees under the cover of darkness, aiming to astonish everyone at the moment of his success. After several days of recuperation, Kakashi's body had finally returned to its former state, and the bridge was nearing completion, with only the final touches remaining. This indicated that Team 7's mission was about to conclude, allowing Yifeng to finally return to the village. To celebrate Kakashi's recovery and the impending completion of the bridge, Mrs. Tsunade prepared an exquisite feast in the evening. However, no one touched their chopsticks, waiting for the arrival of two absent members. With the creaking of the door, Naruto and Sasuke entered, dragging their weary bodies behind them. Naruto trained diligently every night to master tree climbing, making it impossible for Sasuke, who shared a room with him, to remain oblivious to his efforts. Naruto's diligence ignited Sasuke's competitive spirit. If Naruto practiced, so would he, and if Naruto worked hard, he would strive to surpass him. Yet, the physical constitution of individuals varies, and Sasuke could not match Naruto's boundless energy. By the late hours of the night, while Naruto continued to train, Sasuke found himself unable to keep up. Nevertheless, their efforts bore fruit, as both had mastered the art of climbing trees, albeit at different paces. Oh, the two young masters have returned? Upon entering, Naruto and Sasuke were greeted by Yifeng's inquiry. Observing Naruto, who was supported by Sasuke, Yifeng couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, what fools they are, believing no one notices their nightly escapades. How could we possibly be unaware? He and Kakashi took turns keeping watch, one for the first half of the night and the other for the latter half, concealed in the shadows to guard the two. Had it not been for Kakashi's inadequate rest and his injuries, he would not have taken so many days to recover. Aware of Yifeng's discontent these past few days, they dared not provoke him, sitting silently in their respective places with heads bowed. All right, you should speak less, Kakashi interjected on their behalf. You've expressed your frustrations towards them quite a bit lately. Tomorrow we return. Let us set aside other matters tonight and enjoy our meal. I appreciate your consideration, Yifeng replied, allowing the conversation to shift. One must practice in moderation. The way you two are training, you will inevitably wear yourselves down. You've all heard it. Yifeng is correct. Tonight, you two should refrain from going out and have a good rest, for tomorrow holds more pressing matters. Let us eat first, Dasna interjected, attempting to ease the atmosphere. If we don't eat soon, the food will grow cold. Rubbing his hands together, Dasna cheerfully remarked, It has been ages since I've seen such a lavish spread. Let us raise a glass. During their mission, Kakashi abstained from alcohol, whereas Yifeng had no such reservations and joined Dasna in a drink. After a hearty meal, the group sat around the table, sipping tea to aid digestion. Naruto, still weary, rested his head on the table, while Sasuke's head drooped ever so slightly. Through these past few days, their mutual supervision during practice had somewhat eased their relationship. Otherwise, Sasuke would never have offered his support to Naruto. In the midst of casual conversation, Dasna suddenly inquired, I had been curious. Despite my fabricating the details of the mission, what compels you to remain here? A true warrior does not shy away from righteous deeds. And a strong leader has no weak subordinates. Kakashi quoted an old adage, a lesson from the previous Hokage. Which generation? Yifeng wished to retort but decided against it. He had no inclination to address the question. He had not come willingly, but had been summoned. Were it not for Naruto, he would have been comfortably nestled in bed, engrossed in his phone. Prior to his arrival, Yifeng was aware of the situation in the Land of Waves but had no intention of intervening. His philosophy remained unchanged, assist where one could, and leave the rest be. In this world, countless injustices abound. How much can one truly address? It is not merely in the era of ninjas, even in our modern world, despite the ease of communication, injustices unfold constantly, unseen. Listening to the adults' conversation, Inari felt perplexed, particularly as he gazed at Naruto, who had slumped over the table in slumber. Tears dripped onto the table as he struggled to comprehend, prompting him to voice his confusion. Why? Naruto, suddenly roused from his dreams by the sound of weeping, lifted his head with bleary eyes. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Inari stood, pounding the table in frustration, unable to contain himself any longer. Why do you push yourselves so hard? He had witnessed Naruto and Sasuke's grueling training, and he could not fathom why they exerted themselves to such extremes, visibly exhausted and in pain, yet still rising early to train the next day. No matter how hard they trained, they could not surpass the strength of Kato's subordinates. No amount of eloquence or effort could change the reality that the weak would be vanquished by the truly powerful. Inari shouted these words, his fear palpable, worried that their relentless efforts would draw Kato's attention, just as his father had perished for being too diligent and too exceptional. You're annoying. I'm not like you, Naruto muttered, holding his own reasons for striving so hard. Shut up. Just seeing you makes me angry. Inari cried, tears streaming down his face. You have no understanding of this country, yet you flaunt your ignorance. You know nothing of the suffering here, unlike me, who is not like you, always grinning. No, that's because you don't understand, Naruto. Yifeng thought as he observed the unfolding drama. Chapter 37. Comforting the bickering and playful squabbles of children were among Yifeng's favorite spectacles. Their incoherent grumbles and muddled speech were utterly delightful. Inari, in his anger, was clearly struggling to articulate his thoughts, and his words, when articulated, were anything but coherent. He felt anger as he observed Naruto, who wore a smile each day, contrasting sharply with his own immersion in sorrow. He despised the sight of others laughing before him, loathed the presence of those who found joy in his vicinity. He feels aggrieved, as if no one comprehends him or knows the thoughts that dwell within his heart. Others presume he is ensnared in the shadow of his father's demise, unable to escape its grasp. Indeed, he is ensnared, yet he harbors no desire to break free. He wishes to use this experience as a constant reminder to himself. He must remind himself that those who stand out for love often meet with unfortunate fates, and the endings of heroes are, more often than not, tragically dismal. He is engulfed in fear, a fear so formidable that even the mightiest of heroes, his own father, is powerless against Kaido. He harbors resentment. If you claim to be a hero, why did you not appear when my father passed away? Why did those who proclaimed him a hero not step forward to assist him in his time of need? He is unwilling. He does not wish to witness anyone else sacrifice for this nation, which is beyond salvation. Farewell, my friend. I recognize your intentions to assist us. However, Kaido is too formidable. No one can withstand his might. Those who dared to oppose Kaido have perished. I cannot bear to see those I cherish succumb before my eyes. He was engulfed in despair, yet he clung to hope. He cried out, "Who can come to my aid? Who can rescue this nation? The people I cherish are all here. I hold deep affection for every inch of this land, and I yearn to see smiles return to the faces of the people." Yifeng, observing the scene, provided a commentary on Inari's inner turmoil. Perhaps it was misguided, yet it contained a grain of truth. Inari was still young. The complexities of the adult world eluded him. Why did no one step forward to assist his father? Was it because everyone had their own concerns? Alone. One might offer help, even if it meant facing death. But what of those who bear the weight of family responsibilities? What if the person is the pillar of the household? When the pillar collapses, the entire house crumbles, and with it, the lives within. If one refrains from intervening, the entire family may survive. If one chooses to act, the whole family faces demise. The harsh reality is that those with families will predominantly opt for survival. Moreover, it is not that no one has stood up, yet what has been the outcome? They perished. They all perished. In the realm of ordinary people, wealth grants the power to act without restraint. Why did Kaido choose the land of waves? Simply because it lacked ninjas, consisting solely of commoners who were impoverished. No great nation would deign to look upon this place. In the absence of a tiger in the mountains, the monkeys proclaimed themselves kings. Inari's anger and lament were comprehensible to many present. He believed himself the most unfortunate, unaware that there were those who suffered even more. Sasuke, born into a prominent clan, had loving parents, a doting brother, and kin with whom to play. Yet, in a single night, his clan was annihilated, his parents perished, and the very one who had cherished him most was the orchestrator of this tragedy. He yearned for vengeance. Yet he was even more compelled to seek clarity from his brother. Why? Why did you choose this path? Although Kakashi did not possess the illustrious lineage of Sasuke, he too had a father revered as a hero. His father's esteemed reputation once positioned him as the most likely candidate for the role of Hokage. Ultimately, however, he met his demise, falsely accused of an unfounded crime. He once embarked on missions with fervor, eager to demonstrate that his father was not at fault, that there existed other reasons for his tragic demise. However, as he matured with age and wisdom, Kakashi relinquished the quest for the truth behind his father's suicide, deeming it no longer significant. The depths of this matter were too profound. On one side lay the painful truth of his father's death, and on the other, his beloved village. He chose the latter. Inari still had the opportunity to resist, whereas he had already compromised. Naruto, oblivious to the identities of his own parents, faced the scorn of adults who labeled him as the village's misfortune, a malevolent fox spirit. Even now, he remained perplexed as to why they spoke of him in such a manner. Children, mimicking the disdain of adults, projected their hatred onto him, leaving him friendless and alone in his youth. Witnessing other children frolic joyously together only filled him with envy. Upon discovering the world of ninjas, he vowed to protect his village, to prove to its inhabitants that he, Naruto, was not the bane they believed him to be, but rather a hero capable of safeguarding the community. For this cause, he was willing to expend everything, even his own life. Among them, Naruto understood Inari the most. Hearing Inari speak of himself in such a manner, Naruto abandoned his usual levity, his tone turning earnest. Isn't it different? Should you truly consider yourself a tragic protagonist? Weeping daily? You, a fool, should weep endlessly, for you dare not act nor instigate change. You are merely a crybaby. The sudden elevation of his voice startled Inari, momentarily interrupting his sorrowful contemplation. Naruto, that was excessive, Sakura interjected with a hint of reproach. He is still just a child. Child? Who isn't? Ignoring Sakura's comment, Naruto retreated to his room. With his departure, the gathering dispersed, the initial joy of the group significantly diminished. The house of the Dasna family was situated close to the sea. Opening the window unveiled a vast ocean. By day, the sight was splendid, stretching infinitely and invoking a sense of tranquility. At night, however, it evoked an entirely different sentiment, profound and oppressive, leaving many unable to adjust to the sight of the sea under the cloak of darkness. Yet for one burdened with melancholy, gazing at the ocean at night could be oddly comforting. Was it oppressive? Precisely that resonant sensation with the sea that one sought. Inari sat on the floor, legs drawn to his chest, gazing at the ocean, confiding his unspoken grievances to its depths. The sound of footsteps approached, and Kakashi settled beside him. May I share something? He spoke softly, as if to convey, should you be unwilling to listen, I shall depart at once. Inari remained silent. His quietude interpreted by Kakashi as consent. Since you do not speak, I shall assume you agree. Inari continued to hold his silence. But Kakashi paid no mind, and began to speak freely. Naruto did not intend malice with his words. He is simply rather clumsy. Your father's situation has already been conveyed to me by your grandfather. Like you, Naruto lost his father at a tender age. In fact, he does not even know who his parents are. Moreover, he has not a single friend. What? Inari finally responded, disbelief evident in his tone, unable to reconcile that the ever-joyful Naruto could share a similar fate. No, compared to Naruto, he considered himself fortunate. At least his mother and grandfather remained by his side. Furthermore, despite his father's passing, the cherished memories they had shared endured. Indeed, Naruto had no friends growing up, yet Kakashi had never witnessed him weep out of despair. That boy always yearned for recognition, striving tirelessly for acceptance, and for his dreams, he would risk everything, even his life. That fellow, Kakashi sighed, has likely wept enough by now. Thus, he understands the true meaning of strength, much like your father. Naruto may well be the one who comprehends your feelings best. His earlier words were undoubtedly echoes of his own internal struggles. Kakashi reflected on Naruto's unwavering optimism, as if no hardship could ever trouble him. Yet this perception revealed Kakashi's limited understanding. Naruto was not devoid of worries. He merely habitually reserved his burdens for himself, presenting only his hopeful side to others. Hey, have you fallen asleep? Naruto turned over, offering no reply. You truly have dozed off? How unfortunate. For I have a bag of snacks from the store that I've been saving just for you. A hand emerged from beneath the covers, extending toward him. Awake now? With a swift motion, he swatted the hand away, pulling the covers slightly aside to reveal Naruto's head. If you're awake, keep me company for a while. I was about to sleep. Naruto attempted to cover his head again, but found himself unable to tug the blanket free from Leaf Maple's grasp. What? Do you wish to hide beneath the covers and weep in secret? I do not. He protested stubbornly, though his voice betrayed a hint of quivering. Feel free to cry if you wish. I won't mock you. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Leaf Maple's face, rendering it ethereal. For some reason, this sight stirred a deep urge to weep within Naruto, despite the fact that he had not shed tears in quite some time. Is that little brat-ass remark bothering you? Should I give him a thrashing to ease your frustration? Uffed. Naruto chuckled. You're too much, shopkeeper. P.S. Just a child, please don't. Naruto held no doubt that if he nodded, Leaf Maple would indeed confront Inari. He still recalls the few days after he moved into the convenience store, when a stranger entered to purchase something. Although he did not recognize the individual, the latter was familiar with him. Upon their first encounter, the stranger pointed at him and proclaimed that he was a harbinger of misfortune, a fox spirit. He further warned the store owner, an elderly gentleman, that if he dared to allow him to remain in the shop, he would never again patronize the store, and would ensure that all his acquaintances were informed not to shop there either. At that moment, the store owner inquired if he should expel the intruder, but he, not comprehending the meaning, instinctively nodded. Consequently, the store owner decisively dealt with the man, delivering a thorough beating before ejecting him from the premises. The manner in which the man pointed at him was mirrored by the store owner when he confronted the intruder. Naruto vividly remembers the fierce words he directed at that individual, clearly stating, "Naruto is my employee, my own. How dare you speak ill of my people? A good thrashing will serve as a lesson, teaching you the perils of loose lips. Should I hear you disparaging Naruto again, I shall not hesitate to strike you once more. Your presence here is unwelcome. In fact, I find it brings misfortune. Depart at once, and do not let me catch sight of you again." He recalls this statement quite vividly. Yet he cannot fathom why Yifeng has not ventured outside for several consecutive days. As he struck that individual, it transpired within the confines of the shop. And at that moment, Yifeng remained oblivious to his own capacity for self-defense upon venturing outside, to evade any potential retaliation from that person. Yifeng refrained from leaving his home for several days. Could he possibly disclose this incident to Naruto? What a jest! He possessed a sense of pride. Yifeng was merely enraged. The matters concerning the Nine Tails were solely the Nine Tails' affairs, and Naruto's circumstances were distinctly his own. One could not conflate Naruto with the Nine Tails simply because the latter was sealed within him. If one truly possessed the ability, why not reveal themselves when the Nine Tails emerged? Just because Naruto had been subjected to your scorn since childhood and had not retaliated, do you truly believe he is incapable of defending himself against you? While Naruto yearned for your validation, I remain indifferent. At present, Naruto is under my guardianship. To speak of him is to speak of me. Dare you speak of me? I shall not indulge you. Ah, if one can still manage a smile, it indicates there is nothing amiss. What does a mere child comprehend? He is simply spoiled by his family. Taking a deep breath, indulging in the solace of his addiction, Yifeng continued. He suffers, he feels sorrow. Yet is he unaware that his grandfather and mother endure even greater anguish and sorrow? He retains only a memory of his stepfather. Believing that the world has collapsed with his passing, oblivious to the fact that his grandfather and mother have faced such calamities twice. Chapter 38. The topic drifts further afield. He perceives your constant laughter and carefree demeanor as devoid of troubles. Do you truly harbor no worries? To be frank, perhaps Yifeng is the one who understands Naruto best, even more than Naruto himself comprehends his own essence. After all, Yifeng is an outsider, observing Naruto's life from a third-person perspective. The one embroiled in the situation is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. There are matters even Naruto forgets or remains unaware of, which are illuminated through another's perspective. He knows little. He perceives only what is visible to him, comprehending only what he can grasp. At his tender age, one cannot expect him to possess profound understanding, can one? Naruto, still so young. Is he truly so young? Naruto chuckled softly. Seemingly since the day he became a ninja, everyone he encountered has declared him grown, burdened with the duty of protecting the village. Did the shopkeeper forget that he too uttered similar words to me? Yifeng remained oblivious to Naruto's thoughts, continuing his monologue in solitude. You are still young. There are matters beyond your comprehension, just as Inari cannot fathom you. Likewise, you cannot grasp him. The emergence of Kaisa became a beacon of hope for Inari, compensating for the paternal affection he lacked. He idolizes his stepfather as a hero, as do the island's inhabitants. Children of Inari's age invariably admire those stronger than themselves. What could be stronger than a hero on this island? Every gesture and word from Kaisa influences Inari profoundly. Inari's habits and mindset unwittingly gravitate towards Kaisa. He has grown accustomed to living under his father's protection, believing that under his father's guidance, the islanders will undoubtedly enjoy a better life. In Inari's eyes, his father is omnipotent, no challenge can thwart him, and every problem is resolvable by his hand. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that Kaisa is not only Inari's emotional anchor, but also his spiritual support. Yet all of this shifted with the arrival of Gato. The seemingly invincible father perished, the hero who inspired courage and charged into battle was gone. Your presence, your efforts, your unwavering optimism allowed Inari to perceive a reflection of his father within you. He fears you may meet the same fate as his father. Thus, he ridicules you, striking you with words, merely hoping to dissuade you from pursuing this path, to depart this nation before Gato takes notice of you. Perhaps his words were somewhat harsh, but his intentions were noble. However, at his age, he struggles to articulate his feelings clearly. The more he fails to express himself, the more anxious he becomes, and the more anxious he is, the muddled his words become, a fact he may not even recognize. Therefore, do not take his words to heart, or perhaps consider responding in a different manner. This represents your misunderstanding of him, as well as his misunderstanding of you. You are aware that, from a certain perspective, the realm of ninjas differs significantly from that of ordinary people. What appears insurmountable to common folk is merely a trivial issue easily resolved by a ninja. Of course, you may not fully grasp this, having never ventured beyond the village. It is crucial to understand that the villagers coexist peacefully with the ninjas without any barriers, a consequence of the first Hokage's ideals. Yet outside, the status of ninjas is notably elevated. At least, that is how it appears in interactions with commoners. Outside, when a commoner encounters a ninja, they exhibit utmost respect. Humility in speech and tolerance in interaction is inevitable. Regardless of wealth or status, even a rogue ninja must be addressed with deference. Undoubtedly, Gato is a wealthy man, and Zabuza's identity as a rogue ninja is quite evident. Consider this. Over the past few days, has Gato not sent individuals to trouble us? Has there not been a marked reduction in Gato's activities since our arrival in the Land of Waves, to the point we have encountered none? At least none aside from Zabuza? Upon reflection, Naruto realized that indeed, as Yifeng had stated, since their arrival in the Land of Waves, they had not seen Gato's, nor any of his subordinates, save for Zabuza, who was merely a hired hand. Zabuza, noticing the contemplative expression on Naruto's face, Yifeng smiled and inquired, "Do you know why? Is it related to Zabuza?" Naruto pondered, uncertain if this was merely a guess. "Indeed, it is connected to Zabuza," Yifeng affirmed, nodding confidently. Ninjas, when facing ordinary individuals, often carry a sense of pride. After all, they are the mainstay of this world, while ordinary people exist to serve them. Do not rush to refute this. These are not merely my conclusions. As you encounter more and experience life, you will come to realize this truth. Many ninjas share this mindset. With few exceptions, the more powerful the ninja, the less regard they hold for ordinary folk. Gato has dispatched 2 waves of ninjas to assassinate you. The first was encountered just after your departure from the village, and the second upon your arrival in the Land of Waves. The failure of the first wave prompted Zabuza to intervene personally. You have faced him. You should be aware of his formidable prowess. A man of such strength, defeated by you, would undoubtedly harbor resentment. He would not permit anyone to intervene in his confrontation with you until he has avenged his defeat, even if that person were his employer. Thus, it is precisely due to the pressure exerted by Zabuza that Gato refrains from taking direct action against us, instead resorting to subtle manipulations to coerce the villagers, who are collaborating with Dasna on the bridge, into retreating. This, in turn, serves to delay the progress of the bridge's completion. Otherwise, given Gato's temperament, would he exhibit such patience? He would have long dispatched his subordinates to confront Dasna, the individual at the center of the matter. Naruto subconsciously nodded, recognizing the validity of the shopkeeper's words, although the conversation seemed to have strayed somewhat off topic. Nevertheless, he was accustomed to this. He understood that this was a quirk of Yefeng's. When he finally spoke, he would often drift into other subjects. What impressed Naruto the most was that Yefeng always managed to steer the conversation back to its original point. Therein lies the crux of the matter. It has begun. The effort to redirect the discourse is underway. Naruto felt a sense of anticipation, eager to see how Yefeng would manage to bring it all back around. Regarding the remarks made by Inari, Naruto had not truly taken them to heart. He had merely reacted with heightened emotion at the moment, causing his tone to inadvertently become somewhat harsh. He returned to his room to sleep, truly too weary to dwell on anything, having nearly dozed off at the dining table earlier. Of course, there were fleeting emotions, but Naruto had grown accustomed to them. When he was in the village, The villager's words weighed far more heavily on him than Inari's criticisms. Knowing how to regulate his emotions, Naruto swiftly emerged from the cloud of Inari's reproaches. Yet, human nature can be perplexing. When alone, one might encounter distressing matters and brush them off, but the mere presence of another can trigger an emotional collapse, spiraling thoughts into an uncontrollable torrent. Naruto was no exception. He initially thought little of it, but as soon as Leaf Maple entered and spoke to him, feelings of grievance swelled within him, and tears threatened to spill. His intentions were noble. He merely wished to prove that heroes exist, not limited to a singular individual. Anyone with a heart can be a hero, be it you or me. Why must you speak of me in such a manner? Do you have any notion of what I have endured? Naruto was oblivious, yet Leaf Maple was acutely aware, and this was the direction he intended to steer the conversation. Between ninjas and ordinary folk lies a vast chasm. To Inari, Gato appeared terrifying, an insurmountable force, while to ninjas, he resembled merely a slightly robust ant, easily crushed without effort. This sentiment echoed the views on Zabuza, whose identity as a rogue ninja played a significant role. Rogue ninjas, lacking the abundant resources available in villages, sought to enhance their prowess through ninjutsu scrolls and monetary means, especially the latter. Ninjas, too, require sustenance. Without funds, their progress stalls. Within the village, ninjas could undertake missions issued by their home, earning rewards in both new techniques and coin. However, rogue ninjas, having left their villages, resorted to the black market for assignments, often becoming the bodyguards of the wealthy. Some individuals derive satisfaction from witnessing once mighty figures laboring under their command. They might think, look, though I lack the talent to be a ninja, it matters not. These ninjas must still serve me. While some rogue ninjas may bow to financial incentives, those with pride, like Zabuza, would never become mere puppets of wealth. He would work for money, but the undertaking of missions would depend on his mood. Naruto sensed that the shopkeeper uncle was straying off topic. Leaf Maple, unaware, continued his lengthy discourse. Apart from mastering new ninjutsu, ninjas can also improve their strength through combat experience gained from engaging in battles with others. The more one fights opponents of greater skill, the more experience one acquires. However, this method bears a significant risk of failure. Sparring among comrades, while beneficial for experience, lacks the urgency of life and death confrontations. Such encounters can lead to fatal outcomes if one is not cautious. Zabuza, confident in his abilities, viewed their initial engagement as an opportunity, should he succeed in eliminating them. It would be ideal, but if not, he could still gauge their strength. He anticipated that the second confrontation would occur the following day. It was crucial for him to act then, for once they left the sea, his combat potential would diminish significantly. Thus, tomorrow would present his optimal chance to strike. Naruto, remember this particularly well. Until the mission is accomplished, even if you are merely a step away from completion, complacency is your enemy. Countless ninjas have perished at this very juncture, having relaxed in the final moments. You cannot afford such a mistake. I do not wish to one day hear of your demise. Returning to the matter at hand, Leaf Maple explained that Inari's inability to comprehend Naruto stemmed from the fact that he was an ordinary person while Naruto was a ninja. In Inari's eyes, Gato was the most fearsome figure in existence, whereas Naruto regarded Gato as no match. Their true adversary was Zabuza and his enigmatic ally. Once Zabuza and his companion were dealt with, confronting Gato would pose no challenge. In conclusion, Naruto need not concern himself with Inari's words, nor seek to prove anything to him. If he could resolve the issues with Zabuza and his ally tomorrow, and subsequently deal with Gato, Inari's misunderstandings would naturally dissipate. Proof must be substantiated by actions, not mere words. Do you comprehend? Chapter 39. Everyone's arrangement, do you understand? No response? After all I've said, at least offer some acknowledgement. Observing Naruto burying his head beneath the blankets, Leaf Maple furrowed his brow. Hello? He nudged Naruto's shoulder, but there was no movement. Hey. There's no need to shout, Kakashi remarked, leaning against the door frame, exasperated. Naruto has already fallen asleep. Asleep? Well, that's that, Leaf Maple replied, rising from the floor to stretch his weary limbs. Having sat for so long, he was grateful the weather was not too cold. Otherwise, his limbs would have surely stiffened. When did you arrive? Leaf Maple inquired, still stretching. I came while you were explaining rogue ninjas to Naruto. Oh, so you've been here for quite a while. Leaf Maple acknowledged, noticing that Dazna was also present. The bridge's completion is nearly at hand, isn't it? Dazna nodded. The bridge was close to completion already. Had it not been for Kato's interference, it would have been finished by now. Thanks to Team 7, Gato hasn't sent anyone to disrupt the work these past few days. Despite the ongoing withdrawals of workers, the progress has not faltered. In fact, it has accelerated. The remaining crew is fueled by a collective determination. With no one blaming those who left, everyone understands the situation. This bridge has become a beacon of hope for many, and they are eager to complete it to prove something to those who withdrew. They wish to reclaim the lost courage of the island's inhabitants. Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any further. Let us strive to resolve all matters by tomorrow. After stretching his limbs, Yifeng stepped out of the room, only to find Sasuke leaning against the wall with an expression of cold indifference. You should also get some rest, kid. Tomorrow will be even more exhausting, he remarked. Sasuke, too, felt fatigue creeping in. Had it not been for his pride preventing him from displaying an attitude akin to Naruto's, he would have already succumbed to slumber. Why lean against the wall? It was simply a matter of enduring. Returning to his own quarters, Yifeng nestled into his warm bedding and stretched comfortably, the soft cocoon prompting a yawn. Are you so sure that Zabuza will indeed come? A sudden voice startled him. Come on, brother, don't do that. It's frightening. At that moment, Kakashi sat cross-legged beside Yifeng's pillow, observing him languidly. Are you afraid as well? He inquired. Yifeng retorted, why wouldn't I be? I'm just an ordinary person. Indeed, you are an ordinary person, one who knows many things. An ordinary person by the surname Senju, Kakashi replied. Not wishing to debate this matter further, he reiterated, are you so certain that Zabuza will come? It is quite evident, Yifeng replied while stifling a yawn. The bridge will be completed tomorrow, and we will evacuate. If Zabuza seeks to reclaim his honor, tomorrow presents the optimal opportunity for him to act. You understand his ninjutsu. The sea is his domain. If he does not come now, when will he? He continued, perhaps by the time we arrive at the bridge. Zabuza will already be waiting for us. And then there's Gato. He is likely to appear as well since he has consistently obstructed the bridge's construction. He cannot afford to miss the conclusion of the project. He will come to observe how your duel with Zabuza unfolds and to assess whether he needs to retreat based on the outcome. If Zabuza wins, he can continue to dominate the land of waves. If you prevail, he can flee without a second thought. I suspect Zabuza is Kato's most formidable ninja. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for Zabuza to recover before dispatching others to confront you. It is we, Kakashi emphasized. If we lose, do you think Zabuza will spare you? He will not. Yifeng was quite certain. Had he merely been an ordinary individual, perhaps Zabuza might overlook him as a trivial figure, even though he was closely associated with Kakashi and the others. But the truth was, he was not just an ordinary person, he was an ordinary person. Seemingly anticipating Yifeng's thoughts, Kakashi smiled faintly. Do you think Zabuza would believe you are an ordinary person? Yifeng conceded that the notion of convincing Zabuza of his ordinariness was rather far-fetched. Ordinary people? How many ordinary lives have ninjas taken without a second thought? He mused. All right, I will take action. Yifeng felt a sense of resignation. Initially, he had not intended to intervene in the confrontation between Zabuza and Haku with Team 7. However, it seemed that unless he provided Kakashi with a satisfactory answer, he would not find peace and sleep that night. Nonetheless, Yifeng had his own plans. I will not directly interfere in your battle. I will remain on the sidelines to ensure your safety. I can guarantee that you will not perish. As for how to defeat Zabuza and his companion, that will depend on your own abilities. It's not that I am unwilling to assist, Yifeng explained. I merely believe that this is the era for the youth to shine. We older folks should step aside. I'm not old. I'm only in my 20s. How can you, being younger than me, dare to say such a thing? Kakashi thought incredulously. That is sufficient. Kakashi understood Yifeng's intent. Engaging Zabuza presented an excellent opportunity for Naruto and the others to hone their skills. Battles between ninjas are never fair. One's strength does not dictate the strength of their opponent. Adapting to various unforeseen circumstances is an essential lesson for any ninja. It is best that you comprehend this, Yifeng said, shifting to a more comfortable position. Naruto and the others have just graduated from the academy. They have spent their time performing novice tasks in the village and lack real combat experience. Did you not mention that their performance against Zabuza was commendable? Yes. It was acceptable, Kakashi nodded. Although when we were ambushed shortly after leaving the village, Naruto's performance was dismal. No, it was abysmal. He stood frozen in place. Can you believe that? Yifeng thought to himself, I can believe it. I witnessed it in the anime. However, he added, nevertheless, when they encountered Zabuza again, their performance was quite commendable. Overall, the three of them did well. Isn't that sufficient? One success leads to another. Engaging a master like Zabuza will provide invaluable experience for both you and them. However, pitting them directly against Zabuza is still too much to ask. Kakashi said with a furrowed brow. Last time, he trapped me with his ninjutsu, forcing Naruto and the others to confront Zabuza. Had I not escaped in time, they would have been no match for him. Furthermore, this time Zabuza has an additional ally. While we are uncertain whether this ally will appear, I must prepare for all possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi proposed, tomorrow, I will handle Zabuza. His ally will be dealt with by Naruto and the others. Yufeng had no objections to Kakashi's arrangement. He added, while I assist you from the sidelines, I will also ensure the safety of the Dazna family. You need not worry. They will not be harmed. However, do not inform Naruto and the others of my involvement, for if they have a fallback plan, they may not fight with all their might. They cannot rely on luck every time I am near. For them, this is an opportunity to broaden their horizons. I understand. Kakashi nodded. Yufeng yawned again. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall sleep. None, Kakashi replied. Kakashi shook his head. Having received a satisfactory response from Yefeng regarding the impending battle, a flicker of anticipation danced within him. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions, already slumbering, remained oblivious to the fact that their fate for the morrow had been meticulously orchestrated. The night passed without incident, and before long, dawn graced the horizon. After breakfast, the entire Dazna family set forth, prepared to accompany Kakashi and his team to the bridge. As the saying goes, one must preemptively avoid that which can be avoided. The abduction of hostages was a tactic that Kato's subordinates had employed numerous times before. Though Inari had undergone a significant shift in his perception of Naruto after Kakashi's counsel, the argument from the previous evening left him tongue-tied, unable to express his apology. Naruto, unfazed, had regained his usual vigor after a night's rest and strode confidently at the forefront, vigilant for any ambush. Sakura and Sasuke, armed with kunai, flanked the left side of the Dazna family, maintaining a watchful stance. Kakashi, on the right, ambled leisurely. Yet his decision to forego his beloved book during this walk spoke volumes of his seriousness. Yefeng trailed behind, genuinely relaxed ever since he discovered his ability to defend himself outside the shop. He held his last cigarette, occasionally bringing it to his nose to savor its scent, already contemplating a dignified demise for it. Surrounded by such tension, the Dazna family could not help but feel anxious. Treading cautiously as any rustle sent them into a state of alarm. Observing their unease, Yefeng reassured them, relax, rest assured, your safety is guaranteed. Until my companions have met their demise, you shall remain unharmed. Do you even know how to speak? Sakura rolled her eyes, her caricatured figure gesticulating dramatically at Yefeng as she retorted, you're the one who will die first. At your age, I'll surely outlive you. Yefeng met her gaze with an enigmatic look, responding silently, not necessarily. Age does not dictate the timing of one's demise. Why do you think there are 4 faces on Hokage Rock, yet the current Hokage is the 3rd? The caricatured figure retreated, silenced. The journey proceeded without incident, devoid of ambushes. Only Naruto, in his exuberance, misstepped while leaping from a tree and tumbled down, sustaining a minor injury that healed even before reaching the hospital. Upon arriving at the bridge, Dazna exhaled a sigh of relief. Only in the sanctuary of his home and during the construction of the bridge could he truly relax. Each time he walked through the streets and observed the apathetic crowds, a pang of guilt gripped his heart. Had he been swifter, could the bridge have been completed sooner, preventing the people from becoming so despondent? Was Kato to blame? Perhaps, but not entirely. Today, Kato was gone, yet tomorrow could herald the arrival of another tyrant, Lido. If the people could not reclaim their lost courage, driving Kato away would be futile. Ultimately, it was the courage to resist that had dissipated from the hearts of the populace. Dazna felt uncertain. His hope of rekindling the people's spirit through the completed bridge was, perhaps, a mere wishful thinking. Once, the completion of the bridge had been a cherished dream for the island's inhabitants, yet after a series of events, he questioned whether the people still cared. Yet, he had no alternative. This was the only strategy he could conceive, and the thought of not trying left him discontent. What was truly happening? Upon reaching the construction site at the bridge's end, Dazna was taken aback. Workers who had come to assist lay scattered across the ground. Although there were no visible traces of blood, the agony etched on their faces indicated they had suffered considerable injuries. Before Dazna could approach to assess the situation, a dense white fog enveloped him, obscuring his view. Fog was common in island nations like the Land of Waves, yet this fog was peculiar, arriving with alarming swiftness and thickness, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the figures nearby. Be cautious. They have arrived, Kakashi cautioned. It was unnecessary for him to remind them. The unnatural fog was unmistakably ominous, far removed from ordinary mist. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and the others coordinated with Kakashi, forming a protective circle around Dazna and Yefeng. Yefeng no longer exuded an air of leisure. Panic gripped him as he huddled with the Dazna family in their small circle. One could not help but remark on his theatricality, for even Dazna exhibited more composure, standing tall while Yefeng seemed to wilt. This was not his intention. Prior to breakfast, Kakashi had whimsically approached Yefeng, requesting his participation in a ruse. They were aware of Zabuza's potential ally, yet they also gained Yefeng as an unexpected asset. They remain oblivious to the true strength of the Reaper, and likewise, they are unaware of Yi Feng's capabilities. After all, even they themselves are uncertain. Although Yi Feng has assured them that he can preserve the lives of a few, alleviating their concerns, this matter is known only to Kakashi for the time being. To be candid, Kakashi harbors doubts in his heart. He was uncertain about the true extent of Yi Feng's prowess and could not wholly trust Yi Feng's assurances. Moreover, the dynamics of battle among ninjas shifted rapidly, leaving him unsure whether Yi Feng could protect several individuals in time. After much contemplation, Kakashi decided to make subtle adjustments to the tactical arrangements. The foundation remained unchanged. Yi Feng would still serve as their safeguard. However, Kakashi resolved to regard Yi Feng as an ordinary individual devoid of any ninjutsu or special abilities. He would treat Yi Feng as if he were no different from the Dazna family, incorporating him into his protective roster. This approach would create a strategic deception, leading the adversaries to believe that Yi Feng was merely an ordinary person, thus diverting their attention away from him. Kakashi was also gambling on the notion that Zabuza would refrain from attacking the Dazna family until he had resolved his own issues. Kakashi found merit in Yi Feng's earlier remark. Some ninjas indeed held ordinary people in disdain, viewing them as easily dispatched without a second thought. In Kakashi's estimation, Zabuza seemed to harbor greater interest in him than in eliminating the Dazna family. This was also the reason behind Yi Feng's seemingly cowardly demeanor. His primary role was to act unexpectedly, safeguarding the Dazna family while preventing unforeseen complications during the conflict. Beyond that, no additional responsibilities were assigned to him. The label of drama queen arose from Kakashi's instruction for Yi Feng to appear somewhat ordinary without drawing excessive attention, but not so ordinary as to resemble a craven character. Amidst their tension, Naruto and the others failed to perceive any anomaly in Yi Feng. To them, he was merely a novice ninja who had just begun to master Chakra, albeit with a slightly finer control than most. In other respects, he did not even match their pre-academic level. What did it matter how much he understood? A novice remained a novice, and in a high-stakes confrontation with Zabuza, they were all merely barely qualified to participate, with Yi Feng's involvement likely resulting in his demise. Consequently, they found no surprise in Yi Feng's retreat into their protective circle. In fact, Sasuke felt a twinge of smugness. Look at how formidable you claim to be. Yet when faced with peril, you cower and rely on our protection. Of course, while he entertained such thoughts, Sasuke would never genuinely allow harm to befall Yi Feng. He was perhaps the most earnest in this regard, second only to Kakashi. He still hoped to glean information about his enemies from Yi Feng. The mist thickened, reaching a point where one could hardly see their own hand. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the fog. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. Still the same. Surrounded by this bunch of kids, the voice wavered, making it impossible to discern its origin. This was the brilliance of the mist concealment technique, obscuring vision while simultaneously impairing hearing. The unseen adversary is the most terrifying, for one cannot anticipate from which direction the fatal blow may come. The voice continued, stirring the nerves of the group, trembling all over. How pitiable. As the words faded, figures emerged from the fog, encircling the group before they could react. Gazing at the infamous Zabuza before him, Sasuke smirked coldly. This is the delightful tremor of anticipation before battle. Zabuza paid no mind to whether Sasuke trembled from fear or from the thrill of combat. It was inconsequential, merely a casual remark. Regardless of whether it was a duel among ninjas or a brawl among ordinary people, the prelude to conflict often involved verbal provocations to unsettle the opponent. If the adversary lost their composure due to such taunts, the goal would be achieved. As the verbal sparring failed to elicit the desired response, Zabuza prepared to engage directly, only to find Sasuke faster. The kunai spun in his hand, and in a swift maneuver, the figures encircling them transformed into puddles of water, collapsing onto the bridge. Oh, he can see through the water clone technique. That kid has made significant progress. Zabuza scoffed. As long as one isn't blind, it's an obvious ruse. The sound of footsteps echoed as Zabuza's true form emerged from the mist, accompanied by a masked accomplice disguised as a mist pursuer. Zabuza donned a rogue ninja forehead protector, his face obscured by a white mask and his neck wrapped in bandages, a remnant of his confrontation with Kakashi, indicating he had yet to fully recover. He remained, as ever, open and above board, just as he had been when first confronting Kakashi and his companions. This time, he had shown a modicum of caution, employing the mist concealment technique to establish his presence, with several water clones serving as his greeting, a mere test. Your opponent has arrived, Haku, Zabuza declared, his expression steely. Grip tight on his executioner's blade, a hint of excitement in his voice. He had not faced a formidable opponent like Kakashi in a long time. Since becoming a rogue ninja, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. Not only had his skills stagnated, but they had also regressed significantly. It seemed to be the case. The aide beside him chimed in. The boy known as Bai spoke with a voice that was cold yet unexpectedly melodious. Peering through a narrow gap, Yifeng was intrigued by Bai's character. During his previous viewings of the anime, online commentators had shown a particular fixation on Bai's gender. Despite the original author clarifying that Bai was indeed male, many netizens stubbornly insisted otherwise, proclaiming that Bai must be a girl, dismissing the creator's insights as irrelevant to their understanding of the world of Naruto. Another faction of viewers maintained that the character's gender was inconsequential, provided he was aesthetically pleasing. These individuals, obsessed with appearances, cared little for such distinctions. Some enthusiasts with peculiar tastes found the revelation of Bai being male to be particularly exhilarating. Yifeng was neither. He was simply curious about the individual who sparked such fervent discussions among netizens and what visage might inspire such intrigue. After all, what one observes in anime is often quite different from reality. The two opposing groups seemed to forget the several injured individuals lying on the ground. Bai's intervention was meant to create a suitable battlefield for Zabuza. After all, having spectators watching during a confrontation was rather uncomfortable. Their actions were also to prevent any potential leaks regarding their whereabouts to Kakashi and his companions, which could lead to premature preparations or, worse, their arrival being entirely thwarted, resulting in an unnecessary wait. Bai did not strike with lethal intent, he merely rendered them unconscious. However, the light touch he believed he had executed was misguided, as the physical constitution of ordinary individuals starkly contrasted with that of ninjas. What he deemed a gentle blow to a ninja was akin to a heavy hammer striking the neck of an untrained person. Though their bones remained intact, their necks swelled significantly, and even in unconsciousness, they could feel the throbbing pain emanating from their injuries. A soft, involuntary groan of pain escaped their lips, inadvertently sounding the alarm. In an instant, both groups sprang into action. Kakashi wore an expression of knowing anticipation. I guessed correctly, he remarked. Guessed what? Dasna inquired. Kakashi. Ever the Joker, replied, that masked kid. Ah. Sakura gasped in surprise. What are you surprised about? Yifeng scoffed. Didn't you already know? As expected, Sasuke remarked with a smirk. What do you mean, as expected? Yifeng retorted. You knew too, didn't you? Naruto, still perplexed by the situation, looked around and exclaimed, Huh? It was evident that he was unaware of the discourse surrounding the pursuing ninja from the mist, clearly a fabrication. Dasna concluded. Kakashi added, It's obvious those are Zabuza's comrades. Standing together. Sakura mocked. How shameless must he be to stroll out so brazenly? How annoying, that kind of show-off, Kakashi remarked disapprovingly. Sakura instinctively defended. He's still somewhat stronger than Kakashi-sensei. She wouldn't allow anyone to disparage her idol, especially since Sasuke wore a similarly aloof expression, even though Kakashi was not referring to him. Oh, is that so? Kakashi fell silent. I'll handle that guy, Sasuke declared, his forehead protector obscuring his brow, leaving his expression unreadable, though his tone conveyed seriousness. What? Sakura replied, concerned. They were still uncertain of Bai's capabilities, and she was uneasy about Sasuke facing him alone. What kind of farce is this? Sasuke frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. I detest those pretentious little brats. Yifeng silently critiqued. You say that as if you don't present a similar FAAD to outsiders. So cool, Sasuke. Sakura swooned again. Despite Yifeng's prior admonitions about not fawning over boys, clearly, she had neither heeded nor managed to control herself. Kakashi internally lamented. Why is it that no one critiques Sasuke's words, while they scorn Sakura? They are harmonizing beautifully, while the others are also engaged in their endeavors. Truly remarkable youths, indeed. Even though the water clone possesses merely a tenth of the original's strength, it is astonishing to reach such a level. Bai spoke with a tone of sincere admiration. He indeed holds a profound respect for Sasuke's prowess. After all, even a fraction of Zabuza's strength, perhaps merely 1/10, would suffice to overwhelm lower-ranked shinobi, especially when distributed amongst 7 or 8 water clones. Humph. Zabuza, with a hint of disdain, coldly remarked, I have my own initial move. The dense mist enveloping those present serves as his opening gambit. While others may find themselves hindered in such an environment, he thrives, moving with the fluidity of a fish in water. The rhetoric from across the way does not perturb him, yet he has heard enough. With a call to his companion, Bai responded affirmatively and hastened toward Sasuke. On the opposite side, Kakashi was intent on mentoring Naruto and his comrades, while Zabuza too harbored designs on them. Bai had been by his side for quite some time. He had imparted nearly all he could teach, leaving Bai in need of practical combat experience. Fortuitously, several worthy adversaries stood before him. Bai's body whirled, crafting a small whirlwind, his weapon poised with concealed lethality. Should Sasuke fail to counter it, he would surely find his body cleaved into segments. Others may struggle to contend, but Sasuke is different. Even without activating his Sharingan, his visual acuity surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 41. What is this ninjutsu? He could discern the trajectory of the weapon amidst the rapidly swirling vortex. The sound of collision echoed as Sasuke deftly intercepted White's weapon with a kunai. How astonishing it is that he can perceive such velocity. Zabuza was somewhat taken aback. He had greatly overestimated Sasuke, yet he realized he had still underestimated him. Zabuza understood clearly that if a typical Chunin had been present, evasion might have been feasible. But intercepting a spinning weapon was nearly impossible. It dawned on Naruto that, while the others were conversing, he truly had not grasped the situation. Upon witnessing the clash between Sasuke and White, Naruto bellowed and rushed to assist. Naruto. Kakashi halted him, instructing, you and Sakura must protect the Dazuna family. Remember, do not stray from my side. Leave that guy to Sasuke. Throughout this exchange, Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza, wary that any momentary distraction might allow Zabuza to vanish before him. Zabuza, a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, specialized in assassination. Once he concealed himself, Kakashi harbored doubts about his ability to defend against him. I wish to engage the enemy as well, Naruto mused inwardly. Despite his reluctance, he could still discern the urgency of the situation. Their mission remains unaccomplished. Should the employer falter, defeating both Zabuza and Haku would bear no significance. The immediate priority is to ensure the safety of the employer. Naruto acknowledged with a simple understood and returned to the side of the Dazuna family. The clinking sound of weapons colliding echoed intermittently. The two engaged in combat refrained from utilizing ninjutsu, relying solely on basic martial arts as a warm-up, serving as a form of mutual probing. Although I harbor no desire to take your life, it appears you are equally unwilling to retreat. Haku genuinely wished to avoid killing and continued to plead for understanding. If he truly harbored intentions of murder, Naruto would have long since perished upon their encounter, and Sasuke, who merely brushed past Naruto, would not be standing here unscathed. Although Yefeng and Kakashi observed the training of Naruto and Sasuke during the night, moments of oversight were inevitable during their shifts, and it was in such a lapse that Bai chanced upon Naruto. Naruto failed to recognize Bai. Yet Bai identified Naruto with clarity, and they shared tea and exchanged heartfelt confessions. I understand this description may seem peculiar, yet it is the truth. Naruto regarded Bai as a confidant, while Bai perceived Naruto as a confused younger brother. Thus, their companionship flourished. When Bai prepared to depart, Naruto felt a pang of reluctance. Upon Sasuke's arrival in search of Naruto, he passed by Bai, finding it somewhat odd that a young woman would be out at such a late hour, seemingly unconcerned for her safety. However, preoccupied with seeking Naruto to learn Sakura's tree-climbing technique, Sasuke paid little mind to Bai. Of course, Bai's absence of a mask and her change of attire contributed to this oversight. Neither of them was aware of how perilously close danger had been. Had Bai genuinely wished to eliminate them, the unsuspecting duo would have already succumbed to eternal slumber. Perhaps Naruto would not, as the Kyuubi dwelled within him, unwilling to witness Naruto's demise before its very eyes. Although Naruto remained oblivious to the Kyuubi's presence, and the Kyuubi had yet to greet him. The connection with Yefeng ensured that the Kyuubi would not act as it did in the anime, seeking to coax Naruto into releasing it. The Kyuubi found the current arrangement quite satisfactory, enjoying sustenance and occasional games. As for Sasuke, he was entirely unaware. What foolishness! Sasuke had no inkling of Bai's meaning. At this moment, he was entirely consumed by the thrill of combat. Indeed, Bai recognized the futility of his approach, but still kindly cautioned, "Be careful. Next time, you won't be able to keep pace with my speed. Moreover, I have already secured 2 advantages." 2 advantages? Sasuke was taken aback, questioning when and how he had overlooked such vital information. First, it's the water surrounding you, and second, I have already seized control of one of your hands. The water surrounding him was a remnant of Zabuza's water clone, a detail Sasuke comprehended. Controlling one hand refers to the left hand I wielding my weapon, does it not? Thus, you too are indirectly restrained. Nonsense, you are mistaken, Bai retorted, shifting the hand he had concealed behind his back to the forefront. What? Sasuke's pupils constricted in disbelief. He struggled to fend off Bai's assault with merely his left hand, expending every ounce of his strength. Although his right hand remained unutilized, employing it would inevitably necessitate a moment of disengagement from his left. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be inconsequential. However, in a contest of power, only those who wish for a swift demise dare to relinquish their force. Sasuke believed Bai to be akin to himself. Yet he was astonished to find that Bai could withstand his full strength using just one hand. Even more astonishing to Sasuke was the sight of Bai commencing hand signs with a single hand. This individual was indeed remarkable. Kakashi, too, found it hard to believe, his wide-open eye and beads of cold sweat on his forehead betraying his inner turmoil. Traditionally, ninjas perform hand signs with both hands. Kakashi had never heard of anyone capable of executing them with but one. In his understanding, the notion of single-handed hand signs was simply implausible. Exceptions, like Yifons, who unleashed ninjutsu without hand signs, did not count. The complexity of forming hand signs with one hand far surpassed that of using 2. The challenge of merging the gestures of both hands into a single one, while maintaining the potency of the jutsu, posed a significant dilemma. Secret technique: 1,000 killing water needles. As the hand signs concluded, water on the bridge surged into the air, transforming into countless water needles. A flicker of urgency crossed Sasuke's eyes, although water is formless. Refined and compressed water could wield tremendous power. He had no desire to experience the sensation of being pierced by these water needles. Especially in such overwhelming numbers, should he be struck, his body would surely resemble a honeycomb. Forcing himself to remain composed, he understood that in moments like this, panic would only render him vulnerable to his adversary's exploitation. Reflecting on the techniques he had practiced while climbing trees, Sasuke found his resolve. He concentrated all of his chakra at the soles of his feet and leaped upward with great force, simultaneously propelling Bai away while evading the dense barrage of water needles aimed at him. The water needles, upon colliding with one another, lost their chakra control and transformed back into a mass of water, cascading onto the bridge's surface. He had successfully evaded. Suspended in midair, Sasuke exhaled in relief. He had merely been experimenting and was astonished by the outcome. During his tree climbing practice, he, like Naruto, had encountered a similar issue. Insufficient chakra resulted in an inability to adhere, while an excess would propel him away. What was required was precisely that propulsion. In the previous moment, surrounded by water needles with the bridge beneath him, the only escape was above, where he sought to enhance his leaping ability to evade danger. Finding himself airborne with no surface to push against, Sasuke took the initiative, launching shuriken at Bai before he could regain his footing. As Bai leaped backward to avoid the shuriken, a voice resonated in Sasuke's ear. "I didn't expect you to be so slow. Now you can only defend against my assault." It came from behind. Bai's reflexes were swift. Before the words had fully escaped, he had already moved forward to create distance. Sasuke was not one to let him off so easily. He thrust his kunai forward, only to realize that Bai's retreat was merely a feint. As Sasuke unleashed his weapon, Bai swiftly crouched down, his favored weapon, a flying needle, aiming directly at Sasuke. I knew it, Sasuke thought to himself. He had deduced that Bai might employ a strategy of exchanging injury for injury. With one hand, he hurled a kunai, deflecting the flying needles aimed at him. The force of the throw propelled the kunai forward, following its trajectory, and if Bai did not evade it, the kunai would undoubtedly pierce his forehead. There was no time to dodge. Bai could only tilt his head back, narrowly avoiding the kunai, yet failing to evade the kick that Sasuke delivered immediately afterward. Sasuke's kick struck with considerable force, sending Bai hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. How could Bai have lost in speed? Zabuza found this hard to accept. He was well aware of Bai's prowess. It was precisely because of this understanding that he deemed it improbable. Bai's strength had surpassed that of an average nin, which was why Zabuza felt confident allowing Bai to engage Sasuke alone. In his view, Bai's abilities should have been sufficient to overwhelm Sasuke in both speed and chakra capacity. It seems that in terms of speed, I have the upper hand, Sasuke taunted. Underestimating our team with your childish antics will only lead to headaches, Kakashi added, boasting from the sidelines. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Sasuke is the top rookie of Konoha, and Sakura is the brightest in the village. Upon hearing Kakashi's praise, Sakura appeared somewhat bashful, while an inner caricature of herself stood with hands on hips, laughing triumphantly. Haha, that's wonderful. What about me? What about me? Naruto exclaimed, bouncing on his feet, seeking recognition. Oh, right. And you? Kakashi seemed to remember at last. Naruto is our village's most attention-seeking and unpredictably mischievous ninja. Hey, that doesn't sound like a compliment. Having grown accustomed to the various ways in which Kakashi would praise him, Naruto had learned to discern the subtle nuances of praise and criticism, especially when directed at himself. The fact that the other two received accolades while he did not left Naruto feeling somewhat dejected. Humph, Zabuza chuckled softly. Bai, do you realize that continuing this way could lead to their counterattack? Others might not comprehend the implications of Zabuza's words, but Bai understood perfectly. I understand. Responding, Bai rose from the ground. Regrettably, this must come to an end. What? Sasuke was bewildered by Bai's sudden confidence, as he believed he was the one with the upper hand. With a series of hand seals, Bai began to channel his chakra, signaling his serious intent. This is cold air. A chill enveloped him, prompting Sasuke to recognize the need for earnestness. Bai completed his seals, and a pillar of ice emerged from the water behind Sasuke, extending upward and outward, ultimately forming a massive rectangular block of ice. Not only this one, as Sasuke glanced around, he saw dozens of ice blocks encircling him. This time, Bai had not forgotten to seal the upward gaps. The ice blocks floated, creating a barrier too narrow for a person to pass through. What technique is that? Kakashi had never witnessed such a ninjutsu before. Secret technique, demonic ice mirror. This was Bai's unique ninjutsu, one Kakashi had certainly never seen, and Bai rarely used it, as his chakra could not sustain it for long. The ice blocks were thin enough to see through, standing on one side allowed a view of the other. Yet, these slender ice layers could just contain a person. Gradually, Bai's form began to meld into the ice, first his arms, then his entire body. As he integrated, his silhouette emerged upon the ice, initially appearing on just one block, but soon, every ice mirror reflected his figure. Is this a mirror? Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock, as he too was witnessing such a technique for the first time. The ninjutsu he had encountered before had always been released outward. He had never seen a ninja merge with their technique. What on earth is this? Each ice block, resembling a mirror, contained an image of Bai, making it impossible for Sasuke to discern where Bai's true self was hidden. Unable to locate the enemy's real form, how could he possibly fight back? Damn it, Kakashi cursed inwardly. This had surpassed the capabilities of a mere genin. Sasuke was facing an opponent he could not handle. Kakashi, feeling a sense of urgency, rushed forward, eager to extricate Sasuke and switch him out. A figure flashed past, blocking his path. Your opponent is me. Chapter 42. A rare moment of intelligence. If he executes that technique, there's virtually no chance for that guy, Zabuza remarked with a sardonic smile. He had experienced the power of the secret technique, demonic ice mirror firsthand, and from his perspective, Sasuke ensnared within had no hope of escape. Kakashi's mind raced as he contemplated a means to rescue Sasuke, while Bai, having completed his secret technique, recalled Sasuke's earlier taunts. It is nearly my turn to showcase my true speed. No sooner had he spoken than several needles appeared in Bai's hand, which he swiftly hurled forth. Ouch! Sasuke muttered in pain, caught off guard. By the time he realized it, he found himself marked with numerous scratches from the flying needles. He could perceive the flying needles in Bai's hands, yet the trajectory of the projectiles that had been flung away eluded his sight. His extraordinary vision proved futile at this moment. Often, before his eyes could register the flying needles, his body had already transmitted a warning of impending pain. In an instant, Sasuke found himself in a precarious situation. Without external intervention, he might very well meet his demise here. Sasuke. Kakashi's heart raced with urgency. Yet the figure of Zabuza before him became an obstacle to his rescue efforts. Zabuza did not glance back. It was only Sasuke's continuous groans of pain that hinted at something amiss. The duration of those anguished sounds felt excessively prolonged. The battle could have concluded in a mere moment. "Bai, you have shown mercy," Zabuza sighed inwardly. Indeed, Bai had spared him. Otherwise, the flying needles would have targeted Sasuke's vital points, inflicting far more than mere surface wounds. This was a truth understood by Bai, by Zabuza, and even by Yifeng, who feigned the demeanor of an ordinary person nearby. Yet, others remained oblivious. Kakashi, obstructed from seeing by Zabuza, could only hear Sasuke's incessant cries of agony, unable to ascertain his precise condition. Sakura, Naruto, and the entire Dazna family were in the same predicament. They could hear the sounds but could not see within the confines surrounded by the ice mirrors. The mirrors resembled treated glass, allowing those inside to gaze outward while rendering the outside world invisible to them. With only sounds to guide her, Sakura's face was etched with anxiety, while Naruto fidgeted restlessly, searching for an opportune moment to act. Despite Zabuza's blockade against Kakashi, the latter had, in turn, become a covert hindrance to Zabuza. However, Zabuza remained unperturbed. He was well aware of Bai's prowess and felt no trepidation, even finding the energy to threaten. "If you make a rash move, I shall eliminate those individuals over there." This warning was directed at Kakashi. Should Kakashi attempt to rescue Sasuke, it would mean abandoning Dazna's family, along with Sakura and Naruto. Yet, if he hesitated, Sasuke faced imminent peril. Moreover, if Bai succeeded in neutralizing Sasuke, he would undoubtedly seek out his next adversary, targeting either Sakura or Naruto, or perhaps both. "Mr. Dazna, I apologize. I must step away for a moment." Sakura could no longer wait. Sasuke's cries had waned to a faint echo, and she feared that if she delayed any longer, the outcome would be one she dreaded to witness. Ignoring Kakashi's admonitions, she exchanged a glance with Naruto, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. As the two engaged, Kakashi and Zabuza also moved. The group fell into a fierce battle, and Yifeng, no longer feigning ignorance, turned to the anxious Dazna and said, "Mr. Dazna, you surely have doctors on your island. Once the conflict concludes, you should promptly summon a few." "What?" Dazna was momentarily taken aback. While he was indeed observing the battle, the intricacies of a ninja fight were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary man like him. The sheer speed of the ninjas was something Dazna could hardly perceive. Particularly with Kakashi and Zabuza, he could only glimpse the techniques being unleashed between them, but he could not discern which techniques belonged to which individual. Sakura and Naruto were somewhat easier to follow. Their abilities were not overly advanced, and their pace was manageable. Dazna could see them wielding kunai, engaged in a flurry of strikes around the ice mirrors. "I merely wish to remind you," Yifeng pointed to the islanders lying unconscious on the ground, "that while your attention is on the battle, do not forget about the injured. They have been in this state for quite some time. The magnitude of this conflict has not roused them, indicating the depth of their unconsciousness." Upon Yifeng's reminder, Dazna suddenly recalled the several workers sprawled on the ground, in a state of oblivion. Just as he intended to approach them, Yifeng halted him. "We do not yet know whether they were rendered unconscious by an external blow or if they suffer from some other affliction. Therefore, it is best not to move them carelessly, lest we inflict further harm. It is advisable to leave such matters to professionals. Your immediate priority should be to soothe your family's emotions. Do not concern yourself with the battle, as it is beyond your grasp," Yifeng stated bluntly, causing Dazna to feel somewhat embarrassed. He had been so preoccupied with the unfolding conflict that he had overlooked the feelings of his loved ones. Accustomed to being pursued, he had grown indifferent to the peril that surrounded him, whether it was sheer luck or something else entirely. He had managed to evade several attempts on his life by Gato. Over time, he had become so accustomed to this sensation that when he was ambushed by ninjas shortly after departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, he felt merely a fleeting sense of panic rather than genuine surprise. Perhaps the construction of the bridge had become an obsession for him, suppressing other emotions, including his fear of death. Consequently, while Kakashi and his companions engaged in battle, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by whether they could triumph over the formidable duo, Zabuza and Haku, and how he would proceed with the bridge's construction should they succeed. To be honest, the possibility of Kakashi and his team failing against Zabuza, and the subsequent threat to his own life, had not crossed Dazna's mind at all. He had grown accustomed to it. Yet his daughter-like daughter-in-law and his grandson had never witnessed such a spectacle. They were huddled together, trembling in fear. Jean Naime clutched her son tightly, her own trepidation evident. Yet she softly reassured Inari. As she witnessed the fierce skirmish, Inari couldn't help but recall his father, and the thought of his father's fate intensified the fear in his eyes. Meanwhile, disregarding how Dazuna attempted to comfort his family, Yifeng redirected his gaze to the combatants. The battle had bifurcated. Kakashi was ensnared by Zabuza, unable to extricate himself for the moment, while Sakura and Naruto labored outside the ice mirrors. There was no need for concern about Sakura. Kakashi's prowess was formidable, and defeat would not come easily. Though Zabuza temporarily held the upper hand, it was merely because Kakashi was partially preoccupied with the safety of his students. As for Sakura and Naruto, they were outside the ice mirrors, wielding kunai in a futile attempt to shatter the ice, only managing to mar its surface with a few scratches, showing no signs of breaking. Naruto then conceived a rather foolish idea. There were gaps between the ice mirrors, suspended in the air, and openings below. He wondered if he could slip through these crevices. Had it not been for Sakura's quick reflexes, pulling him back just in time, Naruto might have reached his demise even before Sasuke. Did he truly think the openings left by Haku were meant for him to exploit? If one possessed the skill, indeed, they could slip through. But for someone lacking in ability and with low defense, it would be wise to abandon such notions. Since Haku could launch attacks from within, it followed that she could also strike through the gaps. The intervals were narrow. To squeeze through, one would have to turn sideways. Just consider it, moving back and forth like that would leave vital openings wide open. Should Haku choose to strike then, defense would be impossible. Was he not essentially delivering himself to her? This method proved impractical, prompting Naruto to devise another plan. Sakura, keep watch here. I will check on Kakashi-sensei, he declared, vanishing in an instant, leaving his half-formed sentence lingering in the air. If I can help Kakashi-sensei defeat Zabuza, then shattering the ice mirrors will be a trivial task. Idiot Naruto. Sakura's anxiety surfaced, her inner character drawing forth a crude caricature to scold him. Is it within your capacity as a genin to interfere in a Jounin's battle? Simply not causing chaos would be a feat. How could you even think of assisting? Yet, regardless of Sakura's thoughts, it was too late. Naruto had already vanished, appearing in a different conflict. His arrival threw Kakashi into disarray, prompting him to mentally chastise the foolhardy boy. He was still able to keep pace with Zabuza's assault alone, even having the wherewithal to observe the situation on the other front. However, with Naruto's arrival, he found himself distracted with the need to look after him. It wasn't just him who was flustered. Bai's heart was equally unsettled. Bai could hear Naruto's words and understood that the battle among the Jounin was not a domain for the Chunin to interfere in, yet the possibility lingered. It is the unforeseen that one fears most. Should Naruto take any unexpected actions, or even merely harass Zabuza from the periphery, it could divert Zabuza's focus and potentially alter the tide of battle in an instant. Naruto's departure had indeed drawn away a part of Bai's concentration, slowing his rhythm of attack and inadvertently granting Sasuke a moment to breathe, while also presenting an opportunity for Sakura. Sasuke, Sakura called out, hurling a kunai towards him. Do not misunderstand. Sakura did not intend to take advantage of the chaos to strike Sasuke. She held deep affections for him and would never dream of such a betrayal. On the contrary, it was more likely that Sasuke might find himself in a position to harm Sakura inadvertently. The kunai she sent to Sasuke was a means of assistance, as his own had been knocked away by Bai's flying needles, leaving him weaponless and unable to defend against the onslaught. Sakura's kunai was a timely solution, allowing Sasuke to at least shield himself from the needles and mitigate his injuries. Sasuke, recognizing Sakura's intent, reached out to catch the kunai, but was intercepted by Bai, who emerged partially from the mirror, clutching Sakura's kunai in hand. A part of his spirit was undoubtedly taken away by Naruto. Yet the ice mirrors were manifestations of his ninjutsu, each reflecting his likeness. He can launch an attack from within, from the side, and naturally from the outside, for he is merged into the ice mirror from the exterior. Each shard of the ice mirror serves as an extension of his perception, allowing him to sense everything beyond, akin to viewing the world through one's own eyes. Sakura's every move cannot escape his notice. When she attempts to deliver weapons to Sasuke, White resolutely refuses. Initially, White had no intention of taking a life. His goal was merely to incapacitate Sasuke through ninjutsu and flying needles. Should Sasuke sustain grave injuries, Kakashi, as his mentor, might very well abandon the mission for the sake of his student. In such a scenario, Sasuke's life would be spared, and once Kakashi and the others withdrew, they could deal with Dazna, thereby accomplishing their task. This was White's plan. However, he now fears Zabuza and worries that Naruto's intervention might lead to losing Zabuza. So he seeks a swift resolution, disregarding Sasuke's injuries. If he could extricate himself from the battle to assist Zabuza, that would suffice. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure, seizing the opportunity while White was preoccupied with seizing Sakura's weapon, dashed through the gap in the ice mirror, embracing the collapsed Sasuke. Before White could react, the figure slipped back through the gap, leaving a kunai in their wake. The kunai sliced through White's mask and sent him tumbling out of the mirror, crashing to the ground. Haha, how about that? My method is rather splendid, I assent it? The figure exclaimed, reveling in their own cleverness. Fool, can't you be more gentle? Sasuke groaned from the ground, the recent incident having jarred him significantly. The gaps between the ice mirrors were narrow, barely allowing one person to pass sideways. Thus, the rescuer could only toss Sasuke out at an angle. Already battered, Sasuke was unceremoniously hurled to the ground, and the impact elicited a sharp pain that nearly brought him to tears. Had he not been aware of how humiliating it would be to scream, especially with so many witnesses present, Dasna's family and Leaf's phone, he might have indeed cried. Suppressing his tears but unable to restrain his frustration, he muttered a curse, idiot, which irked his savior. Hey, what do you mean by that? I just saved you. Another Naruto? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. What is going on over there? If Kakashi had claimed that Sakura was the smartest in the village, it was certainly an exaggeration. Yet among their group, she was undoubtedly the most astute. In an instant, she pieced it together. It was the shadow clone technique. Indeed, it was Naruto who had come to Sasuke's rescue. He utilized his shadow clones to captivate the attention of several individuals, while his true self concealed itself nearby, seizing the opportunity to rescue Sasuke during the moment of distraction. Meanwhile, the other side's White also came to understand this predicament. Though his ice mirror allowed him to observe the outside world, its perspective was limited. He possessed only a singular essence. The reflection of himself upon the ice mirror was merely an illusion crafted through rapid movement and the mirror's reflective surface, ultimately revealing that he was alone. This limitation rendered him incapable of addressing every aspect of the situation. When he leaned forward to seize the shuriken, his rearward view became obscured. Naruto capitalized on this very flaw to successfully rescue Sasuke. To be frank, I wish for you to humbly accept defeat, rise from the ground, and brush off the dust from your attire. However, it seems that such a desire may not be fulfilled. If that is the case, I shall first deal with you. Speaking candidly, Naruto was skeptical. What nonsense are you uttering? It is currently the three of us against you alone. Sasuke, can you still move? Receiving no response from Sasuke, Naruto turned his head, only to be met with the shocking realization that Sasuke was no longer on the ground. Panic surged through him. Where is Sasuke? My Sasuke, who was so large in stature. He hurled Sasuke away, and as he emerged, their landing points diverged. However, the bridge was not expansive enough to accommodate throwing Sasuke into the sea. Moreover, he had just been conversing with Sasuke moments before. How could he have vanished in the blink of an eye? Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the familiar ice mirror, rendered momentarily speechless upon realizing he had re-entered. Indeed, Naruto had thrown him out, but he had not anticipated that Haku's ice mirror could shift. In an instant, it disbanded and reformed, ensnaring him once more, a rather awkward predicament. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, Sakura too would have been trapped within. Sasuke, Sakura called out in distress. After Naruto had thrown Sasuke away, she intended to check on his injuries, only to be met with a kick from him just as she approached. Before she could collect her thoughts, she witnessed Sasuke ensnared again, finally comprehending that he was attempting to save her. When Sasuke had kicked her, she pondered whether he despised her or if she had inadvertently provoked his ire. Amid her worry, she couldn't help but feel relieved. It was a comfort to know it wasn't personal. Upon hearing Sakura's shout, Naruto finally noticed Sasuke trapped once more and expressed his surprise. Wow, Sasuke, how did you get back in? Idiot. Sasuke muttered, averted his gaze, reluctant to engage in conversation. Feeling utterly drained. Is this something I can control? Do you think I wish to be here? Step in yourself and experience the torment, he thought. Just as Naruto's voice rang out. Sasuke, I've come in to rescue you again. The voice was so close it felt as if they were face to face. Sasuke looked up, astonished, nearly at a loss for words. You fool. Who told you to come in here? Naruto, squatting before Sasuke, was irked by this response. Why do you say that? I'm here to save you. A ninja must act with greater caution. Sasuke fumed. It was one thing for him to be outside. If Naruto had entered as well, it was too late. Now that Naruto was inside, further discussion was futile. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke muttered, Damn it. Fine, you idiot. I'm an idiot? What do you mean by that? You think I'm the fool? Naruto retorted, equally vexed. I came to help you. And you dare call me an idiot? What are you if not a fool? Li Feng, observing the exchange, was left speechless. If you're going to rescue someone, do it efficiently. After saving them, why not take them far away instead of abandoning them? Did someone teach you a lesson today? The released jutsu can move. This must be your first encounter, right? It was mine too. Li Feng mused, recalling that he had never paid attention to this while watching anime. Upon reflection, he realized there were quite a few jutsu capable of movement. Indeed, the shadow clone technique is a jutsu as well. It not only moves, but can also converse. Naruto's clones are not only distinct in personality from the original, but also have a penchant for shopping. Then their S-size Super Beast imitation and Deidara's clay birds, all of which can move post-release. Even the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, strictly speaking, fits that description. While these techniques existed, Li Feng had never witnessed them firsthand. Observing Haku utilize this technique invoked a sense of novelty within him. Sasuke, dismissing Naruto's ramblings, rose with a commanding presence and declared, if that is the case, we have no choice but to destroy the mirror. Naruto, still perplexed, asked, hey, what do you plan to do? He comprehended Sasuke's intention, yet he remained oblivious to the method Sasuke intended to employ. After all, he had been outside with Sakura, futilely attempting to break through with kunai for quite some time, achieving no discernible results. The robustness of the ice mirrors surpassed Naruto's imagination, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Sasuke elucidated, this is a mirror created by freezing water. Therefore, fire release, great fireball technique. Water and fire are incompatible. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can evaporate water. This was Sasuke's line of thought. Since the ice mirror was formed from water, fire would be the most effective means to dismantle this icy prison. Fortuitously, he was proficient in fire techniques. Positioning his hand near his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of flames that surged toward the surrounding ice mirrors. The fire scorched the surface of the mirrors, causing numerous cracks to appear. However, that was the extent of the damage. Once Sasuke's fire technique ceased, the cracks on the ice mirrors swiftly restored themselves to their original state. This is utterly useless, Naruto scoffed. Such a degree of firepower was insufficient to melt the ice. I did not intend to mock. He merely stated the truth. While fire can evaporate water, it must be within a certain measure. Attempting to dry up the ocean with a lighter is clearly unrealistic. Aside from the quantity, one must also consider temperature. Fire has a temperature, and so does water. One is continuously rising while the other is in decline, creating a dichotomy. Sasuke's fireball might suffice to heat a pot for a meal, but it was far from adequate to melt his ice mirror. Sasuke, unwilling to concede defeat, found himself at an impasse. This was the highest temperature fire technique he could currently wield, and he had no time to experiment with alternative ninjutsu. Bai's assault ensued, a blinding light illuminating the surroundings, rendering Sasuke and Naruto unable to open their eyes. They heard two painful grunts as the duo collapsed to the ground, each bearing varying degrees of abrasions. Damn it! From which direction did the attack come? Naruto finally grasped Sasuke's predicament. Ensnared within the ice mirrors, they were subject to attacks from all directions. No matter how they defended against one side, another would inevitably breach their guard. Is it a shadow clone? Observing that each mirror reflected identical figures, Naruto scanned his surroundings, striving to pinpoint Bai's true form. Sensing Naruto's intent, Bai kindly remarked, you will absolutely fail to find me by merely using your eyes. Is that so? Naruto, undeterred, resolved that one pair of eyes was insufficient. He would employ several. Forming hand seals, Sasuke's warning to stop was rendered moot as Naruto executed the shadow clone technique. Naruto's chakra had reached a level unimaginable to ordinary ninjas. For him, a standard shadow clone technique was akin to a multitude of shadow clones in the eyes of others. Dozens of shadow clones were created to correspond with the numerous ice mirrors, and Naruto was determined to shatter all the mirrors, confident that Bai's form could not remain concealed. His plan was commendable, yet regrettably, Bai's speed surpassed his own. Before Naruto's shadow clones could approach the ice mirrors, they dissipated into puffs of white smoke. The original Naruto, concealed among the numerous shadow clones, found himself under attack. As always, he failed to discern the trajectory of Bai's assault. The memories and sensations of pain from the dissipating clones returned to the original, indicating the intensity of Naruto's suffering. Witnessing Naruto tumble to the ground, writhing in agony, Sasuke slapped his forehead in exasperation, having anticipated this outcome. At least he had previously ventured inside, although unaware of Bai's true location. The injuries adorning his body were not mere illusions. While his mind may not have perceived the details, his body did register the sensations. Wherever he felt pain indicated the direction from which Bai had struck. As the instant he experienced discomfort, the opposite side remained untouched. However, Bai's swiftness rendered the interval fleeting. Often, before Sasuke could react, Bai had already repositioned himself. Thus, Sasuke speculated that among the reflections in the ice mirrors, there existed but a single Bai, while the others were mere illusions intended to confound them. Of course, this was not the reason he urged Naruto to cease. The true motivation was that he was not blind. He had witnessed Naruto and Sakura previously attempting to breach the ice mirrors with shurikens from outside. It was evident that wielding weapons or employing ninjutsu would prove futile. Naruto's barehanded endeavor to shatter the mirrors was a notion he could dismiss outright. Now, the consequences were apparent, and did he not acknowledge his own foolishness? Bai had not anticipated Naruto's lack of insight, as he had already tested the mirrors outside. To attempt it again once inside left him at a loss for words. Thus, he explained, this ninjutsu utilizes the principle of reflection in mirrors to create a form of movement. From my vantage point, you appear as if you were standing still. His speed was already remarkable, and the ice mirror further enhanced it, allowing him to reach a certain limit. Although some ninjas perceived his speed as slow, this slowness surpassed Sasuke's ability to capture it with his sight. Bai had not intended to confront Naruto, but unexpectedly, in a moment of distraction, Naruto had entered the fray. If he allowed Naruto to escape now, wouldn't it be blatantly obvious to others that he was holding back? Alas, this was not my fault. It was he who chose to come in. Bai sighed internally. Damn it, Naruto muttered. How can this be happening? How can I die in a place like this? I still have dreams to fulfill, dreams of gaining the recognition of the villagers and becoming Hokage. Naruto shouted, filled with a sense of unwillingness. His words made Leaf Maple wish to step into the ice mirror and slap Naruto twice. Come on, brother. We're in the midst of a battle. Can you take it seriously? Why are you sharing your dreams with everyone? Are they your parents who need to take care of you? Why should anyone else be concerned about your aspirations? If any enemy dared to utter such words in front of me, I would surely make them regret it. I would let them speak all they want after death, for the devils in hell have all the time to listen to your tales. Honestly, had Naruto not been the protagonist of this world, endowed with the fortune of fate, he would have perished countless times due to his reckless words alone. Chapter 44. Each with their own dreams. Protagonists endowed with the fortune of fate exist in every anime, or rather, in any world with a protagonist. There is invariably a degree of fate tied to them. This concept of fortune can be viewed as luck. Protagonists blessed with such fortune progress in their training at a remarkable pace. Even those who progress slowly eventually encounter their own opportunities, leading to significant gains in their abilities, often without clear reasoning. In life or death battles, they either possess a means of resurrection, be it their own preparation or someone else's, or they simply cannot die. Even in the throes of near-death experiences, they merely hover at the brink, and once healed, their strength often surges. Everyday occurrences like finding money while walking, encountering a love interest in a store, or discovering rare treasures that others overlook are all standard fare for protagonists. Whatever they say is believed by others. In times of danger, even those who have lost their families will come to aid the protagonist, accompanied by steadfast companions who refuse to abandon them. There are even antagonists who, inexplicably, are swayed by the protagonist's words and lose their intelligence. Ultimately, a protagonist blessed with fortune is the darling of their world. No one else can match their good fortune. Naruto is undoubtedly the protagonist of the Naruto universe. His verbal prowess? Many who claim it is formidable are often jesting or simply youthful and immature. In the eyes of many, Naruto's words seem to ignite a fervor, yet, upon reflection, what substance do they truly possess? In Leaf Maple's view, they lack depth. In the heat of battle, to speak of one's dreams is naive. Does he truly believe the enemy will show mercy? The only ones who would spare you are those hesitating between sparing you and killing you, like Bai. Bai was reminded of his own dreams by Naruto's words. Born in the land of water, in a perpetually snowy village, the villagers, plagued by war, harbored a deep-seated fear and hatred for bloodline limits. Bloodline limits, innate abilities passed down through lineage, possess immense potential that can be unlocked with minimal training, making them the envy of many ninjas. This envy often transformed into jealousy. Lacking such abilities themselves, they would resort to theft. The ninja world is rife with forbidden techniques capable of usurping another's power or talent. If they could not steal, they would force those gifted individuals into battle wherever danger lurked. Those with bloodline limits would be sent. If one refused, they would resort to threats against loved ones, whether coercively or voluntarily, always finding a way to drag you into conflict. Bloodline limits were already scarce, and prolonged warfare only exacerbated their decline. Those yearning for peace, unwilling to fight, concealed their talents and lived as ordinary folk. Bai inherited his bloodline limit from his mother, who also possessed such an ability. However, she chose to hide her talents and lived peacefully with Bai's father for many years. As Bai grew, his mother discovered he had inherited her powers and helped him keep this secret. Yet, the secret was eventually revealed to his father, who, along with the villagers, murdered Bai's mother. As Bai, terrified, used his bloodline limit, he inadvertently killed everyone present. In a single night, Bai became an orphan, unable to comprehend why his father had killed his mother or what his abilities truly entailed. He only remembered his mother's warning to conceal his powers. From that day forth, Bai never utilized his bloodline limit again, and, due to his uncontrollable power, had taken many lives, leading him to abhor killing. As an orphan, Bai wandered the cities of the Land of Water aimlessly, without purpose or goal. When hungry, he scavenged through garbage for food. When tired, he sought out deserted places to sleep. Until one day, he encountered Zabuza, marking the beginning of his journey towards a goal and a dream. For me, becoming a true ninja is a challenge. Bai spoke. Naruto, doesn't he wish to die? Nor do I. If possible, I don't want to kill you. Nor do I wish to be killed by you. However, if you force my hand, I will harden my heart and become a ruthless ninja. This bridge is a battlefield connecting each of our dreams. I fight for my dream, and you fight for yours. Please do not resent me. I wish to protect those important to me. I act for them, I fight for them, and I aspire to see their dreams realized. For that, I am willing to become a ninja and eliminate you. Listen, doesn't this sound better than what Naruto said? One fights for oneself, while the other fights for others. From a moral standpoint, Bai's resolve is superior. If placed in Bai's position, having suffered the same fate as Naruto, one would likely have succumbed to darkness and wreaked havoc, or at the very least, sought refuge in a city where no one knew them, harboring no love for Konoha. Leaf Maple mused. Shopkeeper, why are you applauding? Sakura, returning to the side of Dasna and Leaf Maple, complained about the clapping she heard. She realized she was of no use in the battle and preferred to return to protect others, feeling somewhat useful in doing so. Unlike Naruto, she dared not venture into the ice mirror, fearing it would only create further chaos. It would be better to seek opportunities anew outside. However, shortly after her return, she heard Yufeng applauding, and she also caught the words spoken by Bai. Although she felt somewhat touched, it did not reach the level of being moved to applause. Oh, I am so deeply moved, beyond my control. Yufeng said, after lowering his hands from applause. Just listen to Naruto's words and then to Bai's, in comparison. Are you not moved? Sakura found herself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Yifeng's remarks, she too recognized that Bai's speech was indeed more compelling than Naruto's. Yet, she could not bring herself to applaud for her adversary. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained indifferent to what was being said across the way. If one were to be moved, it would be after the battle. For now, the priority was to figure out how to escape. Despite Naruto's seemingly easy entrance, the exit proved to be quite challenging. Sasuke was aware that Bai was holding back, not genuinely aiming to kill him. Otherwise, Bai's earlier attacks could have easily targeted his vital points. However, it seemed that Naruto's words had stirred Bai's murderous intent, which left Sasuke feeling troubled. That guy Naruto, whether he was aware of the looming threat or not, continued to shout with fervor. To retreat after a single failure is not my style. No matter how many times, I shall fight to the end. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Stop. Sasuke's intervention came too late. By the time he shouted, Naruto had already created dozens of shadow clones, all charging towards the ice mirror. This led Sasuke to curse once more. Fool. Knowing full well that this technique is ineffective, why employ it? Do you think you have an excess of chakra with no outlet? Indeed, Naruto had an abundance of chakra, for in his experience, he had never encountered a shortage of it. For the past few days, he has diligently practiced climbing trees, exhausting himself to the brink of fatigue. Yet, the weariness he experiences is merely a mental strain, prompting his body to protest. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so lively the following day after just one night's rest? If he were truly suffering from severe chakra depletion, he would, at the very least, resemble Kakashi, relying on crutches for several days. The chakra consumed by dozens of shadow clones is, for Naruto, merely a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of white smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the sound effects provided by the narrator, as Naruto once again found himself sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. The dissolution of the shadow clones is silent. As is their creation, were it otherwise, countless ninjas would not resort to this technique during infiltration missions. Sasuke, at a loss for words, nevertheless benefited from Naruto's efforts. While he was ensnared within the ice mirrors, concentrating on observing the trajectory of Bai's attacks became impossible. However, with Naruto as shadow clones drawing fire, he could finally calm his mind and scrutinize Bai's movements. Bai himself had stated that within the ice mirrors, he was solitary. The reflections in the other mirrors were mere illusions. Thus, Sasuke focused solely on the singular figure of Bai. This attention allowed him to discern Bai's attack patterns. In his attempt to thwart Naruto as shadow clones from approaching the ice mirrors, Bai would extend his body beyond the mirror's surface, attacking one clone before swiftly relocating to another mirror. Sasuke witnessed this entire transition. Once more, Naruto, sufficiently pained, rose from the ground and shouted in frustration, "Shadow clone technique." Once again, dozens of shadow clones sprang forth, and this time, Sasuke did not intervene. Observing the puddles on the ground, remnants of his fire release technique, he pondered that had his flames lasted a bit longer, they might have melted the ice mirrors. The water on the ground served as testimony to this. Unfortunately, Sasuke's chakra reserves would not permit such an endeavor, and Bai would not idly watch him unleash fire release for an extended period. To create fissures in the ice mirrors and to melt a portion of the accumulated water had already reached the limits of Sasuke's capabilities. Even this minor damage was quickly remedied by Bai, leaving Sasuke devoid of any sense of accomplishment. As thoughts whirled in his mind, Sasuke continued to move, executing a sideways kick that sent a portion of the puddled water flying. Without a container, the displaced water transformed into droplets of varying sizes. He sought to use this opportunity to verify the thoughts lingering in his mind. It goes without saying that Naruto's shadow clone once again met with failure, and in conjunction with Sasuke's action of kicking away the puddle, it was misinterpreted by Haku as a precursor to an impending assault. Consequently, while dealing with Naruto's shadow clone, he inadvertently launched an attack against Sasuke as well. Was this endeavor ultimately futile? As Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground, groaning in pain, Haku added a cutting remark. He simply could not fathom Naruto's thoughts. Why would he repeatedly employ a technique that served no purpose for him? If Ufone were aware of Bai's contemplation, he would undoubtedly deliver another blow to Naruto. It is not that Naruto does not wish to utilize alternatives, but rather that he is only proficient in this singular technique. This particular ninjutsu is the only one that proves somewhat effective, while others, such as the seduction technique or the substitution technique, are not ones Naruto naively believes would yield any success. Sasuke, having sustained only minor injuries, quickly regained his composure, while Naruto continued to roll on the ground. Half-crouched, Sasuke clenched his teeth and mused. Even if he could discern the traces of movement, he was unable to match that guy's speed. The droplets of water he kicked away allowed him to observe the traces of Bai's movements in greater detail, yet the splattering droplets further emphasized the terrifying speed of Bai. If one's speed is insufficient, the droplets would merely collide with their clothing, soaking it. However, when a person's speed reaches a certain threshold, the droplets are deflected. But what if it is not merely water? Another thought suddenly crossed Sasuke's mind, the shadow clone technique. Naruto, undeterred, continued to employ the clone technique, provoking even the normally good-tempered Bai into a slight irritation, truly forgetful. With a flying needle in hand, Bai was prepared to launch an attack, his focus entirely on Naruto. Unaware of the signs Sasuke was forming, emerging from the ice mirror, Bai had already chosen his target, yet before he could act, a flame shot towards him. What? A fire release technique? Bai furrowed his brow. If he did not alter his trajectory, the flame would strike him directly. With no other option, Bai abandoned his target, pushing off forcefully from one of Naruto's clones, redirecting his path and merging into another ice mirror. Thick mist began to rise again, coalescing once more into the previously dispersed fog, which enveloped the bridge, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Chapter 45, The Prolonged Tug-of-War with a Casual Strike. He dispersed Naruto's shadow clones and once more utilized the hidden mist technique, summoning a dense fog to cover the battlefield. During a lull in the battle, Zabuza excitedly proclaimed, "Your own words are now returned to you. I warned you, the same technique cannot be used against me a second time. This phrase echoed Kakashi's earlier encounter with Zabuza. Due to the Sharingan, Kakashi could replicate nearly all jutsu, except those reliant on bloodline limits. For Kakashi, merely witnessing a technique once sufficed for him to reproduce it. Consequently, he possessed the means to evade being ensnared by it, hence his assertion. However, he remained oblivious to the confidence behind Zabuza's words. Sensing Kakashi's confusion, Zabuza, either in a good mood or driven by a desire to boast, elaborated. In our previous confrontation, I was not simply subdued like a fool by lurking nearby. Observed our battle from beginning to end. His intellect is remarkable. Most techniques, after a single observation, can be analyzed for countermeasures. Kakashi, losing patience with Zabuza's incessant rambling, recognized that regardless of what Zabuza said, he was merely attempting to stall for time. With Naruto and Sasuke trapped within the ice mirrors, their situation was dire. Kakashi had heard Bai's earlier remarks, which prompted his desire for a swift resolution. Before Bai spoke, any discerning individual would have noticed Bai had not employed lethal force. But after Bai's declaration, it became evident to all that his resolve had shifted. Bai had developed a murderous intent. Realizing this, Kakashi took the matter seriously, adjusting his forehead protector to reveal his concealed left eye. Just as Li Feng had surmised, the eye hidden beneath the protector was closed. Kakashi lifted his eyelid, revealing a red iris that exuded an otherworldly allure, with 3 black comma-shaped tomo evenly spaced around the pupil. It was the Sharingan. Unless absolutely necessary, Kakashi was reluctant to activate the Sharingan, as it consumed a significant amount of chakra, and his chakra reserves were notoriously limited. In his previous battle with Zabuza, the prolonged use of the Sharingan had severely drained his chakra, necessitating several days of recovery. However, he had reached a point where utilizing the Sharingan was imperative, otherwise, he could not swiftly defeat Zabuza. Wait, let me add one more thing, Zabuza interjected, showing no urgency to conclude the fight. The current situation favored him, prompting him to elaborate. Even if you defeat me, you will not triumph over Bai. From the time that boy was still a child, I imparted all my combat techniques to him, and he has honed his skills. Therefore, no matter the predicament he finds himself in, he will achieve results. He possesses no heart. He has even discarded the concept of life. He is a veritable combat machine known as a ninja, and his techniques surpass mine. Endowed with the terrifying talent of a bloodline limit, I have acquired an exceptionally refined tool, unlike the group of worthless individuals you bring along. Even if they band together, they cannot overcome Bai. In your absurdly peaceful ninja village, true ninjas cannot be cultivated, as they lack the ability to accumulate the most crucial experience in combat, murder. Your group lacks the ruthlessness and the resolve to kill. How can they possibly defeat Bai? Bai understands the essence of a ninja. He is the finest instrument. This sentiment echoed in Yi Feng's ears, as he discerned that Zabuza's portrayal of Bai as merely a tool bore an underlying tone of boastfulness. It resembled 2 parents meeting and each believing their child to be superior, dismissing the other's offspring as inferior. Zabuza's words were somewhat extreme, yet his disdainful tone unmistakably conveyed that sentiment. While Zabuza was indirectly praising his own child, Bai, upon witnessing the rising mist, sensed Bai urging him to act swiftly. With no time to ponder Sasuke's intentions behind the fire release, Bai had just merged into the ice mirror when he swiftly emerged again, his flying needles relentlessly piercing through Naruto's remaining shadow clones. As Naruto's clones dwindled, Sasuke maintained his hand seals, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the last remaining clone of Naruto. A moment of clarity struck him. Elated, Sasuke completed his final seal, unleashing a fiery projectile from his mouth. The mist thickened, yet within Bai's ice mirror, visibility remained unimpeded, as if Zabuza had intentionally avoided this area during his use of the hidden mist technique. Naruto's clones fell one after another, dissipating into white smoke accompanied by loud pops. Bai, masked and unreadable in expression, remained poised within the ice mirror, his stature unyielding. If not for the singed marks on his trousers, one might not realize he had been struck. Sasuke's fire release was effective, as Bai dispatched Naruto's final shadow clone, he was caught off guard. The flame striking his pant leg. Though it did not inflict actual harm, Sasuke felt a surge of triumph. Hitting Bai's pant leg was a small victory, yet it represented a significant step toward success. Excellent, Sasuke mused. Though gradual, I am steadily mastering the timing. What timing? The moment to strike Bai? Apart from the previous instance where Sasuke unleashed fire release against Haku, he executed the technique twice more, both occasions serving merely as his tentative explorations. Each attempt was aimed at discerning Haku's movement patterns. The first fire release missed its target, while the second successfully struck Haku's pant leg, albeit minimally. Nonetheless, it affirmed the validity of Sasuke's hypothesis. My actions left Haku in a state of incredulity. He was acutely aware of his own speed, believing that Sasuke and Naruto could never perceive his movements. Yet, having been struck now indicated that the speed he prided himself on had lost its advantage. How infuriating. Naruto felt a sense of unwillingness, realizing he was so close. Naruto, can you still move? Sasuke inquired. He intends to press the advantage. Yet he remains unaware of whether Naruto still possesses chakra. Without assistance, he is incapable of launching an offensive. He required Naruto's shadow clones to divert Bai's attention, allowing him to unleash his fire techniques. Of course, I have no problem with that, Naruto exclaimed with exuberance. Several of the shadow clones sustained injuries and dissipated, returning to his original form. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary ninja would have long succumbed to the overwhelming pain, triggering the body's self-preservation mechanisms and resulting in unconsciousness. Yet, Naruto exhibited no signs of distress. After rolling on the ground a few times, he rose as if nothing had happened and launched another wave of suicidal shadow clone attacks. Naruto's carefree spirit never entertained such concerns, but Sasuke could not afford to overlook them. His subsequent strategies were predicated upon Naruto's shadow clones. It cannot be. This must be mere coincidence. Bai continued to grapple with his self-doubt. He was uncertain whether it was his own speed that fell short of his expectations, or if the prowess of Naruto and Sakura was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Unable to comprehend the situation, he chose to abandon his thoughts, resolved to witness how long the duo could endure under his onslaught. The surface of the mirror gleamed with a bright light, signaling the onset of White's attack. Anxious, he continuously formed hand seals, readying his ninjutsu for immediate deployment, while simultaneously calling out to Naruto. Naruto, run. Huh? Naruto, bewildered, struggled to grasp the situation. Wasn't the plan to create shadow clones and strike when the opportunity arose? The previous technique had proven effective. Why not employ it again? Don't worry, my chakra is ample. I can create a few more shadow clones without issue. With no time for explanations, Sasuke urged, quickly leap out of here and attack from the outside. Despite his confusion regarding Sasuke's strategy, Naruto complied, charging toward the nearest gap in the ice mirror. Do you truly believe you can manage that? White's tone grew increasingly irate. How dare they so brazenly divulge their tactics before him, assuming he was deaf or would show mercy, allowing Naruto to enter and exit unscathed. Absolutely not. With a grunt, Naruto was sent flying before he could even react. Undeterred, he swiftly rose from the ground, shouting his unwavering mantra of "I will not lose," as he dashed toward the gap in the ice mirror once more. There, Sasuke spotted White's silhouette rushing toward Naruto and unleashed his fire technique, Great Fireball Jutsu. Enraged, White evaded the fireball while simultaneously launching a flying needle, which pierced deeply into Sasuke's shoulder rather than merely grazing him. In an instant, White stood before Naruto, sweeping his arm to send Naruto hurtling away. Damn it! These two words had been uttered by Naruto countless times that day. The frustration of being unable to strike the enemy was palpable, especially with an annoying companion nearby, one who had, at least, managed to land a hit on the foe. Further aggravating Naruto's mood. Just like before, Sasuke gritted his teeth, extracting the needle from his shoulder as he stood and declared, "Let's do this again." I understand. Naruto refrained from questioning the reasoning. Although he felt irked, he was wise enough to recognize that creating discord with a teammate during battle was a grave mistake. Observing White's figure reflected in the ice mirrors, Sasuke pondered. That guy's chakra was limited, and it was gradually depleting. The slow pace of White and the increasingly discernible outline only served to confirm this. Sasuke chose a direction opposite to Naruto's, knowing that if one of them could escape, the subsequent actions would be manageable. "I won't let you have your way," White declared, extending his body through the mirror and hurling needles at Sasuke, beginning with him. A needle struck Sasuke's leg, halting his momentum, followed closely by several more needles that embedded themselves in various joints. Sasuke could not suppress his pained cry. His anguished cry compelled Naruto to turn his head instinctively. In that fleeting moment, several flying needles struck him, mirroring the fate that had befallen Sasuke. Naruto's scream resonated even louder than Sasuke's. Despite the needles embedded in his back, the pain he felt was significantly milder than that which Sasuke experienced in his joints. Yet his cries were more piercing. Was it possible that each individual possesses a different threshold for pain? That seemed implausible, after all. Naruto had endured the compounded agony of his dispersed shadow clones without emitting such a vociferous outcry. Sasuke. Sakura clenched her fists, fervently praying for Sasuke's safety. The surrounding mist obscured her view of the battlefield, compelling her to rely solely on the sounds reaching her ears to gauge the situation. Kakashi's side appeared to be engaged in a balanced exchange, but the cacophony of anguished cries from Sasuke's direction sounded dire. Those were the cries of their comrades. Anxious yet helpless. She had to remain vigilant over the safety of the Dasna family and Leaf Village's own, for this thick fog was ripe for ambush. She could only silently pray for their well-being. Leaf Fong yawned at an inopportune moment, not from fatigue, but rather from boredom. The two parties had been exchanging blows for quite some time without any discernible outcome. Despite the chilling screams of Naruto and Sasuke, their ability to scream so loudly suggested that they were relatively unscathed. If they were truly in peril, would they possess the strength to cry out like that? Thus, White remained his inherently kind self, his murderous intent tempered so as not to target Naruto and Sasuke's vital points. The shopkeeper's elongated voice betrayed Sakura's profound frustration. Here she was, concerned about the battle, and yet one of their own was succumbing to drowsiness? How could this be? She redirected her worries into anger, focusing it squarely on Leaf Fong. You may not be able to assist, but at least refrain from this indifference. What do you mean? Leaf Fong replied, bewildered, as he had done nothing at all. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke are engaged in combat. You should at least pay attention. Sakura retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. Leaf Feng's apathetic demeanor and indifference to their comrades extinguished any fondness she had for him. How disappointing. I trusted you so much. The little figure in Sakura's mind articulated her sentiments. If anything happens to Sasuke, I will drag you down with me when Zabuza strikes. Oh, is it that serious? Leaf Fong raised an eyebrow, silently questioning her. Indeed, it is that serious. The little figure replied sternly, hands on hips. Still raising an eyebrow? Sakura's brows knitted tighter in displeasure. Leaf Fong yawned again. You were the one who started speaking ill of me in your thoughts. Sakura gasped. How could anyone discern my innermost thoughts? Is it some kind of ninjutsu akin to that of the Yamashiro clan? Don't compare everything to the Yamashiro clan, Leaf Fong replied. Exasperated. Their secret techniques involve memory reading. Mine is merely a form of reading expressions. Your faces are so expressive that one can easily deduce your thoughts. Are you suggesting I want to drag you down with me? Not at all. Sakura vehemently denied. Leaf Fong waved his hand dismissively. You youngsters are simply too impatient. Listen to how loudly Naruto and Sasuke are calling out. It's a clear indication they are fine. If they were truly in danger, they wouldn't have the strength to scream like that. Besides, do not underestimate your Kakashi-sensei. If either were in mortal peril, he would have unleashed his full power and dealt with Zabuza in an instant. Really? Is that true? Sakura was visibly skeptical, yet held on to a glimmer of hope that Leaf Feng's words were accurate. If that were the case, she could find solace in the fact that as long as Sasuke was not in grave danger, a few injuries were inconsequential. After all, which ninja had not endured wounds? The little figure in her mind even entertained a mischievous thought. If Sasuke were injured, wouldn't that mean she could care for him? Imagining Sasuke lying helplessly in a hospital bed while she fed him, the little figure couldn't help but chuckle. Observing Sakura's somewhat peculiar expression, Leaf Fong surmised the nature of her daydreams. It was undoubtedly about caring for Sasuke. Youthful imaginations, he mused, were often limited in scope. If Sasuke were incapacitated, this was the perfect opportunity for Sakura to take advantage of the situation. The beauty of youthful naivety. Cough, cough, let us not stray too far into inappropriate thoughts. They were still children, after all. Leaf Feng's intention was to suggest that while Sasuke was unable to move, Sakura could express her affections, solidifying their bond. Given Sasuke's proud nature, he would undoubtedly not neglect Sakura in the future. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, growing louder. And a long knife handle came into Leaf Feng's line of sight. The executioner's blade. Leaf Feng's gaze sharpened, and he prepared to rise. He had not forgotten his purpose. Was it not to prevent unforeseen circumstances? It seemed that the moment had now arrived. With focused intensity, he summoned his chakra, extending the chakra blade from his arm. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, positioning itself before several individuals, subtly gesturing for him to hold back. It was none other than Kakashi, while others might misinterpret Kakashi's signal. Yifeng understood. It conveyed that it was not yet time for him to intervene. Very well then, he thought. I shall observe the spectacle a while longer. Retracting his intention to rise and settling back down, Too late. Zabuza exclaimed, swinging his massive sword towards Kakashi, who had his arms spread wide. In his haste to protect those behind him, there was no time for a defensive maneuver. He could only use his body to obstruct Zabuza's path. Perhaps Zabuza was still toying with them, for this strike did not aim for Kakashi's vital points. Rather, the blade merely grazed Kakashi's chest, leaving a deep gash. Blood sprayed forth, some droplets landing on Sakura's face, rendering her momentarily stunned. As she processed what had splattered upon her, a piercing scream echoed across the bridge. After a prolonged silence, it finally subsided. Was that Sakura's voice? Sasuke strained to support himself with his hands, desperate not to collapse. Nearby, Naruto lay motionless. But his lips whispered Sakura's name repeatedly. The needles embedded in his joints sent searing pain with each slight movement, while Sakura's terrified cries from outside amplified his concern. What on earth was Kakashi doing? In his anxiety, he cast aside any considerations of respecting his teacher, yearning only to comprehend the unfolding chaos outside. Why had Kakashi not yet subdued Zabuza? The last encounter had nearly concluded with Zabuza's defeat, and he felt he could scarcely endure any longer. This was intolerable. Sasuke forced himself to remain calm. Initially, he had intended to have Naruto use Shadow Clone Jutsu to divert Haku's attention while he struck with Fire Release. However, pondering Naruto's dwindling chakra reserves, he feared that Naruto might exhaust himself to the point of immobility, leading him to abandon this strategy. Perhaps it would be wiser for one of them to escape the ice mirrors while the other acted as bait. After all, Haku could only attack from either inside or outside the mirrors, not both simultaneously, even if Haku's speed allowed for swift strikes. The larger external area would afford them more room to maneuver, unlike the confined space within the mirrors. The greater the distance, the more chakra Haku would expend. Thus, this plan might yield better results than relying on Naruto's clones to draw focus. Of course, if both could escape, that would be ideal. Regrettably, such aspirations were mere illusions. They could not even manage to escape as individuals. They needed to devise a method of escape. The power of desperation surged through Naruto, awakening him upon hearing Sakura's scream. Sasuke marveled at Naruto's sudden resurgence of strength. Mere moments ago, he had been immobilized on the ground, and now he was rising, with chakra concentrated beneath his feet. Naruto's speed surged as he dashed toward the gap between the ice mirrors. However, it was a futile struggle. Haku's figure materialized instantaneously before Naruto. Reacting quickly, Naruto leaped backward to create distance, only to redirect himself toward another gap between the mirrors. Haku followed closely behind. "Watch out behind you, Naruto," Sasuke shouted. A mix of excitement and urgency coursing through him. The thrill stemmed from Haku's slowing speed, now unable to match Naruto's pace. The urgency arose from having spotted the needles in Haku's hand, aimed at Naruto's back. At the sound of Sasuke's warning, Naruto instinctively turned around, only to find himself ensnared. Haku's needles struck true, piercing Naruto. "You will never escape from here. Absolutely not." Haku taunted from within the mirrors, wasting precious time with his empty words. Enduring the agony in his joints, Sasuke hastened to Naruto's side. "Can you stand, Naruto?" With a pained groan, Naruto bravely replied, I can. Yet as he pressed his hands against the ground, his attempts to rise were thwarted by the needles piercing his chest and back, leaving him unable to do anything but lie on his side. "Stop wasting chakra needlessly. That will only play into his hands," Sasuke admonished, his anxiety growing. "I know," Naruto acknowledged, but what could he do? If he did not attempt to break free, he would inevitably perish here. It was better to take a chance. This was a dire situation indeed. Now that Naruto lay down, it was evident he lacked the strength to rise again. His previous attempt was likely his last desperate push. This simply would not do, Sasuke fretted, his gaze darting around for a solution. Haku's speed had diminished considerably, yet he still outpaced Sasuke. Though his eyes had adapted to Haku's movements, his body could not keep up. He must contemplate alternative methods. It is nearly time to determine the outcome. While he speaks idly, the needles in his hand continue to be flung incessantly towards the still-standing Sasuke. Swiftly, Sasuke retrieves a needle from the ground and brandishes it, clashing against the projectiles that White sends his way, successfully intercepting each one. He could not match by speed, yet the flying needles shot by lacked such swiftness, allowing his body to keep pace. What? Bai's astonishment deepened, seemingly unable to fathom that his needles could be intercepted by Sasuke. "Get up, you idiot." Sasuke spoke bluntly to Naruto, unaware of how many more times he could block the onslaught, his body nearing its limits. He required Naruto's assistance. Bai pondered the situation, baffled as to why his targeted, lethal strikes were being thwarted one after another. When did Sasuke become capable of matching his movements? Was it due to his own diminishing speed? Was it mere coincidence? Bai mused, yet his hands continued their relentless assault, the needles raining down upon Sasuke. Observing Sasuke's precise blocks of each needle, Bai's forehead furrowed beneath his mask. No, it cannot be. His figure darted between ice mirrors, the needles incessantly launched, alternating between targeting Sasuke and the barely rising Naruto. The more he watched, the tighter his brows knitted. Not only was he concerned for his companion, but he was also engaged in combat with me. Suddenly, Sasuke emitted a muffled grunt as pain shot through his leg, nearly rendering him immobile. Has my movement become predictable? Sasuke's blocking actions accelerated, confirming Bai's suspicions that the boy had seen through his tactics. In an instant, Bai's figure vanished from Sasuke's view, reappearing atop an ice mirror above him. It seemed the boy had surpassed his limits. A voice called from above. Sasuke glanced upward, flinging a retrieved needle toward the ice mirror. Even knowing it was futile, he needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration. It was utterly stifling. When had he, Sasuke, ever been toyed with like this? Magnificent. That maneuver was truly remarkable. The voice came from behind. Sasuke turned swiftly to see Bai poised to launch another needle. Your movements are quite nimble, but I shall thwart you henceforth. Chapter 47. The Unchanged Old Path. Your athletic ability, reflexes, and situational judgment must have reached their limits. What will you use to stop me? Bai's voice echoed, appearing one moment to Sasuke's left, the next to his right. Above and behind him, every direction was a potential strike zone. The needle in Bai's hand was poised to be unleashed, his words designed to divert Sasuke's attention. As Sasuke's gaze shifted with Bai's movements, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A few drops seeped into the wounds on his face, causing sharp stings. Yet he dared not wipe them away, fearing distraction might lead to additional needles embedding in him. Bai was correct. Sasuke had indeed reached his limits, now sustained solely by sheer will. Bai's speed had considerably diminished, yet it remained faster than Sasuke's. The injury sustained and the prolonged battle had drained Sasuke's chakra, both factors affecting his speed. He could discern Bai's actions, partly due to Bai's slowed pace, and also because his eyes were gradually adapting to Bai's tempo. Even when the Sharingan was inactive, it possessed remarkable abilities, capable of tracking swiftly moving objects and matching their speed. The active Sharingan merely shortened this reaction time. Of course, this was merely the most fundamental capability of the Sharingan. There were more advanced powers that Sasuke could not yet harness. So what could he utilize in his current state? In an instant, Sasuke contemplated the capabilities of his eyes. His ability to perceive Bai's movements relied solely on his ocular prowess. However, he now felt constrained. Bai, intent on obscuring his actions, continuously shifted positions, making it increasingly challenging for Sasuke to lock onto Bai's hand movements, thus hindering his ability to predict the trajectory of the needles and effectively block them. This approach was proving ineffective. While strategizing, Sasuke had no choice but to remain vigilant for Bai's next position, resorting to his old tactics until he could devise new countermeasures. Beneath the mask, Bai's lips curled into a slight smirk. Excellent, your focus is entirely on me now. Contemplating this, as his figure shifted once more, Bai launched a needle with sudden ferocity, targeting Naruto, who lay on the ground. Indeed, while he claimed Sasuke was his target, Bai's true aim lay with Naruto. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Bai. If Bai directed his assault at Sasuke, it would be difficult to achieve results in a short time. It would be wiser to shift his focus onto the incapacitated Naruto. A feint, perhaps? Even without formal training, Bai understood this principle. This was fundamental judgment for a ninja, although Bai had never considered himself one. He could embody that role if necessary. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of needles slicing through the air reverberated. With their velocity, even a mere sponge could yield terrifying force. The needles, while resembling traditional ones, were considerably longer, spanning several centimeters. Unlike the shorter shuriken, due to their length, they did not require poison to inflict significant harm. Coupled with Bai's forceful launch, Sasuke knew by the sound alone that these needles, if they struck true, could pierce clean through a person. This was the true potency of Bai's needles. Earlier, they had merely grazed the surface, but now they threatened to penetrate deeply. Listening closely, Sasuke discerned that the needles were not aimed at him, but rather at Naruto. Without time for further contemplation, Sasuke swiftly grasped Naruto's body and rolled, evading the incoming needles. Thud, 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 the needles embedded into the bridge, leaving a perilous legacy for future passersby. Ugh! Naruto groaned in pain as Sasuke's rough handling drove some needles deeper into his body. Had he possessed any strength left, Naruto would have leaped up, vocally protesting the pain. Sasuke panted heavily, astonished that Bai had abruptly altered his target. The previous analyses had led him to believe Bai intended to eliminate him first, especially since he had still been able to stand moments ago. This caused Sasuke to focus his defenses on himself, nearly neglecting Naruto. Sasuke's reaction was swift, yet it inadvertently revealed some of his hidden tactics. Bai was astonished. Had he truly missed? This time, he had unleashed his full power, confident that the needles would strike Naruto. Yet, Sasuke's rapid response was an unexpected twist. Gasping for breath, Sasuke lifted his head, his unwavering gaze fixated on Bai's figure, alert to any of Bai's movements. Those eyes? The Sharingan. Bai suddenly realized the truth. No wonder his speed was discernible, it all made sense now. As Sasuke lifted his head, Bai caught a glimpse of his eyes, which had quietly transformed in hue. The crimson irises, with one tomo on the left and two on the right, radiated an aura of enigma. So, you two possess the power of a bloodline limit. Bai mused, feeling a mix of astonishment and admiration, albeit acknowledging that it was not yet fully realized. It appeared that our battle would soon reach its conclusion. This jutsu had drained a significant amount of my chakra, and the speed I needed to maintain had its limits. I feared that as the fight prolonged, my movements would fall within your perceptible range. No, your eyes have already adapted to my pace. Bai contemplated his strategy. Directly attacking Sasuke would be ill-advised. Thus, he resolved to continue his assault on Naruto, employing a tactic to divert Sasuke's attention and exhaust him. Drip, drip. Blood splattered onto the bridge, producing a sound. Kakashi clutched his chest wound, trying to stem the flow of blood. Sitting on the ground, Yeffing winced in pain, realizing they had fallen into the same predicament as in the anime. Truly, even in such dire circumstances, did they not require his assistance? Tsunami and Inari, startled by the sudden turn of events, fainted in fear, while Dasna stood resolutely before his family, trembling yet unyielding. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's voice rang out, tinged with desperation. She appeared flustered, wanting to rush forward, but halted by Kakashi's gesture. Your defensive maneuvers are too slow, Kakashi. Zabuza's words dripped with scorn. How does Bai's strategy fare? Your Sharingan is rendered ineffective, isn't it? Kakashi had neither the strength to respond nor the inclination to heed Zabuza, who continued, the dense fog obscures your vision. Your Sharingan can discern and replicate others' jutsu, but it cannot penetrate the veil of mist. The fog will hinder your sight and restrict your movements, yet I remain unaffected. Remember, I am a master of silent assassination. In this environment, you stand no chance against me. Observing Kakashi's wounds, Zabuza taunted further, you are so focused on rescuing those brats that you've lost your composure. It seems the mist has thickened before your Sharingan. Humph. Allow me to toy with you a little longer, Kakashi. I wish to repay you for your past debts. Oh. What a dreadful proclamation, Yeffing grimaced. If the scene were to shift, with crimson lights flickering and aromatic candles lit, Zabuza's words would seem entirely fitting. Yet they struck Yeffing as oddly intimate. You needn't worry, Zabuza continued, as though he were not there to battle but to reminisce. Those fellows should be dealt with by now. You may weep in another realm for your helplessness and apologize to them. With a hearty laugh, Zabuza stepped back, vanishing into the thickening fog. Kakashi made no attempt to stop him, simply gazing towards the direction of the ice mirrors, silent and contemplative. Sasuke has been defeated? Upon hearing the news, Sakura's concern for Kakashi's injury dissipated, replaced by worry for Sasuke's fate. She shook her head, her tone resolute. That cannot be. Sasuke, what a joke. The animated figure of her frustration flailed its fist wildly. Defeated by that kind of person? Clenching her fists tightly against her chest, the more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Impossible. The animated figure's fist swung faster in agitation. Defeated? That's utterly inconceivable. Sakura refused to accept such a notion. How infuriating. She continued to flail her fists, a chaotic display of her distress. Naruto too. Oh. Yeffing raised an eyebrow, bemused. It was rare for Sakura to express concern for Naruto, even if only in passing. Indeed. Eh? Who spoke? Sakura glanced around. It was Kakashi, the husband stone, addressing Zabuza. I have faith in their strength. Naruto is the most unpredictable ninja, and Sasuke hails from Konoha's finest clan. Zabuza remained concealed within the fog, not straying far, just a few steps away from the group. Kakashi's focus was not on the ice mirrors, but rather fixed on Zabuza. Powerful ninjas often possess formidable physical prowess, while they might not rival those who specialize in taijutsu. They certainly surpass ordinary individuals devoid of chakra by a significant margin. Chakra serves not only to unleash various jutsu, but also subtly alters the host's physical constitution. Without a robust body, merely performing hand seals for jutsu can lead to muscle cramps. The transformation brought by Chakra is comprehensive: enhanced speed, improved jumping ability, greater defensive capabilities, and vision that surpasses that of ordinary humans. The more Chakra one possesses, the stronger the ninja, though this is not an absolute rule. It heavily depends on one's ability to wield their power effectively. As a ninja's strength increases, so too does their physical constitution. With a stronger constitution comes enhanced vision. Enhanced vision allows for meticulous observation, enabling one to see further. Though Kakashi often laments his insufficient chakra, it is indeed true, yet insufficient does not equate to lacking. This abundance is relative. He may not surpass Naruto, whose chakra is a natural gift derived from a unique bloodline, a trait Kakashi cannot compare to. However, when juxtaposed with Sakura, he remains more than adequate. Just because Sakura cannot see, or because Dasna, an ordinary man, cannot perceive, or because Yefeng, who does not channel chakra, cannot see, does not imply that Kakashi is similarly blind. He could see that Zabuza had yet to depart, and thus he remained fixated on Zabuza's direction, ever vigilant against a potential surprise attack. The Zabuza with whom he had been engaged in battle had retreated from the fray, and he initially presumed that Zabuza was merely preparing some ninjutsu, which kept him on high alert. Little did he realize that Zabuza had executed a feint and approached this location, resulting in his delayed reaction and tardy defense. He would not repeat the same mistake. Even with Yifeng providing a safety net, he would remain vigilant here, just in case. How could that be? Kakashi's voice was not quiet. It was loud enough for Zaibujan, who had not gone far, to hear, and he could hardly believe it. The most distinguished clan in Konoha. Apart from the Senja clan, which had gradually disbanded since the founding of the village, was only the Uchiha clan worthy of such a title. The Uchiha clan was not only renowned in Konoha, throughout the entire ninja world, who was not aware of the Uchiha's formidable reputation. The Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, was an object of envy and jealousy for countless ninjas. Chapter 48. Why say me that powerful ocular technique bestowed unparalleled strength? There was a saying that circulated in the ninja world. When encountering a Sharingan-wielding ninja of the same rank, one could only flee in a one-on-one confrontation. Zaibujan did not know who had uttered these words, but it seemed that many ninjas agreed with this sentiment, for if it did not, such a phrase would not have spread so widely across the ninja world. In the past, Zaibujan had never encountered a Sharingan-wielding ninja, nor had he ever battled one, so he could not fully comprehend the meaning of that phrase. However, after his recent battle with Kakashi, he came to understand its significance. No matter what techniques one employed, the Sharingan could perceive their weaknesses, replicate them, and return them with even greater efficacy. He did not know whether this was a unique ability of Kakashi or a common trait among all members of the Uchiha clan. But he recognized that it was the most frustrating battle he had ever experienced, where he was nearly overwhelmed by Kakashi throughout. This was also the reason for his excitement today, as he finally felt he could gain the upper hand in his encounters with Kakashi. Yet, it should not be possible. From what he knew, the Uchiha clan had become a relic of the past. Nothing is impossible, Kakashi remarked, his tone unchanged. That individual's name is Uchiha Sasuke, a prodigious ninja who possesses the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Yifeng scoffed slightly, not entirely in agreement. There were many in the Uchiha clan with greater talent than Sasuke. He would not even mention the deceased, just speaking of his brother, Uchiha Itachi, who surpassed him in innate gifts. Of course, Yifeng would not undermine Kakashi at this moment. He was content to let Kakashi indulge in his praise, treating it as a jest. The descendant of that tragic clan. Zaibujan recalled the moment when Sasuke had sent by flying with a single kick and thought back to their first encounter, feeling somewhat enlightened. It was no wonder he progressed so rapidly. However, Bai was equally formidable. No one had ever been able to unravel his secret technique. Not a single soul in the past. Here it came again. Kakashi began to elevate his child once more, leaving Yifeng speechless. When you say that, you should at least put down the knife you're holding. To gain a clearer view of the unfolding spectacle, Yifeng channeled some chakra, focusing it around his eyes. This subtle manipulation of chakra drew no attention from others. No one noticed Yifeng. As the chakra gathered, Yifeng felt as though his eyes had transformed into powerful telescopes, the surrounding fog failing to obscure his vision in the slightest. He could not only see Zaibujan in the distance, but also, a bit further away, the ice house made by Baizua. He observed that Zabuza, while praising Haku, had placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing for an imminent strike. Then, I shall take action against you as well, Zabuza uttered in a frigid tone. Panic ensued. Yifeng surmised that Zabuza was indeed flustered, although he boasted that his own child surpassed others. He remained apprehensive about his child's safety during their interactions with peers. Thus, he contemplated addressing the parents of the other children first, followed by confronting the children themselves, ensuring that his own would always be the best. Not panicking? Weren't you just saying you wanted to play with Kakashi for a while? Why the sudden shift to confrontation? Sakura, instructed by Kakashi to remain still, watched as he and Zabuza's figures faded into the thick mist. What? Sakura, still basking in the joy of knowing Sasuke was safe, only realized the gravity of the situation once Kakashi vanished, vigorously nodding in agreement, staring at the receding figures of the two. Yufeng found himself at a loss for words. What were these two here for? One struck and fled, while the other pursued after receiving a blow, exchanging a few meaningless praises about their children before disappearing? Why don't you two just engage in battle instead of running around? Are you merely seeking to exercise? Ultimately, Yufeng decided to let these two parents, unburdened by the responsibility of childcare, amuse themselves. He then shifted his gaze toward the arena for the youth competition. Confused, Yufeng pondered how, in the brief moment his attention wavered, Haku had already collapsed. Meanwhile, Naruto groggily opened his eyes. The abundance of chakra proved advantageous, allowing him to regain consciousness far sooner than others. His memory lingered on the moment when Sasuke executed a somersault to save him, gently placing him on the ground. He felt the sharp sting of needles piercing into his body, and then everything faded into oblivion. The needles, and Bai. Naruto suddenly awakened, intent on searching for Bai's figure, only to find Bai sprawled motionless on the ground a short distance away. A wave of joy washed over him. Had they won? Had Bai been defeated? Honestly, you're always such a nuisance, he mused. Was that Sasuke's voice? Why did it sound so frail? Confused, Naruto's gaze shifted upward, his expression of joy freezing on his face. Sasuke stood protectively in front of him, his eyelids growing heavy. He could no longer maintain the activation of his Sharingan. What kind of expression is that? Sasuke managed to turn his head slightly towards Naruto, the effort exhausting him. Had he not witnessed Naruto awaken, he would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, pooling beneath him, despite the overwhelming weight of his body. Sasuke felt compelled to scold, "You absolute fool. Why do you protect me?" Naruto's pupils trembled as he gritted his teeth, questioning him. Am I truly worth such a desperate effort? I am merely the tail end of the pack, a troublemaker, an orphan no one cares for. Why? Don't you have unfinished business? Don't you have a vendetta to settle? How can you fall here? How can you collapse for my sake? I don't know. Sasuke replied, his gaze vacant and mind drifting as he repeatedly echoed that phrase. Memory surged forth in his mind, Naruto always provoking him over Sakura. Their shared missions in the village, the time Naruto fought with a cat while he laughed and kicked Naruto playfully. The incident when Naruto's stomach troubled him after eating some dubious fruit, delaying their journey, and their tree-climbing practice in the woods near Dazuna's home. At dinner, they had competed over who could eat more, only to end up vomiting and being forced by the shopkeeper to clean up after each other. Countless moments flooded his thoughts. He was unsure when it began, but he had grown accustomed to Naruto's incessant chatter in his ear. Fleeting images flashed through his mind, Naruto's various expressions, some beaming with joy, others marked by tears, and yet others reflecting dejection. Each visage coalesced into different versions of Naruto, all calling out his name, Sasuke. Sasuke, creating a cacophony that was truly overwhelming. Sasuke chuckled, I detest you so much. Why do you insist on saving me? Observing Naruto's back, adorned with countless needles, Sasuke clenched his fist and shouted in frustration, You're meddling too much. Who knew it would happen so instinctively? Foolishness. Is this meddling? It no longer mattered. Was that recollection merely a fleeting glimpse? They say a person reflects on their life before death, recalling both the remembered and the forgotten. Yet, why were all my memories centered around Naruto? I feel so weary, longing for slumber. Perhaps I should just let myself drift away. Sasuke, Naruto cried out, lunging forward to catch Sasuke's falling body. It's so noisy, I wish to rest. Lying in Naruto's embrace, Sasuke gazed up at the ice mirror above, which reflected his eyes devoid of their former brilliance. How frustrating. I have yet to defeat that man. In a faint voice, he murmured, I haven't vanquished my brother. How can I simply die? He raised his hand to pat Naruto's shoulder, his voice trembling, Naruto, you must stay alive. But his hand fell back down. He truly could not hold on any longer. He needed to rest. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke, his mind a void, his unseeing eyes mirroring Sasuke's form. Haku, having risen from the ground, recalled, to protect those dear to him, knowing full well it was a trap, he threw himself into danger. He is a ninja deserving of respect. Just moments ago, Haku had glimpsed Sasuke as Sharingan, realizing that if his target were Sasuke, the Sharingan would render his every move transparent, leaving him with no chance to achieve anything against Sasuke. Thus, he had kept his attacks focused solely on Naruto. The unconscious Naruto on the ground was the perfect stationary target. As long as Sasuke wished to protect his companions, he could only continue to shield them from harm. However, Haku had underestimated the power of the Sharingan. As he attempted to maneuver behind Sasuke through the ice mirror to attack Naruto, Sasuke anticipated his movement and blocked his path. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke was struck in a vital spot by Haku's needles, and in turn, Haku fell into unconsciousness, losing his ability to act. The period of unconsciousness was brief. Upon awakening, he found himself in this very scene. Gradually merging into the ice mirror behind him, Haku's voice echoed. "Is this your first encounter with the death of a comrade? Such is the path of a ninja." Hearing the voice, Naruto regained some of his senses. Looking at Sasuke's tranquil face, a surge of anger swelling within him. "Enough with your drivel, I truly despise you." An uncontrollable fury caused Naruto's chakra to surge forth uncontrollably, a white aura swirling around him. The dense chakra was visible to the naked eye, stirring the surrounding air and distorting the very space itself. Extreme rage contorted Naruto's expression into something fearsome. "Unforgivable." These words were forcibly extracted from between clenched teeth. As he uttered them, a colossal chakra erupted from within him. A red, tangible chakra that lashed out like thick whips. "I will slay you." Naruto abruptly lifted his head, his red eyes with black slits emanating an ominous aura. "What is this chakra?" Haku stammered, nearly speechless in astonishment. "Impossible, he can manifest chakra." Moreover, the sheer magnitude of this chakra was astounding. Naruto's transformation did not cease. The tangible chakra above his head formed an ethereal visage of a fox, with several chakra tails undulating behind it. The needles embedded in his body were expelled one by one, his fingers elongating into claw-like appendages, the nails sharpening into deadly points. What shocked Haku even more was that Naruto's wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate, completing their restoration in the blink of an eye. Roar. The phantom above Naruto, though silent, made Haku feel as if he were facing a ferocious beast, one that was growling at him. This power caused Zabuza to suddenly halt his advance. Was it Zabuza? No. Kakashi instantly dismissed this thought. Zabuza did not emanate such an intimidating chakra. He had sensed this chakra before. What was happening? This chakra was unlike anything he had ever felt, a sensation of overwhelming pressure that left him uncomfortable. Is it Kakashi? No. Zabuza shook his head, realizing that this overwhelming chakra could not possibly belong to Kakashi. Who could it be? Chapter 49. The Absence of Existence Value. Naruto. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the source of the chakra disturbance, fully aware of its origin, yet he had not anticipated this power would manifest at such a moment. The tailed beast had been sealed within Naruto's body. Over a decade ago, to contain the beast, their village had paid a heavy toll, with Naruto's parents sacrificing their lives in that battle. For years, the seal had remained secure without incident, which was one reason why the third Hokage felt at ease allowing Naruto to leave the village. The power of the tailed beast is immense. Should the seal break, it would be uncontrollable. Kakashi did not believe anyone here could withstand the might of the tailed beast, and this particular beast was the strongest among them all. He also acknowledged that Ifong was formidable, at least in terms of chakra manipulation, surpassing everyone he had ever encountered. However, he was uncertain of the true extent of Yifeng's power, particularly whether it could withstand the tailed beasts. He dared not gamble on such a possibility. He had to hurry. Kakashi resolved to make his way there, even though he was unsure of the efficacy of his efforts, but he felt compelled to try. What an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Bai was left speechless, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Here he comes. Bai's expression grew serious as he launched a flying needle towards the approaching Naruto. Naruto, on all fours, resembled a wild beast, roaring as he charged towards Bai, who was concealed within the ice mirrors. As Naruto moved, the crimson, corporeal chakra that enveloped him dissipated. Had Bai not been certain of what he was witnessing, coupled with the undeniable pressure surrounding him, he might have believed he was ensnared in an illusion. In a fit of sheer rage, Naruto's reason crumbled. His gaze fixated solely on Bai, as an insistent voice echoed in his mind, urging him to tear apart the figure before him. What? Bai could hardly believe it. He had been repelled by chakra. An invisible barrier seemed to materialize in front of Naruto, causing Bai's needle to collide with a metallic clang before being deflected away. If that was the case, then what about behind him? Bai weaved through the gaps in the ice mirrors, maneuvering to Naruto's rear, and launched his needle. Success. A flicker of joy crossed Bai's face. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, another surge of potent chakra erupted within Naruto, forcefully expelling the needle from his body before the energy dissipated into the air. merging with nature. Crack. Naruto's fist shattered a mirror, and Bai felt a surge of apprehension. The destroyed mirror had been the very one he had hidden behind moments ago. Had he not shifted in time, he too would have been shattered like that mirror. He thought with trepidation. Swoosh. Despite his fears, Bai's assault could not cease. Several needles rained down from above, aimed at Naruto's back. The instincts of a beast are keen. Even without looking up, Naruto's body reacted instinctively, enabling him to evade the attack. Bai had resolved to strike from Naruto's rear, aware of the invisible barrier at the front. Even if he were repelled from behind, it might still yield some effect. Bai darted incessantly between the ice mirrors, while Naruto's gaze followed his movements. Wherever Bai landed, Naruto's eyes would shift accordingly. For a moment, Bai found no suitable opportunity to strike. The instant he hesitated, preparing to launch a needle, Naruto would charge forward, shattering the mirror that concealed him. With the mirrors dwindling, Bai's anxiety intensified. Maintaining ninjutsu and high-speed movement consumed a significant amount of his chakra. If this continued, he would not last much longer. Swoosh. Bai's figure darted past Naruto, deciding to take a bold risk. There was no other choice, with so few mirrors remaining. Naruto would not afford him the opportunity to repair them. He could only attempt to traverse through the mirrors. It will be fine, Bai reassured himself. He had been moving within the mirrors all along. Even that boy with the Sharingan needed time to adapt before he could discern his movements. This chakra-less individual had no reason to see him. If he could, he would not have shattered the mirrors only after Bai had shifted positions. One step slow. Every step slow. If only I could be a tad quicker, surely he wouldn't notice me? In the next instant, Bai's vision blurred. Realizing that Naruto's claw-like hand had seized his arm. Finally capturing his prey, Naruto's feral face twisted into an eerie grin, akin to a cat that had caught a mouse. Or perhaps a fox that had ensnared a rodent. The fury within him found its outlet, and chakra erupted from Naruto like a volcanic eruption. The dense chakra formed a gust of wind, causing Bai's clothes to flap wildly. This was the third time. Kakashi's brow knitted in concern. This power had surged thrice, each time more violently than the last. Was the seal breaking? No. After a moment of careful assessment, Kakashi dismissed the thought. The chakra of the Ninetales was far greater. Over a decade ago, when the Ninetales rampaged through Konoha, Kakashi had been present in the village. Although he hadn't been there when the Ninetales was sealed. The village itself was not vast, and the immense power of the Ninetales could be felt even from a distance. Kakashi had experienced the oppressive force of the Ninetales up close, and the memory of that suffocating presence remained vivid. Thus, the seal had not fully broken, rather. It was on the verge of doing so, with the chakra of the Ninetales leaking out. How fortunate. The seal had not completely unraveled. Kakashi breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, it was not yet time to relax. He needed to fortify the seal, unfastening the strap of his chest pouch. Kakashi retrieved a scroll, unfurling it to reveal a list of names. Quickly, he smeared his blood across the names inscribed on the scroll, then rewrapped it, forming hand seals and calling out to the empty space. Did you hear that? Zabuza, we're quite busy here, although it contradicts your methods. Let us settle this once and for all. Shall we determine the victor with the next move? How intriguing. Zabuza, shrouded in mist and unaware of his surroundings, responded. What can you do in such circumstances? Kakashi, I await your demonstration. Chakra continued to erupt from Naruto, creating shockwaves that shattered the surrounding ice mirrors. I cannot withstand this force. Bai, with his arm firmly grasped by Naruto, struggled against the onslaught of chakra. In the next moment, a furious punch from Naruto surged towards his face. Boom. The punch landed squarely, sending Bai spiraling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. The sound of cracking echoed as his mask fractured into numerous fissures. Naruto's rage remained undiminished. His ominous red-slitted eyes fixated on Bai, who was laboriously attempting to rise. The enemy still moved. The prey was not yet dead, utterly unforgivable. Naruto let out a roar akin to that of a beast, charging towards Bai. As fragments of the mask fell away, Bai felt a mix of regret and relief. Zabuza. I cannot defeat this child. Zabuza, I fear I may disappoint you. Struggling to suppress his fury, Naruto's eyes gradually regained clarity. You are the one from that time. He recognized Bai, the gentle big sister who foraged for herbs in the woods and conversed with him. The shattered mask fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Bai gazed at the fist before her, puzzled. Why had he stopped? You should eliminate me, for I have slain your most cherished companion. Reflecting on the still-warm body of Sasuke and observing Bai's calm demeanor, Naruto's fist, poised to strike, tightened and then loosened. Caught in a tumult of emotions, but why? Frustration overwhelmed him, and he unleashed a punch at Bai's face. She staggered back a few steps, and the weakened state she was in led her to spit out blood. Wiping the blood from her lips, I felt the force of his punch and asked, puzzled, "Where had the earlier fervor gone? Your current strength cannot defeat me. Was he not someone of great significance to you?" Implicitly suggesting that he should have attacked her with the intent to kill, rather than with this feeble blow. What fervor? Naruto was perplexed by Bai's words. He found himself devoid of any memory of the events that had just transpired. He could only recall the moment when he witnessed Sasuke's demise cradled in his arms. A surge of fury engulfed him, and then darkness enveloped his consciousness. When he awoke once more, it was to the sight of White beneath the mask. Upon hearing White's inquiry, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Naruto was suddenly reminded of the question White had posed to him in the woods. Do you have someone important in your life? Indeed, he does. I am reminded of what Bai mentioned earlier. I wish to protect those who are dear to me and hope that their dreams come to fruition. That is my aspiration. What, then, is my dream? My dream is to become Hokage, to be acknowledged by everyone. By attaining this esteemed position, I can safeguard not only those I cherish, but also many others beyond my immediate circle. Does Sasuke hold significance for me? Absolutely. Just as Sasuke struggles to articulate why he wishes to save Naruto, Naruto too finds it challenging to express why Sasuke is so important to him. To Sasuke, Naruto holds immense significance. Without waiting for Naruto to respond to this apparent question, Haku murmured to himself, often, individuals misinterpret and extend sympathy to enemies that ought to be vanquished, granting them a reprieve. To me, such an act is not compassion. Do you comprehend the agony of existing without dreams, of being unneeded by anyone, and merely surviving? Naruto struggled to grasp this. Why must one always dance around the point instead of speaking plainly? What is it that you wish to convey? For Zabuza, there was no need for a feeble ninja like you. You have stripped away my reason for existence. Haku stated candidly that his very being was tied to Zabuza. However, Naruto's triumph over him had rendered him devoid of any justification to remain at Zabuza's side, as he was too weak to even best a novice. Why for such a person? Naruto's confusion deepened, and he furiously questioned, isn't that akin to taking money from villains to assist them in their nefarious deeds? Is your only significant person that eyebrowless fellow? Everyone has one or two important individuals. Haki too had them. Long ago, there were others of great importance, my parents. I was born in the land of water, in a quaint village blanketed by deep snow. Although we lived a life of poverty, relying on agriculture, my parents were content. They were truly gentle souls. And I was blissful. However, an event transpired during my early memories. What transpired? Naruto pressed urgently. What could have caused such a profound transformation in an individual? My blood. Haku momentarily fell into a daze, staring at the blood staining his hands from wiping his mouth. Blood? Why is it that you always speak in half-truths? An impatient Naruto pressed on. So, what exactly happened? Many things occurred, past events Haku was reluctant to recount, yet now, facing his demise, he felt indifferent. My father killed my mother and intended to slay me as well. Upon regaining my senses, I had already taken my father's life. At that moment, I felt as if I were this way. No, I had to believe I was this way. And then I realized this was the most excruciating truth. In this world, I felt as though I were a being entirely devoid of need. A being devoid of need? Naruto paused, realizing this resonated with his own experience. Chapter 50, The Value of Existence. Why does Naruto strive to become Hokage, to earn the villagers' recognition? Is it not because his existence feels superfluous to many? At least, this is how Naruto perceives it. In his youth, he grappled with an incomprehensible reality. Why did other children have parents while he did not? Why were they able to frolic together, yet he remained isolated? Why were parents permitted to allow their children to play with others, while he was excluded from such companionship? The multitude of whys was a riddle that the young Naruto could not decipher, and even now, he struggles to fully comprehend. Just as the existence of Haku is defined by the presence of Zabuza, so too does Naruto exist, not for a singular individual, but for the entirety of his village. Haku discovered a purpose, and so did Naruto. In order to join in the fun and forge friendships, Naruto must ascend to the role of Hokage. After all, the Hokage is the most beloved and esteemed figure in the village. Though this notion may not seem entirely genuine in the eyes of others, Naruto, having grown up within the village, holds this belief steadfastly. Villagers bow and greet the Hokage, who responds warmly to their salutations. All the ninjas heed the Hokage's commands willingly. The Hokage occupies a position of great authority, capable of overseeing all matters, large and small, within the village. In such an environment, how could Naruto not develop a unique perspective? Among all the information he had ever heard or encountered, it was universally acknowledged that the Hokage was immensely powerful. Whether Naruto truly understood the extent of this power was uncertain, yet he witnessed firsthand the respect the Hokage commanded. Thus, the aspiration to become Hokage and earn the recognition of the people took root in Naruto's heart. Gradually, this seed sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit, ultimately growing into a towering tree. This majestic tree was named Hokage, and each fruit upon it represented a villager from the village. This tree, known as Hokage, took residence in every aspect of Naruto's being, in his heart, mind, soul, and throughout his entire body. This grand tree had become Naruto's unwavering obsession. For Haku, Zabuza was not merely a tree in his heart, he was the very soil that nurtured it. Haku himself embodied that tree. Soil is soil, regardless of its location. Without the soil, the tree may struggle to survive. The type of tree determines its environment. A tropical tree cannot endure in a frigid climate. The tree, named Haku, was rare, so rare that it could only take root in the soil of Zabuza. Now, outsiders coveted this land for development, intending to uproot the tree and level the soil. The tree believed itself to be precious due to its rarity, thinking others would hesitate to lay claim to this land. Yet it was oblivious to the fact that the intruders did not care about its uniqueness or worth. The soil remained, but the uprooted tree could not survive elsewhere. Naruto understood this deeply. He too held dear the tree in his heart, represented by the village of Konoha where his roots lay. The thought of losing the village, of seeing the tree topple, was beyond his comprehension. He could scarcely envision what he would become in such a circumstance. You once told me that you wished to be the strongest ninja in the village, to earn the recognition of all. If someone were to genuinely acknowledge your existence, that individual would likely become the most significant person in your life. Zabuza recognized that I had inherited a bloodline limit, fully aware of the abominable power it entailed. Yet he chose to accept and shelter me. Haku's expression remained calm, and his tone was steady throughout his narrative. However, a faint smile graced his face at the mention of Zabuza. He recalled the scene of his first encounter with Zabuza. A little brat like you will never be needed by anyone. Ultimately, you will lie dead in the streets, Zabuza remarked, gazing at the child before him, who was shivering in thin clothing amidst the falling snow. He merely speaks from the heart, in a land like this, where countless homeless children roam. The nation of water has its fair share. In this country, plagued by perpetual civil strife, such tragedies occur far too often. He harbored a deep desire to transform the current state of the land of water, to put an end to its internal strife, yet he ultimately met with failure. I was unafraid of Zabuza. In Zabuza's eyes, he discerned a reflection of himself, a brotherly gaze that mirrored his own. Both shared the same homeless expression. I mused sorrowfully. Zabuza felt an inexplicable tremor within. He was a ninja, a warrior of the hidden mist village, which he considered his home. However, after his failed assassination of the village's Mizukage, he became a rogue ninja, forever barred from returning home, thus rendering him homeless. Zabuza was unwilling to accept this fate. He believed that not being able to return was merely a temporary setback. One failure would not deter him. If alone he could not succeed, he would seek out others to assist him. The village should not be in such turmoil. He was convinced that by addressing the root cause of the discord, all issues would resolve themselves. Why was there internal conflict in the land of water? Why was there strife within the hidden mist village? Was it not due to the Mizukage's decree to eradicate those possessing bloodline limits? Yet, Zabuza pondered, why the need for such eradication? He remained unaware. He merely feels that it ought not to be this way. Those endowed with bloodline limits possess merely exceptional talent. Why should such gifted individuals face extermination? Is this not tantamount to self-inflicted weakness? While other nations are advancing, they would likely rejoice at the emergence of talented individuals within their borders. How could their own nation behave in such a manner? He could not comprehend the situation. He merely understood that if things continued down this path, the village would either perish in civil strife or be consumed by the ninja villages of other nations. He requires assistance. More individuals to join him in the pursuit of this noble goal of saving the nation. The young boy before him is also a person of talent. Perhaps in the future, he could contribute to my aspirations. Contemplating this, Zabuza turned to the boy and asked, "Do you wish to be needed by someone? Are you willing to sacrifice everything for me?" The boy nodded indifferently, realizing that he was alone and might one day perish in some forsaken corner. Given this, he thought it wise to find something to occupy himself with. At the very least, it would ensure he had enough to eat and wear. "Very well," Zabuza declared. "From this day forth, your ability shall belong to me. Come with me." I followed Zabuza to a hillside overlooking the town. Gazing at the brightly lit settlement in the distance, uncertain of Zabuza's intentions for bringing him to this place, he did not inquire further. Wherever Zabuza went, he would follow. It is unfortunate, but I must abandon the land of water tonight. Zabuza felt a tinge of melancholy. He brought by here solely to bid farewell to the place he once called home before departing. He was compelled to depart, becoming a renegade ninja. And the relentless pursuit from the village never ceased. Alone, he could have managed, but now with the addition of Bai, he could no longer ensure their safety during the onslaught. Bai was still too young, with untapped potential and no means of self-defense. By keeping him within the land of water, they were merely evading danger, ultimately squandering Bai's innate gifts. He seeks a tranquil place to diligently instruct Bai, aspiring to cultivate him as his right-hand man. The feeling of despondency did not linger for long. Zaibu soon regained his composure and resolutely declared, however, "I shall undoubtedly return to this nation, and I will seize control of it. What I require for this endeavor is not mere consolation or encouragement, words that bear no weight, but rather what I truly need is." Before he could finish his words, Bai was interrupted. Bai was astute. He understood what Zaibu desired. Thus, he took the initiative to say, "I comprehend. Rest assured, I am the weapon of Zaibu, and I shall adhere to my promise. Please consider me as a tool to be kept by your side." His youthful voice was imbued with unwavering determination. During his days of wandering, Bai had grown weary of the profound sense of solitude. No one wished to converse with him. The filthy child, adults, upon seeing him, would nearly spit and utter curses, then deliberately circumvent him from a distance. The other children would only torment him, labeling him a wild child, an unwanted bastard. He lingered beside the refuse bin, feasting on the remnants unearthed from the refuse pile. Curled up, he slumbered in a corner unnoticed by all. He refrains from employing his abilities, fearing that he may inadvertently harm others. He feared solitude. On the day his parents passed away, his heart perished alongside them. It was only after their demise that Zaibu was the first to reach out to him, expressing a need for his presence. He felt a surge of joy, relieved that he was no longer alone, that he was no longer a being devoid of purpose, unloved and uncared for. Good boy, Zaibu praised Bai, for he required individuals like him. The memories lingered here, and a tinge of bitterness arose within Bai's heart, for he had failed to fulfill the promise he made to Zaibu. "I am sorry, Zaibu, I could not become the weapon you needed, Naruto-kun." As he gazed at Bai approaching him with an expressionless visage, Naruto instinctively took a few steps back, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. No matter how foolish or dim-witted he may be, he can clearly discern that Bai's current state is amiss. As expected, Bai resolutely declared, "Naruto, please, end my life." His determination to embrace death was palpable. Facing Bai's plea, Naruto hesitated. Kakashi swiftly unleashed two jutsu, ninjutsu, summoning technique and earth style, tracking Fang technique. He was resolved to conclude this conflict swiftly, unwilling to allow Naruto to lose control in this precarious situation. As the ninjutsu was enacted, the characters on the scroll seemed to come alive, leaping from the parchment and vanishing from Kakashi's sight. While awaiting Kakashi's display, Zabuza taunted, "Whatever you do is futile. You cannot detect my presence at all. Yet, I know you as if you were a mere plaything." Zabuza exuded confidence, thriving in the thick mist. While Kakashi's visibility was severely limited, he doubted Kakashi could locate him in such an environment. Meanwhile, he was not anxious. He had unwavering faith in Bai's abilities. Convinced that Bai would eliminate Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps they are employing some forbidden technique, Zabuza speculated. A series of chakra surges led Zabuza to believe that Naruto and Sasuke had activated some forbidden jutsu. Such sudden enhancements often come with dire consequences. Zabuza thought to himself that perhaps it would not even be necessary for Bai to intervene. The aftermath of just a few uses of forbidden techniques could very well lead to one of the two falling. Kakashi did not respond to Zabuza's scorn. He was intently attuned to the surroundings until a dog bark shattered Zabuza's confidence, prompting him to exclaim, "Impossible." A pack of ferocious hounds emerged from various directions, baring their teeth as they lunged at Zabuza's legs, arms, and shoulders. "If sight fails, then let the nose lead the way," Kakashi declared, his figure materializing not far from Zabuza, ready to counterattack. "This is a summoning technique specifically designed for tracking. I deliberately stood my ground against your assault for this very purpose. Your weapon is tainted with my blood, and these are my loyal ninja hounds. Their sense of smell far surpassing that of any ordinary dog. While I concede to their sensitivity, the notion of them being adorable is quite the stretch. That dog behind you hardly qualifies as cute. Its maw could easily encompass two of your heads," Zabuza retorted. Only the little pack and charm hanging from Zabuza's chest seemed somewhat endearing, a small, pudgy creature that Leaf Maple found appealing. Chapter 51. Divergent perspectives on death. "You are the one who is fully ensnared in the jutsu," Kakashi asserted. "The mist is beginning to dissipate, and your only future lies in death." Zabuza was overly confident in his mist technique, believing no one could locate him in his own domain. This was precisely why Kakashi had reversed the sentiment against him. Indeed, the dense fog obscured Kakashi's vision, limiting his range of sight. But locating an individual does not solely rely on sight. One can also utilize smell and sound. Animals possess a far superior sense of smell compared to humans. Just as humans have ninja, animals also have their own variety of ninja beasts, known as ninja beasts. The distinction between ninja beasts and ordinary animals is straightforward. The former have undergone training, while the latter have not. The former possess higher intelligence and can comprehend human speech, with some even capable of conversing with humans. However, ninja beasts typically do not roam freely in the ninja world. They usually enter into contracts with ninjas, becoming their summoning creatures, emerging only through summoning. The prowess of ninja beasts should not be underestimated. They serve as valuable combat companions for many ninjas. Kakashi's ninja hounds, while he himself was restricted, were not bound by the same limitations. Given their very nature, the hound's sense of smell was extraordinarily acute, rendering Zabuza concealed within the mist, unable to evade their pursuit. Neither Zabuza nor Bai possess summoning beasts, leading them to overlook this aspect while devising their strategy against Kakashi. It was only upon witnessing the ninja hounds that Zabuza realized the gravity of the situation, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Cease your bluster. I do not overestimate your position." Kakashi interrupted, "In this circumstance, you are powerless, and your demise is inevitable." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and continued, "Zabuza, you seem to have grown overly complacent. Your ambitions are excessively grand. Attempting to assassinate the Mizukage and failing in your coup d'etat, you were left with only a handful of subordinates to flee into the wilderness, becoming a rogue ninja. Word of your exploits has swiftly spread to our village. You seek vengeance and resources to escape the retribution of pursuing ninjas. That is your rationale, is it not? You have allied yourself with those like Kato, that pest?" Zabuza scoffed. "You think yourself so virtuous, so remarkable. If your village were to encounter such a fate, I doubt you would respond any better than I." Leaf Maple found merit in Zabuza's words, almost wishing to applaud him. In his view, Zabuza had committed no wrongdoing. The village should not be a dictatorship governed solely by the will of the leader. Why should the leader be permitted to issue orders for murder, while those who resist are branded as traitors? Kakashi did not respond to Zabuza's assertions. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not mind discussing such topics, but with his concern for Naruto's well-being pressing upon him, he had no inclination to engage in debate with Zabuza. He merely stated, "If I do not strike you down, do you think my prowess stems solely from the Sharingan? This time, I shall demonstrate my own ninjutsu, not mere imitation." Swiftly forming hand seals, a circle of azure chakra materialized beneath his feet, enveloping him within its confines, while sparks of electric chakra converged into the palm of his right hand. How could this be? The chakra in his hand was visibly tangible. Zabuza was profoundly shaken. He too was a ninja, a master of ninjutsu, yet he could not achieve such a feat typically. Ninjas would release their techniques immediately after forming seals. But he had never witnessed someone gather and compress chakra before unleashing it. Kakashi's technique was indeed an eye-opener for him. This technique was called Raikiri. Kakashi gazed at Zabuza and remarked, "You are far too dangerous. The target of your assassination, Dazna, embodies the courage of this nation. The bridge he constructs symbolizes hope for this country. Sacrificing countless lives for your ambition is not the way of a ninja." "You make a valid point," Zabuza replied. "But I shall not relent. I will fight for my ideals, and that shall remain unchanged." Kakashi reiterated, "Let me be clear, your future holds nothing but death. You have no further opportunities." Kakashi observed the restrained Zabuza, pondering the latter's audacity in proclaiming from now on. "Kill me?" Haku inquired calmly, as if the one facing death was not himself. "Ah," Naruto exclaimed in frustration, "how can such foolishness exist? Weapons and tools, do they truly equate to something of great significance? Do you believe this suffices? Is that so?" Haku countered, "What exactly is wrong with this?" Naruto hesitated, grappling with his thoughts, unable to articulate why he felt something was amiss. His youthful mind struggled to comprehend why someone would regard themselves as another's instrument and take pride in such a notion. Sighing, Leaf Phone commented, "It is born out of necessity." "What did you say, Uncle Shopkeeper?" Sakura inquired, startled by Leaf Fang's sudden interjection, as she had been fervently praying for Kakashi and the others. "Nothing," Leaf Phone waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat disheartened. Haku's circumstances were intricate. He had witnessed his mother's death at a tender age, the perpetrator being his own father. In a tragic twist, he inadvertently ended his father's life and subsequently wandered alone for a long time. At that young age, he believed he was to blame for his parents' demise, perhaps due to his inability to grasp the concept of death. Had he been of a more mature mindset, he might have succumbed to despair after such experiences. During his formative years, he encountered Zabuza and chose to follow him, living alongside him ever since. Who, then, was Zabuza? He is a cold-blooded ninja who eliminated all his peers upon graduation. How could you expect him to care for a child? Moreover, he is still being hunted. After encountering Bai, his life was spent in a relentless cycle of pursuit and counterattack. In such an environment, it was commendable that Bai did not become a merciless killer. Some of his distorted perceptions were understandable to Yifeng. Apart from viewing himself as a mere tool to be commanded by Zabuza, Bai possessed few flaws. At least in Yifeng's eyes. Zabuza still held expectations for him and acknowledged his existence, while Bai continued to convey his twisted views to Naruto. Yet he felt he had lost his utility and that Zabuza would no longer need him. Thus, he implored, "Please, hurry and kill me." Bai had his perspective. And Naruto had his own. He adamantly disagreed that being strong was the sole reason for existence in this world. Isn't it sufficient to earn recognition from others in areas other than combat? Bai shook his head and replied, "On the day we met in the woods, I felt a similarity between us. You should understand." Naruto fell silent, recognizing that if anyone advised him against becoming Hokage, he would fervently refute them. No one could sway him from that dream, for it was the very essence of his existence. Observing the silent Naruto, Bai expressed his regret. "I apologize for staining your hands." Despite this, Naruto made one last attempt, asking, "Isn't there another way?" "No," Bai responded without hesitation. He had grown accustomed to his fate and had no desire for change. Seeing Bai's resolute demeanor, Naruto turned away, his heart heavy. "Perhaps if we met under different circumstances, we could have been friends." Bai smiled but remained silent, closing his eyes, preparing for death. He possessed the courage for self-harm, however. Dying at the hands of an enemy was a ninja's true destiny. Once indifferent to the idea of becoming a ninja, he now aspired to be one. Preserving the promise he made to Zabuza, silently, he whispered his gratitude, thankful that Naruto had facilitated his self-realization. "Please, steadfastly pursue your dreams," Bai silently blessed Naruto. "You will surely grow stronger." From the equipment pouch strapped to his leg, Naruto drew a kunai, aiming for Bai's vital point, and struck. The thick mist gradually dissipated, and the immobilized Zabuza lost control of the hidden mist technique. The two figures appeared to confront one another. Keen-eyed Sakura instantly recognized Kakashi, and Zabuza engaged in a conversation. However, the mist had not fully cleared, preventing her from distinguishing between them. "Ah, they moved," Sakura exclaimed, witnessing one person charge towards the other. Bai, who had been awaiting death with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and grasped Naruto's hand holding the kunai. Before Naruto could respond with surprise, Bai said, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I cannot die yet." With his other hand swiftly forming a one-handed seal, Bai vanished from Naruto's sight. In that moment, Bai felt a sudden pang of dread, as though something of great importance was slipping away. For Bai, the most significant thing was Zabuza. As the mist completely cleared, revealing a bright sky above, Bai could not suppress a cough of blood. Time was limited. He could only quickly unleash a few needles, pinning them to the scroll Kakashi had left behind. Disrupting the summoned ninja dogs. The magic mirror ice crystals could not be fully manifested, producing only a few shards to shield them. Indeed, in that brief moment, Bai accomplished these two tasks, both to protect the one he cherished most. Yet, Bai did not anticipate the overwhelming power of Kakashi's Raikiri, which shattered the ice crystals before him and struck him directly. Indeed, it struck him. He had shielded Zabuza from Kakashi's attack. With another spurt of blood, Bai clutched Kakashi's arm, trembling as he urged Zabuza, "Zabuza, you must escape, or act quickly." Bai lacked the strength to utter more. "You dare suggest my future leads only to death?" "Humph. Once more, the prophecy has failed, Kakashi." Though he smiled, Zabuza's gaze remained icy, devoid of mirth. The crackling chakra dissipated from Kakashi's hand. He frowned, astonished that Bai had suddenly appeared to shield Zabuza. He understood the lethal potency of Raikiri all too well. No one could survive such an attack, even if he had reduced its force upon realization. Yet, the residual impact was beyond Bai's endurance. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds inflicted by Raikiri, pooling at his feet. Where did that guy run off to? Naruto looked around, only to discover that the mist had vanished. Turning around, he finally spotted Bai, there, rushing towards the others. He halted in disbelief at the scene before him. What on earth happened? This child had already perished. He had charged in to protect Zabuza. Kakashi was shocked. What kind of conviction could compel someone to willingly sacrifice themselves for another's safety? "Well done, Bai," Zabuza chuckled darkly, suddenly raising his blade and striking down before him. Before him stood Bai, who had shielded him from a lethal strike. and Kakashi, who clung tightly to Bai even in death. Kakashi seethed with anger. Do you intend to strike down this child as well? Truly, I have stumbled upon a treasure, and in the end, I am granted such an opportunity. As he uttered these heartless words, Zabuza's heart seethed with unrestrained fury. Damn it, you shall perish. Zabuza's inner wrath threatened to shatter his reason. Chapter 52, Amplification of Power and Desire. Though he often proclaimed that Bai was merely a tool, a weapon at his disposal, an assertion that Bai himself believed, human nature is inherently empathetic. Zabuza was not devoid of compassion. He was not so cold-blooded as to disregard the lives of others, especially not that of Bai, who had been by his side for so long. Bai had followed him since childhood, and Zabuza had watched him grow. Perhaps, initially, he did harbor intentions of molding Bai into a lethal instrument, but over time, his perspective had irrevocably shifted. Whether one deemed him foolish or overambitious, he was determined to return to the nation he once called home, to rescue it. However, this time, Bai would no longer be a mere weapon in his grasp, but rather a student who had mastered all his combat techniques, a companion fighting alongside him. Witnessing a comrade perish before his eyes, especially in the act of protecting him, stirred something deep within Zabuza. Yet, the battle raged on, and his upbringing instilled in him the principle that during combat, one must maintain unwavering resolve. Until the goal is achieved, one must not entertain any wavering thoughts. He remained resolute, fixated solely on the demise of Dazna. To eliminate Dazna, he first needed to vanquish Kakashi. However, he was no match for Kakashi. Yet, through his own sacrifice, Bai bestowed upon him a fleeting opportunity. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? I apologize, Bai. I shall avenge you. The silent apology, however, was lost on Bai. Zabuza's blade grew heavier with each swing. He intended to reduce Kakashi to mere fragments. Though Bai was firmly grasping his arm, even in death, Kakashi found himself unable to break free. Yet, gazing at the descending executioner's blade, he realized that should he force his escape, Bai's lifeless body would likely be cleaved in two by Zabuza. This was not how it was meant to be. Bai's fate should not conclude in such a manner. Kakashi could not bear to witness Bai being treated thus by his own kin after death. Without much hesitation, perhaps driven by instinct, Bai's demise reminded Kakashi of his comrade Rin, who perished beneath his own Raikiri. Cradling Bai's corpse, Kakashi leapt backward, evading Zabuza's assault. Gently, he laid Bai down, sighing as he reached to close Bai's still open eyes. With his strike falling short and an opportunity missed, Zabuza could only vent his fury through words. What's wrong, Kakashi? Is it only after Bai's demise that you can act? Why do you evade? Why can you evade? By evading, have you not ensured Bai's death? Naruto, finally grasping the situation, felt the pupils of his eyes subtly shifting towards slits. Unforgivable, he roared, ready to confront Zabuza. Despite knowing he might not measure up to Zabuza, Naruto could not suppress his desires. He merely wanted to seize Zabuza by the collar and demand to know why he treated Bai so cruelly. Bai's recounting revealed to Naruto the depth of Zabuza's significance in Bai's heart. Yet to desecrate the body of someone so cherished after their death was an act of treachery, was it not? Bai died for you, even in his final moments. He considered you. How could you betray him? Naruto. Kakashi barked. Stay back. This man is my adversary. Although he was unaware of how the chakra of the sealed beast within Naruto had leaked or how Naruto had regained his composure, Kakashi dared not take chances. He did not wish to witness Naruto lose control once more. What if this time he could not regain his sanity? Thus, it was best for Naruto to remain where he was, to refrain from acting if possible. He is capable of defeating Zabuza on his own. Even in the thick fog, he was able to locate Zabuza and triumph over him. Now, without the concealment of the mist and with an unobstructed view, Zabuza will only be defeated more swiftly. As the fog dissipates, Sakura catches sight of Naruto. Seeing that he is unharmed, Sakura joyfully waves her arms and greets him. Naruto. As Sakura. Upon hearing Sakura's call, the transformation in Naruto's eyes halts, reverting to their normal state. He lowered his head, unable to meet Sakura's gaze. Naruto understood that Sakura held a deep affection for Sasuke. However, now that Sasuke had perished to protect him, Naruto found himself at a loss on how to face Sakura, opting instead to emulate an ostrich, keeping his head down. Sasuke. Sakura greeted Naruto before directing her attention towards Sasuke. As her gaze shifted, she noticed that Sasuke was not beside Naruto. Naruto, where has Sasuke gone? Naruto gritted his teeth and turned away, too afraid to respond. An ominous premonition gripped Sakura's heart. Sakura. Kakashi was about to offer some words of consolation when he caught sight of Sasuke lying on the ground. He was unaware of what had transpired with Sasuke. But upon seeing that Ye Feng remained motionless yet smiled and shook his head, he deduced that Sasuke was at least not dead. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not be sitting there unharmed. Thus, he intended to reassure Sakura not to worry, but before he could utter a word, Zabuza's attack arrived, forcing him to engage in battle, leaving no opportunity for conversation. Ye Feng, the bystander, showed no inclination to speak, as he was currently engaged in a pleasant exchange with the Ninetales. Hey, Ninetales. I have a question for you. How does your power drive someone to madness? Ye Feng expressed his curiosity, observing that Naruto, under the influence of the Ninetales chakra, had nearly transformed into a primal beast, acting solely on instinct and viciously attacking anyone in reach. Had it not been for the mask falling off, restoring Naruto's sanity just in time to retract his claws, White would have indeed become a lifeless corpse. Indeed, White was not dead, although he lacked breath. Ye Feng could feel a faint heartbeat. As for Kakashi and Zabuza's lack of awareness, it could be attributed to one being too preoccupied with concern and the other being mentally elsewhere. Zabuza, consumed by the thought of avenging White's death, failed to assess the condition of White's injuries after sustaining a lightning cutter, fixated solely on revenge. Conversely, Kakashi, overly confident in his lightning cutter's potency, believed it impossible for anyone to survive an attack, even one not delivered at full strength. After the mist dispersed, he saw Sasuke lying on the ground and, upon realizing he was unharmed, immediately engaged Zabuza, neglecting to check on White's condition. This led others to assume White had perished, when in fact, he had merely entered a state of near death. If left unattended, this near-death state would inevitably culminate in actual death. Consequently, while communicating telepathically with the Ninetales, Ye Feng quietly approached White. Although he lacked medical knowledge, he could sustain White's life, prolonging his near-death condition. The Ninetales responded lazily, "My power is not something a mere child can withstand. Speak in human terms," Ye Feng retorted, sitting beside White and holding his hand while channeling Chakra into him, all the while engaging in banter with the Ninetales. It must be said that Chakra is a remarkable substance, possessing various effects, whether unleashing formidable ninjutsu or serving as a means of healing by medical ninjas. Just as Naruto could utilize the Ninetales chakra to recover from his wounds, Ye Feng too could infuse his chakra into others to heal them. "I'm a tailed beast, not a human," the Ninetales fumed. "You want me to speak human? It seems you're trying to put me in a bind. Isn't that what you're doing now? I merely meant for you to be more straightforward. I'll get you 2 bottles of cola in return. Make it 2 bags of chips, too," the Ninetales negotiated. "Additionally, when we play games next, I want to choose which game, and for movies, I should pick one I enjoy. As for ramen, start with 10 bowls. I want to sample the flavor. It must be made by the owner, not her daughter." The more he spoke, the more excessive his demands became. 10 bowls for tasting? Pfft. "I've never been that extravagant," Ye Feng exclaimed. "At most, I'll give you 2 bags of chips." "Deal." The Ninetales readily agreed, primarily seeking this concession. It understood that merely requesting 2 bags of chips might not have garnered Ye Feng's approval, but adding the subsequent conditions would ensure compliance. What is this called? It's called making an opening. One must first propose to lift the roof, as it were. This wisdom was gleaned from television, and the Ninetales found it quite sensible. "Wait. I've been tricked." Ye Feng shook his head, dismissing the matter as trivial, for he typically did not restrict the Ninetales from watching television, movies, or playing games in the store. In Ye Feng's absence, others, whether human or not, could only view films or television from their own worlds, provided such media existed. The same applied to games. Others could not access any aspect of Ye Feng's previous world without his company. As for snacks, there were indeed limitations for the Ninetales, as it was an energy being. And whether it consumed food was inconsequential, eating was merely a matter of indulgence. The Ninetales had a hearty appetite if allowed to gorge. It could devour all the snacks in the store, leaving the shelves barren before they could replenish. When asked how Ye Feng knew this, he would attribute it to his insatiable curiosity, wanting to ascertain whether the convenience store's goods replenished faster than the Ninetales could consume them. The outcome? The Ninetales found itself blacklisted by the convenience store, permitted to indulge in only 1 type of snack per day, and with the owner's consent, 2. The quantity was limited to 1, meaning it could only take 1 bag or bottle of a single snack variety. However, the astute Ninetales discovered a loophole. Although it could only take 1 of a type each day, it could consume from others. While there was a rule of 1 of a type, it could stack, as long as the individual did not eat but instead offered it to the Ninetales. It could receive double the portions. More people meant more portions, thus leading to endless possibilities until the shelves were depleted. Yet, while the idea was splendid, reality was harsh. There was only one Ye Feng, who would consume food himself, never relinquishing any to the Ninetales, which preferred not to reveal itself before others. Consequently, the Ninetales had not experienced the joy of double portions for quite some time. With the transaction complete, the Ninetales explained. It was not my power that caused him to lose control. It was his inability to manage the sudden surge of strength, compounded by his own overwhelming anger and negative emotions, which understandably led to a loss of rationality. Upon hearing the words of the Ninetales, Yifeng gained clarity. Power, in its essence, is neutral, devoid of inherent good or evil. The true measure lies in the intentions of the wielder. Ultimately, it is intertwined with one's desires. There are those who, prior to acquiring power, are timid and submissive, yet upon gaining strength, they transform into embodiments of national pride. Power amplifies one's desires, which can be of noble or ignoble nature. Some, upon obtaining power, strive for global peace, while others indulge in their selfish whims. When Naruto witnessed Sasuke's demise, a singular thought consumed him: vengeance against Haku. Coupled with the strength bestowed by the Ninetales, he felt capable of achieving this aim, and so he acted, plunging into a frenzy. However, the moment he glimpsed beneath Haku's mask, a fleeting hesitation disrupted his escalating fury, restoring his clarity. With newfound understanding, Yifeng concluded his dialogue with the Ninetales, channeling Chakra to Haku while observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 53. Some grief. Some rejoiced Sakura had spotted Sasuke lying motionless on the ground, his limbs cold. Overwhelmed and blank, she stood frozen, torn between her desire to check on Sasuke and the command from Kakashi to protect the Dezuna family. Her reluctance to abandon her post was palpable, yet Yifeng, ever the observer, interjected, "If you wish to go, do so. Kakashi has engaged Zabuza. He cannot assist now. Haku is dead, and we face no external threats. You may safely check on Sasuke. Go, take a final look at him. Afterward, you may never have the chance again." Dezuna echoed this sentiment, urging her, "Go. Accompany him for the last time. Worry not for me. Yifeng speaks the truth. We are free from danger." Yifeng's words stirred something within Sakura, and Dezuna's encouragement dispelled her reservations, propelling her towards Sasuke. As she passed Naruto, she did not spare him a glance. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Sasuke. "What are you doing standing there?" Yifeng called to Naruto, who remained rooted, adhering to Kakashi's orders. "Come here. This is not the time for sorrow. The battle is not yet concluded." Like a marionette, Naruto approached Yifeng, mimicking his posture as he plopped down onto the ground. Silent, he listened as Yifeng continued. "This is the way of a ninja. From the moment you embrace this path, you must accept that partings, both life and death, are commonplace. If you grieve for one, how will you cope when comrades fall like leaves in battle? If you weep, know that the enemy will usher you to meet your fallen friends." "I did not cry," Naruto declared defiantly. Indeed, he had intended to remain stoic. Yet with every word from Yifeng, the urge to weep intensified. "Good, you haven't cried," Yifeng teased, his tone growing increasingly unsettling. "You must acclimate to this feeling. You are now a ninja. Missions are inevitable. With Sasuke gone, upon your return to Team 7, you will either disband or welcome a newcomer." "No," Naruto murmured, a fierce determination in his voice. "I will not allow that. Regardless of Sasuke's absence, Team 7 will endure, and his place shall remain eternally." Naruto could not fathom the thought of another taking Sasuke's place. In his heart, Team 7 consisted solely of Kakashi, himself, Sakura, and Sasuke. This was the true essence of their team. Yifeng, undeterred by Naruto's sentiments, continued his line of thought. "Let us not dwell on the possibility of new members. Even if you disband, your dreams remain unchanged. You shall continue to pursue them. However, consider Sakura. Sasuke's death has wrought a severe blow upon her." Naruto glanced at Sakura, who cradled Sasuke's lifeless form. Though her back was turned, he could discern her sorrow through her trembling shoulders, indicating her grief. "Do not be so hasty in your judgments," Yifeng cautioned. "To clarify, I do not possess the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. I merely inferred your thoughts from her demeanor." A quivering shoulder could signify tears, but it may also indicate laughter. Naruto glared at Yifeng, frustration boiling within him. "At a time like this, are you really? Indeed, upon returning, you shall resign." Yifeng interjected with a smirk. Okay. Yifeng raised his hands in mock surrender. "She is indeed crying." Sakura wept profoundly, her tears mingling with snot. A pitiful sight that might very well result in Sasuke's face being smeared with her grief. With a sudden thought, Naruto nearly laughed aloud at the image of Sasuke's face obscured by tears and mucus. He quickly stifled his laughter, aware that this was not the moment for mirth. Hey, Yifeng exclaimed, as if he had uncovered a great secret, pointing at Naruto in disbelief. "Did you just laugh? Did you?" desperate to deny it. Naruto vehemently shook his head, refusing to admit the truth. If he did, how could he face the village? The whispers would undoubtedly follow him, marking him as the one who delighted in the misfortune of his fallen comrade. Indeed, what a disgrace. Yifeng continued to taunt. Even if it were just the two of us, I could pay you for your silence with a bowl of ramen. But the weight of your conscience would be far more tormenting. Yifeng lamented exaggeratedly, Naruto, I do not mean to criticize you. But you should acclimate to the deaths of your companions. Yet your adaptation seems overly swift. If you must laugh, at least wait until after Sasuke's burial. To laugh now would surely expose your intentions, Yifeng continued, to swoop in and win Sakura's affection while she mourns. I. Naruto's frustration boiled over, and in a moment of impulse, he slapped his own face. As the sting registered, he steadied himself, looking firmly at Yifeng and declaring, I must resign. I absolutely must. I will sign the papers upon my return. I never expected you to be this kind of person, making light of Sasuke's recent death. Who was making light of it? Yifeng feigned indignation, pressing on with his jest. If you have no feelings for Sakura, I might just seize the opportunity. Sakura is stunning. Undoubtedly, many suitors will pursue her. I could play matchmaker and collect a nice fee. You. Naruto stammered, his voice trembling with indignation. In a fit of rage, he grasped Yifeng by the throat, shaking him violently. I'll strangle you. Yifeng was equally undeterred. With his free hand, he extended 2 fingers and swiftly inserted them into Naruto's nostrils, forcefully lifting upwards, rendering Naruto's arms powerless. Sakura could scarcely comprehend how she found herself beside Sasuke. Gazing upon Sasuke's serene visage, she knelt on the ground and gently caressed his forehead. Her expression one of tenderness that Naruto had never witnessed before. How cold, was this truly no longer an illusion? Sakura desperately wished that what she beheld was merely a figment of her imagination, that they were still at the training ground in the village, playfully engaging with Kakashi in a game of bell snatching. In that case, Sasuke would not be in this dire predicament. I consistently achieved perfect scores in the ninja school's examinations, committing to memory over 100 ninja principles, always feeling a sense of pride as I wrote down the answers. During one particular examination, a question arose. Please respond with the 25th principle of ninja philosophy. As was customary, I inscribed my answer. As she spoke, Sakura could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like a river as she sobbed. Ninjas must never reveal their emotions under any circumstances. The mission comes first. And one must remember that tears are never to be shed. But Sasuke. Sakura collapsed over Sasuke, weeping uncontrollably, while Kakashi's battle with Zabuza reached its climax. Amidst the clashing of weapons, the two momentarily distanced themselves, Zabuza panting heavily, his left arm hanging limply, 2 shurikens still embedded in it, with his left arm incapacitated. Wielding the executioner's blade with just one hand was a formidable challenge. Why could he not keep pace with Zabuza's speed? How infuriating. Everything transpired too swiftly. Kakashi seemed to have transformed, and in their exchange, he had been bested in mere moments. As Zabuza charged towards him, Kakashi shook his head, realizing that it was not he who had changed, but rather Zabuza's mind had become disordered, unable to maintain the rhythm of battle. Faced with Zabuza's onslaught, Kakashi refrained from moving his feet, merely countering with a punch that sent Zabuza staggering back. Damn it! The unwilling Zabuza cursed under his breath and once more lunged at Kakashi with his blade. This time, Kakashi moved, his form flickered and vanished from sight, leaving Zabuza's strike to miss entirely as the executioner's blade crashed heavily against the bridge's surface. Under normal circumstances, such a blunder would be inconceivable. The moment he realized Kakashi was gone, he would have altered the trajectory of his blade, redirecting it towards other potential locations where Kakashi might appear. Kakashi's figure re-emerged, now positioned behind Zabuza, one hand gripping Zabuza's nape while the other brandished a kunai. In your current state, you cannot defeat me. Farewell, Demon Zabuza. With that, he prepared to plunge the kunai downward. Zabuza, however, refused to succumb quietly. He altered his grip on the sword, reversing the hold, and swung the blade towards his own back. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he redirected the kunai, initially aimed at Zabuza's heart, towards Zabuza's right arm instead. He was compelled to change his tactics. Failure to do so would result in his demise. Continuing to resist could also lead to his death, for the weight of the decapitating blade was formidable. Under the full force of the ninja, slicing through the clustered individuals was a trivial matter. Suddenly, a shuriken pierced Zabuza's right arm, incapacitating his ability to grasp the hilt of his sword, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. The decapitating blade clattered to the ground, sliding several meters due to inertia until it collided with the railing of the bridge, finally coming to rest. Kakashi swiftly retreated to the side, whispering with this. You can no longer wield two hands nor form seals. I have foretold that your future holds only death. Just as Zabuza prepared to fight desperately. A voice echoed through the chaos. Oh, the battle is so fierce. The sound of a staff striking the ground signaled the arrival of the mastermind behind Zabuza. His employer, the true architect of chaos in the land of waves, a figure known by many titles, Gato. He stood before a group of his subordinates. His hands resting upon his cane, his left wrist wrapped in bandages. Sporting a distinctive mustache and a lion's mane haircut. He donned small brown sunglasses and attire reminiscent of a suit. Despite his modest stature, he emanated an aura of formidable presence. Gato, what brings you here? And what is the meaning of your entourage? Zabuza inquired, a frown marring his brow, clearly displeased. This was not in accordance with their plans. Gato was not supposed to appear here, especially not accompanied by such a considerable retinue, which appeared to number at least 20 or 30. Haha, Gato laughed. A self-satisfied grin adorning his face. The battle plan has undergone a slight alteration. My apologies, Zabuza, but I must ask you to perish here. How polite of you. Even remembering to say please. In that case, when your demise arrives, I shall prolong your suffering a bit longer, granting you a few extra moments of existence. Yufeng mused with a smile in his heart. As the main figure had emerged, Yufeng seized his playful banter with Naruto, channeling Chakra through his body. Flexing his limbs in preparation for the impending confrontation, Gato continued to boast about his plans, clearly delighted with the developments, his smile unwavering as he spoke. Hiring legitimate ninjas would have cost a fortune, which is precisely why I employed renegade ninjas like you. Moreover, should you ninjas engage in mutual slaughter, it saves me both money and time. It is truly laughable to hear you refer to yourselves as the ghosts of the mist. To me, you are merely a bunch of adorable little imps. His subordinates erupted in laughter, even though there was nothing particularly humorous about his words. They reacted as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Kakashi, I apologize, but our battle ends here, Zabuza stated, casting a glance at the mocking crowd without turning back to Kakashi. Since I no longer have a reason to assassinate Dazna, there is naturally no reason for me to continue fighting you. Just as Kakashi was about to nod in agreement, Yifeng, now adequately warmed up, interjected. Since you have chosen to withdraw, it is my turn to take the stage. Chapter 54, discussed blurring the lines of enmity. You? What use would you be in this scenario? Gato scoffed, appraising Yifeng with disdain. You hardly resemble a ninja. With so many subordinates at my disposal, what gives you the audacity to utter such words? The dozens of subordinates he brought with him serve as the foundation of his confidence. In the realm of ordinary people, wealth affords one the liberty to act as one pleases. Gato is not merely wealthy, he possesses an extraordinary fortune. One so vast that it attracts a multitude of desperate individuals eager to serve under him. His previous invincibility and tyrannical dominance in the land of waves were largely attributed to the formidable efforts of his subordinates. Of course, those who caught Kaido's eye were undoubtedly skilled in their own right. Even if they were not ninjas, they found it effortless to contend with ordinary individuals. However, one could only blame Kaido himself for not being a ninja. Although he had leveraged his wealth to gain access to the world of ninjas, he remained somewhat oblivious to their true combat prowess. He believed he had exercised sufficient caution, deliberately choosing a moment of conflict between Kakashi and Zabuza. Convinced that their mutual destruction would ensue, following this, he intended to enter with his own subordinates, aiming to eliminate both factions in one decisive blow. This strategy would not only spare him the expense of hiring Zabuza, but also elevate his prestige in the Land of Waves. Should his plan succeed, it was likely that the Land of Waves would transform into a realm governed solely by his whims. The populace might ponder, if even the ninjas are no match for Gato, regardless of whether he outmaneuvered them through cunning. Ultimately, all ninjas who sought to challenge him had been dealt with. If the ninjas were subdued, how could ordinary citizens hope to stand against him? As for the possibility of the ninja forces behind Kakashi and the others seeking retribution, Gato dismissed such concerns. To him, ninjas were merely individuals with basic needs, requiring sustenance and resources. Fortuitously, he possessed ample wealth. Should the occasion arise, he could simply spend a little to resolve any issues. He cannot fathom that anyone would turn their back on money. If they did, it must be because the sum you offered was insufficient. Yet, I reiterate, he lacks an understanding of the world of ninjas. Some ninjas have gone so far as to seek the annihilation of the world for the sake of a woman. And they have taken tangible actions to realize this. Would such ninjas forsake their ambitions for the sake of money? Absolutely not. He is also oblivious to the combat prowess of the ninjas, with their intent to annihilate the world. His audacity to undertake such actions signifies that he possesses the requisite strength, whether he acts alone or has allies aiding him. It all constitutes a part of his inherent power. Although Kakashi, Zabuza, and their companions may lack such formidable abilities, they can effortlessly deal with the dozens of subordinates under Kato, as a mere ninjutsu suffices. Even Zabuza, whose hands are temporarily incapacitated, would not require much effort to handle the multitude of Kato's minions. At times, sheer numbers do not guarantee success in the realm of anime. Kato ultimately fell beneath the kunai held in Zabuza's mouth, despite being shielded by a throng of followers. Yifeng chose to disregard Kato and instead addressed Naruto. Naruto, keep a vigilant watch over Bai's body. Ensure no one approaches him. Naruto sniffled, feeling discomfort from Yifeng's earlier actions, his voice muffled as he replied, Uncle Shopkeeper, what can you accomplish outside? It would be better to summon Kakashi-sensei. To which Yifeng pointed out, your Kakashi-sensei is incapacitated. Even getting him to take a few steps is a challenge. Although the meaning of incapacitated eluded him, Naruto could infer its essence from the context, and Kakashi, sensing Naruto's inquisitive gaze, nodded in acknowledgement. Zabuza, remain on the sidelines for now and tend to your injuries. I shall have inquiries for you shortly. Why should I heed your words? Zabuza retorted. You will, Yifeng replied with a confident smile. Do you wish to uncover the reasons behind the turmoil in the land of water? Are you curious about why the Mizukage issued such commands? This sentiment resonated with Kakashi and Naruto, who shared a mutual recognition of familiarity with the phrase. What he next utter, action speaks louder than words. And produce a contract from seemingly nowhere? However, that was not the case. Zabuza was not the employee Yifeng desired, and his discourse was abruptly interrupted by Kato. Kato, observing the group engrossed in their conversation, seethed with rage. You imbeciles! I am the protagonist here. You should pay me more attention. The disregard shown by Yifeng and the others diminished Kato's sense of superiority. In a fit of anger, he gestured to his subordinates, intending to overpower the group and relish in the spoils of victory. I had initially planned to grant you a swift end, but I have changed my mind. Kato spat from the rear, filled with venomous intent. I will have you all hanged before the citizens of the Land of Waves to demonstrate the consequences of defying me. His sinister gaze fell upon Tazuna, sending a shiver down the latter's spine. Thankfully, Inari had fainted and remained unconscious. Otherwise, Kato's words would have evoked memories of his heroic father. Damn it, I haven't finished speaking. Yifeng retorted angrily at Kato, then turned to Zabuza. If you wish to know, then stay aside. Once I have dealt with them, we shall converse further. Zabuza remained silent, moving to the side, leaning against the railing of the bridge, while thoughts stirred tumultuously within him as he watched Yifeng's silhouette. His original intention was to assassinate the Mizukage and ascend to the position, gradually altering the nation's circumstances. However, from Yifeng's words, it seemed there were deeper implications at play. Furthermore, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Yifeng's identity. His target was Tazuna, and he was relatively familiar with the basic details of Tazuna's family. The sudden appearance of Yifeng had initially led him to believe that he was accompanying Kakashi. Yet, observing Yifeng mingling with Tazuna's family, and his lack of intervention during their skirmish, prompted a shift in his perception, leading him to think that Yifeng was also a citizen of the Land of Waves. This was plausible. After all, Zabuza himself was not a native of this country. The information entrusted to him by Kato regarding Tazuna's family only recorded direct relatives, leaving room for the possibility of omitting a neighbor or two who had close ties with Tazuna's household. Nevertheless, Yifeng's words and the differing attitudes of Kakashi and Naruto towards him left Zabuza in a state of uncertainty. Setting aside his internal speculations about Yifeng's identity, Zabuza gazed at Kato's approaching subordinates, revealing an innocuous smile. The group of Kato's men, indifferent to Yifeng's demeanor, were driven by their boss's prior declaration. Whoever could capture a ninja would be handsomely rewarded. The exact nature of this reward was unknown to them, but based on past experiences, it was likely substantial enough to secure their retirement without financial concerns for the rest of their lives. Their pursuit in this profession is driven by a singular motive, the acquisition of wealth, enabling them to lead a more prosperous life. Now that an opportunity presents itself before them, how could they possibly let it slip away? Thus, with fervent cries, they surged forward, eager to confront Yifeng and his companions. It must be noted that Kato is rather magnanimous towards his subordinates. Unlike the likes of Zabuza, his followers are individuals who have long served under his command. He understood that to win the hearts of these desperate rogues, one must be willing to invest generously. And for him, money was the least of his concerns. This was also the reason his subordinates willingly served him, for Gato was indeed generous. However, the situation with Zabuza was different. During their conversations, he had always adopted a condescending tone, and Zabuza, who had once held a position of superiority, felt deeply humiliated. Thus, Zabuza harbored resentment and sought to resolve matters with both Gato and Zabuza. Moreover, there was also the matter concerning Haku. During the initial confrontation between Zabuza and Kakashi, Zabuza returned severely injured, and while recuperating, Gato approached him to inquire about the circumstances. Kato's lack of courtesy provoked Haku, and his retaliatory strike left Gato with injuries, resulting in a fracture of Kato's left wrist, inflicted by Haku. Yifeng aligned his fingers, forming a blade-like hand, as blue chakra gathered and extended outward. With a mischievous grin, he proclaimed, "Have you ever witnessed a 40-meter-long sword? Today, I shall present it to you." Following this, the chakra's expansion accelerated dramatically, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a blue energy blade. Before Kato's numerous subordinates could react, the luminous blade had already swept through their bodies. The blade's extraordinary sharpness, combined with its swift passage, left them oblivious until they took a few steps forward and sensed something amiss. Yet, it was too late. The sound of severing flesh echoed as their upper and lower bodies were violently separated. Among them, some were tall, while others were short. The sizes of the dismembered bodies varied. Some were split at the chest, others at the neck, and some at the head. In an instant, the bridge was transformed into a gruesome tableau of crimson, white, and the viscera of the fallen, intermingled with dismembered remains of various sizes, alongside faces frozen in expressions of excitement and cruelty. The world fell silent, only to be interrupted by the sounds of retching. Was the scene unpleasant? It was not merely a matter of whether it was visually disturbing. The question was, had Gato perished? "You need not answer that," Zabuza interjected, still gazing out at the sea as he attempted to quell his nausea. Though he has taken many lives, the visual impact of an individual's demise differs significantly from that of numerous souls perishing together. Furthermore, in the midst of battle, one rarely finds the luxury to contemplate the visage of a fallen foe. Now, having witnessed it, he understands that upon death, the intestines may still writhe, and the copious blood can bubble ominously. Ugh! He stifled a gag, resisting the urge to dwell further on such repulsive thoughts. "I cannot see, hence my inquiry," Yifeng remarked, turning to the retching crowd. It was then they noticed his eyes were tightly shut. Kakashi, adorned with a new mask and similarly blindfolded, stated, "He is not dead yet, though it appears he has taken a plunge into the sea." Before closing his eyes, he had seen Kaido vomiting as he rushed toward the bridge's edge. One side of the bridge connected to the land of waves, while the opposing side linked to the distant shore, with a small segment yet to be joined. Moments ago, Kaido had arrived with his subordinates via boat from that very side. Kakashi surmised that Kaido intended to escape by the same means he had arrived. The roar of the engine confirmed his suspicion. "As long as he is alive, I was hoping to play with him a while longer. You all tidy up here. I shall return shortly," Yifeng said, as he made his way to the bridge's edge, then leapt into the void below. The remaining individuals on the bridge exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, how do we clean up? Kaido, piloting the boat, pushed the throttle to its limit, forging ahead without a backward glance, desperate to distance himself from the bridge. Reflecting on the fate of his subordinates, Kaido could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Madman, truly a madman. He swore that once he returned to his residence, he would immediately pack his belongings and flee. He would never return to this wretched nation of wave, even if offered unimaginable benefits. He would refrain from setting foot here again. "It seemed I heard someone cursing me. Kato, did you hear that?" The sudden voice behind him startled Kato to the core, causing his grip on the ship's helm to tremble involuntarily. Instantly, the ship veered off course and collided with a nearby rock wall, resulting in a thunderous crash as flames erupted aboard. Chapter 55, Psychological Torment. Yifeng dragged the unconscious Kato back once more. However, he did not ascend the bridge but stood upon the water's surface, shouting to the crowd on the bridge, "I have brought Kato back. Is there anyone who wishes to stab him a couple of times? If not, I shall handle it myself." Upon hearing his voice, the crowd leaned over the bridge railing to peer down. Kakashi waved his hand at Yifeng, indicating that he should resolve the matter on his own, showing no desire to intervene. Zabuza, on the other hand, harbored a desire to stab Kato a few times. Kato was the first to dare to insult him so brazenly. Had it not been for his injured arm, he would have leapt before Kato to witness the expression on his face. Dasna, what about you? Yi Feng called out again. Don't you want to stab this scourge of your nation a few times to vent your frustrations? Dasna shook his head. Perhaps under normal circumstances, he would have. But at present, he lacked the inclination. The primary obstacle to completing the bridge had been resolved, and he was eager to continue construction. The sooner it was finished, the sooner he could find peace, avoiding any further disturbances. Moreover, his co-workers still lay unconscious on the bridge, alongside his daughter-in-law and grandson. Remembering them, Dasna hurried away to the town to seek a doctor to attend to the unconscious individuals. From a distance, Yi Feng could still hear Dasna's voice. Kakashi, you all handle the cleanup on the bridge. I'll return to town to fetch a doctor. Please keep an eye on Janami and Inari. Faced with yet another task, Kakashi could only smile wryly and shake his head. As for the latter, he had just taken a moment to check and found that Janami and Inari had merely fainted from shock and would awaken shortly. The pressing concern was the former, Kato's numerous henchmen lying in two pieces, along with the blood and entrails on the ground. How was he to manage that alone? Assistance? There was no hope of relying on Naruto, who was still retching and had yet to recover. Sakura was weeping on Sasuke's chest, on the verge of fainting herself, and could offer no help. Zabuza? His arm was still incapacitated, akin to two limp branches swaying in the wind, utterly powerless. While Kakashi dealt with the aftermath, Yi Feng was engaged in a rather jovial exchange with Kato. With a couple of sharp slaps, he roused Kato from his stupor and cheerfully remarked, Mr. Kato, your deathly package has arrived. Pray tell, how would you like to meet your end? No, please don't kill me. Kato pleaded in a state of sheer panic. I can give you money. Yes, I have money, lots of it. Whatever amount you desire, I will provide. Ah, no, Yi Feng replied, raising a finger and shaking it before Kato's eyes. While I do indeed have a fondness for money, I cannot trust your words. You didn't even wish to part with Zabuza's funds.